System activated. In the remnant veins of Buzhou Mountain, his gaze fell upon a stretch of charred sheer cliffs extending for tens of thousands of li while the air was thick with a desolate baleful aura left behind from the primordial war between witches and Yao. Even a random gust of astral wind here was so heavy it seemed capable of tearing both flesh and soul asunder. Lin Chen leaned against a cold, broken stone pillar of an ancient formation and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood laced with fragments of his own viscera. Damn this Hongwang. He panted heavily, a trace of lingering terror yet to fade from his eyes. Lin Chen was not a native of this world. Half an hour ago he had still been on Earth facing the despair of being crushed beneath the wheels of a construction truck. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a wandering cultivator in this vast Hongwang, sharing the same name and identity as the original Lin Chen. After fusing with this bogus memories, Lin Chen's heart went half cold. His cultivation realm, early Heavenly Immortal. His origin, a later-born human of utterly mediocre roots. His background, no sect, no clan. An archetypal bottom-tier loose cultivator of Hongwang. His predicament, in search of fortune, the original owner had risked sneaking into an ancient mighty one's ruin within the remnant veins of Buzhou Mountain. Yet before even touching the threshold of the outer perimeter, he had been violently backlashed by a broken innate restriction. The original soul was scattered to nothing, and the Lin Chen from Earth had taken over this shell. What kind of place was Hongwang? Deluo walked everywhere, while golden immortals were as common as dogs. An early Heavenly Immortal here did not even qualify as cannon fodder. Any random passing Yao beast could kill him with a single careless sneeze, leaving his body and Dao both annihilated. Cough. Lin Chen clutched his chest with difficulty as the deathly chi from the restrictions backlash gnawed away at his internal organs. In his current state, let alone seeking treasure, even walking out of this remnant vein was a luxury beyond reach. To live again only to become a wandering ghost for half an hour in Hongwang. Lin Chen let out a bitter self just when he thought fate had once again played a cheap joke on him. A dull gray fragment of jade worn against his chest and pressed to his skin suddenly erupted with a scalding heat. A low hum resounded. A mechanical synthesized voice devoid of any emotion exploded within the depths of Lin Chen's soul. Ding. Host life force is on the verge of collapse. Soul compatibility complete. Multi-Offspring prosperity system now fully activated. Host Lin Chen. Cultivation, early Heavenly Immortal, gravely wounded on the brink of death. Current situation assessment, 10 deaths, no life. System explanation, the Tao of Yin and Yang ceaseless in its proliferation. For every female immortal with whom the host forms a Tao partner bond, and sires offspring, he shall receive immense feedback from the Tao. The higher the female immortal's cultivation, the nobler her origin, the more resplendent her fortune, the greater the reward multiplier. There is no upper limit to the number of offspring, and no upper limit to the rewards. Lin Chen's previously dim eyes suddenly contracted into razor-sharp points of light. Multi-offspring prosperity. Growing stronger by siring children. No laborious cultivation, no nine-leaf tribulations. So long as he had Tao partners and descendants, he could gain the capital to stand firm in this merciless world, even ascend to its pinnacle. If this were Earth, it might have been an absurd joke. But in Hongwang, where lives were as cheap as grass, this was a path straight. However, before Lin Chen could let Euphoria's surge of blood-red, dripping frame suddenly popped up at the bottom of the system panel, glaringly vivid. Initial mandatory quest has been issued. Quest content: within 7 days formally become Tao partners with a female immortal and complete dual cultivation and contract. Quest requirements: first, the target female immortal's cultivation must not be lower than the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Second, both parties must act of their own free will and no coercion of any kind is permitted. Quest rewards: cultivation will soar directly to the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, 1 random innate spiritual treasure, 1 random supreme divine ability of Hongwang, awakening of an innate Tao body. Quest penalties: should he fail, first, his cultivation would be permanently locked at early Heavenly Immortal, never advancing a single step for all culpas. Second, his Tao foundation would shatter and he would be reduced to a cripple for the rest of his life. Third, an absolute Tao physique. Heavenly secrets stripped away. He would in life after life never again form any karmic ties with women and be cut off from descendants for eternity. Fourth, the system would permanently unbind from him. A countdown appeared: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Staring at that blood-red timer, Lin Chen felt his mind buzz, nearly coughing up another mouthful of old blood. 7 days. To find a female immortal at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. And she had to willingly enter dual cultivation and contract with him. System, you might as well just erase me outright. In Hongwang, what did Great Luo Golden Immortal signify? Transcending the 3 realms beyond the 5 elements, sharing longevity with heaven and earth. With a single thought, they could overturn seas and rivers, seize stars, and grasp moons. Female immortals of that level chosen at random would either be heavenly prodigies of the GS sect, high-ranking figures of the heavenly court, or reclusive ancient mighty ones who rarely showed themselves. A great Luo golden immortal stood so far above that in her eyes a loose cultivator, an early heavenly immortal, like him, was no different from a dung beetle beneath her feet. 7 days for him to court a great Luo female immortal, and she had to be willing. This was more outrageous than asking him to march into Xiao Palace right now and slap Dao ancestor Hongjun across the face. The punishment was cruel to the extreme. For someone who knew how perilous Hong Huang was, having his cultivation forever locked at Heavenly Immortal and being forbidden any Dao partner was a torment more agonizing than annihilation. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the system panel. Cold sweat mixed with blood slid down from his temple and dripped onto the charred rock beneath him. A dead end. An utterly absolute dead end. If he ran, he would die. If he stayed, he would die. If he failed the quest, he would live a life worse than death. Since every path led to death anyway. In my past life, I was a coward all my life and died under a set of wheels in the end. Now that I've been given a chance to defy fate. The madness in Lin Chen's eyes gradually overwhelmed his fear as he clenched his blood-stained teeth. How can I not even have the courage to gamble once? He had to accept this nearly impossible quest. Yet reason told him that charging out blindly to seek death would be no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. He closed his eyes and frantically sifted through the original owner's memories. Remnant veins of Buzhou Mountain. An ancient mighty one's ruin. Wait. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open as a blurred rubbing of an ancient steel surfaced from that memory. According to that steely, deep within this ruin lay a hidden treasure ground where a fragment of the ancient heavens had fallen, a place known as the Nine Heavens Celestial Pool. In ancient times it had been a sacred site, where supreme female immortals bathed and comprehended the Tao saturated with profoundly deep water attribute and lunar Tao laws. The Nine Heavens Celestial Pool. If any female immortal at Great Luo or above were to seek fortune in the remnant veins of Buzhou Mountain, this kind of Dao-comprehending holy land would undoubtedly be their first choice. This was the only possibility Lin Chen could conceive of for encountering the highest-level female immortals within 7 days. As for how he would gain their willing consent once he met them, Lin Chen was in no position to even consider that yet. He had to first live long enough to reach the Celestial Pool. The countdown: 6 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. Lin Chen drew in a deep breath, fished out the last 2 chi-returning pills from the original owner's pitifully small storage pouch, and swallowed them in one gulp. Borrowing the faint spiritual power they restored, he wobbled to his feet, and dragging his gravely wounded body strode resolutely toward the deepest part of the remnant veins of Buzhou Mountain, where demonic qi surged into the sky. With only the cultivation of an early-stage celestial immortal, traversing the depths of Buzhou Mountain was no different from treading upon the edge of a blade. Over the next 3 days Lin Chen came to truly experience the savage peril of the primordial wilderness. He once witnessed a venomous flood dragon hundreds of zhang in length battling amid the clouds. Just a few drops of poisonous blood that fell from the sky corroded an entire mountaintop into a flattened wasteland. Relying on the cool-headed rationality of his past life as a modern man, and on the faint understanding of formations inherited from the original body, he skulked through this deadly forbidden zone like a rat constantly seeking fortune while dodging calamity. Whenever he encountered a damaged restriction, he would rather detour 100 li than force his way through. When he came upon a demon beast hunting, he lay submerged in a mire holding his breath for half a day until the poisonous miasma ate into his skin, leaving it ulcerated and blackened. He did not retreat, for the digits on the countdown hovered above his head like a death warrant. Until the dusk of the 4th day, Lin Chen, dragging a body nearly burned out like an exhausted lamp, finally pushed aside a thick curtain of innate miasma. His vision suddenly opened wide. Before him the scorched earth vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of water cascading like white silk, immortal mist coiling above a boundless pool. The pool was a strange shade of silvery blue. Every droplet seemed to contain runes of the great Tao, while dense innate spiritual energy condensed here into tangible white fog. An ancient relic, the Nine Heavens Celestial Pool. Lin Chen's breath halted for an instant. He did not dare to rush forward. Suppressing his entire aura to the utmost, he concealed himself behind a massive slab of profound ice and rock, quietly peering toward the Celestial Pool. With just a single glance, Lin Chen's heart clenched violently. At the center of the pool, amid drifting spiritual mist, there truly was a snow-white figure seated cross-legged, suspended in midair. She was a female immortal. A cascade of silver-white hair fell like a waterfall, and even from afar in mere profile her beauty was breath-stealing. Pure and unworldly, as though untouched by any thread of mortal karma. No trace of true essence leaked from her body, yet Lin Chen keenly sensed that the very laws of the Nine Heavens Celestial Pool were revolving in time with her breath. In the instant Lin Chen began to spy on her, a clear chime rang within his mind as his system erupted with unprecedented golden radiance. The notification resounded through his very soul, trembling with a kind of frenzied excitement. Supreme grade target detected. Target locked: Yunxiao. Identity: direct disciple of the sect leader Tongtian of Jijiao, foremost among the 3 Xiao sisters. Current cultivation: early stage quasi-saint, presently assaulting the second corpse to be severed. Natal Treasure Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. System Quality Appraisal Saint Grade, highest rank. System Special Notification: should the host form a bond with this Saint Grade female immortal and beget offspring, all rewards will trigger tenfold to hundredfold critical surges. Yunxiao? Lin Chen pressed his body tight against the rock as cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Having read the investiture of the gods in his previous life, how could he possibly be ignorant of Yunxiao's name? Before the 9-curved Yellow River formation, she single-handedly stripped the renowned 12 golden immortals of Chan sect of the 3 flowers atop their heads, and the 5 chi within their chests, nearly wiping out Chan sect's very foundation. A peerless, ruthless figure. If not for the shameless intervention of the saints Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojuan, who stooped to strike personally and bully the weak Yunxiao, would have been unrivaled among the quasi-saints of this primordial world. The Luo Golden Immortal. This jumped straight to quasi-saint. Lin Chen muttered, his lips twisted in bitter helplessness. The system had indeed not deceived him. There truly was a mighty being in the celestial pool, and she was one of the absolute apex female immortals of the primordial age. Yet the problem remained: a lofty quasi-saint whose heart was as clear and cold as ice. Given not merely 7 days, but 70,000 years, would she ever deign to look upon a celestial immortal on the brink of death? It was like a mudfish dying of thirst, dreaming of marrying a divine dragon that soared above the 9 heavens. The gap was so vast that even entertaining the thought seemed absurd. Countdown: 3 days, 1 hour, 15 minutes. The system's icy digits urged him on. Lin Chen stared in despair at the celestial pool. How could this situation be broken? There was simply no way to break it. If he dared expose even a thread of aura, the subconscious defenses of a quasi-saint would be enough to grind him into dust. Moreover, Yunxiao was presently immersed in the deepest state of meditation to sever a corpse, the very moment when disturbance was most forbidden. Just as Lin Chen was trapped between advance and retreat, on the verge of resigning himself to fate, a thunderous roar exploded from deep beneath the fractured veins of Buzhou Mountain, shattering the very firmament. In an instant, the waters beneath the celestial pool turned as black as ink, and abyssal demonic chi surged straight into the heavens. Countless golden chains of ancient sealing burst apart from the pool's depths. At their ends, a colossal creature shaped like a ferocious tiger with twin wings on its back tore open the formation disk of the celestial pool by brute force, surging out with a ferocity capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Roar! One of the 4 great fiends of antiquity, a heaven-ranked demon god at the early quasi-saint stage, Qiongqi. It had been sealed beneath the pool for endless ages, yet seized upon the shifting earth veins of Buzhou Mountain to break the array on this very day. The point at which it broke free was precisely where Yunxiao was seated in closed-door cultivation to sever her corpse. With a tearing sound, Yunxiao snapped her eyes open amid the sudden upheaval, a flicker of pain flashing through her formerly cool and tranquil gaze. Her attempt to sever the corpse was forcibly interrupted, and the backlash of heaven's Tao swept through her body in an instant. A mouthful of blood carrying a faint fragrance spilled from the corner of her lips. But she was Yunxiao. At the critical instant, a streak of golden light shot from the space between her brows. The Hunyuan Golden Cauldron expanded against the wind, pouring down 10,000 zhang of golden radiance, and barely blocking Qiongqi's strike that could have torn the sky asunder. Boom! The residual shockwaves from the collision of spiritual power crashed outward like a vast tsunami in all directions. Even hidden behind the rock at the very edge of this death trap, Lin Chen felt as though a primordial divine mountain had slammed into him. His chest caved in an instant, and he spat out a great mouthful of blood. Damn it! Lin Chen snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. With these 2 mighty beings exchanging blows, even another wisp of residual force would be enough to obliterate both his body and soul on the spot. Run! He had to run. This was the instinct of all living beings. Yet Lin Chen dug his fingers into the rock and did not look toward any path of escape. Instead his gaze remained locked upon the battlefield at the center of the celestial pool. He had discerned Yunxiao's mortal peril. Though Yunxiao had summoned the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, the backlash from severing the corpse had left her aura wildly chaotic. Her cultivation was visibly plummeting. Not only could she not draw out the cauldron's full power, but she was faintly showing signs of being unable to suppress this ancient fiend at all. Qiongqi, meanwhile, was utterly berserk, fighting as though staking its life. Once her defensive line broke, Yunxiao, in the midst of backlash, would face the danger of falling. How could a mere celestial immortal ever cause a quasi-saint to willingly submit? A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, so insane, even he found it hard to believe. Only a life-saving grace. Only by wagering my very life, forcing her to owe a colossal karmic debt she can never repay. It was a notion bordering on madness. A celestial immortal attempting to save a quasi-saint. He would likely be vaporized by the aftermath long before he drew near. But Lin Chen had no choice. Either way, death awaited. 1 step back meant eternal damnation, while 1 step forward might hold an opportunity vast enough to overturn the heavens. His gaze swept across the battlefield like a hunting eagle. Though his mastery of formations was shallow, he possessed a transmigrator's godlike perspective and razor-sharp logic. In a heartbeat, he locked onto several broken stone pillars at the pool's rim, their surfaces still flickering with weak light. These were the formation bases of the ancient Great Array that had sealed Xiongqi. Though the array itself had collapsed, the circuits of its formation bases remained. If he could inject spiritual power and restart the bases, even for an instant, they might impose a brief suppression upon Xiongqi. For a top-tier quasi-saint like Yunxiao, even a single instant of Xiongqi's suppression would be enough for her to reverse the entire battle. A feral wolfish gleam burst forth in Lin Chen's eyes. System, I'm staking my life. Whatever so-called first launch protection or novice gifts you have, bring them all out for me right now. Ding. It has been detected that the host is engaging in a highly risky behavior with a mortality rate of 99.9. Should the host consume the one-time absolute shield for beginners lasting for 3 breaths? Warning, once consumed, the host will lose all trump cards. Stop talking nonsense. Open it for me. Lin Chen roared in his heart. In the next moment, he rushed out from behind the protective ice giant rock without hesitation. Without any magical treasures or divine abilities, he even burned the already shattered celestial blood of the original host, squeezing all the true essence within him to the limit, transforming into a faint but resolute stream of light charging forward towards the center of the violent gale's sealing array. In the center of the battlefield, the fierce beast Xiongqi spat out silencing black flames, firmly resisting the golden light of the primordial golden dipper. Yunxiao's white robe was stained with blood, and her dark brows were tightly knitted. The backlash force nearly caused the 5 energies within her to explode. Had it not been for the power of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, she would have already been heavily injured at this moment. If I lose my foundation here, Master's plan will become futile. A determined glint flashed in Yunxiao's cold eyes as she prepared to forcibly burn her origin to suppress this evil beast. Just then, in her peripheral vision, a faint spiritual thread seemingly dozens of times weaker than an ant abruptly surged into this deathly battlefield belonging to the Quasi-Saints. A celestial being. A trace of shock and disbelief flashed in Yunxiao's stunning eyes. She clearly saw a ragged, blood-soaked young man from the human race, a loose cultivator desperately charging towards the base of the formation amidst the waves of destruction. The foul air that Xiongqi casually exhaled brushed past the young man's side, which would instantly turn any ordinary golden immortal into pus. However, a thin yet extraordinarily resilient, mysterious, white light, the absolute shield for beginners, surged around that young man withstanding this blow. Though he resisted the impact of the laws, the pain from the backlash was very real. Yunxiao watched as the young man bled from all 7 orifices, his bones emitting a painful cracking sound. Yet he did not take a single step back. Lin Chen lunged towards the damaged pillar of the formation like a madman dragging blood. Get up, old man. He let out a desperate roar, forcefully spraying the last drop of blood, burning his celestial origin into the groove of the array's foundation, pressing his palms firmly against the formations. Buzz. With the desperate blood sacrifice and the urging of the spiritual thread, the ancient sealing array, which had fallen silent, suddenly lit up with a blinding golden light. This golden light transformed into a virtual chain that suddenly burst forth from the bottom of the heavenly pool, accurately wrapping around Qianqi's right wing. Only a brief 3 breaths of time remained. The array would soon collapse again. But for Yunxiao, whose combat talent was exceptional, this was an unprecedented opportunity to turn the tide. Qianqi's form suddenly tilted, forcing the silencing black flames to deviate by 3 inches. Yunxiao couldn't afford to think about where this celestial being came from. She turned her delicate hand, and the primordial golden dipper erupted with an overwhelming force. Evil beast, yield or be punished. The golden light poured down like a river. Xiongqi let out a heart-rending wail, unable to even struggle, directly engulfed and bound by the massive golden light, and ultimately with a thud was forcefully suppressed into the blissful and dark space of the primordial golden dipper. Heaven and earth fell into a sudden silence at this moment. Only the echoes of falling stones by the heavenly puff. Forcing the use of the magical treasure, Yunxiao could no longer suppress the injuries and backlash within her, and she fell from midair, kneeling on one knee by the pool, gasping, heavily blood blooming on her white robe. But the crisis was ultimately resolved. Yunxiao took a moment to catch her breath, forcibly calming the surging blood, then suddenly turned her gaze towards the base of the formation at the edge of the heavenly pool. There lay a bloodied figure. The 3 breaths of the beginner shield had long dissipated. Lin Chen's chest bones were almost completely shattered, and the life force of the celestial being flickered like a candle in the wind, weak enough that it seemed it would extinguish at any moment. He lay in the mud and blood, unable to muster the strength to move a single finger. Yunxiao staggeringly walked over and bent down to look at him. The revered quasi-saint of the GS sect, who was held in awe by the disciples of the 3 teachings, had a violent fluctuation of emotions and confusion in her eyes for the first time. It was the face of an extraordinarily young, loose cultivator. The meager cultivation of a celestial being was no different from dust on the roadside. Why? Yunxiao's voice, cold as a secluded spring in a valley, carried a hint of complexity. With your meager cultivation, why would you involve yourself in such a deadly battle, risking your life? You. Why would you risk your life to save me? Lin Chen, covered in blood, struggled to open his heavy eyelids. In his vision, Yunxiao's enchanting face was close at hand. Lin Chen did not say any grandiose words. He knew that dealing with a cold, ancient immortal who had lived for countless years, any flattery or compliments would be insincere. He grinned, his blood-stained teeth forming an extremely unpleasant yet exceptionally clear, weak smile. Fairy, you are too beautiful. As cultivators, if we do not dare to draw our swords to protect such absolute beauty in danger, what kind of Tao are we cultivating? A single sentence, 7 parts nonchalance, 3 parts courage. It was blunt and straightforward to the extreme. Yunxiao shuddered slightly. Since childhood, she had listened to teachings on Kunlun Mountain, later following her master to Gold Ao Island, residing in a high position, accustomed to hearing flattery, like longevity, without end, and great Tao, with a time limit. When had she ever heard a loose cultivator on the brink of death using such a proud and straightforward reason to lightly place a life before her? Ding! In the depths of Lin Chen's fading consciousness, the system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. First impression established successfully. Scanning target's psychological waves. Congratulations, host. Target Yunxiao, current favorability skyrocketing 35,100. Guard down, gratitude confirmed, special attention formed, remaining task time 2 days, 22 hours. Please keep up the good work. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Chen's nerves, which had been tensed to the limit, finally snapped completely. His vision darkened, and he fainted. In the last second before his consciousness faded, he vaguely felt a soft hand, faintly scented with lotus, warm and jade-like, gently pressing on his heart pulse. Pure and abundant transformative spiritual power began to continuously protect his shattered heart pulse. You, this loose cultivator, are quite the reckless madman. Yunxiao looked at the young man who had fainted, yet still wore a frown, and a rare ripple flashed in her cold eyes as she sighed softly. Pain. An excruciating, soul-rending agony surging like tidal waves against Lin Chen's consciousness. Yet amidst this ultimate destructive torment, a cool, clear force like celestial nectar from the 9 heavens steadily shielded the core of his heart meridian. That power was so vast that even a mere wisp of it could reshape a celestial immortal. Lin Chen struggled to open his heavy eyelids. What met his eyes was a crystalline dome of mystic ice, refracting dreamlike glimmers of silver water light. Since you're awake, do not move recklessly. You forcibly sacrificed your celestial immortal origin and bore the baleful aura of a Qiongqi heathen. Had I not used my supreme purity immortal light to barely preserve your last breath, your form and spirit would have already perished. A voice ethereal and cold like the chime of jade striking stone echoed softly from nearby. Lin Chen turned his head following the sound. At the edge of the 9 heavens celestial pool, Yunxiao sat cross-legged on a jade stone radiating primordial water spirit energy. Though her pristine white robe was stained with blood in many places, her bearing, transcending heaven and earth, untouched by the mundane world, remained undiminished. Her jet-black hair cascaded slightly, her exquisite face pale as translucent jade paper, with an indelible weariness and frailty lingering between her brows. For a quasi-sage to sever a corpse is an act defying heaven. Interrupted, she suffered heavenly backlash, then forcibly activating the top-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Chaos Golden Dipper, to subdue the Qiongqi. Had it been any other great Luo Golden Immortal, their Tao foundation would have already crumbled. Thank you, Fairy, for saving my life. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse as he struggled to sit up. It was you who saved me first. Yunxiao opened her eyes slightly, her deep autumn water gaze falling upon Lin Chen. Despite her extreme weakness, the intangible pressure of a quasi-sage's might still made Lin Chen's breath catch. Had you not risked your life to restart the Array Foundation and trap the Qiongqi for 3 breaths, I would have been torn apart by the backlash force, and that beast combined. In the primordial era, the karma of a life-saving debt is immense. I received your life, so I naturally return yours. Yunxiao's tone was flat, as if stating a trivial fact. Yet her gaze, tinged with scrutiny and puzzlement, swept over Lin Chen from head to toe. An ant at the early celestial immortal stage. No sect, mediocre roots, chaotic aura. In the primordial era, millions of such beings perished daily. What gave him the audacity to charge into the Array Foundation amidst the residual waves of a quasi-sage battle? Did he not know the meaning of death? Especially his words before fainting. The fairy is too beautiful. Such frivolous nonsense on any other day would have had Yunxiao sweeping him 10,000 zhang away with a flick of her sleeve. Yet this man had earned those words with his life. Facing Yunxiao's scrutiny, Lin Chen leaned weakly against the pool wall, grinning without arrogance or fear. My name is Lin Chen, a nameless wandering cultivator. He took a deep breath, suppressing the sting in his chest. Fairy, it seems our situation is not ideal. He glanced around, keenly noticing that the once open entrance to the 9 heavens celestial pool was now sealed tight by chaotic void currents and collapsed ancient array patterns. Yunxiao withdrew her gaze, her voice gaining a note of gravity. When the Qiongqi broke its seal, its power triggered a violent surge in the earth veins of Buzhou Mountain. The ancient prohibitions at the pool's exit collapsed, intertwining with the void storms outside, forming a natural absolute barrier. We can't get out. Lin Chen's heart sank. An ordinary great Luo golden immortal would be reduced to dust upon contact. Yunxiao closed her eyes, forming hand seals to continue regulating her chaotic spiritual energy. At my peak, with the Chaos Golden Dipper, breaking this barrier would take but an instant's sticks time. But now, having failed to sever a corpse with backlash invading my body, I cannot mobilize the laws of power in a short time. How long then? Lin Chen's voice tightened involuntarily. Sensing his emotional fluctuation, Yunxiao opened her eyes and said calmly, "Do not panic. The pool is still safe. Give me 5 days. After 5 days I will suppress the backlash and break us out, ensuring your safety." 5 days. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He nearly lost his composure. He immediately summoned the system panel in his mind. Mandatory first mission: form a dual cultivation bond with a female immortal above the Great Luo level. Current target: Yunxiao, Jie Jiao Quasi-Sage. Affection 35,100. Countdown: 2 days, 20 hours, of 15 minutes. A herd of wild horses stampeded through Lin Chen's heart. 5 days. In 5 days Yunxiao could indeed break the formation, but in less than 3 days he would be judged by the system as mission failed, his Dao path eternally severed, reduced to a cripple incapable of even bearing offspring. Time is not enough. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, roaring madly in his heart. In less than 3 days to raise the affection of a lofty Jie Jiao Quasi-Sage from 35 to over 80, and make her willingly lower all defenses and Quasi-Sage dignity to become Dao companions with him, a mere celestial immortal ant. This wasn't hell difficulty. It was a pure death trap. But within despair there often lies the only chance of life. Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. He knew that now he absolutely could not show any impatience or ulterior motive. Once the Quasi-Sage sensed his strong purpose, the goodwill and gratitude just built would instantly turn to wariness and disgust. "What is it? You seem restless." Yunxiao, ever perceptive, caught even the faintest fluctuation in Lin Chen's aura. "No." Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing a composed, bitter smile onto his face. "I was just thinking to be able to spend a few days alone in this isolated place with the renowned Jie Jiao Quasi-Sage, the head of the 3 Xia fairies, Lady Yunxiao. If this fortune were told, it would drive every immortal in the primordial era mad with envy. A mere wandering cultivator like me is simply overwhelmed by the honor." This speech was half a subtle flattery, half an acknowledgement of her identity. Yunxiao was not surprised that he identified her, given her use of the famed Chaos Golden Dipper. Yet his blunt, almost worldly words struck her as oddly unfamiliar. The beings of the primordial era feared, revered, and dreaded her. Even interactions with fellow disciples were often cloaked in the lofty airs of immortals. But Lin Chen, though pathetically weak, spoke before her, without a hint of inferiority or awe, as if conversing with an equal old friend, an attitude that felt refreshingly novel to Yunxiao. She did not rebuke him, merely closed her eyes gently, and fell silent, focusing on suppressing the backlash. The pool fell into an eerie stillness. Lin Chen did not disturb her further, knowing well the principle that haste makes waste. He silently pulled from his bosom a few low-grade spirit pills he had luckily found at the periphery of the ancient mansion, treasures the original owner had cherished. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them, tossing them into his mouth like candy. The crude medicinal energy rampaged through his shattered meridians, drenching him in cold sweat from pain. But he bit down hard on a cloth, silent, and sat cross-legged to begin mending his injuries. He must not become a burden. To prove his worth before a Quasi-Sage, the first step was to display an unyielding resilience tough as wild grass. On the jade stone not far away, Yunxiao, meditating with closed eyes, felt her long lashes tremble slightly. Her vast Dao consciousness clearly reflected Lin Chen's stubborn figure, enduring tremendous pain to refine those trash pills. A wandering cultivator with no background, struggling to survive in the mud. Yet he possessed a ruthlessness and pride that many innate beings lacked. Ding. Detected a subtle emotional fluctuation in the target. Current affection of Yunxiao 38,100. Hearing the faint prompt in his mind, a barely perceptible sharp glint passed beneath Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes. Countdown: 2 days, 19 hours. The hunt for the Quasi-Sage's heart had officially begun. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day that the two were trapped in the Jiuxiao Heavenly Pool. The confined environment with dense spiritual energy and fog had transformed this ancient heavenly pool into an isolated island cut off from the world. Without any external disturbances, even the passage of time seemed exceedingly slow here. For the great beings of the primordial era who could meditate for hundreds of years, 2 days were merely a brief nap. But for Lin Chen, with the specter of death hanging over him every minute, and every second felt like being roasted on a fire. Countdown: 1 day, 20 hours. Lin Chen stopped the circulation of his qi and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. After 2 days of recuperation along with his reckless determination, the external injuries on his body had scabbed over, yet the depletion of his heavenly essence was not something that could be replenished through meditation. He opened his eyes, and his gaze naturally fell upon Yunxiao not far away. At this moment, Yunxiao's bloodstained garments had been cleansed with a purifying water technique, restoring her pure and untainted appearance. She was quietly gazing at a phantom, 9-petal golden lotus on the surface of the pool, her stunning profile illuminated by the water's light, exuding a sense of solitude that was beyond the reaches of the mundane. "What are you looking at?" Lin Chen took the initiative to break the silence, his voice calm and natural, devoid of the humility of a weaker individual. Yunxiao did not turn her head, but continued to stare at the golden lotus, softly replying, "Watching the rise and fall of the Tao. This pool is teeming with vitality, but it also gives rise to the destructive aura of the Qiangqi. The lonely Yin does not generate life, and the solitary Yang does not endure. The principles of the heavenly Tao have always been about mutual generation and restraint. My recent forced attempt to sever the corpse failed, initially believed to be due to insufficient preparation. However, it appears now that I faltered in my mindset, becoming overly fixated on the extreme flourishing of my cultivation. The insights of a quasi-saint are something that an ordinary person would have long revered. This was a rare sentiment from you. Since there were no outsiders here, and the solitary practitioner before her had saved her life, she subconsciously lowered her guard, casually expressing feelings of defeat that she would never reveal to disciples of the Jie sect. But upon hearing this, Lin Chen's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. An opportunity has arisen. Gaining favor through flattery is the lowest form of strategy, especially for a celestial maiden who has lived through countless epochs. Even if you kneel and offer your heart, she would only see you as a mundane being. If you wish to earn her esteem, the only method is to strike from a higher dimension. As a time traveler familiar with the primordial trends, the dimension he holds is enough to crush a saint. Your words, Yunxiao, are indeed profound. Lin Chen leaned against the stone wall, casually picking up a small pebble and tossing it into the heavenly pool. Watching the ripples spread, he spoke with a tone imbued with the weight of disillusionment. However, while you see through your own flourishing and decline, have you glimpsed the flourishing and decline of your sect? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the entire Jiuxiao heavenly pool instantly solidified. Yunxiao, who had originally been facing away from Lin Chen, suddenly turned her head. Her autumn water-like eyes erupted with terrifying brilliance and uncontrolled quasi-saint pressure, descending upon Lin Chen like a mountain of gods. "What did you say?" Yunxiao's voice was surprisingly cold, even carrying a hint of icy murderous intent. "Daring to speak recklessly about the great teaching of saints, do you truly think that as a mere heavenly being I would spare you for my kindness? The Jie sect, that is her home, the foremost sect in the primordial world that attracts countless immortals. Her master, the Tongtian patriarch, wields the 4 swords of the immortal extermination, unmatched in power among saints. Lin Chen, a mere ant, dares to directly assert the flourishing and decline of the Jie sect." Faced with this pressure that could instantly obliterate his soul, Lin Chen's palms were drenched in cold sweat, yet he stood firm, without retreating an inch. He met Yunxiao's icy gaze, the corners of his mouth even curling into a defiant smirk. "When I saved you, I was willing to put my life on the line. Do you think I fear death?" Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but in the silent stone cave it rang out with conviction. "The reason I dare to speak is that I am certain the heavenly principles you just comprehended will not merely rest upon your own cultivation. You, with your icy cold wisdom, surely understand better than anyone. Heavenly principles are merciless and emphasize absolute balance. So now, with the Jie sect attracting countless immortals, their fortune flourishing to the point of overshadowing the teachings of the Ren and Chan sects, even the heavenly court. Do you believe the heavenly principles will allow the Jie sect to continue thriving?" Boom. This statement was like a chaotic divine thunder striking deep into the heart of Yunxiao. The quasi-saint pressure looming over Lin Chen's head suddenly receded like a tide. Yunxiao's delicate face turned pale, her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Chen's deep and unfathomable eyes, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Because Lin Chen had exposed the deepest, most daunting worry hidden in her heart. Others only see the Jie sect's flourishing glory, but as Tongtian patriarch's direct disciple, who also practices the Taishang forgetting emotion technique, how could she not perceive it? In recent years, the Jie sect's disciples have been a mixed bag, with those named disciples running rampant, thinking themselves untouchable due to their saintly lineage. The karmic burdens have accumulated deeper and deeper, and the entire Jie sect's fortune is like oil on fire, burning at its peak, yet perilously close to disaster. Who exactly are you?" Yunxiao's voice carried a hint of disbelief and shock. "You, a heavenly being, without sect or faction, not even a Deluo golden immortal, how could you possibly discern the grand trends of the heavenly Tao? Does high cultivation guarantee insight?" Lin Chen retracted his smile, standing upright with his hands behind his back, exuding an enigmatic aura of a profound expert. "Heaven and earth are like a chess game, and the saints are caught within it, engaging in an endless struggle for fortune, naturally blinded by the leaves. I with my lowly cultivation cannot ascend the board, and can only observe from the outside. Precisely because I cannot rise, I have devoted all my extra time to observing the causality and tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Lin Chen took a step forward, closing in on Yunxiao, his gaze burning with intensity. What flourishes must decline, and what is extreme must reverse. This is the immutable law of the heavenly Tao. The witch race is such as is the demon race. The GS sect currently holds all the advantages in the primordial realm. Once the heavenly calamity descends, who do you think will be the first to suffer? Do you think the Chan sect's self-proclaimed aloof golden immortals would miss the opportunity to sacrifice GS sect disciples to fill the tribulations? Yunxiao staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the jade crystal wall of the heavenly pool. Great calamity. Causality. Heavenly Tao. She murmured, her heart of the Tao cultivated over millennia swayed wildly at this moment. Every word from this heavenly being felt like a heavy hammer, shattering the seemingly glorious illusion of peace in the GS sect, brutally revealing the bloody future before her. She looked at Lin Chen, her gaze completely transformed. No longer did she see a life-saving benefactor, nor a pitiable fallen solitary practitioner. Instead she saw a wise man possessing a far-reaching vision that even quasi-saints and saints lack. Ding. Detecting intense fluctuations in the target's heart. Target Yunxiao experiences extreme shock, admiration, and a strong cognitive overhaul towards the host. Current favorability with Yunxiao 55,100. Viewed as a confidant, treated differently. Hearing the system's alert of a whopping 17 points increase in favorability, Lin Chen's tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly within his sleeve, nearly causing him to faint. This gamble has paid off. However, just as Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a large mouthful of black blood, his entire being collapsing backward. When he first entered the heavenly pool, he had endured the Qianqi's malevolent aura to save Yunxiao. He thought he had suppressed it with pills, but little did he know that dark energy had long since infiltrated his frail heavenly bloodline. Just now, to project the aura of an otherworldly expert, he had forcefully activated his divine sense, and at this moment the malevolent aura violently backfired, gnawing at his internal organs like countless venomous ants. Lin Chen! Yunxiao exclaimed in alarm. She instinctively rushed forward, not using her magical power to levitate him from afar, but rather she personally caught Lin Chen, who was about to collapse onto the cold rocky ground. An indescribable faint lotus fragrance instantly filled Lin Chen's nostrils. He felt as though he had fallen into an incredibly soft and warm embrace. That was the embrace of the proud and pure Yunxiao, a celestial maiden who had never been touched by any man for countless years. Fool! The Qianqi's malevolent aura erodes the bones. How dare you keep silent about it? Yunxiao gazed at Lin Chen's rapidly darkening face, her tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of urgency and anger that even she was unaware of. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip, a drop of deep red essence containing the source of quasi-saint transformation generously pressed against Lin Chen's brow. In this moment their skin pressed close, their breaths mingling in this desolate Jiuxiao heavenly pool, a certain wondrous sentiment like the ripples on the pool's surface quietly and completely spread out. Current favorability with Yunxiao 5562,100. Countdown 1 day. Lin Chen let out a stifled groan suppressed to the extreme. Qianqi, one of the 4 ancient pharaohs. The protective baleful aura it exhaled could corrode the 3 flowers atop the head, and the 5 qi within the chest of even a newly ascended great Luo golden immortal, reducing them to a pool of foul-smelling black water. Lin Chen had endured this long solely due to the faint trace of the system's origin sustaining his life, and the original owner's bone-deep desperate will to survive. But now the baleful aura erupted completely. Fine black lines like living venomous snakes spread wildly up his neck, splitting his skin inch by inch, revealing the blackened bones beneath. The extreme agony twisted Lin Chen's features slightly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his robes, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to let out the miserable wails that other life-nourishing cultivators would. Have you lost your mind? The baleful aura is eroding your bones. Why didn't you say something earlier? Yunxiao's voice, usually as cold and ethereal as a celestial melody, now trembled with undisguised shock. With one arm tightly holding Lin Chen's shoulder, she formed a sword gesture with her other hand, and without hesitation pressed a drop of her origin blood, containing the power of a quasi-sib's creation, onto Lin Chen's brow. A surging wave of supreme pure immortal light infused with the chaotic essence of the golden dough poured into Lin Chen's body, engaging in a deadly struggle against the rampaging black baleful aura. Sizzle! A hair-raising sound of corrosion echoed between them. Yunxiao was very close. So close that Lin Chen could see her flawless, exquisite silhouette, with a mere half-opening of his eyes, and even feel her warm, slightly hurried breath brushing across his cheek. The unique, secluded, lotus-like cold fragrance of a top-tier female, immortal, mingled with the metallic scent of his own blood, weaving an absurd, yet enchanting atmosphere. Say, what? Lin Chen struggled to twitch the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse, as if scraping against. He gazed at Yunxiao so near, and despite enduring pain akin to 1,000 cuts, his eyes showed no weakness or retreat. Fair Yunxiao, your injuries are worse than mine. I'm just a mere celestial immortal, a rogue cultivator, a worthless life. If this baleful aura drags down even your quasi-sage origin, who will break the seal of the 9 heavens celestial pool in 5 days? Won't we? I'll be trapped here to die. Lin Chen's smile was bitter, but every word cut like a blunt blade into Yunxiao's Dao heart, frozen for eons. Yunxiao's hand froze. She looked incredulously at the youth in her arms, nearly consumed by the baleful aura. In the primordial wilderness, survival of the fittest was the only iron law. Low-level cultivators would grovel like dogs to live, even betraying their souls and sex. Facing death, even great Luo golden immortals would weep in terror. But this rogue cultivator before her, though maddeningly tormented, his first thought was fear of draining her power. Fear of hindering her from breaking the formation. What was this? Arrogance? Foolishness? Or an unprecedented strange emotion, like an undercurrent rising from the depths of the celestial pool, quietly thawing in Yunxiao's heart. She suddenly realized that in her countless eons of life, she had seen lofty sages, compassionate great beings, and flattering fellow disciples, but never someone like Lin Chen. As insignificant as a speck of dust, yet as proud as an unyielding sword. Shut up. Yunxiao's voice turned cold again, but this time the chill lacked its usual lofty authority, replaced by a hint of gentle reproach she herself didn't notice. Though our GS sect is not one for pitying the masses, we wouldn't stoop to the despicable act of letting a benefactor bear our calamity. A life-saving grace is greater than heaven. Today, if I, Yunxiao, cannot even save the life of a celestial immortal, what use is my cultivation of the quasi-sage, great Tao? Boom. With her rare forceful declaration, a golden radiance more dazzling than before burst from her. The phantom of the primordial golden dough slowly materialized above their heads. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure capable of shearing away the 3 flowers of a great Luo was now being used by Yunxiao for the most delicate surgical procedure, extracting and absorbing the Qianqi's baleful aura from Lin Chen's veins strand by strand. It was an extremely perilous process. The slightest misstep could crush Lin Chen into a bloody pulp under the treasure's pressure. Thus Yunxiao had to focus entirely, even harmonizing her own laws of power with Lin Chen's body, to gradually the black baleful aura was drawn out strand by strand. But their postures, due to the need for high-intensity resonance of power, grew increasingly intimate. Lin Chen was almost reclining in Yunxiao's arms, his back pressed against her soft, astonishingly spiritual body. He could even clearly feel the subtle rise and fall of her chest, as she maintained a steady output of power. This was the pinnacle of the female immortal realm in the primordial wilderness. Ordinarily, even a great Luo golden immortal would consider a single extra glance a blasphemy. Yet now she willingly set aside all her dignity to save a man. Ding! The system's cold yet blood-stirring chime echoed again in Lin Chen's mind. Detected target Yunxiao developing strong protective instincts and admiration for the host. Both parties have engaged in physical contact for half a shurchen, with power merging compatibility slightly increased. Yunxiao's current favorability 68,100. Treated as one's own bond forged through hardship. Forced mission countdown 1 day, 18 hours, 20 minutes. Hearing the system's good news, Lin Chen's suspended heart finally settled heavily. 68 points. Only 12 points away from the 80-point threshold for forming a pact. But he knew that the final dozen points would be exceedingly difficult. Like climbing a mountain, the closer to the peak, the thinner the air, and the difficulty skyrockets exponentially. From bond forged through hardship to Tao companions trusting each other with life and death, the gap wasn't just about gratitude, but a soul-stirring breakthrough. If he relied solely on melodramatic acts like "I fight for you, you heal me," favorability would cap at around 75, turning into mere indebtedness. Once it became pure indebtedness that was akin to being friend-zoned. In the primordial wilderness, there were 10,000 ways to repay a debt, bestowing a few innate spiritual treasures and ensuring a lifetime of safety sufficed. Why would she marry him? I must administer a powerful dose. One that makes her deeply dependent on me, even in awe of me. Lin Chen's eyes cleared as the baleful aura receded, his mind racing like a precision supercomputer. How do you feel? About an hour later, Yunxiao withdrew the phantom of the golden dough, a fine sheen of fragrant sweat on her smooth brow. She gently helped Lin Chen sit up, leaning against the jade wall, and inexplicably handed him a silk handkerchief. Lin Chen didn't take the handkerchief, though. Instead, he casually wiped the blood from his mouth with his tattered sleeve, his movements free and easy. He looked up at Yunxiao's slightly pale, stunning face, suddenly shedding his weakness, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing the heart. Yunxiao, how about we make a deal? Yunxiao was momentarily startled, taken aback by Lin Chen's change in address. No longer fairy, but her. If anyone else dared to call her that, even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, she would respond with cold. But somehow, coming from Lin Chen paired with his composure after brushing with death, it wasn't jarring at all. Instead it held an irresistible charm. Between you and me there's no need for deals. Yunxiao frowned slightly. What compensation do you want? If our GS sect has it, treasures, elixirs, even superior blessed lands, I can grant them all. I don't want those scraps of metal. Lin Chen chuckled, his tone laced with undisguised arrogance. I'm a destitute rogue cultivator. I couldn't keep a treasure even if I had one. The deal I propose is this: I show you the only path to survival for the GS sect in the coming great calamity. And you agree to one condition of mine. A path to survival. Yunxiao's entire body trembled, her pupils contracting sharply as she stared at. If earlier Lin Chen had pointed out the GS sect's peak before decline and shocked her with a sense of crisis, now this celestial immortal dared to claim he could show the GS sect a way to break through the calamity. This was utterly preposterous. Even her master, the heavenly Dao sage Tongtian Jiaozhu, couldn't fully deduce the face of a great tribulation. What gave an ant the right to make such bold claims? Do you know the consequences of speaking recklessly of heavenly fate? Yunxiao's voice turned cold, but the chill wasn't aimed at Lin Chen. She was using her quasi-sage aura to seal the space against eavesdropping. Of course I do. Because I am a variable. Lin Chen met her gaze without flinching. In his past life, he knew the Fengshen Yini inside out. He understood the GS sect's downfall better than Hongjun. The GS sect accepts disciples without discrimination, teaching all. 10,000 immortals pay homage, and its fortune blazes like oil-fed fire. But have you considered how many karmic debts those with fur horns or born from dampness and eggs have incurred through their conflicts across the wilderness? All these debts will ultimately weigh on the GS sect's fortune. Lin Chen took a deep breath, launching his dimensional reduction attack on the quasi-sage. Once the Great Tribulation begins, the Heavenly Dao will settle accounts. By then the Chan sect, claiming to follow heavens, will ally with all sides. Your GS sect may seem numerous, but those disciples who only know how to fight for dominance are nothing but cannon fodder sent to the Fengshen. Sent to the execution block. And you core disciples with true cultivation, if you're dragged down by those fools out of so-called sect loyalty, blindly venturing out to face the tribulation. Lin Chen locked eyes with Yunxiao, as if piercing her soul. You will die. Your sisters Bixiao and Xiongxiao will die. Your elder brother Zhao Gongming will die a miserable death. Boom. Though they were at the bottom of the 9 heavens celestial pool, Yunxiao felt as if 1,000 thunderclaps had struck her ears. Every word from Lin Chen peeled away layers of fog, pointing directly at the deepest fears in her subconscious. She had thought about these issues before, but she dared not dwell on them, for it would be a challenge to her master's philosophy of teaching all without discrimination. But now this man with a cruel rationality tore away that fig leaf, bloody and raw. You? How do you know all this? Yunxiao's voice trembled as she looked at Lin Chen, even entertaining the illusion that this celestial immortal might be the reincarnation of some ancient monster from the dawn of creation. I told you I'm an outsider. Lin Chen slowly straightened up, though weak his aura now overwhelmed the disoriented quasi-sage Yunxiao. The path to survival is simple: seal the mountain gates, and sever all karmic ties. Before the Great Tribulation fully erupts, purge the GS sect of those disciples burdened by heavy karma, keeping only the core elite. When the great calamity strikes, no matter how the outside world crumbles, you three, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, must guard the 3 immortal islands and never leave. If you trust me, I guarantee that after the tribulation you 3 will remain carefree immortals of this primordial wilderness. If you don't, once the formation breaks in 5 days, you can take my life. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back by the rippling, shimmering celestial pool, as if he were the lofty sage commanding the world. Yunxiao, slumped on the jade, stared blankly at the not-so-broad back. In that moment her Dao heart was shattered by this man's insight and dominance, leaving an irreparable crack. Ding. Detected epic-level cognitive upheaval in target Yunxiao. Target developing strong dependence on host, and a shared destiny perception. Yunxiao's current favorability 78,75,100. Soul-stirred heart, secret, forced mission countdown 1 day, by 17 hours, 50 minutes. Hearing the system's beautiful chime, Lin Chen, with his back to Yunxiao, finally curled his lips into a smile of total control. Only 5 points left. Yunxiao, you can't escape my grasp. Inside the Zhouxiao Tianqi, time seemed to stand still. Since the day Lin Chen had shattered the heavens with his thunderous Jijiao deadlock theory, the atmosphere between them had altered in a subtle, yet fundamental way. At first Yunxiao's feelings toward Lin Chen were merely gratitude and an admiration for his integrity. Now her gaze at him bore something she herself had barely perceived, a mixture of awe and dependence. Indeed, awe, not for cultivation itself, but for a grand vision capable of perceiving the causes of a great tribulation with piercing clarity. To Yunxiao, a wandering celestial immortal could not possibly have spoken so unless endowed with unimaginable fortune or hiding some secret beyond Honghuang comprehension. She began instinctively addressing Lin Chen as an equal, and even when discussing cultivation insights, she would unconsciously pause to hear his view. Lin Chen, for his part, showed no airs. He possessed an acute sense of measure and knew when to stop. The emotional intelligence born of his former modern life shone through casual injections of modern philosophical thought, cloaked in Honghuang. Guys repeatedly sent Yunxiao into long bouts of revelation. Thus they spent 3 tranquil yet far from dull days in the Tianqi. But Lin Chen's heart felt as if it were being seared in boiling oil. Yunxiao's current favorability 78,100. Countdown 0 days, 5 hours, 30 minutes. Less than 6 hours remained. Ever since the favorability froze at 78 points, it had solidified completely. Throughout those 3 days, no matter how he hinted or displayed his inscrutable depths, the last 2 points remained an impassable chasm, choking the throat of his fate. Where exactly did it go wrong? Lin Chen asked, turning his back to Yunxiao as he stood before the ceiling barrier of the Tianqi, brow furrowed, while staring at the twisted vortices of void. Is it the gulf of identity or her defenses at work, he pondered inwardly. By the system's reckoning, 78 points already signified secret affection, life and death bond. In other words, Yunxiao would fight to the death for him, and had even developed romantic feelings. But the mission required a formal bonded dual cultivation, which meant cutting through that final veil. In Honghuang, a Dao partner was infinitely closer than a master and disciple, a binding companion on the great way their fortunes fused unto death. Yunxiao was a quasi-saint, an unattainable celestial maiden who, for her to take that final step and say to a wandering immortal, "I will dual cultivate with you," was simply inconceivable. She needed a catalyst, an ultimate provocation that would drive her to the brink and force every suppressed feeling to the surface. "Lin Chen, you seem anxious." Yunxiao's gentle voice came from behind him. After several days of recuperation, the backlash within her had been mostly suppressed. Her once pale cheeks regained a jade-like luster, and breakthroughs in her state of mind hinted that her cultivation was brushing against the quasi-saint midstage barrier. She stepped beside him and stood shoulder to shoulder. A faint fragrance entered Lin Chen's senses. Yunxiao's gaze at him had lost some of its previous chill and gained a water-like tenderness. "It's nothing, just thinking that once we leave, a mere wandering cultivator like me will likely never again have the chance to stand beside you." Lin Chen sighed, half in jest, half in earnest, his eyes fixed deeply on the ceiling vortices. Yunxiao's. She turned and regarded Lin Chen's profile, not classically handsome, yet imbued with an ineffable resolve and mysterious lines. "Jijiao is not made up of those who value rank and birth above life and death," Yunxiao said softly. Her voice was unusually gentle, even trembling in a way she had not noticed. "I have said you are Yunxiao's savior and have guided me out of my confusion. If you are willing, after we exit, you may return with me to Janeo Island's Sanxian Cave. With me there, none in Honghuang would dare belittle you." Those words represented the fullest extent of this aloof, peerless maiden's attempt to keep him, a tacit declaration of patronage. An ordinary wandering cultivator would have knelt in gratitude and fainted from the thrill, but Lin Chen's heart. "It's over. This is it. Does she mean to treat me as an honored guest or benefactor to be kept on Sanxian Island? I want a Dao partner. The kind who forms a binding dual cultivation contract." The friendzone card, it was the most terrifying sugar-coated high-class friendzone. If he truly yielded to her, the favorability would be forever stuck at 79, and 5 hours later Lin Chen would be annihilated. "No, I cannot play along with her rhythm. I must break convention and manufacture a terror between life and death." Lin Chen's mind raced wildly in those final decisive 5 hours. He stared at the vortex sealing the exit, and an insanely risky near-suicidal plan began to take shape in it. "Yunxiao." Lin Chen suddenly turned, his expression grave. "Earlier you said that in your current state you would have to force open this seal. How confident are you?" Yunxiao paused, then answered confidently, 70%. "It will consume some of my essence, but bringing you out safely will be no problem." "No, 70% is far too low," Lin Chen interrupted without hesitation. He pointed at the Iridan void. "Look closely." The Qianqi's impact shattered not only the surface seal, but detonated the chaotic earth chi of the remaining veins of Buzhou Mountain. If you break the array by brute external force and trigger a chain backlash of chaotic earth chi, you will be the first to suffer. I once read of this kind of sealing in an ancient fragment. Lin Chen began half making it up, yet speaking with This array must be breached from within by finding the life gate, striking the strong with the weak, using exquisitely precise force to unravel it strand by strand. Brute force will only bring mutual destruction. Life gate. Yunxiao frowned. "This array is broken and its inscriptions are in utter chaos. My spiritual sense cannot probe it. Where could a life gate be found?" "I can." Lin Chen tapped his eye and drew a bold smile. "My power may be low, but I cultivated a secret art of observing arrays. Besides, I still harbor remnants of Qianqi's malignant qi. This array bears that same scent. I can sense it." He had improvised the claim, but he was sure Yunxiao knew nothing of such fringe arts. "You're mad. This is a void tempest. Any celestial who touches it will surely die." Yunxiao immediately vetoed him. "I will not let you risk this. I will break the array, or at worst, I will suffer light injuries." "Light injuries? Do you think you can afford setbacks now?" Lin Chen's voice rose abruptly, and he grabbed Yunxiao's wrist. She went rigid, as if struck, staring in disbelief at the warm hand that held her. "The great calamity is coming. If you are harmed breaking the array here, with what will you protect your two naive younger sisters afterward? With what will you prevent Jijiu's fated collapse? His gaze bored into Yunxiao, his words thundered in her ear. Your life, Yunxiao, is not only your own. It is the sole variable of hope for the entire causal calamity facing Jijiao. Therefore I will find the life gate for this array. Letting go of her wrist, he did not wait for her reaction. He spun, and invoking the last of his power, unguardedly leapt into the terrifying void tempest of the array. No! Yunxiao's scream shattered a chill that had endured 10,000 years. Her eyes flooded in an instant. By reflex, she became a streak of golden light, abandoning quasi-saint decorum and hurling herself into the void tempest despite its backlash. The system detected that Yunxiao had plunged into extreme panic and remorse, and the barrier to life and death intimacy was utterly broken. Yunxiao's favorability rose from 78 to 80,100, sealing a life and death bond. Just before being shredded by the tempest's savage gale, Lin Chen heard a celestial system-like prompt. I won the bet, he murmured, closing his eyes as a relieved, almost mad smile curved his lips. The primary mission prerequisite had been met. The target's favorability reached 80. The system detected the host facing a life-or-death crisis and issued a special reminder: the host must immediately complete the bonded dual cultivation with her within the allotted time or forfeit the reward and accept the prescribed punishment. Countdown: 0 days, 4 hours, 50 minutes. Damn the system, it leaves not a single second's loophole, he muttered. Having said that, Lin Chen was swallowed by boundless darkness and searing pain. In the next instant, a breathtaking figure radiating resplendent, Shanqing immortal light hurled herself without hesitation into the storm, powerful enough to rend a Deluo golden immortal, and she clasped the mortal body on the verge of being torn apart tightly into her arms. With a thunderous roar, the violent void turbulence rampaged mercilessly like a meat grinder deep beneath the remnants of Buzhou Mountain. This was no ordinary gale, it was a destructive law infused with ancient chaotic currents capable of instantly dissolving even the protective immortal light of a golden immortal. Lin Chen's consciousness had blurred to its limit. He felt like a paper boat being torn apart repeatedly amidst raging waves. His fragile body at the early celestial immortal stage emitted a cracking sound upon contact with the void turbulence. Meridians shattered inch by inch, blood flowed backward, and even his 3 souls and 7 spirits teetered on the brink of dissolution under the erosion of the laws. Found it. With his last vestige of clarity, Lin Chen weakly pointed a bloodstained finger toward a gray vortex node deep within the turbulence. Whether it was a path to survival or not, he had pushed his pretense to the limit. The rest was up to Yunxiao, whose affection level had reached 80. You fool! Who told you to act on your own? A shrill, trembling cry pierced through the chaotic roar. It was the most unhinged voice Lin Chen had ever heard from Yunxiao. A dazzling golden light tore through the darkness. Yunxiao's pristine figure rushed recklessly into this deathly forbidden zone. She pushed the chaos golden cauldron to its overloaded limit, turning it into a blazing sun. Defying the chaos that could severely wound a quasi-saint, she tightly embraced Lin Chen's faltering body. Buffed. The cost of charging through was severe. Yunxiao groaned, a trickle of vivid red blood seeping from the corner of her lips. But she didn't even frown. Her usually calm, ancient eyes now held unprecedented terror. Lin Chen, hang in there. Don't fall asleep. Trembling, Yunxiao poured the purest Taiqing immortal energy and her quasi-saint origin into Lin Chen without hesitation. Yet it was futile. Lin Chen was too weak. With the celestial immortal foundation, he had first endured Qianqi's baleful aura, and then the void slicing his origin had withered to nothing. The quasi-saint immortal energy poured into him was like water into a sieve, unable to be retained. Moreover, the destructive laws of the void turbulence had penetrated deep into his organs and soul like lingering parasites. How can this be? Why can't it stay? The lofty quasi-saint of the Jie sect, who remained unflustered even when Mount Tai collapsed, had now lost her composure. Holding Lin Chen shielded by the chaos golden cauldron, she smashed through the barrier at the weak node he had indicated and stumbled back into the deepest hidden core water palace of the 9 heavens celestial pool. Bang! The two fell onto a jade platform suffused with primordial water spirit essence. Ignoring her disheveled clothes and injuries, Yunxiao immediately checked Lin Chen's breath. What she found plunged her heart into an abyss. There was no sign of life. Lin Chen's 3 flowers were dim, and the 5 energies within his chest had dissipated completely. His body temperature was dropping at a terrifying rate. His faint breathing was weaker than that of a mortal. You fool. Yunxiao's vision blurred. A crystalline tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of her eye, landing on Lin Chen's pale paper-like cheek. She had cultivated the supreme purity method, which advocated detachment from material things and emotions. For eons, she had witnessed countless partings of life and death in the primordial world, from fallen demons to bleeding powerhouses, always with cold indifference. But now, watching this man who had chosen to sacrifice himself to find a path for her Tao heart, which had held firm for countless kalpas, shattered completely. You value my life more than the survival of the Jie sect. How am I to cultivate emotions now? How am I to Countdown 0 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes. Lin Chen's consciousness flickered like a thread in the system's countdown. He heard Yunxiao's murmurs and felt the burning tear, but couldn't make a sound. The system's icy red warning box flashed frantically, reminding him that he was about to be annihilated. Stuck at this step. Yunxiao, hurry up. Lin Chen roared in despair within his heart. On the jade platform, Yunxiao forced herself to calm down. Since conventional elixirs and mana infusion couldn't save him, what in the primordial world could reverse this fatal situation? Her gaze wandered over Lin Chen's body, eroded by the laws. Suddenly, an ancient arcane technique listed as forbidden in the GSX secret texts leaped into her mind. The Yin-Yang Union creation, mending heaven art. This was no evil cultivation technique of plundering, but a supreme dual cultivation, life-prolonging method from ancient times. The caster needed to be a female immortal with a powerful foundation and cultivation, using her purest primordial Yin origin to engage in the deepest physical and spiritual union with the dying. Through the heavenly principle of Yin and Yang complementing each other, aided by a covenant woven with the great Tao, the destructive laws eroding the body would be forcibly assimilated into vitality. But the cost was immense. Once performed, their fates would be bound, sharing life and death. Moreover, the female immortal would lose her purity forever. Her Tao heart could never achieve supreme detachment, and her cultivation might even regress from the feedback to her partner. For a quasi-saint at the peak, this was tantamount to gambling millions of years of cultivation on the future of a mere celestial immortal. Yunxiao fell silent. The hidden water palace was so quiet that only the clear drip of celestial pool water could be heard. On one side lay her quasi-saint Tao, cultivated over millions of years, in her pristine, untouched state of supreme detachment. On the other side was the man who, though frail and weak, had stood before her and arrogantly declared he would find a way for her to live. When extremes meet, things reverse. You once said the heavenly Tao is fickle, urging me to enter the fray early. Gazing at Lin Chen's face, which was about to fade completely, Yunxiao suddenly smiled, a heartbreakingly beautiful smile, filled with a resolute brilliance. Oh well, the debt I owe you, Lin Chen, I fear I can never repay in this lifetime. Since I can't repay, it'll give myself to you. I, Yunxiao, am willing to exchange my millions of years of cultivation for a thread of life for you. From now on, through life and death we walk the great Tao together. As this low vow, like a pact sworn to the heavens, was uttered, Yunxiao slowly closed her eyes. The pristine immortal robe that had accompanied her through countless ages in this hidden water palace stirred without wind. It slid silently down her warm jade-like slender shoulders, falling onto the dustless jade platform. In an instant, a breathtaking, indescribable blend of sanctity and allure burst forth in this sealed, forbidden zone. A quasi-saint descended from the heavens just to hold onto that wisp of lingering soul. Huh. A domineering yet gentle warmth seeped into Lin Chen's almost frozen soul, much like the fine drizzle of spring rain. In a semi-dazed state, Lin Chen felt as if he were submerged in a pool of the purest innate spiritual. The void's destructive laws, which had been rampaging through his limbs and bones, were swiftly dissolved and neutralized by this warm power, like spring snow melting under the sun. Lin Chen let out a barely audible groan, his heavy eyelids finally opening a crack. The scene before him caused his mind, even after experiencing the information explosion of his past life, to momentarily crash for 3 seconds. What came into view were the exquisite collarbone, skin whiter than snow, and a smooth back radiating a faint celestial glow like sheep-fat white jade. Yunxiao? This quasi-saint of the Jiao, whom countless male immortals dared only to look up to, was now embracing him without reservation. There was no longer any barrier between them. Don't get distracted. Yunxiao's originally cold voice now carried a suppressed, breathy tone. Her eyes were tightly closed, her smooth forehead covered with a fine sheen of fragrant sweat. 2 stunning blushes adorned her beautiful cheeks, and even her fair slender neck was tinged with a dreamy pink. She had not fully mastered this dual cultivation technique, merely relying on instinct to guide the core of the innate Yuan Yin into Lin Chen's desiccated Dantian little by little. The convergence of Yin and Yang, the clash of quasi-saint essence and mortal body, erupted in a series of resonant Tao roars during that indescribable union. You? Lin Chen's Adam's apple moved laboriously, his voice hoarse. Do you know what you're doing? Shut up. Focus on your spirit platform and return to unity with the source. Yunxiao opened her beautiful eyes, shimmering like flowing water, and shot him a fierce glare. But that glare lacked the usual lofty authority, and instead carried a vague feminine pouting and annoyance. I am saving you. If you dare let any impure thoughts lead you astray, I will crush your bones to dust, and then take my own life. Listening to this harmless threat, feeling the intoxicating warmth. If Lin Chen could still endure being a paragon of virtue at this moment, then his journey through time would have been in vain. Mandatory task: countdown 0 days, 0 hours, 30 minutes. Detected that the host is undergoing deep yin-yang fusion. Please establish dominance and complete the Tao contract. If I Lin Chen need a woman to sacrifice her path to forcibly prolong my life, I would rather not pursue any Dao. Lin Chen's eyes erupted with a blaze of fierce fire. The originally weak body nourished by Yunxiao's immense Saint Yuan Yin suddenly burst forth with terrifying vitality, like parched land receiving sweet rain. He suddenly flipped over, disregarding Yunxiao's startled cry, and instantly reversed their positions. He pinned the Saint beneath him. You are insane. Your body has just been reforged and cannot withstand this. Yunxiao frantically tried to push him away but found that her internal powers had diminished to nearly nothing to suppress the void laws, leaving her unable to exert any strength. Fairy. Lin Chen placed his hands beside her, his deep dark eyes burning with an undeniable aura of dominance and aggression fixated on Yunxiao's flustered gaze. Since you are willing to fall to the mortal realm for me, shattering the path of forgetting emotions, then I vow to you. From now on, you Yunxiao shall be my woman Lin Chen. If the Jia Jiao cannot protect you, I will. If the heavenly Dao cannot tolerate you, I will split the heavens apart. These words struck like thunder, crashing into Yunxiao's completely unguarded heart. Looking at the man above with eyes as fierce as a lone wolf protecting its prey, Yunxiao's resistance completely. She relinquished her dignity as a saint, abandoned her poised demeanor, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and finally, her jade arms dazedly lifted, tightly wrapping around Lin Chen's neck. I trust you, husband. A whisper as soft as a mosquito, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom. With that address, there was finally no barrier between them. Within the secret water palace at the bottom of the 9 heavens pool, the laws of yin and yang transformed into visible black and white fish-like phantoms, tightly entwining and intertwining their bodies. It was a shudder and fusion from the depths of their souls. There was nothing flashy, only the purest and most primal instinct of the Tao. The surface of the pool surged with waves due to the conflicting and merging auras, yet inside the water palace, it was a boundless spring scene. In this dual cultivation, Lin Chen seized back the dominant power, releasing all the suppression, fear of death, and desire to conquer the divine maiden before him without reservation. Meanwhile, Yunxiao, amidst the resonance of the Tao, poured out her millennia of loneliness and all her tenderness into this absurd, yet fated night. Time flew by rapidly in this frenzied fusion, until the blood-red numbers on the system panel flashed the final 10 seconds of death countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ding! A golden light akin to the splitting of heaven and earth erupted explosively in the depths of Lin Chen's soul. The brilliance was so overwhelming that Lin Chen experienced a momentary vacuum in thought. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mandatory task within the deadline. Successfully formed a Dao partner with the supreme target Yunxiao Inyang contract established Dao bound. Current target favorability 95,100. Unchanging till death. The penalty mechanism for the first mandatory task is permanently lifted. The multi-children multi-blessings system is fully activated. Because the target is a sacred saint, and the host completed a transcendence at the heavenly fairy realm, the system's unique hidden mechanism is triggered. Tenfold transcendence, critical reward granted. The continuous system prompts echoed in his mind like celestial music. Lin Chen, tightly holding Yunxiao and gasping for breath, suddenly widened his eyes. He could feel a terrifying power that did not belong to this level, even surpassing the primal understanding of the wilderness manifesting in his limbs and bones. The power was immense, so immense that it made his newly reforged body emit joyful roars like a dragon and tiger. Reward 1. Initiating cultivation bestowal. Calculating realm transcendence. Reward 2. Sacred grade gift package being distributed. Reshaping top-tier bloodline skills. Yunxiao, hold on tight. Lin Chen sensed the anomaly within him, letting out a low roar as he firmly protected the soft, radiant Yunxiao in his arms. For the next moment, he would face the most violent transformation in the entire novel. Ding. Late Heavenly Fairy. Early Golden Immortal. Tai Golden Immortal. Early Deluo Golden Immortal. No tribulations. Within the secretive water palace, spiritual mist swirled thickly, the air heavy with an amorous ambience, as thick as spring water that would never dissolve. Yunxiao lay completely naked in Lin Chen's embrace. This revered saint of the Jia sect, foremost of the 3 Xiaos, whom countless mighty beings in the primordial era dared not even gaze upon, had now shed all her lofty coldness and dignity. Her flawless body, as if it had gathered all the exquisite essence of heaven and earth, smooth and white as mutton fat, pressed unreservedly against Lin Chen's chest. The frenzied union of yin and yang had just subsided, and Yunxiao's breathing still carried faint lingering gasps. Her exquisitely beautiful cheeks blazed like the deepest sunset glow, crystal beads of sweat clinging to her long lashes. A strand of silvery white hair, damp with perspiration, stuck to her smooth forehead, exuding a heart-stopping blend of fragility and allure. Lin Chen's sturdy arm tightly encircled her slender waist, feeling the astonishing softness and warmth in his embrace. His other hand gently caressed Yunxiao's jade-like back, smooth as satin, his fingertips tracing slowly down the perfect curve of her spine, eliciting a soft, tender moan from the divine maiden in his arms. Husband. Yunxiao buried her face deep in the hollow of Lin Chen's neck, her voice so soft and sweet it seemed to drip with honey. Where was the shadow of the leader of the GSX female immortals now? Only after experiencing that storm of intertwined soul and flesh did she understand that the Supreme's detachment from emotions was merely self-imprisonment. The true great Tao was this intoxicating life-and-death devotion. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Yunxiao deeply on her smooth forehead, breathing in the faint, cool fragrance of secluded lotus. A wild, arrogant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the primordial era, what could be more thrilling than conquering such a pure, sacred, and supreme female immortal? Yet before the two could indulge in this ultimate intimacy for long, the terrifying reward suppressed by the system within Lin Chen's body finally erupted like a billion-mile heavenly river bursting its banks. Ding! Hidden mechanism determined. The tenfold cross-dire critical strike reward is officially granted. Reward 1 cultivation release. Great Tao infusion. Boom! The once tranquil water palace suddenly erupted with a roar of the great Tao that violently shook even the 9 heavens' celestial pools. It was not a sound originating from within Lin Chen, but the entire heavenly Tao of the primordial era itself trembled under unbearable strain. From Lin Chen's body burst forth billions of dazzling supreme purple-gold divine rays. Before he could even loosen his hold on Yunxiao, the boundless spiritual energy swept through his entire being like a storm. Late celestial immortal. Peak. Early golden immortal. Mid. Peak. Tai golden immortal. This. What is... Yunxiao, who had been nestled in Lin Chen's arms like a docile kitten, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes, once overflowing with tenderness, were instantly filled with extreme shock and terror. She watched helplessly as Lin Chen, a celestial immortal who just half an hour ago was on the verge of utter annihilation from forcibly crossing the void, saw his internal magical power skyrocket at a terrifying speed that would make even a sage lose their Tao heart. No heavenly tribulation descended, because this power directly obscured the heavenly secrets, even suppressing the perception of the heavenly Tao. No realm barriers existed. The so-called enlightenment of the great Tao was as effortless as eating and drinking, directly imprinted into Lin Chen's soul by the system. In a mere 3 breaths of time, Lin Chen's aura directly shattered the shackles of Tai golden immortals, stepping into the realm that billions of cultivators sought their entire lives but could never touch. The Daluo golden immortal realm. Daluo golden immortal. Impossible. Without severing karma, without condensing the 3 flowers. Yunxiao's breath caught. Forgetting her own nakedness, she cried out in disbelief. But in the next second, a sight that shattered this dignified Quasi-Saint's worldview appeared. Condense. Lin Chen's eyes closed, uttered a low shout, like a resonant bell. The violent power converged above his head. It was the hallmark of a Daluo golden immortal, the 3 flowers atop the head, 5 chis within the chest. In the primordial era, an ordinary Daluo golden immortal could only bloom flowers of the 3rd or 4th grade at most. Elite GSX disciples like Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming, who could bloom flowers of the 7th or 8th grade, were already considered extraordinarily gifted. Even the sages Tongtian and Yunxiao had only managed to produce top-grade Tao flowers of the 9th grade back then. Yet under Yunxiao's horrified gaze, the 3 Tao flowers above Lin Chen's head, 1st grade, 3rd grade, 6th grade, 9th grade, they showed no sign of stopping. Crack, crack, the void seemed to emit the sound of the great Taoist rules being forcibly shattered. 10th grade, 11th grade, until finally, they burst into full bloom as the complete 12th-grade chaotic 3 flowers. The bloom of the 12th-grade Daluo flower. Such talent was unprecedented and unmatched, leaving even the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, who had merged with the Tao, feeling inferior. The 3 12th-grade purple Tao flowers spun slowly above Lin Chen's head, cascading down 10,000 zhang of primordial mother qi, making him appear like a supreme god wielding the power of creation. Daluo golden immortal peak. Only a thin line away from the quasi-saint realm. And it wasn't over. Reward 2 awakening of the innate chaotic great Tao physique. Lin Chen's body, which had been reshaped by the system's rewards, shed a layer of mortal skin. Every inch of muscle and every bone was inscribed with the most ancient chaotic runes. A lustrous gem-like radiance flowed over his skin. With every move, he seemed capable of tearing the void apart and capturing a true dragon barehanded. His physical prowess rivaled the ancient great witches of the Wu clan. Reward 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 36th-grade creation green lotus sword fragment reforged version. A green lotus dharma sword radiating a world-destroying sword intent flew out from between Lin Chen's brows, circling him joyfully. Wherever its edge pointed, even the surrounding void turbulence was instantly severed into nothingness. When the light finally subsided, Lin Chen opened his eyes. They were a pair of deep, boundless eyes like the starry sky, with faint glimmers of 12th-grade golden lotuses and Dao runes flickering and fading in their depths. He let out a long sigh, feeling the earth-shattering, terrifying power within him capable of casually crushing a million past versions of himself. Even with his two-life experience, he was tempted to roar up to the heavens. This initial mission was not just about defying fate. It was a direct leap to the heavens, overturning the chessboard of the primordial heavenly Tao. Husband. You. A voice trembling violently came from his arms. Lin Chen looked down and saw that this unattainable quasi-saint of the GS sect was now looking at him with the eyes of someone seeing a monster, yet filled with boundless worship and awe. Her entire body was even trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but an extreme submission born from having her Tao heart utterly crushed. If before she had chosen to give herself out of gratitude, emotion, or despair at the impending great calamity, now watching this man create a 12-grade Daoyuo myth in 3 breaths, Yunxiao's heart, along with her pride, dignity, and even her soul, had completely and irrevocably become Lin Chen's possession. What? A wicked smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. His thick, powerful hand unceremoniously covered Yunxiao's proud fullness, kneading it wantonly, eliciting a bone-meltingly sweet cry from her. Shocked by your husband's talent. Yunxiao's body went limp, collapsing entirely into Lin Chen's arms. She pressed her burning cheek against his solid chest, closed her eyes, and 2 clear tears slid down. Yet these tears were filled with the ecstasy of beholding the great Tao and her unyielding devotion to this man. Husband. Who exactly are you? To be able to give myself to you today is the greatest fortune of Yunxiao's life. Ding. Detected target Yunxiao entering a state of extreme worship and Tao heart submission. Current affection, 95, 100,100. Unwavering devotion, soul subordination. Hearing the system's final perfect chime, the ambition in Lin Chen's eyes blazed up like wildfire. Great calamity. The investiture of the gods. With the power of a Daoyuo peak, and with the system. From today onward, this chessboard of the primordial era shall be played by me, Lin Chen. After the shock and baptism brought by the system, the water mansion returned to warmth. Yunxiao struggled to sit up from Lin Chen's embrace, but was pulled by the tenderness of her first intimate encounter, her brows slightly furrowed, as she let out a pitiful soft cry. Lin Chen pulled her back into his arms, his large hand covering her slender silky waist. The warm, supreme purity, immortal force accompanied by his profound mana at the peak of the great Luo realm slowly seeped through his palm into Yunxiao's body, soothing her aches. Don't fuss, rest a little longer. Lin Chen gently nibbled on her snow-white slender jade neck, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. Yet what left Yunxiao astounded was far from over. With the influx of Lin Chen's mana, Yunxiao was horrified to discover that her quasi-sage origin, which she had nearly exhausted to forcibly sustain Lin Chen's life, was not only not depleting, but was being replenished by an extremely pure primordial energy. This was the system's Tao companion replenishment mechanism. Nourished by this ancient creative energy, the hidden injuries from the heavenly backlash caused by her failed severance of the corpse were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Even the barrier at the early peak of the quasi-sage realm that had stumped her for tens of thousands of years showed faint signs of loosening. The path of yin-yang dual cultivation, can actually replenish the quasi-sage origin. Yunxiao's rosy lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought that even if she survived, her cultivation would plummet, but instead she had not only turned misfortune into fortune, but even had the potential for further advancement. I told you the fate between us is a variable not even the heavenly Tao could set. Lin Chen chuckled, playing with a strand of her silver silk-like hair. He looked down at Yunxiao's exquisite spring-like beauty, her jade body reclining, and the suppressed fire within him stirred again, inexplicably. The innate chaos great Tao body brought not only a surge in power, but also a physique as formidable as that of an ancient true dragon. Sensing an unyielding hardness pressing against her, Yunxiao, having just tasted the forbidden fruit, could hardly withstand such fiery aggression. Her stunning face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Husband. She hastily extended her fair lotus-like arm to push against Lin Chen's chest, her autumn water eyes filled with shy entreaty. No more. I've just received the due, and I'm truly too delicate to bear another onslaught. Moreover, although my mana forcibly breached a gap in the formation of the 9 heavens celestial pool, the void turbulence of Buzhou Mountain could collapse at any moment. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Before this lofty quasi-sage lady, Lin Chen's unprecedented masculine hormonal dominance made her voice tremble even as she spoke. Very well, there will be other days. Though somewhat unsatisfied, Lin Chen knew how to prioritize. He understood that the vast primordial world outside was the true stage for his grand ambitions. The two rose. Lin Chen, with his back to Yunxiao, willed a set of dark gold flowing cloud Taoist robe to drape over his explosively powerful perfect physique. Though he deliberately restrained the aura of a peak great Luo golden immortal, the faint dominating presence that seemed to transcend heaven and earth still left Yunxiao gazing at him, lost and entranced. Yunxiao waved her delicate hand, and the snow-white immortal robe that had slipped onto the jade platform once again veiled her astonishing figure. Supreme purity divine light flickered, and in an instant the tender seductive young woman who had writhed beneath the man transformed back into the lofty inviolable leader of the GSX female immortals who dominated the primordial world. Yet upon closer inspection the icy coldness in her brows and eyes could no longer conceal the rich watered charm that lingered after being thoroughly nourished. Let's go. It's time to see the world outside. Lin Chen turned around and naturally reached out to take Yunxiao's boneless jade-like hand into his palm. Yunxiao resisted slightly. Having been solitary for 1,000,000 years, being suddenly held by a man's hand stirred discomfort and shyness within her. But upon meeting Lin Chen's unyielding domineering gaze, she obediently gave up resistance, letting him lead her. The harmony of husband-leading wife was never more evident. Boom. Without a word, a cyan sword light shot up from Lin Chen's brow, the 36th grade creation green lotus sword. With the peak of the great Luo realm and the might of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, this strike unleashed a terrifying destructive power that even surpassed that of an ordinary early quasi-sage. The void overlapping formation that had trapped them for 5 days and was capable of killing a great Luo golden immortal was under Lin Chen's sword like fragile rotten leather. With a rip, it was forcibly split from within, creating a vacuum channel 10,000 zhang long. What terrifying sword intent this is! Yunxiao watched from behind, her mind shaken once more. Lin Chen scooped Yunxiao up in his arms and transformed into a purple-gold streak of light that spanned heaven and earth, leaping out through the shattered crack. At the same time, Lin Chen and Yunxiao broke through the formation outside the remnants of Buzhou Mountain. On the sea of clouds, a black tiger wreathed in dark lightning let out an irritable roar. Astride the black tiger sat a burly Taoist in a black robe, his beard and hair bristling with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and the terrifying pressure of an early quasi-sage was unleashed without restraint, causing the demon beasts for tens of thousands of li around to explode and perish. 24 azure pearls radiating a calming divine light swirled around him like frenzied stars. This man was none other than the great disciple of the GSX outer sect, sworn brother of the three Xiaos, and the famed wealth deity of the primordial world, Zhao Gongming. Sister, I sense that Yunxiao's origin aura has violently fluctuated here. Even her supreme forgetfulness Dao lineage seems to be shattering. Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with anxiety. 5 days ago he had sensed Yunxiao's distress through the GSX life tablet, and had frantically torn through the void to pursue her to this perilous remnant of Buzhou Mountain. Bixiao and Xiongxiao, who were cultivating in the Eastern Sea, were also rushing over at top speed. Who is it? Which despicable old scoundrel from the Chan sect is ambushing my sister? Could it be Guangchengzi? Or that old wretch Randang? If anything happens to Yunxiao, Zhao Gongming will risk this old life of mine, raise these 24 Dinghai pearls, and dig up the ancestral graves of the Chan sect on Kunlun Mountain. Zhao Gongming was completely enraged. He was about to unleash the Dinghai pearls to blast the remnants of Buzhou Mountain into flat ground to find Yunxiao. At this critical moment, boom, crash. The void thousands of li ahead suddenly exploded. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering green lotus sword light shot into the sky, and then a man and a woman stepped out side by side from the chaos of the void. Zhao Gongming's bloodshot eyes bulged, and his raging murderous aura instantly froze. For he saw clearly that his cold, proud, pure, and inviolable sworn sister Yunxiao, whom even the GSX leader Tongtian dared not scold harshly, was now being tightly held around the waist by a young male cultivator with an unfamiliar face and only a great Luo golden immortal's aura. And Yunxiao, instead of being furious, instead of summoning the Hunyuan golden doe to cut off this rogue's 3 flowers at the crown, was blushing faintly, her eyes as silken threads, and nestling obediently in this man's embrace. The spring passion nearly overflowing from her brows and eyes. Anyone with eyes could tell with their toes what had just transpired. Clatter! Zhao Gongming's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. 2 of the Dinghai pearls around him even fell with a clatter due to his loss of composure. So, this is the reason for your 5-day disappearance. The next second, a roar that shook the 10 directions and stunned 1,000,000 li erupted above the remnants of Buzhou Mountain. Where did this wild brat come from? Let go of my sister, I say. Who dares this insolent youth? Release my sister at once. Zhao Gongming's roar erupted like 10,000 thunderclaps, shattering the void above the remnants of Mount Buzhou. Infused with the terrifying cultivation of a quasi-sage at the early stage, his bellows sent the sea of clouds spanning tens of thousands of li beneath him violently scattering into oblivion. The 24 Dinghai divine pearls orbiting Zhao Gongming sensed their master's peak fury and trembled wildly, each radiating an azure ethereal glow potent enough to pulverize primordial sacred mountains. Could he possibly remain sane? Ni's cherished younger sister Yunxiao, chaste, immaculate, and for hundreds of thousands of years devoted to the supreme emotionless Tao, stood as the foremost immortal maiden of the GS sect, revered so profoundly that even mighty cultivators dared not cast a second glance upon her lest it constitute sacrilege. And now, she was clasped tightly at the waist by an unknown male cultivator. What shattered his very soul was worse. Yunxiao made no move to push the wretch away. Instead, her robes were slightly disarrayed, and her peerless face flushed with a rosy hue. Unmistakably sensual, deeply uncharacteristic, as though she were a satiated docile white cat melting limply against the man's chest. Elder brother. And the sudden roar jolted Yunxiao, as if struck by lightning. Caught in flagranti, especially by the elder brother who loved her most. This overwhelming shame instantly unraveled the lofty quasi-sage sovereign's composure. Instinctively, she tried to pull away from Lin Chen's embrace, breathlessly attempting to explain herself. Yet the moment she stirred, a warm, iron-strong hand clamped firmly around her slender, delicate waist, unyielding, possessive. Where do you think you're going? Lin Chen not only refused to loosen his grip, he tightened it fiercely, drawing Yunxiao's supple jade-like body deeper into his arms until not a sliver of space remained between them. Her astonishing fullness pressed hard against his solid chest, yielding subtly under the pressure. Na soft muffled murmur escaped Yunxiao's lips as she lifted her gaze to glare playfully at Lin Chen, her eyes shimmering with such intoxicating allure that even a Grand Luo immortal's divine soul might be ensnared. Lin Chen lowered his head and directly before Zhao Gongming, whose rage had already turned his celestial aura blood-red, kissed Yunxiao's lustrous pearl-like earlobe with deliberate, unashamed tenderness. His warm breath brushed her skin, sending shivers cascading down her spine. Just moments ago submerged in the underwater palace, your body coiled around me like liquid silk, whispering, husband, where was this shyness then? He murmured low, his voice a teasing whisper meant only for her ears. Let the heavens collapse. Their weight rests upon your husband's shoulders. Stay safe right here in my arms. You have no decorum whatsoever. In Yunxiao's heart fluttered wildly at his bold, devilishly charming words, her ears burning crimson. Yet strangely hearing him declare, your husband bears the weight, stirred within her million-year-old emotionless Tao heart a sweetness and serenity she had never known. She ceased resisting. Instead, high above the mortal realm beneath her elder brother's murderous gaze, she yielded, almost submissively, lifting her snow-fair flawless arms to encircle Lin Chen's broad, powerful waist, burying her blazing, exquisite face once more against his chest. Boom! In this sight shattered Zhao Gongming's last vestige of rational restraint. In wretched dog. 24 stellar constellations. Foresees inverted. Suppress him now. Ni's eyes bled crimson as he unleashed the GSX's most feared slaughter formation. The 24 Dinghai divine pearls transformed into 24 azure sons of the cosmos, descending with cataclysmic force capable of reducing even a Grand Luo immortal to dust in an instant. No probing. No mercy. The elder brother fought, not to test, but to annihilate, to protect his treasured lotus bud. An elder brother, no. He saved my life. Yunxiao cried out in alarm, preparing to forcibly mobilize her recently stabilized quasi-sage essence to intercept the assault. Don't move. Lin Chen's hand gently tapped her perfectly rounded firm backside, a tender gesture that halted her motion. To Zhao Gongming, that affectionate touch appeared the cruelest provocation imaginable, so much so that he nearly... In the next instant, Lin Chen's mischievous smile vanished entirely. Ni's left arm remained locked around Yunxiao's supple waist, no intention of releasing her whatsoever. With his right hand, he casually grasped empty space. Break. From his palms surged the boundless chaotic cultivation of a Grand Luo immortal at its zenith, and a 36-petaled creation azure lotus bloomed instantly. No intricate sword seals. No flamboyant incantations. Lin Chen simply raised his index and middle fingers, channeling the azure lotus sword, and flicked his wrist, effortlessly, dismissively, at the 24 plummeting Dinghai pearls. Clang, boom. An emerald sword light cleaved across the celestial apex of Mount Buzhou, severing antiquity itself, slicing through the river of time. Within that sword intent resonated the invincibility of the 12-petal Grand Luo bloom and the raw, overwhelming, crushing power of the primordial chaos Tao body. A cacophony of deafening impacts echoed, then impossibly the 24 Dinghai pearls, each strong enough to shatter a quasi-sage's divine form, were hurled backward the moment they met the emerald light. The azure radiance scattered like candle flames whipped by gales. Spit. Zhao Gongming staggered violently, recoiling from the backlash of his own life-bound artifact, his face paled deathly white, and he retreated hundreds of zhang before barely regaining his footing. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Zhao Gongming stood stunned. Ni's enormous bell-shaped eyes bulged wide, fixed unblinkingly upon the young man below, still holding his sister with one arm. Grand Luo immortal, peak cultivation, impossible. Even Grand Luo strength alone cannot deflect my Dinghai pearls with a single stroke. What monstrous Tao principle courses through this youth's cultivation? Zhao Gongming's entire worldview fractured. He was a genuine quasi-sage at the early stage, renowned among the great beings of the Hongwang realm. Even when besieged by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, those 4 fools, he could thrash them. Yet today, a Grand Luo sword cultivator, holding a woman in one arm, had repelled him with a single strike. In elder brother-in-law first meeting, no need for such fiery temper. Lin Chen, still cradling Yunxiao, ascended serenely on a blooming azure lotus until he hovered level. He rested his chin affectionately against Yunxiao's fragrant shoulder hollow while softly stroking the back of her delicate hand with his thumb, gazing at Zhao Gongming with a radiant sunlit smile. Look at you. You nearly startled your sister just now. Yunxiao's constitution is still weakened after protecting her husband. In 2 phrases, elder brother-in-law and husband, pierced Zhao Gongming's shattered heart with surgical precision. You, what did you call me? Nan, what did you call her? Zhao Gongming's pointing finger trembled violently. You brazen, reckless scoundrel. What demonic artifice have you cast upon my sister? Elder brother. And at that moment Yunxiao, hitherto languid and pliant in Lin Chen's arms, reclaimed the commanding aura of a GS-sect quasi-sage. Yet her departure from Lin Chen's chest was astonishingly gentle. She did not push away his arm at her waist. Instead she turned, half her body still nestled against him, and fixed Zhao Gongming with her peerless gaze, her voice firmer than ever before. Elder brother, do not disrespect my husband. He employed no sorcery. 4 or 5 days beneath the Jiuxiao heavenly pool, he risked his life to reactivate the ruined formation suppressing Qiongqi, and even served as living bait to locate the void gate for me. Without him your sister would have been utterly obliterated, body and soul. As she spoke, her slender hand reached back, not to withdraw, but to grasp Lin Chen's restless hand with quiet devotion, interlacing their fingers tightly. My Tao was shattered by him, and reborn through him. And from this day forth Lin Chen stands as my sole Tao companion, bound by oath before heaven itself. Should elder brother seek his death, step first over Yunxiao's corpse. And boom. And Zhao Gongming froze, as if struck by heavenly thunder. He watched his peerless, invincible quasi-sage sister, now blushing hand in hand with that man, utter words so revolutionary they defied all cosmic precedent. The elder brother's heart lay in irreparable shards, beyond salvage. What is the most painful thing in this world? It is the exceptional cabbage nurtured painstakingly for hundreds of thousands of years, so exquisite that even the heavenly Tao envies it, not only being uprooted by a wild boar that appeared out of nowhere, but that cabbage even assists the boar in its ferocity against itself. Zhao Gongming currently feels this way. His hair and beard bristled with rage as he pointed at Yunxiao, and then at Lin Chen. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Are you out of your mind, Yunxiao? For the sake of saving a life, just return the supreme, innate spiritual treasure. What is so difficult about that? You are practicing the supreme, emotionless art. As a dignified quasi-saint, and the head of the Jiejiao female immortals, how can you submit to a Deluo Jin Xian, whose roots you don't even know? If this were to reach Jineo, Island Master, and Duobao would. Lin Chen interrupted Zhao Gongming's words, feeling the woman in his arms become slightly stiff upon hearing the words master. A wild desire to protect surged within him. He waved his long arm directly, lifting Yunxiao's soft and astonishing figure right before Zhao Gongming's eyes, holding her like a princess. Yunxiao gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck. Her long and firm jade legs wrapped in a snow-white gauze skirt swayed beside Lin Chen, their intimacy enough to drive any male cultivator mad with jealousy. Husband, put me down quickly, big brother is watching. Yunxiao, embarrassed, buried her side face deeply into Lin Chen's solid chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her usual cold pride turning into a pool of spring water. And what of it? You are my legitimate wife from our dual cultivation. Should I fear others' gazes? Lin Chen playfully pinched Yunxiao's pert, rounded form, provoking a wave of tender protest from the goddess in his arms. He turned his head, looking at Zhao Gongming, who was still frozen there, the previous mockery in his eyes fading away, replaced by an unfathomable depth and dominance, as if he had seen through the ages. Brother-in-law, do you think I am unworthy of Yunxiao? Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. As a quasi-saint you speak of lineage and roots, yet you cannot even perceive the karma that has ensnared you with the impending calamity. What did you say? Zhao Gongming frowned, a fierce aura once more enveloping him. If an outsider dared to say such a thing, he would have smashed their head with 24 Ding Hai Pearl long ago. But he had just been shaken back by Lin Chen's sword, fully aware that this brother-in-law possessed mysterious strength beyond an ordinary Deluo Jin Xian. I say you are close to death, yet unaware. Lin Chen's voice held no politeness. You pride yourself on possessing the unparalleled, innate spiritual treasure Ding Hai Pearl, rampaging through the wilderness, mingling with all sorts of outsiders from the Jiejiao. Yet have you considered that beneath the extreme prosperity of countless immortals visiting the Jiejiao, the karma has long dragged you core disciples into the murky waters? Zhao Gongming furious laughed in a rage, arrogant. My Jiejiao has a saintly master in charge. The Zhuxian sword array can only be broken by the 4 saints. Who in this wilderness can touch a hair on me? Is that so? Lin Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Though the curtain on the Fengshen calamity had not fully risen, he had to thoroughly intimidate this brother-in-law at this moment, not only for a peaceful environment for future system development, but also to lay a psychological imprint for taking over the core power of the Jiejiao. Those 24 Dinghai pearls are indeed immensely powerful. Smashing a Deluo is like crushing a watermelon. But if one day, Lin Chen leaned slightly forward, his tone akin to a devil's whisper. If one day someone produces a heavenly rare object that falls under the law, yet does not fall under weapons breaking your Dinghai pearl. And then there are those insidious individuals hiding in the shadows using that which targets the divine soul, inscribed with your birth date. The Nailhead 7-Arrow Book, paying tribute to your straw man in the tent for 21 days. Could your proud Quasi-Saint cultivation still protect even a sliver of your true spirit? Boom. Lin Chen's two statements were made without utilizing any magical power. Yet to Zhao Gongming's ears it felt as if the cataclysmic thunder from the heavens shattered his spiritual realm. A rare object. Nailhead 7-Arrow Book. Tribute for 21 days. Zhao Gongming trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his Dao robe. He didn't know why, but when Lin Chen uttered those words, even though it was merely an unfounded hypothesis, his Quasi-Saint level divine soul emitted a frantic warning of impending death. In the unseen, the heavenly Dao sensed this. It was the most precise prophecy of his destined calamity. Who exactly are you? Such fragments of confidential heavenly secrets that had not even occurred could not have been deduced so precisely even by master. How could you know? Zhao Gongming's arrogance was utterly crushed. He looked at Lin Chen with eyes that transformed from initial anger and unwillingness to deep fear and shock. Who I am is not important. Lin Chen felt Yunxiao tremble slightly in his embrace at his words. He gently lowered his head and placed a kiss on Yunxiao's smooth forehead, soothing her emotions. When he raised his head again, Lin Chen's peak Deluo momentum was no longer concealed, bursting forth completely. Gather, accompanied by Lin Chen's cold shout. Above his head in the void, 3 purple Dao flowers emanating an endless chaotic primordial aura slowly bloomed. 1 grade, 3 grades, 6 grades, 9 grades. Until the shocking 12-grade golden lotus fully blossomed. At this moment the sound of the great Dao's sacred voice faintly resounded, and all living beings in the remnants of Mount Buzhou trembled under this terrifying pressure. This, the 12-grade Deluo flower blooms. Zhao Gongming forgot to close his jaw. His wild hair flew back under Lin Chen's terrifying chaotic aura, his eyes wide open as if they might crack. This unparalleled prodigy that broke the limits of the heavenly Dao's qualifications, let alone the Jiejiao, even the Daozu in the Zixiao Palace, had never reached such a perfect realm. Now does Big Brother still think I am unworthy of your sister? Lin Chen domineeringly tightened his embrace around Yunxiao, his broad chest filled with a sense of security, allowing Yunxiao to finally relax her tense heart. Zhao Gongming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unworthy. With the 12-grade Deluo flower blooming alongside the power of a casually wielded sword, how could this be Yunxiao marrying down? This was a tremendous opportunity for their Jiejiao. Given some time, this wild brat before him would surely become a supremely revered existence that all the saints of the wilderness would look up to. Well. Zhao Gongming put away the Dinghai pearl, his rugged face revealing a hint of awkwardness and since it is Yunxiao's own choice and you possess such an extraordinary background as her elder brother, even if I feel a bit blocked in my heart, there is no reason to obstruct this. As he spoke, Zhao Gongming glanced at his sister still buried in Lin Chen's embrace, too shy to face anyone, and couldn't help but clear his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. Well, since we are all family now. Brother-in-law, those words about heavenly secrets earlier. That is the variable of the impending calamity. As long as I Lin Chen am here, I will bear the karma for Yunxiao. As for your calamity, considering you are a relative of Yunxiao, I will naturally ensure your safety in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Gongming let out a sigh of relief, and even Lin Chen's arrogant posture, while embracing his sister, looked much more pleasing to the eye. Husband. Yunxiao, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but gently tug at Lin Chen's chest, her beautiful eyes filled with misty admiration, within almost spilling over. The way he had just suppressed her elder brother and easily pierced through the heavenly secrets was truly domineering enough to make the first female immortal of the Jiejiao go weak all over. What is it, my dear? Lin Chen looked down, completely disregarding Zhao Gongming the bright light bulb, and affectionately rubbed his nose against Yunxiao's delicate neck. Ermiai and Sanmei seem to be arriving too. Since Big Brother has acknowledged it, shall we return to the 3 Immortal Island? This Buzhou mountain is filled with extreme malevolent energy. You just broke through, and I fear your foundation may be unstable. Back on the island. 2 will properly help you sort out your meridians with the method of dual cultivation. As she spoke the last sentence, Yunxiao's ears turned crimson, but she still stubbornly expressed her utmost devotion to this man. Lin Chen felt a surge of fire in his heart. This recently sanctified Quasi-Saint was becoming irresistibly enticing. Alright, let's return to the 3 Immortal Island. Lin Chen laughed heartily, horizontally carrying Yunxiao in his arms as he flew forward. Big brother-in-law. Zhao Gongming rubbed his nose side and secretly vowed from now on, even if the sky were to fall, he would never be a nuisance beside them again. This sickening display of affection was far more lethal than the malevolent energy of a fierce beast. Beside the East Sea outside Sanxian Island, Across the vast expanse of sapphire waves, two streaks of light tore through the sky, like lightning rent from the firmament, carrying a savage, urgent aura of law as they hurtled toward the remnant spur of Buzhou Mountain. Second sister Big Sister's natal life token just flared, suddenly, and to an extreme. Even the Taishang Wangqing talisman our master bestowed has shattered. Could it be an ambush by an enemy above De Luo? From the left within the crimson streak came a voice brimming with heroic vigor, yet betraying an unmistakable panic. She was Yunxiao, the youngest of the Sanxiao, and the most tempestuous in temper. She held up a replica of the Jinjiao scissors, her eyes rimmed in red, the murderous intent of a De Luo golden immortal at its peak almost solidified about her. Silence. Big sister will not come to harm. On the right, the woman in cyan was Bixiao, the middle sister of the Compared with Yunxiao's impatience, she wore a visage as cold as ice. Yet her white-knuckled fingers, and the blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, as she frantically forced her cultivation, betrayed a terror she could not hide. Since they took human form, the three sisters had eaten together, lived together, and cultivated from the same root. Yunxiao was not only their eldest, she was their rock. Now that Yunxiao ventured alone into the abyss of Buzhou Mountain with her aura in turmoil, how could the two sisters not be consumed by anxiety? If so much as one hair of Big Sister is harmed, whether it is the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao, or some ancient reclusive power, Yunxiao will shred his 3 souls and 7 spirits with these Jinjiao scissors, even at the cost of obliterating shape and spirit. Yunxiao ground out the most venomous oath. Yet as the two sisters prepared to ignite their roots and forcefully cross the boundless void, a thunderous rip split the clouds 10,000 miles ahead. A black tiger exuding the oppressive majesty of a Hunyuan quasi-saint stepped forth upon the air. Its big brother. Bixiao recognized him at once and felt a surge of hope. Big brother must have rescued Big Sister. The two women rushed forward immediately. But when they took in the scene behind Zhao Gongming, the two torrents of De Luo-level killing intent that could destroy heaven and earth doused them like a bucket of 9 nether ice water. So cold and shocking their minds momentarily froze. After the black tiger, a blue lotus radiating the Xianhuang Qi of 12 grades drifted along leisurely, bearing 2 figures upon its cloud. The one who had lodged in their hearts like deity and anchor, Yunxiao, was now cradled like a cloth doll carried sideways in a man's arms with a brazen possessiveness that made their chests constrict. To rend the sisters' eyes nearly from their sockets was the sight of Yunxiao's pristine white immortal gown, symbol of an outer disciple mistress of Zhejiao and of unsullied purity, still intact yet with a faint alluring flush at the collar that had not yet wholly faded. Her face, once lofty and seldom smiling even when a saint lectured, was now buried against the man's chest, her arms fairer than frost, and snow clung desperately around his neck. This was no quasi-saint empress taken by force. It plainly resembled a cherished young wife, freshly claimed, savoring and reluctant to let go. In an instant the cord named reason in Xiaoxiao's mind snapped. Lewd thief, give me your life. A roar that split stone and sky tore from Xiaoxiao. Her eyes burned red as the irascible power of a De Luo golden immortal at its zenith surged and reversed across the heavens. She did not even bother to question. The Jinjiao scissors in her hand transmuted into 2 roaring primeval golden dragons, their intersecting blades angling to rip into Lin Chen's neck. Dare to touch my big sister, and I will reduce you to ash. Bixiao's body chilled. In furious contrast, she summoned the auxiliary formation plate of the Hunyuan Gold Dough. A blinding golden light combined with Xiongxiao's lethal strike sealed off every retreat for Lin Chen. Sister, stop! Zhao Gongming cried, terror-stricken. He had witnessed Lin Chen's grotesque strength, how the 12-ranked De Luo blossomed, and how he casually felled the Dinghai Divine Pearl. If those 2 girls charged now, weren't they just asking for a beating? But it was already too late. With a flash of hatred, their combined strike had closed to within several zhang of Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. A gale of violence made Lin Chen's flowing Dao robe flap wildly. Yunxiao in his arms cried out, and instinctively tried to rise and hold back her 2 sisters. Stop that! Lin Chen's voice, tinged with wickedness and absolute dominion, sounded directly beside Yunxiao's ear. In the next moment his large hand did not hesitate to pinch Yunxiao's slender waist hard. Rather than letting her rise, he with a wild possessiveness pressed her astonishing fullness against his chest in full view of the 2 younger sisters. Husband. Being handled so openly, Yunxiao flushed, so deeply her ear appeared as if stained with blood, she could only let loose a soft pleading murmur. That low, sultry, submissive husband falling into Bixiao and Xiongxiao's ears exploded louder than any thunderbolt. What did Big Sister just call him? Xiongxiao's hand shook on the Jinjiao scissors. Lin Chen afforded them no time to think or retreat. 2 little hussies, such proud tempers. Since your big sister is weak and cannot discipline you, I as her brother-in-law will do it today. He did not so much as glance at the 2 golden dragons that had come to destroy him. Maintaining his single-armed embrace of Yunxiao, Lin Chen arrogantly freed his other hand, without even summoning a treasure. His fingers spread like claws and reached toward the twin death blows capable of shredding a De Luo golden body. There was no cataclysmic explosion of spiritual energy, only the purest compression of law. The corporeal might of an innate chaotic Tao body combined with the dense cultivation of a Deluo peak allowed Lin Chen's pinch to birth a terrifying spatial black hole in the void. Yunxiao's ferocious golden dragon silhouette struck that immovable primeval iron as if against an insurmountable barrier, giving a wail in midair before shattering into a spray of glittering light. Bixiao's sealing golden light that sought to lock down the void was torn apart by Lin Chen's finger wind as if slicing through scrap paper, effortless and disdainful. PFT, how is this possible? The Jinjiao scissors recoiled. Yunxiao was blasted backward several hundred zhang by the terrible backlash. Had Bixiao not risked her life to perform the Fun Guang, Huaing dispersion technique to slow her fall, the little tempest would have flown apart. Bones and sinew snapped. Silence fell like death. Bixiao supported the pale-faced Yunxiao, while both their beautiful eyes fixed upon the man standing upon the blue lotus. His hair not a strand out of place, shocked and hopeless. He had taken barehanded the combined assault of two Deluo golden immortal peak treasures. Such a body and such force, and with such casual bearing. Not even Big Brother Zhao Gongming, nor the deputy leader Randang Doran could accomplish this. What mind control sorcery did you use on my big sister? Yunxiao spat blood and glared at Lin Chen like a stubborn little leopard. Lin Chen ignored her. He leaned down, and beside the ear of that top-tier prehistoric female immortal who still blushed and dared not lift her head, spoke in a rich magnetic voice laced with amusement. Yunxiao, I have thumped your big brother and knocked some sense into your little sister as well. Do you reckon I have now secured my position in this household as your husband? Yunxiao, listening to his roguish banter and feeling the scorching domineering hand at her waist, felt her heart jolt. She understood that Lin Chen had held back, otherwise that casually conjured spatial black hole would not have merely destroyed the illusion of a treasure. This man before her was protective and overbearing, yet possessed an incomparable confidence that could bring 10 men. At last she permitted her peerless face to leave Lin Chen's chest, though her body still slumped against him, as if. Yunxiao turned her face to the two sisters below who still doubted their senses. The eyes that had been icy now softened into a coquettish wave, born only of such an extreme deluge of feeling. Bixiao Yunxiao ceased this disrespect. Yunxiao's voice was hoarse, but carried an unprecedented firmness. He is not a lecherous thief. He is my Dao partner, your brother-in-law Lin Chen. Bixiao and Yunxiao's minds went to pieces with a thunderous pop. Above the east sea, the sea breeze seemed to freeze at this very moment. Yunxiao's utterance of brother-in-law was like a heavy bomb, shattering the 30,000 years of pride and cultivation beliefs held by Bixiao and Yunxiao into dust. Eldest sister, are you out of your mind? Yunxiao, known for her fiery temper, pushed away Bixiao's support and pointed at Lin Chen, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. Do you even know what you're saying? He is merely a loose cultivator who has just broken through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even if his body is strange enough to withstand my imitation of the golden dragon scissors, what is his background? What kind of connections does he have? My Jiejiao has countless immortals paying tribute. The prestige of the 3 immortal islands is incomparable. How can you, who has painstakingly cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion method, be like a common village woman submitting to such a person? Though Yunxiao's words were harsh, they represented the cold, hard truth in the hierarchically strict world of the. It was akin to a top-tier financial heiress or a world-class cold and glamorous CEO, suddenly holding hands with a poor boy who had just been accepted into college, publicly declaring him her legal husband. Who wouldn't go mad? Zhao Gongming, standing beside them, was drenched in cold sweat, secretly cursing this little ant for being so reckless, and urgently signaling her with his eyes. Just now they hadn't even seen Lin Chen's shocking performance of the 12th grade Great Luo Flower. Before Yunxiao's rapid-fire questioning could allow Yunxiao to respond. Shut up. The wicked smile on Lin Chen's face instantly vanished, and a cold shout erupted like a thunderclap. He had no intention of debating with this little tyrant about status and connections. In the primordial era, strength and power were the most resounding slaps to shatter all class prejudices. Lin Chen embraced Yunxiao and suddenly stepped hard on the Qinglian. Boom. A pressure 10 times more terrifying than before, which had repelled Zhao Gongming, erupted from Lin Chen's body without restraint. This was no longer a concealed probe, but the full release of the innate chaotic Tao body and the power of the great Luo peak after the system's enlightenment. That pressure contained a hint of the absolute dominion that transcended the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements. Submit. With Lin Chen's low roar, the originally clear skies over the East Sea were instantly covered by vast chaotic tribulation clouds. Immediately under the horrified gazes of Bixiao Yunxiao and even Zhao Gongming. Above Lin Chen's head, 3 purple Tao flowers emanating endless primordial chaotic energy slowly, yet dominantly bloomed, carrying an imposing aura that could suppress eternity. 3 flowers gathering at the top. 5 energies returning to the source. 1st grade, 3rd grade, 6th grade, 9th grade. When the 3 flowers reached the 9th grade, Bixiao and Yunxiao were already wide-eyed. The 9th grade, Great Luo Flower. That was the qualification of a saint. They prided themselves as the talents of Jiejiao, yet they could barely cultivate to the 7th grade. But Lin Chen's crushing was only just beginning. Crack. The sound of the shackles of the Tao rules being forcefully broken. 10th grade. 11th grade. Until finally, a full 12th grade chaotic great Luo Tao flower like three ancient purple suns dazzlingly floated above Lin Chen's head. The descending primal yellow mother energy even cracked the surrounding space inch by inch. The 12th grade flower blossomed, shocking the past and present. Before absolute talent and foundation, what was the first among the women of Yunxiao? What was the tribute of countless immortals? All turned into crude and laughable jokes. Thud. Yunxiao's legs weakened, and under the overwhelming pressure emanating from her very soul, she uncontrollably knelt down upon the clouds. Not just her Bixiao also trembled and half-knelt, unable to lift her head. That was the instinctive submission of lower-tier life forms to a higher-tier life form. That was the bloodline suppression imprinted by the heavenly Tao of the primordial era. You asked me by what right. Lin Chen stood proudly on the Qinglian, looking down at the kneeling Yunxiao. His warm hand still dominantly embraced Yunxiao, whose unmatched beauty could incite a great war in the At this moment, Yunxiao was not only unaffected by Lin Chen's pressure, but instead felt an unprecedented sense of ultimate security and soul resonance under this chaotic aura. Two flushes appeared on Yunxiao's stunning cheeks as she gazed dreamily at the man beside her, who seemed like a divine being descended to earth, her delicate hands tightly grasping Lin Chen's waist, unable to let go. In this moment, where was the slightest hint of the authority of the first among the three immortals? She was completely a little woman, utterly conquered by a man's extraordinary charisma, obedient to an extreme. Based on my 12th grade, Great Luo Tao fruit. Even as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, I can suppress an extraordinary physical body of a Quasi Saint with a flip of my hand. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but over the silent east sea it rang like thunder. What about your connections? Lin Chen sneered, arrogantly kissing Yunxiao's delicate face that seemed almost My connections, Lin Chen, do not depend on anyone. From today on, wherever I stand, that is my Yunxiao's greatest bet. Whoever dares to belittle her, even the slightest, be it the teaching of interpretation or the heavenly Tao I Lin Chen, will smash their 3 flowers and 5 energies along with their ridiculous connections into pieces with my fists. Crazy. To the utmost. Overbearing to the extreme. Yet with the 12th grade chaotic Tao flower atop Lin Chen's head, no one dared to dismiss this as mere boasting. 12th grade Great Luo. Bixio's face, which had always been as cold as ice, was now filled with pure shock and confusion. She stared blankly at Lin Chen, then at her eldest sister, who was clinging to Lin Chen like an ornament. At this moment, all her perceptions were completely overturned. No wonder her eldest sister would submit to him. Faced with such an unparalleled genius who could rub the rules of the primordial era on the ground, not to mention the pure and immaculate eldest sister, even the Queen Mother of Heaven would likely find it hard to withstand such a dimensional charm. And the Yunxiao, who had just roared like a female tiger, had completely lost her ability to speak. She looked at Yunxiao, who after being kissed by Lin Chen, not only did not get angry, but instead shyly lowered her head, swallowing hard. This contrast was deadly. Gulch. Zhao Gongming, who was watching from a distance, also swallowed hard. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling incredibly fortunate that he had not pushed the issue at Wuzhou Mountain. This brother-in-law is too ferocious. Ding. Just as the entire scene was silenced by Lin Chen's pressure, the system notification sound that had been silent in his mind for a long time suddenly rang out abruptly. Detected that the host has successfully established an absolute dominance in the upper social circle. 3 Immortals Zhao Gongming. Main storyline task of the More Children, More Blessings system triggered. Main task Family Reproduction Plan 1. Task content successfully conceive the first child with partner Yunxiao. Prerequisite condition met target Yunxiao's favorability has reached 100 utterly devoted. Task reward forecast depends on the fortune and talent at the time of the child's birth. Basic minimum reward host cultivation level breaks through to the early Quasi Saint. Random supreme innate spiritual treasure X1. Special reminder: Yunxiao has a special physique and extremely high cultivation. Please host abandon distractions and focus on cultivating as soon as you arrive at the 3 Immortal Islands. Hard work can make up for deficiencies, abundance can satisfy hunger. Hearing the system's extremely blunt notification, hard work can make up for deficiencies, abundance can satisfy hunger. Lin Chen almost lost control of his Great Luo Peak aura and spat out a mouthful of old blood. This system truly does not care about human affairs, pushing for childbirth so blatantly. But the hint of extremely subtle wickedness in his eyes suddenly flared up. The reward for breaking through to Quasi Saint. Since the system has spoken, then the upcoming journey to the 3 Immortal Islands cannot be just about healing. Lin Chen retracted. The terrifying phenomenon of the 12th grade and the overwhelming chaotic pressure receded like a tide. He lowered his head, leaning close to Yunxiao, who was moved to the point of having rippling eyes from his domineering declaration. Wife, both my brother-in-law and sister-in-law have been subdued by your husband. Shouldn't we get back to doing some serious business on the island? Lin Chen's large hand slowly slid down Yunxiao's slim waist, creating an astonishing curve on her stomach. Yunxiao felt a shiver throughout her body, unable to resist such blatant flirtation. All depends on my husband's decision. She lowered her head, her voice as delicate as a whisper, and her extremely shy demeanor made Bixiao and Xiongxiao below stare in shock. The Eye of the East Sea, Santian Island. This place is the second most prestigious cave abode of the Jiejiao, second only to Golden Ao Island. The innate spiritual energy on the island is so dense that it almost turns into a viscous liquid with exotic flowers and rare beasts scattered everywhere. However, today this sacred ground of immortals has welcomed a mundane aura that has never been seen in a million years. Deep within the main peak of Yunxiao's dojo in the Yuhuaxian Pavilion, concealed by layers of innate formations. Bang! The heavy purple-gold sandalwood door was unceremoniously kicked open by Lin Chen, who strode in with Yunxiao in his arms, entering the most private and untouched chamber of Santian Island, where no male cultivator had set foot for hundreds of thousands of years. Husband. Yunxiao, who was carried back by Lin Chen, had already turned crimson. She instinctively wanted to escape from Lin Chen's aggressive embrace, considering that her elder brother and two younger sisters were still on the island. But Lin Chen would not give her the chance to flee. With the system's task of diligence can make up for deficiencies, large quantities can satisfy hunger weighing on him, and the awakening of the innate chaotic Dadao body, after the blooming of the 12-rank Deluo flower, the primal beast-like male hormones within him had already boiled to their peak. Entering your boudoir, and still thinking of escaping. Lin Chen not only did not loosen his grip, but instead tightened his arm, forcefully pressing Yunxiao's soft and delicate body against himself. The pure white celestial dress, symbolizing the chief female immortal of Jiejiao, became the most obstructive barrier at this moment. Lin Chen's large hands seemed to possess magical power, skillfully climbing along Yunxiao's slender waist, his fingertips carrying the scorching temperature of a Deluo golden immortal, boldly kneading her through a thin layer of celestial silk. Husband, you. Yunxiao let out a sweet and delicate moan, her body feeling electrified as it entwined. In her usually cold, autumn water-like eyes a haze of mist suddenly welled up. For the semi-saint who had forgotten emotions, this physical stimulation that struck at the sensitive core of her soul was almost more unbearable than the tribulations of heaven. Elder brother. They are still outside. If they hear us. Yunxiao's plea was not finished. Lin Chen domineeringly lowered his head and kissed her bright red lips with an aggressive desire. This was not a gentle kiss, but a punitive siege. He forcefully pried open Yunxiao's delicate lips, greedily savoring the cool fragrance and sweetness belonging to the top female immortal of the primordial chaos, even swallowing her slight struggles whole. Splash! Lin Chen, holding the still dizzy Yunxiao, directly approached the wide celestial couch, made from tintho-sandy-rolled warm jade, tossing her onto it. Yunxiao gasped, her exquisitely beautiful body, resembling a white lotus knocked down by a torrential rain, falling into the soft celestial couch. At that moment, the pure white celestial dress was lifted high due to the intense movement, revealing a pair of long, straight, and exceptionally exquisite legs. Even the deepest spring scenery beneath the dress was faintly visible. Usually she was an untouchable goddess, even a glance would feel like blasphemy. Yet now she lay before Lin Chen like a beautiful lamb awaiting slaughter, her hair disheveled, her clothes half undressed, her eyes filled with a shyness that was both inviting and thoroughly submissive. This extreme contrast ignited the wicked fire in Lin Chen's eyes. Yunxiao, my lady. Lin Chen looked down at the enchanting figure on the celestial couch, leisurely untying his flowing cloud robe, revealing his muscular physique that radiated explosive power without reservation. The formations on Santian Island cannot be broken even by a Deluo golden immortal, and the soundproofing is at a saint level. Your elder brother and younger sister cannot hear us. Besides, even if they could hear, so what? You are my Lin Chen's lawful wife, witnessed by the Tao of Heaven. I am your husband, and now I want to plant my Lin Chen's cause and effect in you. Sizzle. With a crisp sound of tearing fabric, the usually immaculate pure white celestial dress was ruthlessly torn apart by Lin Chen. Vast expanses of skin, smoother and whiter than the finest mutton fat jade, were fully exposed to the air. Yunxiao's perfect collarbone, her slim waist that could barely be grasped, and her astonishingly voluptuous curves were all laid bare, trembling slightly in Lin Chen's gaze. Husband, you are too crude. Yunxiao blushed in shock, instinctively reaching to cover her exquisite form. But her weak semi-saint power was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Lin Chen's overwhelmingly powerful chaotic Tao body. Lin Chen firmly grasped her delicate wrists, effortlessly pinning them above Yunxiao's head, securing them to the celestial couch. Such beauty to cover it would be a waste of heaven's gift. Lin Chen's eyes burned with raw desire, and his imposing body suddenly pressed down his solid chest, directly resting upon Yunxiao's alluring softness. The incredible elasticity and warm touch made Lin Chen involuntarily let out a heavy gasp. When I Lin Chen act, why should I hide? He lowered his head, no longer satisfied with just kissing her lips, but trailing down along Yunxiao's long white neck. The semi-saint's restraint. the Tao heart that has forgotten emotions. Under Lin Chen's wild and unrestrained stimulation and invasion, they were all crushed into dust. Inside the celestial pavilion, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the shadows of the yin-yang laws intertwined once more. But this time there was no life-and-death crisis like at the Tianxi of the Buzhou Mountain. All that remained was the most primal, pure, and exhilarating experience. This was a hard requirement set by the system. It was also Lin Chen's deepest emotional imprint on this top female immortal of primordial chaos. My lady, give me a child. A flash of extremely wicked light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, that primal force containing the terrifying essence of the 12-rank Deluo flower, without any pretense of tenderness, carrying an overwhelming power capable of penetrating through the primordial chaos. Puff. Ugh. Husband. You. The long night continued as the celestial couch swayed. The snow lotus, once the unattainable treasure of Yunxiao, was completely plucked by Lin Chen tonight, crushed in the endless tide of spring. On the peak of Sanxian Island outside the Yuhua Immortal Pavilion. Although the pavilion is fortified with layers of soundproofing and defensive arrays, Lin Chen, with his beast-like Dayuo golden immortal strength and chaotic Tao body, creates an astonishing commotion. The violent aura of the dual cultivation of yin and yang even broke through the formation barrier that Yunxiao usually used to maintain her quasi-saint dignity, faintly forming a gigantic yin-yang fish vortex in the sky above the main peak. Accompanied by extremely intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, all the vegetation on the main peak frantically sprouted and grew as if infected by some extreme birthing power. And on a secret floating island 10 miles away from the pavilion, Bai Xiao and Yunxiao were secretly crouched behind a massive spirit stone, their faces already flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Especially Yunxiao, who was tightly clutching a replica of the golden flood dragon, scissors her nails, almost digging into her flesh, biting her lower lip tightly, her chest heaving violently. Especially Yunxiao, who was tightly clutching a replica of the golden flood dragon, scissors her nails, almost. Yunxiao's voice trembled, her eyes wide as copper bells fixated on the Yuhua main peak, which was subtly trembling due to the intense activities inside. Though the formation blocked the most direct sounds with their sharp divine senses, as peak Duo golden immortals, they could still barely catch some extremely indescribable details from the scattered law fluctuations. For example, the usually icy power of Elder Sister at this moment was like a weak puddle of water being ruthlessly crushed, battered, and even devoured and enveloped by Lin Chen's domineering chaotic laws. Have you ever seen anyone who could cleanse their meridians, leaving their quasi-saint origin in a chaotic mess, while faintly emanating a wave of begging for mercy and pleasure? Yunxiao felt that her worldview had been rubbed against the ground countless times by Lin Chen. That arrogant man who had once forced her to kneel and submit atop the East Sea with his 12-petal Dayuo flower was now in her elder sister's boudoir, conquering her in an even wilder manner. This is simply unbelievable. Bai Xiao, being somewhat more reserved than Yunxiao, was also feeling extremely hot at this moment, her bright autumn eyes flashing with a complex light. Elder sister practices the Taishang forgetting emotions technique. That is a path that even the master praises for its ruthlessness. How could she not endure a single day under someone named Lin Chen and yield so easily? Bai Xiao recalled Lin Chen pinching Yunxiao's waist and kissing her cheek in front of them, and the sight of elder sister's bashful submission, as if she were about to melt in that man's embrace, inexplicably stirred up an extremely secretive jealousy and curiosity within her. That kind of invincible dominance, the charisma capable of pulling a lofty goddess down from her pedestal. If it were me being held like that, protected so fiercely by him. Bai Xiao was startled by this sudden thought that popped into her mind, her face instantly turning pale as she hurriedly recited a calming mantra. Just then a slight spatial fluctuation suddenly came from behind the two girls. Ahem. What are you two girls doing hiding here? Zhao Gongming had unknowingly approached. This outer sect senior brother of the Jiejiao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, wore an expression of embarrassment and difficulty in explaining. He had just been shaken to unease in his own dojo by the overwhelming dual cultivation laws shooting into the sky, causing his alchemy to explode. Elder brother. Yunxiao jumped up like she had grasped a lifeline, pointing towards the direction of Yuhua Immortal Pavilion. Are you really going to let that barbarian bully elder sister like this? Look at this commotion. Elder sister's life plate is almost about to explode. He's going to torment her to death. Shut up. Zhao Gongming quickly covered Yunxiao's mouth, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You silly girl, what do you understand? Take a closer look at that fish diagram. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao followed. They saw that within the swirling yin-yang fish laws above the pavilion, the portion belonging to Yunxiao not only had not been depleted by the wild, tormenting, but had instead become increasingly pure under the nourishment of this dual cultivation power. Moreover, the bottleneck that had stalled at the quasi-saint early stage for hundreds of thousands of years now showed obvious cracks. How is this possible? Bai Xiao gasped in surprise. This almost nourishing-like violent dual cultivation, elder sister's cultivation, not only hasn't fallen but is breaking through. This is Lin Chen's terrifying aspect. Zhao Gongming looked in that direction, a trace of deep fear and admiration flashing in his eyes. This young man possesses an astonishing foundation cultivating the 12-petal Duo Golden Lotus, and the force of creation within him is comparable to the ancestral veins of the ancient Buzhou Mountain. With Yunxiao following him, she is not suffering at all. This is simply the greatest gift from the Tao since the creation of the heavens and the earth. Zhao Gongming sighed, patting his two younger sisters on the shoulders, and said earnestly, "Stop watching and don't disturb. Your elder sister is completely falling into that young man's hands. Moreover, I guarantee that with Lin Chen's monstrous talent and his domineering attitude that disregards everyone, the future of the Jiejiao, and even the entire Hongwang, will probably undergo earth-shattering changes because of him." Even Zhao Gongming suddenly paused, his eyes sweeping across the curves of Baishao and Xiongxiao's equally stunning figures with an extremely strange expression. "You two girls should be a bit more restrained in front of this brother-in-law in the future. If he goes wild, he would dare to hit even me. If he gets angry and deals with you together, I wouldn't even dare to stop." Zhao Gongming's words were half joking and half warning. But to Baishao and Xiongxiao it seemed like a key filled with wicked fire that directly inserted into their already sensitive Dao hearts due to eavesdropping. "Elder brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I would rather die than endure the insult of such a lecher." Xiongxiao jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but her flushed face and wandering eyes were incredibly unconvincing. Meanwhile, Baishao was staring fixedly at the direction of Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, her palms clasped together, drenched in cold sweat. Her mind was filled with the sweet, exquisite cries of elder sister that had leaked out from the formation. "Lin Chen." Baishao silently repeated this name in her heart. Instead of feeling disgusted, the seed of desire to be conquered in her heart quietly began to sprout under the magic of these two words. Arrived in 2 installments. The following plot will be the extremely explosive first Offspring descends with the system granting unparalleled rewards, and it will officially kick off the showdown of the Jiejiao's internal strife. Stay tuned. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, the atmosphere of spring enveloped the Three Immortals Island. For over a century, the main gate of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion on the peak of Yunxiao remained tightly shut, and the dual energies of yin and yang surrounding the mountaintop never ceased for a single day. Though the gate was tightly closed, it could not hinder the growing whispers within the Jie sect. The esteemed Yunxiao Nyang, revered as one of the 3 celestial beings and admired by countless disciples, brought back a mysterious male cultivator from the Deluo realm. The news of their seclusion together in the pavilion for several hundred years spread like wildfire across Jinao Island. Who is that male cultivator? How could he make Master Yunxiao so devoted? I heard from Master Zhao Gongming that this person's roots are unfathomable. Even he is not a match for him. Nonsense. Can a Deluo Golden Immortal turn the tide? He must have used some despicable charm. The reputation of our Jie sect is being sullied by these shameless individuals. Rumors abounded, and even some direct disciples of the Daobao Daoist had secretly banded together, preparing to invade the Three Immortals Island and drag that oblivious wild man from Yunxiao's bed to face punishment. However, while the outside world was in an uproar, a different scene unfolded beside the warm spring pool deep within the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. A delicate hand capable of easily crushing stars weakly slapped against a sturdy and broad chest. Yunxiao melted into Lin Chen's embrace, radiating wild masculine energy, her tears glistening like dew on the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. "Husband, it really won't do anymore." The once proud leader of the Jie sect female immortals could not even lift a finger at that moment. Her long silver hair clung to Lin Chen's shoulder, her flawless body marked with the ambiguous red marks left by him over the past century. Every time she thought she had reached the limit of her body as a quasi-saint, Lin Chen's physique awakened from the innate chaos would domineeringly take her to the next abyss. 300 years of intense nurturing shattered and rebuilt Yunxiao's originally cold Taishang, forgetting emotion, Dao fruit, transforming it into an extreme attachment to Lin Chen. "Oh, you said the same yesterday, yet when I paused even slightly last night, who wrapped around my waist and called me husband like a cat." Lin Chen teasingly pinched Yunxiao's delicate chin, forcing her blushing face to look up, his eyes filled with mischievous conquest. You rascal." Yunxiao was infuriated and ashamed, wishing she could disappear after recalling her uncontrollable and indulgent behavior from the previous night. She dared not meet Lin Chen's aggressive gaze and buried her head deep into his broad neck, speaking in a soft voice only they could hear. "Don't push me. I felt a very special primal purple energy brewing deep within my spiritual platform these past few days. I'm afraid your yang energy is too strong, and I might hurt it." As she spoke the last sentence, her voice trembled with disbelief, and her hands unconsciously covered her flat boom. Upon hearing this, the wicked fire in Lin Chen's eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. He suddenly flipped over, pulling Yunxiao tightly onto his lap, his large hand domineeringly and shakily covering her soft belly. The divine sense of a peak de luo unfurled without reservation. In the center of the life, see woven from the essence of the quasi-saint and chaotic aura. A weak light radiating 12 colors of astonishing brilliance, and containing a trace of heavenly Daos transformative power pulsed like a heart. That was his own blood. It was an unparalleled spiritual fetus fused with his 12-grade chaotic Deluo flowering aptitude, and the prime chi luck of a Quasi Saint like Yunxiao. Ding! At the same time in Lin Chen's mind the long-lost system notification, which had not sounded for 300 years erupted like the first thunderbolt of creation. Congratulations to the host. The main quest family reproduction plan, 1, has been initially accomplished. Target Yunxiao has successfully conceived the first offspring. Scanning the spiritual fetus talent. Talent assessment, the ultimate ominous and auspicious fetus with a 10-death no-life quality. Contains a trace of innate mysterious yellow maternal energy and chaotic transformative essence. Upon birth it will be at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. It will surely awaken supreme, divine powers. Potential value of the spiritual fetus SSS, limitless. Due to this fetus talent being excessively defiant, it has triggered a trace of heavenly Daos caution. Please prepare thoroughly for when this fetus is born a nine-sky calamity will inevitably descend. The node reward has been triggered. The guaranteed grand prize for the pregnancy period is being forcibly issued. The system's notification ceased. A surge of energy 100 times more terrifying than when he broke through 300 years ago erupted within him. Rumble. At this moment the main peak of the Three Immortals Island shook violently. Centered around the Yuhua Immortal Pavilion, a purple-gold beam of light shot into the heavens, piercing not only the protective formation of the Three Immortals Island, but also shattering the clouds above the East Sea. Reward 1. The cultivation barrier has been completely unsealed. From Peak Deluo Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Progress 100. 3 12-grade Deluo flowers automatically floated above his head, but under the infusion of that immense system power the Dao flowers, symbolizing the ultimate Deluo, began to burn and merge violently. Cut. No need for any cumbersome dependence on innate spiritual treasures, no need for countless epochs of comprehension. Lin Chen's understanding of the yin-yang and transformative laws had already reached perfection during their 300 years of dual cultivation. Accompanied by Lin Chen's furious roar, an evil thought avatar identical to him, yet radiating pure destruction and killing intent, was forcibly severed from his 12-grade Dao flower. One step to slay the corpse. Initial Quasi Saint accomplished. An unparalleled holy might that suppresses the ages and transcends the river of destiny reverberated from Lin Chen. It wasn't just him. Under the backlash of this frenzied dual cultivation energy, due to the successful nurturing of the supreme spiritual fetus within her, the bottleneck that had trapped Yunxiao for countless ages finally shattered. Husband, I also want to break through. Yunxiao exclaimed as the spiritual fetus in her womb seemed like a natural spiritual energy transfer station, rapidly purifying Lin Chen's immense Quasi Saint transformative power and feeding it back to her as the mother. Buzz. A form radiating gentle golden light of benevolence, holding a Hunyuan golden dipper, slowly emerged from Yunxiao's auspicious clouds. The mother is exalted by the child. Yunxiao severed the benevolent corpse, and her cultivation directly leaped from initial Quasi Saint to mid-Quasi Saint. 1 room dual Quasi Saints. 1 fetus that shocks the world. Reward 2. Innate treasure embryo, world pearl fragment 1. Containing the embryonic form of a small world, yet to be developed. Can be used for protection and to suppress fortune, and can continuously evolve and improve as the host's offspring increase, ultimately growing into a trump card comparable to the vast primordial world. Looking at the fragment of the pearl emitting gray chaotic energy in the system space, Lin Chen's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Husband, your pressure just now. Yunxiao, who had just broken through to mid-Quasi Saint, still curled up in Lin Chen's embrace like a delicate girl. She felt Lin Chen's Quasi Saint pressure, which was not weaker than her own, and even surpassed her in dominance and purity, and her eyes turned completely red. This man for 300 years not only indulged her every night, but also helped her break through 1,000,000 years of deadlock. With his flesh and blood inside her, and that mighty chest in front of her to shield her from the storm. For a woman, what could be more intoxicating than this unwavering devotion? I said you are my Lin Chen's woman. I will make you an existence in this primordial world that even sages must look up to. Lin Chen suppressed the surging Hunyuan golden immortal power and arrogantly leaned down to seal Yunxiao's sweat-drenched cherry lips with a heavy kiss. However, just as this peak joy had not fully subsided, boom, crack, a loud and provocative rumble suddenly echoed from the protective formation outside the Three Immortals Island. Following that, a voice laden with disdain and killing intent from a peak Deluo reverberated through the formation, rumbling like thunder outside the pavilion. Master Yunxiao, Master Daobao has ordered you to immediately exit your seclusion and proceed to the Bo Palace on Jineo Island for inquiry. And that wild man who seduced your Dao heart and disrupted the rules of the Jie sect. Come out obediently to be bound, and follow me back to the punishment hall to receive 36,000 fragments of divine thunder. Otherwise, today I will flatten your Three Immortals Island and clear the sect's ranks. This sudden provocation was like a bucket of filth splashed directly onto Lin Chen's recently ignited overwhelming joy. Outside Sanxian Island the howling winds raged, and the ominous clouds obscured the sun. The figure approaching was none other than the first disciple of the Jie sect, the peak, Deluo Golden Immortal, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Not only did she arrive, but behind her followed an imposing throng of over 10,000 elite disciples from the Duobao faction of the Jie sect, each clad in armor and exuding a fierce aura. The momentum suggested that unless someone from Sanxian Island intervened, the next moment would see a barrage of swords that could level this supreme, blessed land. For centuries, rumors of Yunxiao's illicit relations with wild men had, with the instigation of Duobao's disciples, become the greatest scandal of the Jie sect. Duobao, feeling wary of the escalating influence of the Sanxiao faction, finally seized the opportunity to dispatch the most unruly and ruthless Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Under the pretext of defending the reputation of the Jie sect, she was sent to Sanxian Island to exact vengeance. Elder sister, you mustn't come out. This pack of rabid dogs is after you, and brother-in-law. In front of the defensive formation of Sanxian Island, Xiao had already summoned a replica of the golden Jiao scissors. Though her strength was inferior to that of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, her fierce maternal instincts compelled her to stand unwaveringly in front. Bai Xiao's expression was equally grim as she summoned the four symbols formation, coldly gazing at the incoming enemy. Uncle Yunxiao practiced the Taishang forgetting sentiment, yet was sullied by some unknown rogue. Isn't this the disgrace of our Jie sect? The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, perched atop a fire-eyed golden beast, wore a face of scorn and arrogance. Xiao Bai Xiao, if you have any sense, quickly step aside from the formation. Hand over that spineless lecher who relies on women for a living. And let us take Uncle Yunxiao before Master Duobao to confess, or else don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. How dare you? Xiao's eyes were filled with rage, nearly dripping blood, as she prepared to charge out of the formation recklessly. At that moment, creak. The long-sealed door of the Yuhua Immortal Pavilion, which had stood for 300 years, slowly opened with a weight, as if bearing the burden of a billion June. An indescribable silence instantly spread from the peak, akin to a frigid storm sweeping across the ice plains, freezing the clamorous voices of the over 10,000 Jie sect disciples outside Sanxian Island in an instant. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps emerged from the swirling mist. One could see Lin Chen, adorned with a purple gold crown and wearing exquisite black dragon-patterned robes, stepping out from the Immortal Pavilion, one hand assertively wrapped around Yunxiao's slender waist. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. Yet what truly caused everyone to gasp in disbelief wasn't Lin Chen, but rather the one he held. Yunxiao? At this point, Yunxiao had shed 300 years of leaden glamour and exhaustion, donning the top-grade pre-heaven spirit treasure, the 9 Heavens rainbow skirt, that dazzled even the eyes of Deluo Golden Immortals. But that was not the most critical issue. The most alarming aspect was her demeanor at this moment. She had shed any semblance of the icy fairy image. Her breathtakingly beautiful face glowed with a flush that seemed capable of yielding water, and her eyes brimmed with the ultimate tenderness and allure of a new mother. Most importantly, her once flat abdomen now exhibited a barely noticeable bulge. Moreover, she clung tightly to Lin Chen's chest like a kitten that had just met a stranger, her hands gripping his clothes tightly, entrusting all her sense of security to this man. Boom! The crowd erupted. Pregnant. My heavens. Uncle Yunxiao, actually carrying the bastard of that wild man. Gone mad. Truly gone mad. The disgrace of the Jie sect. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was livid, her rage threatening to explode. Having long envied Yunxiao's exalted status within the Jie sect, she now found herself enraged not by Yunxiao's fall from grace, but by her audacity to flaunt her pregnant belly in love. You little shameless hussy. You've simply brought disgrace to our great master. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit laughed in fury, pointing her Hunyuan hammer at Lin Chen. And you soft-bellied bum. Relying on seduction to survive today, I shall strip your face off to see what sort of creature you are. Whoosh. Before the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit could finish her words, her mouth still agape, she found that the crowd had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's afterimage. Lin Chen, who had just been standing far away in front of the Immortal Pavilion on the main peak, in the blink of an eye seemingly traversed through the dimensions of space and time, instantaneously appearing before the fire-eyed golden beast of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit outside the formation of Sanxian Island. And in his other arm, Yunxiao remained unscathed. Not even a corner of her robe was disturbed by the wind, firmly held in his embrace. A perfect contrast of extreme motion and extreme stillness. The absolute crushing of spatial laws. You. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's pupils shrank to a needle's point, an icy chill of death from the depths of her soul instantly freezing her Deluo peak bloodline. All she could see were eyes colder than the ancient abyss looking down upon her. What did you just call me? Lin Chen's voice was extremely soft, exceedingly calm. Yet to everyone's ears it sounded like a death decree from the heavenly Tao. His hand, the one not holding Yunxiao, casually rose lightly before the eyes of the 10,000 disciples of Duobao. He slapped down. No. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately channeling all her protective energy to resist. But that slap was too tyrannical. Too unresolvable. Slap. A crisp sound shattered the void accompanying that slap. There was no clash of treasures, no dazzling spells. Only absolute power, a cataclysmic collapse. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, a peak de luo golden immortal clad in multiple defensive pre-heaven spirit treasures. The moment that fair long hand made contact with her cheek, half of her head, along with all her defensive spirit treasures, and even her fire-eyed golden beast, exploded into a cloud of blood mist outside Tongtian Island, as if struck by a colossal hammer of Not even a shred of true spirit was left, directly obliterated by that slap, infused with quasi-saint primordial power into ash. Completely erased. A deathly silence. The over 10,000 elite disciples who had just been clamoring to flatten Tongtian Island were now, as if collectively grasped by the throat. Dozens of the leading de luo realm elders were so terrified they wet their pants on the spot, trembling as they collapsed to their knees one after another. A single slap killed a fully armed peak de luo golden immortal. Is this something a mere mortal could accomplish? Even the invincible Zhao Gongming would need to use the Dinghai Pearl several times. Unless this young man whom they derogatorily referred to as Wild Man was actually... Gulp. Yunxiao, not far away, stared at the blood mist, her throat moving painfully as the golden jiao scissors she had been holding fell to the ground in fright. As for Bai Xiao, she gazed at Lin Chen's indomitable cold silhouette, her conquered heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest at this moment. So handsome, so domineering. Does it hurt, my husband? Such filthy blood, do not dirty your hands. Even more astonishingly, the quasi-saint Yunxiao, suspended in midair by Lin Chen's arm, showed no displeasure at Lin Chen killing her fellow disciple in public. Instead, she appeared delicate, pained, pulling out a pure white silk handkerchief and obediently lowering her head to wipe the blood from Lin Chen's hand that had just killed. This scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of all the Duobao faction. Lin Chen looked down upon the kneeling, trembling masses, the Dao pressure of a 12th-grade de luo merging with a quasi-saint in the early stages erupting. Who else wishes to know why I, Lin Chen, deserve Yunxiao? If there are any, then today leave your lives behind and become a blood sacrifice for my unborn child. The overwhelming aura of the supreme villain surged. Lin Chen held his tender quasi-saint pregnant wife, looking down upon all of creation. Gurgle. Outside Tongtian Island, an eerie silence prevailed. Only the sounds of over 10,000 elite disciples from the Duobao faction, frantically swallowing saliva, and their chattering teeth, could be heard. A single slap. No fancy techniques, no innate treasures aiding. Just a casual slap, even while the other hand was wrapped around his wife's waist. It turned a long-established, fully armed peak de luo Jin, Xian along with their mount, into a mist of blood. Not even their true spirit could escape. This pure and extreme aesthetic of violence, this brazen disregard for the teachings of the Jie sect, publicly slaughtering core disciples, shattered everyone's worldview. How is this possible? That is senior sister Hualing. Flee! Flee! This is no mere soft-handed loose cultivator. This is clearly an ancient fierce demon. The first terrified scream, filled with sheer horror, erupted from an unknown source. The previously aggressive and numerous Jie sect immortals who had come to confront with the banner of cleansing the monarch's side now resembled a disturbed hornet's nest, fleeing in all directions. At this moment, Virum, a presence more terrifying and vast than the pressure Lin Chen had just released, suddenly crossed the endless void from the direction of Jinao Island, crashing down upon the East Sea. The clouds that had been shredded by Lin Chen were instantly replaced by a dazzling brilliance of treasure. Thousands of phantoms of unparalleled treasures, both postnatal and even innate, like an inverted galaxy, firmly locked onto Lin Chen above Tongtian Island. And at the center of that treasure galaxy, a Taoist figure, slightly plump, yet exuding extreme authority, with a 5-colored halo floating behind their head, slowly materialized. You insolent wretch! Dare to kill my first disciple and destroy the core of my Jie sect. If today I do not extract your soul and refine your essence, casting you into the 9 nether demon sea for eternity, how can I, Duobao Taoist, face the wilderness? The voice boomed like thunder, shaking the waters of the East Sea for 100 miles. The newcomer was none other than the Jie sect's chief disciple, acting as the master, a renowned figure in the wilderness. Duobao Taoist, a peak quasi-saint. Master Uncle has arrived. Master Uncle Duobao is avenging senior sister Hualing. The fleeing Jie sect disciples, upon seeing this, felt as if they had grasped a life-saving straw, and they all knelt on the surface of the sea, crying out in despair. In their eyes, Duobao Taoist was like the sky of the Jie sect, second only to the Master of Heaven. An invincible husband, be careful. Feeling the overwhelming quasi-saint pressure, Yunxiao, cradled in Lin Chen's embrace and pregnant, furrowed her brows sharply, instinctively, wanting to summon her newly achieved quasi-saint midstage power to protect Lin Chen. Senior brother Duobao has been at Quasissaint Peak for many years with countless treasures in hand and possesses the Duobao true body. You have just entered Quasissaint and do not resist it directly, let me. Step back. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable absolute dominance. Instead of pushing her behind him, he did not loosen his hand wrapped around Yunxiao's slender waist. Instead, he naturally patted her on the slightly tense curve, offering comfort. Yunxiao let out a soft gasp, her stunning cheeks flushed instantly. Even in the face of a great enemy, how could her husband still be so frivolous with her? Lin Chen lowered his head and gently kissed her autumn water-like eyes filled with worry, the corner of his mouth curling into a proud arc. My dear, you are now with child. How could it be right to let my pregnant wife confront others in battle? Just stay safe and watch from the side. I will let you see today, in this wilderness, who is truly capable of protecting you. Before his words could fade, Lin Chen released his embrace around Yunxiao. He did not rely on any magical treasures, nor did he retreat. Instead, he stepped forward arrogantly, his body swelling against the wind, transforming into a towering, innate chaos Dao body. With the terrifying foundation of the 12-grade De Luo flower blossoming, coupled with the Quasissaint early-stage cultivation granted by the system. In that moment, Lin Chen held nothing back, fully unleashing a roaring might. Duobao, old thief. Your disciples spouted wild words insulting my beloved wife, and I killed her. That is teaching her how to be a person in the name of the Dao. Lin Chen's Dao form stood proudly over the East Sea, his ink-black eyes shooting forth two beams of chaotic divine light that pierced through the void, locking onto Duobao Daoist amidst the treasure light. Your disciple is a waste who cannot withstand even a slap from me. Today, since you have sent your younger one to provoke me, I will take down you, the master brother of the Jie sect, as well. He's gone mad. Completely mad. Below, Bai Xiao and Xiao, along with the arriving Zhao Gongming, heard Lin Chen's shocking words and felt as if they were suffocating. A newly initiated Quasissaint loose cultivator dares to point at the nose of the Jie sect's chief, a half-step Honyuan de Luo, and claim he would take him down too. This is no different from a mere month-old tiger cub yelling at an ancient overlord dragon. Ignorant ant. To dare boast as death approaches. Duobao Daoist laughed in anger. He typically cultivated his temperament, but the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was his most beloved disciple. Now being publicly humiliated at his doorstep, it was like rubbing his face in the dirt. Behold my Duobao true body. 10,000 treasures extermination prison. Suppress him for me. Duobao Daoist Dao form roared, his hand flipping over. The thousands of treasure phantoms above the heavens instantly transformed into a massive formation capable of annihilating any Quasissaint midstage, bearing the power to destroy the heavens and earth, crashing down towards Lin Chen's chaotic Dao form. Not only that, Duobao took a step forward, his Duobao tower erupting with brilliant Buddhist light, subtly emanating an otherworldly fluctuation of Western laws, smashing down towards Lin Chen's heavenly spirit cover. Come well. Facing this despairing Quasissaint Peak combined attack, Lin Chen was not the least bit afraid, when instead the fighting spirit in his eyes burned to an unprecedented height. He did not attempt to defend against the incoming treasure barriers. Instead, he arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back, silently reciting system. Extract the ultimate innate treasure embryo, World Pearl. Ding. World Pearl first fragment extraction successful. Has been added to the host's chaotic divine body. Boom. Just as the 10,000 treasures extermination prison was about to descend in a fraction of a second. A formless gray chaotic light erupted from Lin Chen's palm. Within that light, it seemed to contain the essences of earth, fire, water, wind, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and even the embryonic forms of the 3,000 great Tao. That was the weight of an incomplete small 1,000 worlds. It surpassed any innate treasure in the wilderness. This was the reflection of the world. Break for me. Lin Chen did not use any sword techniques. Instead, he directly swung his right fist containing the weight of a world in a nearly barbaric, unreasonable manner, striking towards the Duobao Tower and the myriad treasure prison. Crack, crack, crack. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, Lin Chen's punch resembled a chaotic world hammer weighing billions of tons, smashing into a pile of fragile glass shards. Duobao Daoist's prideful 10,000 treasures extermination prison could not withstand even a fraction of a second, shattering and exploding in that gray brilliance. Those ultimate postnatal treasures, and even the pseudo-innate treasures, turned to dust under the weight of that punch like scraps of paper. Even Duobao Daoist's lifebound treasure, the Duobao Tower. At the moment of contact with Lin Chen's fist, it let out an extremely mournful wail, its body cracking with numerous shocking fissures, being forcibly blasted away, piercing through the void for millions of miles. Puff. Impossible. You just entered Quasissaint. Oh, where did this terrifying physical strength surpassing that of a saint come from? The lifebound treasure was damaged, and with the 10,000 treasures great formation destroyed, Duobao Daoist's Dao form trembled violently, a mouthful of blood, mixed with golden Quasissaint essence, spewing out the whole person like a kite, with a broken string, retreating thousands of steps before barely stabilizing. The entire scene fell into a silence more terrifying than an abyss. One punch broke myriad laws, defeating Duobao, peak Quasi-Saint chief disciple of the Jia sect. Before Lin Chen, the absolute violent protector of his wife, it was as if they were mere chickens and dogs utterly unable to withstand a blow. The wind ceased and the clouds dispersed. The fragments of spiritual treasures danced through the sky, like the last remnants of dignity from the shattered Jia sect, falling sparsely into the East Sea. At the edge of the East Sea, all sounds were forcibly stripped away in that moment. Thousands of elite disciples from the Duobao lineage, including Zhao Gongming by Xiao and Yunxiao. Even Yunxiao, who sat not far behind Lin Chen, her pale face, due to nurturing a spiritual fetus. Everyone was petrified. That was the Duobao Taoist, the strongest existence of the Jia sect since its establishment, second only to the Tongtian patriarch. Even in the presence of the primordial lord and the grand supreme elder, he could barely withstand a few exchanges with the top giants of the Fengshen era. And yet he was defeated by a loose cultivator whose roots had only just been investigated a few days before Yunxiao's Dao partner. A single punch, merely utilizing pure physical strength and the power of a broken pearl, was enough to make him spit blood and fly backwards, his life-protecting treasure cracking. What kind of great power is this? It was akin to a random sturdy man on the roadside unexpectedly delivering a powerful slap to the Jade Emperor of Heaven while simultaneously tearing off the roof of the Yunxiao treasure hall. What kind of dark art are you using? Duobao Taoist wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, his originally dignified and prosperous face now twisted like that of a vicious ghost. He stared intently at the massive chaotic fist of Lin Chen, the layer of persistent gray mist surrounding it awakening the long-dormant fear within him like a venomous serpent. As a half-step Hunyuan Daoyuo, he could sense that the power contained within Lin Chen's punch was far beyond mere. It was a primordial might, one that did not belong to the primordial heavenly Tao, and even subtly hinted at a power that could transcend the very essence of the heavenly Tao itself. Dark art. Lin Chen's chaotic form retracted, reshaping into the rebellious young man clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns. Yet the overwhelming, unparalleled dominance radiating from him made even Duobao Taoist struggle to breathe. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at Duobao. He calmly turned around, and amidst the astonished gazes of thousands stepped back to Yunxiao's side. Hiss! Accompanied by an exceedingly alluring whisper. The two younger sisters by Xiao and Yunxiao, watching from below, were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. As soon as Lin Chen landed, Yunxiao dove into his broad and safe embrace, like a fledgling sparrow returning to the nest, completely discarding the modesty and dignity of a mid-stage Quasi-Saint. Husband, are you hurt? Yunxiao's stunning face was filled with concern and utmost admiration. Ignoring the thousands of onlookers, her soft and warm jade hands meticulously examined Lin Chen's right fist, which had just shattered the Duobao Tower. Her cautious demeanor, tinged with a hint of fear and affection, nearly made Duobao Taoist vomit another mouthful of old blood. Am I not the one who is injured? My Duobao Tower is cracked. He didn't even lose a hair. What are you worrying about? A mere Duobao old thief is not even worthy of warming up for me. How could I be injured? Lin Chen thoroughly enjoyed this tender moment with his divine daughter-in-law. He kissed Yunxiao's smooth forehead, gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his posture resembling that of a peerless tyrannosaurus guarding its territory and mate. After soothing Yunxiao, Lin Chen slowly turned his head, his eyes dark as ink pierced through the pale-faced Duobao Taoist in the void. Duobao, I don't care how you manage the Jia sect on a daily basis. But since Yunxiao has become my Lin Chen's woman, carrying my seed in her womb, your tone is quite unyielding, yet you have no right to speak. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but each word was infused with the power of both Daoyuo and Quasi-Saint, resonating like a chaotic bell, shaking the spiritual senses of every Jia sect disciple. This Jia sect, adorned with a facade of brilliance, is already rife with internal corruption. Your disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, is narrow-minded, arrogant, and has accumulated countless sins against the lives of other beings. As a master, you have not disciplined her, but instead condoned her to act tyrannically here on Sanxian Island. Lin Chen stepped forward, pointing at Duobao Taoist's nose, publicly berating him without restraint. A great calamity is approaching. Your Jia sect's eldest disciple not only fails to alleviate your worries, but also comes here at this moment to provoke my pregnant wife for the sake of a worthless disciple. It seems your heart is not on the path of the Jia sect, but rather has some ulterior motives. You spit blood. Duobao Taoist was hit in a sensitive spot, his face instantly turning the color of pig liver. Over the past tens of thousands of years, due to jealousy towards the roots of the Sanxiao, he had secretly formed alliances to divide the Jia sect, but he absolutely would not allow such matters to be publicly exposed by an outsider. I Duobao have managed the Jia sect's outer sect for 1,000,000 years, and it is not your unknown filth that can speak out. Today you destroy my treasure tower and injure my Dao foundation. I will summon my master to bestow upon you. What do you intend to summon? Just as Duobao Taoist was prepared to risk everything and summon the ultimate trump card of the Jia sect, buzz, A tremendous pressure that could not be described in words, even transcending concepts of time and space, abruptly descended from the heavens above, directly impacting the waters of Sanxian Island. As this pressure emerged, Duo Bao Daoist, who had been resisting desperately, suddenly found his knees buckling uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, the thousands of disciples of the Duo Bao lineage below even ceased to breathe, all prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Master! Master! Zhao Gongming by Xiao Xiao and others, sensing that familiar aura of a saint, all changed their expressions drastically and bowed respectfully. Above the 9 heavens the clouds parted. A suspended azure sword radiating a terrifying intent to annihilate all realms gradually materialized. Beneath that sword shadow, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a gray-blue robe with a handsome face, yet carrying an indescribable, endless weariness, walked step by step from the void. The Tongtian Patriarch, one of the 6 saints of the primordial heavenly Tao, the master of the extermination sword array, the highest belief of the Jia sect. Unexpectedly at this moment, he was personally moved to intervene due to the battle between Lin Chen and Duo Bao. Master, you have finally arrived. This maniac Lin Chen has seduced Aunt Yunxiao, killed my beloved disciple Fire Spirit, and even destroyed my life-protecting treasure. He is attempting to rebel to obliterate my Jia sect. I beseech Master to take action and slay this scoundrel with the Qingping sword. Duo Bao Daoist, as if seeing his own father, knelt on the water's surface, weeping and accusing, his face filled with grievances and resentment, making listeners' hearts ache and viewers shed tears. However, the Tongtian Patriarch merely cast a cold glance at Duo Bao, that icy and profound saintly gaze, making Duo Bao, a peaked quasi-saint, feel as if plunged into an ice cave, losing the courage to utter even a single word. Tongtian's gaze shifted, ultimately landing on the only one below who had not knelt or bowed, still arrogantly embracing Yunxiao, with one arm his back straighter than the most exquisite immortal sword. Lin Chen slightly raised his head, facing the saintly probing gaze of the Tongtian Patriarch that could pierce through time and space. Not only did he not flinch, but a hint of extreme madness and frenzy also flickered in his eyes. That was the innate resistance roar emitted by the World Pearl, and the innate chaotic Tao body in the face of the saint's pressure. Are you the Tao partner chosen by Yunxiao? The voice of the Tongtian Patriarch, like the calm and serene sound of the heavenly Tao, slowly spread across the skies above Sanxian Island, revealing no emotions. The subsequent explosive moment of the protective husband fiercely confronting the heavenly Tao saint was about. The voice of the master of the Tongtian flowed through the air above the 3 immortals' island like the serene sound of the Tao, slowly spreading out. Although that voice showed no hint of joy or anger, nor did it reveal any fluctuation of spiritual power, the entire East Sea, spanning countless miles, became a frozen wasteland of death the moment those words fell. It was an ultimate suppression that transcended the myriad paths of the primordial chaos dominating all living beings. When a sage speaks, heaven and earth submit. Below, over 10,000 disciples of the Duo Bao sect knelt on the surface of the sea, trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe. Zhao Gongming by Xiao Xiao and others had their hearts racing, cold sweat soaking through their Tao robes. With the sage present, even the extraordinary prodigies blossoming from the 12 paths were but larger ants before achieving sagehood. Husband, Yunxiao, cradled in Lin Chen's arms, felt the overwhelming sacred might emanating from her master, causing her delicate face to pale slightly. She understood the master of Tongtian all too well. Although he accepted all disciples deep down, he was extremely proud and protective. Lin Chen had publicly killed the Fire Spirit Holy Mother and heavily injured the Duo Bao Daoist, tearing apart the reputation of the Jia sect. At this moment, with the master of Tongtian descending, even if she bore an unparalleled spiritual fetus inside her, it would be difficult to quell the sage's wrath. Do not be afraid. Lin Chen felt the tremor in the beautiful figure held in his embrace. Rather than releasing his grip around her slender waist, he audaciously pressed Yunxiao closer to him under the gaze of the master of Tongtian. He lowered his head and spoke in a voice only Yunxiao could hear, filled with the same arrogance and calmness as ever. Since you call me husband, even if the sky falls, I, Lin Chen, will be your only support. Not just your sage master. Even if that Tao ancestor from the Xiao Palace comes, no one shall lay a finger on a hair of my... Such an extremely presumptuous and audacious declaration was tantamount to seeking death in front of a sage. Yet as Yunxiao heard this, her anxiety miraculously settled. She raised her breathtakingly beautiful face, gazing adoringly at Lin Chen's resolute jaw, her beautiful eyes swirling with emotion, completely letting go of all defenses and modesty, as she nestled her head into Lin Chen's chest, like a gentle and obedient little wife. This scene caused the Duo Bao Daoist, kneeling at a distance on the water's surface, to twitch at the corners of his eyes. Madman! To be so reckless before the master when death is imminent. Master, please unleash the sword chi of annihilation to strip this ungrateful wretch of his true spirit. The Duo Bao Daoist roared fiercely. The master of Tongtian paid no heed to Duo Bao. his eyes seemingly containing the destruction of endless galaxies fixed intensely on the young man below, who faced his sacred might, without kneeling, instead straightening his back and tightly protecting Yunxiao in his embrace. The 12-petaled Luo flower blooms, an early-stage quasi-sage, a body of innate chaos Tao, and within that punch earlier, there was even the power of a realm master that I could not see through. The master of Tongtian slowly began to speak, and with each word he uttered the surrounding space appeared like a mirror, developing fine cracks. Such a foundation in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos truly counts as extraordinary. But, before his words could finish, the master of Tongtian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Boom! A terrifying sword intent pure to the extreme, capable of instantly evaporating the entire East Sea, erupted without warning from the illusory image of the Qingping sword, cascading down like the Milky Way from the heavens, directly locking onto Lin Chen. But before a sage without attaining the Tao, all are but ants. You killed my disciple, wounded my first disciple, and disrupted the lineage of my Jia sect. This crime must be punished. With the sage's rage, the heavens and earth changed color. Before the destructive sword intent truly descended, the great protective array of the three immortals island beneath Lin Chen's feet collapsed in an instant. The surrounding void for hundreds of miles was shredded into fragments by the fierce sword Qi. Elder sister, brother-in-law, Bai Xiao and Xiao were terrified and nearly went mad, wanting to rush forward, but were pinned in place by the overwhelming sacred might. Zhao Gongming, in utter despair, closed his eyes. It was over. With the sage's intervention, no matter how monstrous Lin Chen was, he would undoubtedly face certain death. However, beneath the overwhelming sword intent that could drive any peak quasi-sage to despair, Lin Chen did not retreat a single step. Ignite. Whether I am an ant or not, it is not for you, a sage, to decide. Lin Chen let out a wild roar towards the heavens, his eyes faintly swirling with 12-colored precious light, interwoven with gray chaotic energy. He domineeringly shielded Yunxiao behind him, pushing one hand towards the heavens. World Pearl, turn for me. Buzz. As the primal and quasi-sage levels of source power within Lin Chen burned wildly, the terrifying strength he had just used to shatter the Duobao Tower erupted once more from his palm. But this was not a common clash of spiritual power. It was the first fragment of the World Pearl rewarded by the system, a nascent form of a small thousand world, yet to be opened. Although it was merely in its nascent form, the weight and laws it contained were completely independent of the primordial Tao, the might of the second world. Boom, 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 boom. The Qingping sword intent collided with the power of the gray chaotic world in midair, creating a resounding crash. There was no earth-shattering explosion sound. The collision of these two powers directly transcended the dimension of sound propagation. The void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly collapsed into an absolute silent black hole, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned and lose all five senses from the aftermath of the law's collision. How is this possible? The Duobao Daoist, who had been kneeling nearby waiting to see Lin Chen be obliterated, was now wide-eyed in shock. What did he just witness? The sword intent of the sage, filled with fury, was actually blocked by the gray light that Lin Chen held up with one hand. Although Lin Chen's body trembled violently, and under the terrifying pressure of the sacred might, blood oozed from his 7 orifices, the Qinglian beneath his feet shattered instantly. Yet he did not kneel. He stood there like an ancient divine iron that could never be crushed, withstood a direct blow from a Tao sage, with his early-stage quasi-sage cultivation and that indescribable treasure. And Yunxiao behind him was completely unharmed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Gongming and the others were utterly numb. This was no longer a prodigy. This was a monster challenging the very understanding of the Tao. High above in the sky, the unchanging face of the master of Tongtian finally revealed a look of extreme shock and disbelief. Though others could not comprehend, as a Tao sage, how could he not understand the power Lin Chen had just used to withstand his sword intent? That was not the power of an innate supreme treasure. That was the nascent form of a new world independent of the primordial chaos. This child actually harbors a world within him. No wonder he can even bloom the 12-petaled Luo flower. Such an anomaly entirely outside the system of the primordial chaos would have long been obliterated by the Daoist divine thunder. But he had also deeply entangled himself with the fortune of the Jia sect. Not only was he Yunxiao's Tao partner, but during their brief clash earlier, Tongtian even sensed the terrifying aura of the unparalleled spiritual fetus that made even the sages feel a twinge of trepidation from Yunxiao. Good? What a madman. What an unparalleled prodigy. The master of Tongtian suddenly burst into hearty laughter. That laughter shook the universe, and the previous intent to annihilate instantly receded like a tide. You are right. If you cannot even protect your own woman, what is the point of cultivating a grand Tao? The sudden boisterous laughter of the Tongtian cult master, along with his nearly indecorous claim, completely bewildered everyone present. What was initially thought to be an inevitable deadly situation turned unexpectedly. The saint not only accepted the divine power, but also let out a hearty laugh, filled with a hint of delight and admiration. Master! Master! What is this? The Daobao Taoist knelt in midair, his expression more wretched than if he had swallowed 1,000 green flies. He stared in disbelief at the Tongtian cult master, an ominous premonition growing stronger within him. The smile on the Tongtian cult master's face suddenly vanished as he coldly shot a glance at Daobao. You, the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, are truly regressing. The fire spirit was arrogant and rude, deserving of death. Not only did you fail to reflect on your own faults and the sect's issues, but you also rallied outer disciples to pressure us at the Tongtian Island for mere face. Our Jie sect's prestigious name will eventually fall into the hands of you fools. Boom. The Daobao Taoist, struck by lightning, slumped onto the sea surface, his face as pale as paper. The master actually reprimanded him publicly for representing the Jie sect, while subtly favoring Lin Chen, who had killed the fire spirit. The Tongtian cult master ignored Daobao further and redirected his gaze downward. Amidst the swirling remnants of the void caused by the fierce collision, Lin Chen slowly lowered his right hand, which was covered in cracks, and even revealed white bones. His internal chi and blood surged violently, although the first fragment of the World Pearl could temporarily resist the Saint's strike, without being obliterated, the terrifying rebound nearly ripped apart his chaotic Dao body. Yet he stood tall, for he was not only proving his confidence to the Saint, but also aiming to completely dismantle the decaying aristocratic notions within the Jie sect, paving the way for his absolute control in the future. Husband. Behind Lin Chen, Yunxiao could no longer care about the Saint in front of her. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed to tightly embrace Lin Chen's bloodied body. Her hands gently and frantically poured out a continuous stream of quasi-saint magical power into Lin Chen's body, stabilizing his injuries. You fool! For me, why risk your life to withstand a saint's strike? Yunxiao cried, her delicate figure appearing pitifully devoted only to Lin Chen, making even the Tongtian cult master above unable to suppress his twitching eyelids. This proud and aloof eldest disciple of his, who practiced the utmost attachment, had been completely softened by this young man. Moreover, the Tongtian cult master's invincible divine sense swept across Yunxiao's slightly bulging abdomen. Even though he had sensed it earlier when the Tongtian cult master truly and meticulously examined the extraordinary spiritual fetus containing the rebellious fortune and 12 colors of chaotic divine light, he could not help but gasp in awe. It was terrifying. This child had not yet been born, yet had already gathered such astonishing heavenly fortune. The faintly leaking primal yellow essence was even purer than the top-grade innate spirit treasures in his possession. If this child were to be born, he would surely become the greatest variable in the Jie sect, and even the entire primordial world. It was even possible that in future immeasurable calamities he could become the ultimate trump card for the Jie sect to defy fate. No wonder this young man dares to be so arrogant. With such a monstrous backing, it is no wonder Yunxiao could conceive such a rare spiritual fetus. Even if he poked a hole in the 33 heavens, I would still have to protect him. The Tongtian cult master calculated in his heart, saints are immortal, and what they fight for is merely the great fortunes of the sect. And Lin Chen, along with that unborn child, now represented the greatest fortune of the Jie sect. With this thought, the Tongtian cult master's expression completely softened. He stood in midair with his hands clasped behind him, looking at the couple below, still displaying affection despite the disgrace, revealing an unusually rare, kindly smile akin to that of an elder. Lin Chen. The Tongtian cult master spoke. His voice was not loud, but resonated throughout every corner of the Tongtian island. Lin Chen turned around, shielding Yunxiao at his side, his face slightly pale, yet his eyes remained fiercely rebellious. What guidance does the master have? If you wish to fight, Lin Chen will accompany you to the end. Ha ha, you young man, your temper is just like mine in my youth. The Tongtian cult master was not angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. With this laughter, Zhao Gongming by Xiao Qiongxiao and others below were utterly petrified. The master is getting close to this man who just killed the fire spirit mother. You killed the fire spirit, injured Daobao. Oh, by all rights, as an elder, I should punish you. The Tongtian's tone was extremely authoritative, but what followed terrified everyone present, including the Daobao Tao. However, you spoke rightly to my few useless disciples. The Jie sect seems to be flourishing, yet it is actually entangled in karma destined to decline. That slap of yours, along with the courage to receive my sword, awakened them, and preserved a shred of bloodiness for our Jie. The Tongtian cult master waved his hand, and a beam of holy light radiating boundless transformative energy directly fell upon Lin Chen's injured right arm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's grievous wound healed completely. Moreover, the trace of innate spirit essence contained within that holy light subtly solidified Lin Chen's Dao body even further. Today's matter is due to Daobao's lax teachings. The death of the fire spirit is self-inflicted. The Tongtian cult master decisively quelled the imminent internal strife brewing on Tongtian Island. Daobao Taoist's face turned ashen. He did not dare to refute a single word, knowing that his standing in the master's heart had completely plummeted to the bottom because of Lin Chen. As for you and Yunxiao, the Tongtian cult master gazed at Yunxiao's anxious expression, fearful that he might act against Lin Chen. and could not help but shake his head in resignation. Since you two have already become partners, and even conceived such a rebellious child as the master, if I were to further intervene, it would seem rather inflexible of me. The Tongtian cult master's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees as he proclaimed to the entire Eastern Sea in a commanding tone. Today, I Tongtian officially confer Lin Chen as the lawful partner of Yunxiao of Sanxian Island with this heavenly decree. From now on, Lin Chen's status in the Jie sect will be equal to my personal disciple. Seeing him is like seeing me. If anyone dares to bring up any background or origin to speak ill, my Qingping sword will surely cut them down, without mercy. Boom. The Tongtian cult master's extreme favoritism and public declaration of marriage along with elevation of status. It was like an 18-level super earthquake, completely overturning the established hierarchy of the Jie sect, as countless immortals came to pay their respects. Thank you for your support, master. Yunxiao held tightly in Lin Chen's embrace, burst into tears upon hearing these words, her tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. She held Lin Chen's hand and respectfully bowed to the Tongtian cult master in midair. After hundreds of thousands of years of utmost detachment, it finally reached the most perfect and incredible conclusion at this moment. Below, Zhao Gongming and the two younger sisters exchanged glances, seeing the same shocking realization reflected in each other's eyes. This Lin Chen is actually leaning on the older sister's thigh, having slapped his way into the status of the Jie sect's heavenly prince. Ding! Detected that the host has completely conquered the highest authority of the Jie sect, Tongtian cult master, significantly altering the fate of the Jie sect at the beginning of the Fengshen era. Special rewards. Listening to the system in his mind, crazily popping up subsequent excessive reward notifications, the mischievous and charming smile on Lin Chen's lips finally blossomed wildly on Yunxiao's exquisite shoulder. The era of the Jie sect that belongs to me is finally about to arrive. The wedding proclamation of the saint who reaches the heavens resonated like the most terrifying storm, echoing throughout this sea for a long time. Daobao Daoist, like a dog with a broken spine, returned to Jinao Island with his trembling disciples utterly. The death of the fire spirit Saint Mother could not even stir a single wave in the face of such undeniable divine judgment. It was a truly senseless demise. After a deep glance at Lin Chen and the spiritual fetus within Yunxiao, the saint did not linger any longer. He understood that for a defiant prodigy like Lin Chen, a combination of benevolence and power would suffice, though forcibly keeping him by his side would only disrupt the variables that were meant to belong to Lin Chen. Thus, with a wave of his sleeve, the saint transformed into a sea of azure mist, returning to the Bio Palace. The storm calmed. Outside Sanxian Island, the fragmented protective array was gradually being repaired. Husband, this counts as having walked the bright path in front of our master, a legitimate Dao partner of the Jie sect. With the saint's departure, Yunxiao's highly strung nerves finally relaxed. She no longer cared that her elder brother and two younger sisters were watching. She wrapped herself around Lin Chen's broad and muscular chest like a fragile vine. She lifted her tear-streaked face, brimming with ultimate happiness, her autumn-like clear eyes gazing adoringly at Lin Chen's sharp profile. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's defiance against the saint's sword, which dominated the universe, not only crushed the arrogance of Daobao's faction, but also thoroughly imprinted his name onto the soul of Yunxiao, the quasi-saintess. The supreme forgetting emotion. To hell with the supreme forgetting emotion. All I want now is to peacefully bear an extraordinary divine fetus in this man's embrace. Look at that silly expression on you. Lin Chen felt the undeniable affection radiating from the beauty in his arms, and the arrogance in his eyes transformed into a deep-seated tenderness. He naturally reached out with his large hand, gently squeezing Yunxiao's remarkably curvaceous figure, prompting a soft and delicate complaint from the goddess in his embrace. My woman Lin Chen's is indeed the most legitimate female protagonist in this primordial world. As for whether your saint master agrees or not, today's blessing is merely a matter of course. Arrogant. So incredibly arrogant. To even phrase the saint's blessing as a matter of course. Yet not a single person present dared to think that Lin Chen was boasting. In the distance, Zhao Gongming, shaken by Lin Chen's unparalleled demeanor, coughed twice, with great discretion. Ahem. Brother-in-law. Since the master has already issued the decree acknowledging your partnership, my heart can finally rest easy. The fire spirit girl had it coming, but I can't guarantee that Daobao won't try to undermine things in secret. I need to hurry back to a main mountain to seclude myself and refine formations so that I can lend you two a hand in the coming tribulation. Having said that, Zhao Gongming, lacking in righteousness, gave Lin Chen a wink and transformed into a gust of dark wind riding away on a black tiger. He couldn't stand being a third wheel for even a second. Left behind were only the lovey-dovey Lin Chen couple and the two younger sisters, Bai Xiao and Xiao. Elder sister. Brother-in-law. Xiao, still holding a replica of the golden Jiao scissors, had a face full of anxiety and embarrassment, which was a stark contrast to her usually willful and fiery demeanor. She remembered that just moments ago she had been furiously cursing Lin Chen with terms like lecher and pretty boy, even attempting to kill him. Yet in the blink of an eye this man not only suppressed her with his 12-grade Deluo, but also slapped to death the peak of Deluo Fire Spirit. Even the Saint Master Tongtian publicly blessed their union, elevating him to the bizarre status of the second-in-command of the Jia sect. Yunxiao now felt her cheeks burning. The shame of being slapped in the face made her want to find a crack in the ground. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Yunxiao's slender waist, his deep dark eyes playfully gazing at Yunxiao. However, when his gaze swept over the ever-silent Bai Xiao, he paused slightly. Unlike Yunxiao's furious embarrassment, Bai Xiao stood there, her azure attire seeming as if it could be blown away by the sea breeze at any moment. Her usually elegant and indifferent face now bore an unusually distinct blush. Bai Xiao's eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts, darted away like a startled rabbit when they met Lin Chen's aggressively penetrating gaze. Her jade-like hands hidden beneath her wide sleeves were tightly clenched together. Her mind was filled with Lin Chen's imposing silhouette, which seemed capable of propping open the heavens as he withstood the saint's strike for her elder sister. Why is it that the person who receives such domineering protection from that man, who would even risk his life to safeguard her, can only be her elder sister? I, Bai Xiao, have never been able to match my elder sister in cultivation, nor could I compete with Yunxiao in being favored. I am forever the little transparent sandwiched in between. If it were Lin Chen, if it were this man who disregarded even the saint, would he notice me? Ding. In the moment Lin Chen's gaze left Bai Xiao's heart in chaos, the accumulated rewards from completely conquering the Tongtian sect erupted like a volcano. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the plot direction of the Jia sect, humiliating the Jia sect's senior brother Daobao, and gained the absolute recognition of the Tongtian sect master. Current overall evaluation, epic level super god performance. Excessive rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1 Midstage Quasi-Saint Cultivation Experience Card 1. Valid for 12 hours. Tip can be stacked with the host's own magical power, bringing combat power close to the peak of Quasi-Saint. Reward 2 System Main Storyline Trigger. Gaining Bai Xiao's Affection Icebreaking Module activated. Target 2 Bai Xiao Peak Deluo Female Immortal of Jia sect. Current affection level explosively jumps 55,100. Genius heart stirred, extremely eager to be noticed by the male protagonist. Warning. A significant butterfly effect has occurred due to the host's forceful intervention in the Fengshen calamity. Old ancestor of the underworld river has sent 3 Deluo blood divine sons to lurk around the Jia sect's periphery, likely targeting the solo core disciples for assassination to seize fortune. System notice: please pay close attention to the micro-expressions of transparent Bai Xiao. A new hero-saving beauty face-slapping scene is about to unfold. Listening to the series of explosive system notifications, the smile on Lin Chen's lips became exceedingly profound and charming. Midstage Quasi-Saint Experience Card. Combined with his recent breakthrough to early-stage Quasi-Saint and the foundation of 12-grade Deluo, his current trump card could even allow him to sign a death contract with Daobao and fight. What infuriated him even more was the system's evaluation of Bai Xiao, jumping from a passerby affection level of 10 to 55 due to a breathtaking display of arrogance. Cough. Lin Chen looked at the awkward Yunxiao below, who seemed to wish she could dig a hole to hide in, and the evasive Bai Xiao, who dared not meet his gaze. He naturally released one hand from around Yunxiao's waist. He held Yunxiao's hand, stepping onto the remnants of a half-blooming green lotus, and slowly descended at the cliff of the Santian Island. Elder sister. Seeing Yunxiao land, Yunxiao approached with her head lowered like a child who had done something wrong, unsure of where to place her hands, holding the golden dragon scissors. If you don't change your temperament, you will surely suffer greatly in the coming tribulations. Although Yunxiao spoke with a hint of sternness, her eyes were filled with sisterly love for her younger sister. She naturally leaned most of her weight onto Lin Chen, formally introducing him to her 2 younger sisters. You've seen it for yourself. Not only did my husband save my life and grant me fortune, but even our master regards him as a variable in the Jiejiao. From now on this Santian Island, or even in the entire Jiejiao, my husband's words will be my words. Yunxiao's words, which were extremely protective and even carried a sense of blind obedience, would have made Yunxiao jump up in the past. But now Yunxiao merely stole a glance at Lin Chen's handsome face, which bore a hint of devilish charm, and quickly lowered her head like a startled quail. I understand, sister brother-in-law. The way she addressed him as brother-in-law felt extremely awkward, yet lacked any spirit of rebellion. The psychological shadow cast by the 12-grade Deluo flower was too great for her. Alright, we are all family. I'm not the kind of person to hold grudges over past unpleasantness. Lin Chen waved his hand, displaying a demeanor of a benevolent elder and leader of a sect. However, this seemingly light-hearted remark firmly established his absolute authority among the female immortals of the Santian faction. He turned his gaze towards Bai Xiao, who had been silent all along. At this moment, Bai Xiao, clad in green, had her clothes gently stirred by the sea breeze, but in her tranquil eyes there was a struggle that was hard for others to detect. She looked at Yunxiao, whose beauty radiated with vitality as her cultivation had broken through to the midstage of the Quasi-Saint level, and then at the already evident aura of her spiritual fetus. She knew that her elder sister had truly found a peerless hero to whom she could fully rely on shedding all pretenses. But what about me? A wave of bitterness rippled through Bai Xiao's heart. Second sister, what are you thinking? Lin Chen's deep and resonant voice suddenly rang in her ears. She did not know when Lin Chen had released Yunxiao and walked up to her. The distance between them was less than half a foot. The pure masculine energy unique to the innate chaos Dao body rushed towards her without reservation. I'm not thinking about anything. Bai Xiao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly lifted her head only to meet Lin Chen's pitch-black eyes that seemed to see through all her deepest desires. In that moment, Bai Xiao's heart, which had reached the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, skipped a beat. The blush on her cheeks instantly spread to her ears. It's best if you're not thinking about anything. The great calamity of the primordial world is about to arise, and it will be chaotic. Your elder sister is now pregnant, and many matters concerning Tongtian Island, and even Zhejiao, will likely depend on you, the most steady second sister, to navigate. Lin Chen spoke in a calm tone, even carrying the weight of an elder's admonition, but his strong hand casually, and perhaps a bit excessively, patted Bai Xiao's slender shoulder twice. Boom. Just those two touches through her green garments, combined with Lin Chen's heartfelt compliment, the most steady second sister, made Bai Xiao feel an extremely strange and tingling current surge through her limbs. She had always been a person without a sense of security, a small presence that had never attracted real attention from her sect. What he just said was the first time, aside from Yunxiao, that a peerless powerhouse who did not even regard saints as anything had acknowledged her value with such an equal and appreciative tone. Ding. Detected that the target Bai Xiao's internal defenses against love have been breached by the host's special care. Bai Xiao's favorability, 5562,100. Seeing as a confidant, feelings arise. Warning countdown triggered. The blood sun of the river of underworld has infiltrated the eastern sea's defense line of Zhejiao. Target locked, a female immortal who is isolated due to investigating the whereabouts of the traitors of Zhejiao. Bai Xiao heard the system's harsh alarm as her favorability soared. A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The good show is about to begin. Husband, the spiritual fetus in my womb has absorbed too much fortune and is subtly reacting. I want to return to the immortal pavilion to continue my seclusion and stabilize my realm, and also. Yunxiao shyly glanced at Lin Chen. I want to digest that strand of saintly aura granted by our master. For the next few days, I'm afraid I will trouble my husband to take care of the defenses of Tongtian Island. Go ahead. With me here, not even a fly can enter Tongtian Island. Lin Chen gently kissed Yunxiao on the forehead. Watching the affectionate display between the elder sister and brother-in-law, Bai Xiao bit her lip tightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of frustration and impulse. Elder sister, brother-in-law. Since the crisis has temporarily subsided, I want to patrol around the outer periphery of Jinao Island. Previously, I reviewed the roster of disciples of Zhejiao and vaguely discovered that several named disciples under senior brother Duo Bao have been acting strangely, seemingly tainted with a hint of blood sea malice. I fear they might be traitors who pose a threat to Zhejiao, and I must investigate thoroughly. Bai Xiao found a very grand reason to escape from this chaotic battlefield that disrupted her Dao heart. Traitors. Such a thing exists. Let Yunxiao accompany you. Yunxiao furrowed her brows slightly. No need. Yunxiao is impulsive and could easily alert the enemy. I can go alone. If danger arises, my peak Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation is sufficient for self-protection. Bai Xiao did not give anyone a chance to refute, nor did she dare to look at Lin Chen again. She summoned her flying sword, transforming it into a streak of clear blue light, and fled Tongtian Island like a gust of wind, plunging alone into the vast cloud sea of the eastern sea. Watching that graceful silhouette fade away, Lin Chen's smile deepened. Foolish woman, what does being at the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal mean? That's a killing trap laid by the ancestor of the river of underworld. However, this is also good. Without this heroic rescue and life-threatening slash, how could you willingly let your frozen heart shatter in my embrace? As the azure clouds entered the fray, a death trap of blood swirled silently beneath the endless layers of clouds over the East Sea. Here lies the farthest edge of the power, where all the immortals of the GS sect gather, a place seldom visited by great beings. Yet at this moment, this sea area was permeated with a nauseating, sweet, and bloody aura that did not belong to the dragon clan of the Four Seas. Standing on her azure fairy sword, Bai Xiao donned a pristine azure robe that billowed in the sea breeze. Her exquisite and ethereal face was now etched with seriousness and an unshakable agitation. The auras of those named disciples under senior brother Duo Bao have vanished right here in this sea. Why did they sneak away from Jinao Island? Bai Xiao furrowed her brows tightly. In these past few days, her mind had been more unsettled than ever. Her head was filled with the image of Lin Chen outside Tongtian Island, embracing his eldest sister with one hand, smashing the fire spirit Saint Mother with a slap, and shattering the Duo Bao pagoda with a single punch. She could not forget Lin Chen's gaze filled with a masculine aura of dominance, and his warm compliment, the most composed second sister. Stop thinking about it. He is your brother-in-law, the one who has raised your sister to the heavens as a legendary partner. What are you in comparison? You are merely a transparent person caught in the middle. Someone, even the master, has not looked at twice. Bai Xiao mocked herself fiercely in her heart, attempting to suppress the noxious weed of jealousy and desire that had taken root and sprouted within her Dao heart, with her meager reasoning, as a pique de luo Jin Xian. The reason she took on the arduous task of pursuing the list of traitors and came here alone was largely to escape from the inferno of San Xian Island that had caused her Dao heart to falter. She had even gone to inform Duo Bao Dao Run about the unusual behavior of those disciples, but Duo Bao had just been humiliated by Lin Chen and reprimanded by the master. He had no leisure to care about her. With a mere dismissal, Bai Xiao Shimi is over-worrying. He sent her away. Since no one is managing this, I will investigate it myself. Even if I am not as fortunate as my eldest sister to encounter that man, I am still one of the 3 Xiaos of the Jie sect. Bai Xiao gritted her silver teeth, and her divine sense at the peak of Deluo Jin Xian swept toward that strange whirlpool below. Boom! The moment her divine sense touched the center of the whirlpool, an unexpected change occurred. Kik. No wonder you are one of the 3 Xiaos under the master of the heaven-supporting sect. My blood sea formation, which hid the heavenly secrets, has actually been detected by this little girl. A piercing, sinister laugh, as if produced by the friction of countless vengeful spirits against bone, suddenly erupted from the void all around. Following that, the originally azure waters of the East Sea rolled up into a blinding crimson within a fraction of a second. It was not seawater at all. It was the extremely viscous, corrosive, netherworld blood water. Blood son of the ancestor of the Nether River. Bai Xiao's pupils shrank to the size of needles. A tremendous sense of danger arising from the depths of her soul engulfed her body. As an elite of the Jie sect, how could she be unaware of the infamous reputation of the Blood Sea ancestor of the Nether River? He was one of the 3,000 worldly guests who listened to the Tao in the Zishao Palace, known as the unparalleled powerhouse who would not let the Blood Sea dry or the Nether River die. But why would his clone appear in the heartland of the Jie sect in the East Sea, far away from the Netherworld Blood Sea? Before Bai Xiao could comprehend this, boom boom boom. 3 blood-red figures emanating overwhelming blood energy, each not inferior to the peak of Deluo Jin Xian, tore through the void and surrounded Bai Xiao in a perfect formation. Moreover, beneath the feet of these 3 blood sons, the Shura blood transformation array, which had been laid for countless years and was hidden to the utmost degree, was fully activated. 12 flags dripping with black blood sealed the heavenly secrets within 100,000 miles, and even the jade slip for a divine sense distress signal was dissolved into ashes the moment it was summoned by the corrosive blood fog in the formation. You actually colluded with the traitors of the Jie sect, setting a trap in the East Sea. Bai Xiao finally reacted, realizing that those so-called oddly behaving, named disciples were nothing but bait. This was the blood ancestor of the Nether River taking advantage of the chaos in the heavenly secrets during the divine sealing calamity and the recent turmoil in the Jie sect, specifically targeting the isolated core figures of the Jie sect with a deadly trap. Your reaction is not slow. Unfortunately, it is too late. One of the blood sons with a distorted face licked his crimson lips, his eyes filled with greed. If Yunxiao were here with the might of the primordial golden dipper, perhaps we wouldn't be able to take her down even with these 3 clones and the blood transformation array. But you, mere peak de luo, without a supreme innate spirit treasure to protect you. Once I drain the fortune and origin of this Jie sect fairy, my path of slaughter will surely advance further. Enough nonsense. Form the array. Refiner. The 3 blood sons roared simultaneously, and the blood transformation array erupted with countless stinking blood chains akin to a swarm of venomous snakes, frantically strangling Bai Xiao. At the same time, 3 peak de luo blood sea divine abilities sealed off every possible escape route for her. You shall not escape. Bai Xiao found herself in a dire situation, yet the pride within her was thoroughly ignited. She disregarded everything and ignited her de luo origin as the Qing Ping fairy sword in her hand erupted with dazzling sharp sword light, attempting to carve out a path for survival before the formation closed. With a slicing sound, the sword light severed hundreds of blood chains, but those chains, bolstered by the blood array, were inexhaustible, instantly reforming. The 3 blood sons at the same cultivation level launched a joint attack that directly broke through Bai Xiao's protective fairy light. Pooh! Bai Xiao let out a muffled groan, spewing a mouthful of blood. A piece of flesh was brutally torn from her left shoulder by a blood demon claw, and as the deep wound exposed bone, the blood sea's malevolence surged in, rapidly corroding her magic power. In just one exchange, she was heavily injured, thrown into a situation that could be said to be 10 deaths without life. Am I going to die here? I can't even send out a distress signal. Gripping her fairy sword, Bai Xiao knelt in the sinking void of the blood sea, coughing up blood. The pressure of the array grew stronger, and her vision began to blur. The last image that flashed through her mind was not the days at San Xian Island, but that domineering silhouette with the 12th grade De Luo Dao flower, proud and invincible. With him protecting my eldest sister. How wonderful. Even if I die, my eldest sister will have no regrets. But I, the unnoticed second sister, who would know I perished here? A single tear filled with deep unwillingness and endless grievance rolled down Bai Xiao's pale cheek. Little girl, give up your struggle. To become nourishment for the Blood Sea is the only fate for you, a mere ant of the GS sect. Ha ha. The three blood sons laughed maniacally as the sky filled with blood sea chains converged into a blood-colored guillotine capable of extinguishing true spirits, descending with a shroud of annihilation towards Bai Xiao's delicate snow-white neck. A moment between life and death. 10 deaths without rebirth. The blood-red guillotine loomed larger in Bai Xiao's eyes, the suffocating scent of death stirring her blood-soaked hair. She despairingly closed her eyes, calmly accepting the fate of her unknown tragic death. However, time seemed to be forcibly paused by an incomprehensible, terrifying power at this moment. Boom. It was not thunder. It was an absolutely domineering, utterly destructive, chaotic storm that surpassed even the limits of the Eastern Sea's heavenly Tao laws. Crack. Under the horrified gazes of three blood gods caught completely off guard. Their proud Shura blood transformation array, capable of turning even the finest Deluo golden immortal into pus, those 12 blood sea array flags that concealed heavenly secrets, were struck hidden as if by a peerless hammer spanning the ancient age. Not even a thousandth of a breath was sustained, and with a dull sound the 12 array flags erupted into powder simultaneously. A cyan crescent-shaped sword light spanning the entire Eastern Sea and measuring 100,000 zhang long sliced through the endless blood sea from above the shattered array dome, carrying the supreme, killing intent that tore apart the void and severed causality. Sizzle. The guillotine of the blood sea about to sever Bai Xiao's head was as fragile as paper before this azure sword light, cleaving through it along with the pinnacle blood god beneath directly and unquestioningly into two halves. A single confrontation without even a person appearing, the array shattered. The blood gods perished. The remaining two blood gods were horrified, their hearts trembling, the bloodthirsty aura within them fluctuating violently due to extreme panic. They retreated, madly fixated on the blood-colored sky that had been cleaved open. Bai Xiao also sensed that familiar aura that sent chills through her soul, and she opened her blood-stained, beautiful eyes in disbelief. In the midst of the scattered blood rain, just less than a zhang in front of her in the void, a tall figure draped in a black, dragon-patterned robe with broad shoulders and a narrow waist stood proudly on the 12-grade transformation green lotus. A fierce masculine aura, a mix of quasi-saint pressure and innate chaotic Tao body, formed an impenetrable barrier that completely blocked all the bloody storm approaching Bai Xiao. It was Lin Chen, the man who in her last moment before death she desperately wished to see one last time. The unparalleled prodigy, who only cherished his elder sister. How could he be here? How could he possibly know she was here? Lin Chen didn't even spare a glance at the two, terrified. He casually held the 36-grade transformation green lotus sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the boiling sea surface. His jet-black hair danced wildly in the fierce wind, exuding an extreme arrogance. Just a few bugs from the Nether Blood Sea. Even the old thief of the Nether River who only knows to hide at the bottom wouldn't dare to step out of his ditch easily. Lin Chen's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it carried a deathly oppressive feeling that could make even Deluo golden immortals want to bow in worship. He slowly raised his eyes as deep as a black hole, revealing an unmasked, brutal killing intent. Who gave you the guts to touch my Lin Chen's little sister? You are Lin Chen, the rogue cultivator from Tongtian Island. The two blood gods exclaimed in horror. They had certainly heard about the shocking incident that occurred on Tongtian Island a few hours ago, which had even caused Daobao Daoist to suffer a setback. But they never expected that this unparalleled beast could so precisely lock onto their location and even break the array within their concealed heavenly secrets. Run. No more words needed. Facing a monster who could slay a 12-grade Deluo with a single sword strike and shatter the Daobao Pagoda with a single punch. Even if the blood gods had lost their sanity, their only thought was to flee. Can you escape? Lin Chen sneered. Buzz. Buzz. No pursuit, no need to pursue. Lin Chen didn't even move a single step. He simply clenched his left hand fiercely toward the void. World Pearl space confinement suppress. A heavy force capable of collapsing the vast world instantly covered the sea area within a million li. The two blood gods who had just slipped into the void fissure thinking they had escaped were like bugs frozen in amber, forcibly squeezed out of the void by the irresistible power of the world's embryonic form. No. Ancestor safe. Puff. Puff. They didn't even finish their screams. Lin Chen simply pinched his fingers in the air. The two blood gods, renowned for their ferocity at the edge of the primordial with the peak cultivation of Deluo, were directly blown apart in the air like burst water balloons into two silent clouds of blood mist. Along with their proud blood sea, true spirit completely erased under the crushing of the chaotic law, leaving not even a trace behind. Instant kill. Thoroughly and completely suppressing them. What Deluo peak, what Nether River avatars. Before this overwhelmingly domineering man, they were weaker than mere mosquitoes. Calmness returned. The split sea waters of the Eastern Sea rejoined, and the overwhelming malevolent energy was swept away under Lin Chen's quasi-saint aura, restoring a deep blue. Lin Chen casually twirled his sword, and sheathed the green lotus sword. Then he slowly turned around. The eyes that had just been as cold and brutal as the Grim Reaper softened as they looked at Bai Xiao, who was kneeling in a pool of blood, injured, and in a daze melting into a deep and warm gaze that even carried a hint of reproach. "You foolish woman. Is being a Deluo Golden Immortal really that impressive? When you discover clues, don't you know to call for me back to Sanxian Island?" Lin Chen strode forward, showing no concern for avoiding suspicion, nor did he hold back, because she was his little sister. With a tone filled with strong possessiveness, he dominantly and irresistibly extended his arms, pulling the severely injured and weak Bai Xiao tightly into his warm embrace amidst the blood-soaked ground. How did you know I was here?" Bai Xiao leaned against that solid chest capable of withstanding the fall of heaven and earth, tears gushing out uncontrollably like a burst dam. Her cold facade and the dignity of a Deluo Golden Immortal were utterly shattered by this warm embrace. Lin Chen lowered his head, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of Bai Xiao's eyes with his blood-stained thumb, the action ambiguous yet direct. "Of course I sensed it." Lin Chen's deep, rich voice brushed against Bai Xiao's ear, carrying a deadly allure. "When you are in danger, even if I am at the deepest part of the Sanxian Island formation, I can still sense it. I, Lin Chen, have said it before. I will bear the karma of this primordial world. And you are also someone I, Lin Chen, must protect." On the shores of the East Sea, upon an unknown desolate island, the surging waves continuously crashed against the rocks, stirring up layers upon layers of snow-white spray. On the desolate island, the pungent stench of blood that once lingered from the blood god son of the underworld had long been swept away by Lin Chen's domineering chaotic creation power. Cough. With a pale face like paper, Bai Xiao leaned against Lin Chen's broad and sturdy chest, unable to suppress a cough that spewed out remnants of blood mixed with golden light. The deep wound on her left shoulder, torn by the blood demon claw and visible to the bone, had stopped bleeding under the suppression of Lin Chen's great Dao power, but the malicious blood sea aura was like maggots crawling in her meridians, desperately attempting to erode her great Dao foundation. "Don't force yourself." Lin Chen's deep and magnetic voice resonated above Bai Xiao's head. He did not adhere to the outdated rules of no intimacy between men and women like a gentleman. Instead, he domineeringly extended his hand, directly wrapping it around Bai Xiao's waist, which was slim, yet trembled slightly from pain. Moreover, Lin Chen's other warm and powerful hand unceremoniously covered the wound on Bai Xiao's left shoulder, which was only half covered by her silk robe. At that moment, Bai Xiao, the peak female immortal of the Jiejiao, whose skin was as smooth as frost and snow, could distinctly feel the roughness and heat radiating from Lin Chen's palm. This unexpected skin contact left Bai Xiao, who was usually cold and independent, feeling as if she had been electrocuted, her body stiffening. In her serene and abyss-like beautiful eyes a complex mist suddenly surged, instinctively wanting to escape the embrace that had thrown her Dao heart into chaos. "Sister, brother-in-law, this cannot be. We cannot proceed like this. If the eldest sister were to find out..." Bai Xiao's voice trembled, but due to her severe injuries, her weak attempts to break free in Lin Chen's embrace, like spring breezes brushing against willows, only sparked a strangely ambiguous fire. What if Yunxiao knows? Lin Chen not only did not loosen his grip, but instead held her tighter, his deep dark eyes locking onto Bai Xiao's flustered and evasive gaze, revealing an unabashed possessiveness. "I have said you are the one I, Lin Chen, wish to protect." As Lin Chen's words fell, an extremely pure and coveted celestial energy of creation flowed from his hand that was tightly pressed against Bai Xiao's fragrant shoulder, continuously pouring into her body. The blood evil that troubled Bai Xiao melted away upon encountering this chaotic creation force, like encountering an enemy's ice and snow dissolving and being devoured at a visible speed. Feeling the warmth within her body, transitioning from destruction to rebirth, she raised her eyes to gaze at the cold and resolute face, so close to her one, that even a saint would dare to face heat in. In that moment, Bai Xiao's defenses completely crumbled. From a young age, she was the second of the three Xiao. The eldest sister Yunxiao shone brightly, while the third sister Qiongxiao was vivacious and favored. Yet she, forever the one needing no one to worry about her, was the middle ground, not specially cared for by others. Even when injured or faced with troubles, she had grown accustomed to bearing it alone. Because subconsciously, she felt that no one would truly place her above her eldest sister. Until today. In the Blood Sea formation where death was certain, it was this man who traversed 100,000 miles of void, cleaving open her despairing sky with a single sword. He held her without questioning right or wrong, without complaining of trouble, simply uttering a domineering declaration of, "I am here." Lin Chen. Bai Xiao suddenly no longer referred to him as brother-in-law. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen's lips, the cool and rational mask she usually wore was utterly torn apart as Lin Chen looked on in slight surprise. This usually composed female immortal of the Jiejiao appeared like a traveler who had walked through icy wilderness for eons, finally finding a furnace warm enough to melt everything. Ignoring the wound on her left shoulder that had yet to heal completely, she abruptly extended her exquisite arms, tightly wrapping them around Lin Chen's neck. Eldest sister said cultivators are meant to fight for a path to survival amidst calamity. I also want to fight once. Tears fell from the corners of Bai Xiao's eyes, yet on her breathtakingly beautiful face bloomed a heart-wrenching smile, like a moth drawn to the flame. She gave Lin Chen no chance to speak, taking the initiative in a clumsy, yet fervent manner. Directly tilting her head, and kissing Lin Chen's lips, which bore a hint of wicked charm. Boom. This proactive offering of the cold goddess of Jiejiao, this explosive release of emotions suppressed for countless years. Upon this desolate island a storm of desire erupted that was 1,000 times more ferocious than the East Sea's raging tides. Lin Chen's eyes were instantly filled with a violent desire for conquest. He was no saint, and how could he resist the meat that was delivered to his door? Moreover, this was a task clearly marked by the system. This fire was ignited by you on your own. Lin Chen took the initiative, swiftly tearing off the bloodstained blue robe that was a hindrance, forcefully pressing the breathtakingly perfect figure gathered from the essence of heaven and earth onto the cold, yet vast rocks. Ding. Detecting that Bai Xiao's emotional defenses have completely shattered, favorability skyrocketing. Current favorability 62, 85, 95,100. Moths to the flame, utterly devoted. Congratulations to the host for conquering the Jiejiao female, immortal Bai Xiao. Please complete the Yinyang contract promptly. Accompanied by the system's urgent notification, this island once belonging to slaughter had completely descended into the most primal and frenzied paradise for men and women. The blue robes scattered and the sounds of delicate cries were blown away by the sea breeze, repeatedly pushed towards the pinnacle of the great Tao by the wild chaotic laws. Do not right cannot pass Shenhe. On a desolate island off the coast of the eastern sea, the sea wind still howled, but upon that cold hard reef, an inescapable warmth and intimacy permeated the air. Brother-in-law. You trickster. Bai Xiao, like a puddle of completely melted spring water, lay limp and powerless on Lin Chen's broad, sturdy chest. Her ink-black hair was disheveled, scattered over her snow-white, smooth shoulders. Her once elegant, graceful, and even somewhat aloof cheeks were now flushed crimson, as if about to drip blood. In her autumn water eyes, usually as calm as a deep pool, there was now only a dazed mist from being thoroughly ravaged. At the corners of her eyes still hung tear stains, mingling the pain of a first taste of forbidden fruit with ultimate ecstasy. She had never imagined that the process of dual cultivation to cleanse meridians that her elder sister spoke of in the wilderness of a deserted island under the wild primordial beast-like assault of Lin Chen's innate chaos Tao body would be so shamefully soul-shattering. Still calling me brother-in-law. Lin Chen's deep mellow voice, laced with satisfaction and an extremely dangerous masculine aura, sounded above Bai Xiao's head. Not only did he not restrain his domineering possessiveness because it was Bai Xiao's first time, but he instead pulled her incredibly soft, delicate body tightly against his, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. If he ran, he would die. If he stayed, he would die. If he failed the quest, he would live a life worse than death. Since every path led to death anyway. In my past life, I was a coward all my life, and like a timid, obedient little wife who had done wrong, she buried her burning face deep in the crook of Lin Chen's neck and yielded in a voice as faint as a thread. That's more like it. Lin Chen reveled immensely in the thrill of completely conquering the lofty Luo immortal of the Jie sect, branding her from body to soul as his own. He lowered his head and sucked hard on her fair slender neck, leaving behind an ambiguous glaring red mark. Just then a system notification, like the primordial chaos splitting apart, exploded with unprecedented frequency deep within Lin Chen's soul. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully conquered the second top-tier target by Xiao, second of the 3 Xiao of Jie sect peak Luo Golden Immortal. Yinyang union complete. Target's affection has been locked at 100,100 devoted life and death together. Due to the host's heroic rescue in a deadly blood sea situation and breaking the target's psychological defenses with an overwhelmingly domineering approach, a perfect conquest critical hit has been triggered. The second target's first union consecutive jackpot from the multi-child multi-blessing system is now being distributed. Finally, Lin Chen took a deep breath, a barely contained fervor flashing in his eyes. Reward 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure. 12-grade World Purifying White Lotus Complete Version. Contains the purest innate creation and purification origin. Seated on the Lotus platform, invulnerable to all laws, warding off all evils. It is the top defensive treasure, second only to the Chaos Supreme treasures in the world. 12-grade World Purifying White Lotus. Lin Chen's heart shook. This was a legendary treasure on par with the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus of the Taoist Jane. With this combined with his peak Luo physical body and quasi-saint magical power, even a saint would have to think twice about breaking his defense in a short time. However, the system's consecutive jackpot was just beginning. Reward 2 System Main Quest Clan Procreation Plan Part 2 activated. Detected that the seed of the host's bloodline has been planted in target Bai Xiao. Conception probability 100. Advanced guaranteed reward distributed host's Chaos Tao body advancement 30 physical strength comparable to a primordial witch. GSX Town Sect Killing Formation. 9 bins Yellow River Formation perfectly deduced formation diagram deployable, without the Chaos Golden Dipper double the power, and absolutely loyal to the host. Reward 3 DAO Partner Dual Cultivation Feedback Mechanism triggered. Target by Xiao receives feedback of host's 12-grade Luo talent and Quasi-Saint origin. The moment this final notification faded by Xiao, who was still panting softly in Lin Chen's arms, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She felt with disbelief that the bottleneck at the peak of Luo Golden Immortal, which had been as solid as a rock and stuck for tens of thousands of years, had actually shattered after this frenzied union. Crack. It was as crisp and pleasant as an eggshell breaking. Husband. My cultivation. Bai Xiao was so shocked she could barely speak. She found that not only had the internal injuries from the Blood Sea Blood God healed instantly, but a vast, boundless Taiqing Quasi-Saint origin was surging wildly through her limbs and bones like an ocean. About to break through. A smug, knowing smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. With a casual wave of his hand, a prepared plain wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress draped over Bai Xiao's enchanting, tempting body. Then why hold back? With your husband watching over you, even if you were to become a saint right here on the spot, the heavenly Tao would have to hold back the lightning tribulation for me. Arrogance. Unbounded arrogance. Bai Xiao's eyes reddened at his words, tears of overwhelming gratitude streaming down. This was the man she had chosen. A world-dominating overlord who could change her fate with a mere gesture. Bai Xiao nodded firmly. No longer suppressing the wild mana within her, a streak of cyan, sword light, shot into the sky. Right there on the reef of the desolate island, the auspicious clouds churned above Bai Xiao's head. Her 3 Luo Dao flowers, originally only at the 7th grade, were forcibly elevated to the limit of the 9th grade by Lin Chen's domineering feedback power. Sever. With a delicate shout from Bai Xiao, an evil thought avatar holding a green lotus subsword identical in appearance, but radiating a cold, killing intent, stepped out from the Dao flowers, severing the evil corpse. From the peak of Luo Golden Immortal, she leaped across the chasm that countless scattered immortals of the primordial world despaired of. Bai Xiao was now officially a quasi-saint of the Jie sect. 3 women in 1 family plus Lin Chen had created 3 quasi-saints in the blink of an eye. With such terrifying foundation, even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect combined no longer had the qualification to be looked at directly by Lin Chen. Husband. After her breakthrough, Bai Xiao, without any hint of a quasi-saint's airs, went limp and threw herself back into Lin Chen's arms like a clingy kitten. She lifted her cool, ethereal, and stunning face, even awkwardly, and proactively leaned in and planted a heavy kiss on Lin Chen's slightly roguish and captivating cheek. Bai Xiao, in this life, I am my husband's in life, and my husband's ghost in death. Alright, stop being so clingy here. Lin Chen lightly patted her surprisingly springy lower back. I've had my way with you on this deserted island for so long. Your elder sister on 3 Immortals Island is probably getting restless. If you don't go back soon, that girl Yunxiao might turn the Eastern Sea upside down. At the mention of her elder sister, Bai Xiao's face, which had been immersed in endless joy and reliance, instantly turned deathly pale. Elder sister. Husband. What do we do? If elder sister finds out, how will I face myself? Bai Xiao panicked, utterly panicked. Stealing a taste like this was an act of great rebellion anywhere, especially since her elder sister was so good to her, and even carried a spiritual fetus that needed calming. Look at you, scared to death. Lin Chen domineeringly scooped up the panicked Bai Xiao into his arms, feeling her soft, warm body still trembling slightly in weakness. He sneered disdainfully, his pitch-black eyes radiating an arrogance that dominated all. Since, when does Lin Chen need to explain his actions to anyone? Not to mention Yunxiao, even if your GS sect master Tongtian Jiaozhu stood here, I've slept with who I've slept with. Who dares to talk nonsense? Come on, follow me back to 3 Immortals Island. Today, right in front of your elder sister, I will establish your title as my second wife on 3 Immortals Island. With proper and just recognition. With a boom, Lin Chen gave Bai Xiao no chance to retreat or beg for mercy. Stepping on the phantom of the 12th-grade world-purifying White Lotus, he tightly held Bai Xiao's slender legs in a possessive, unyielding posture. A purple-golden rainbow piercing the heavens, carrying an arrogant, triumphant, and exceptionally domineering wife-protecting maniac, tore through the sky, heading straight for the heart of the GS sect, 3 Immortals Island. Above the Eastern Sea, a purple-golden rainbow tore through the sea of clouds. Lin Chen stood upon the phantom of the 12th-grade pure White Lotus, his single arm possessively wrapped around Bixio's slender waist, his posture like that of an ancient sovereign surveying his domain, proudly returning with his most precious newly acquired trophy. Yet Bixiao, nestled in his arms now, bore little trace of the aloof, celestial maiden of the Jie sect. Beneath her newly changed plain, flowing immortal dress, her graceful body still lingered with the softness and ache from Lin Chen's frenzied conquest on the desolate island just moments ago. She buried her burning cheeks deeply into Lin Chen's firm chest, utterly unable to lift her head, and faced the approaching 3 Immortals Island ahead. Husband. Perhaps I should sneak back through the back mountain. If eldest sister sees me like this. Vixio's voice trembled violently. A stolen affair and one that had spiraled out of control, culminating in her deflowering on the desolate island. This intense sense of betrayal and guilt toward her elder sister left this newly advanced quasi-saint so terrified that even her fingers grew weak. Sneak back? What did I teach you on that desolate island just now? Lin Chen snorted coldly. Instead of releasing her, his hand around Bixio's waist slid downward and delivered a sharp slap to her astonishingly pert rear. Slap. Opt. Bixiao cried out, her tears nearly falling from shame. She could only obediently collapse into Lin Chen's arms, daring not to utter another sound. I, Lin Chen, act with integrity. If I've slept with you, then I've slept with you. Now that you're my woman, no one in this Jie sect, including your eldest sister, dares to give you any trouble. Lift your head. Lin Chen's voice was supremely arrogant, carrying an absolute, unquestionable authority. As his words fell, the two of them had already descended upon the white jade dojo on the main peak of Yuhua on Three Immortals Island. Whoosh. On the dojo, Yunxiao, who had been anxiously waiting, and Yunxiao, who was supported by Yunxiao, with her prominently pregnant belly, both looked up at the same time. When Yunxiao saw the two figures descending from midair, her spirited eyes widened in shock, her jaw nearly dropped. Second sister. Yunxiao could hardly believe her eyes. What was she seeing? Her second sister Bixiao, who was usually icy and deferential to no one, but their eldest sister, was now being held with supreme possessiveness in Lin Chen's single arm, like a thoroughly tamed gentle kitten. To make matters worse, Bixio's cheeks were flushed crimson, her brows and eyes brimming with fully bloomed, enchanting spring passion, and even her changed clothes couldn't hide her disheveled and languid state. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance what intense intimacy she had just experienced. Peak of golden immortal. No. You've broken through to quasi-saint. Yunxiao gasped in shock, sensing the faint aura of Taiching quasi-saint emanating from Bixiao, her mind turning to mush. Just half a day ago, her second sister had left the island in a huff. How could she now be brought back in her brother-in-law's arms, and also have broken through to quasi-saint? Eldest sister. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Bixiao panicked, and tried to break free from Lin Chen's embrace to kneel before Yunxiao and beg forgiveness. But Lin Chen's iron-like arm held her firmly by his side. Lin Chen met Yunxiao's unfathomably deep autumn water eyes with utmost composure, showing no guilt, but rather a wild, dominating confidence that controlled everything, and declared directly, Yunxiao Bixiao was ambushed by the blood god son of Mingi in the Eastern Sea. I saved her, and incidentally I took her body. From now on she is my second wife, Lin Chen's woman. This extremely blunt and arrogantly unapologetic confession, which didn't even bother with pretense, exploded like a divine thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, detonating across the dojo of Three Immortals Island. You savage lecher. Not content with what you did to my eldest sister, you won't spare my second sister either. Yunxiao instantly bristled, grabbing the golden dragon scissors, and about to leap up. But as soon as she met Lin Chen's deep dark eyes, an uncontrollable fear surged from the depths of her heart, forcing her to swallow the rest of her curse. Facing this terrifying love nest caught in the act scenario, Bixiao tightly shut her eyes in fear, tears streaming down her face, bracing for her elder sister's thunderous wrath and the punishment of the Chaos Golden Cauldron. Yet the expected slap never came. Silly sister, going to investigate Mingi Patriarch's blood godson at the peak of Golden Immortal. Are you tired of living? Yunxiao's voice, gentle as water, sounded beside Bixio's ear. Bixiao tremblingly opened her eyes, only to see that Yunxiao, far from being angry, was instead gazing at her with deep affection, extending her fair jade-like hands to gently smooth the disheveled strands of hair by Bixio's ear. Yunxiao turned her head, a blush blooming on her exquisite face, and cast a coquettish, yet deeply affectionate glare at Lin Chen. Husband, with your supreme chaotic Tao body, my pregnant form is indeed unable to withstand such vigorous attention. If my second sister can share some of the burden, it will spare your vigorous dragon energy from being suppressed. How could— At these words, not only was Bixiao stunned, but Yunxiao, still holding the golden dragon scissors, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Eldest sister. Not only did she accept it, but she could even utter such bold, passionate words. Ding! In Lin Chen's mind, the system's prompt exploded like a nuclear bomb. Detected yin-yang stabilization within target Bixiao. Great Tao creation successfully condensed. Congratulations, host. Bixiao has conceived on the first try. Pregnancy probability 100 confirmed. Main quest family procreation plan 2 node achieved. An exceptional spirit embryo has taken root within Bixiao. 2 quasi-saints pregnant simultaneously. A unique occurrence in the primordial world. Fortune burst bonus beginning to settle. Special reward issued, hosts chaotic Tao body yang source power temporarily doubled. Primordial source recovery aura activated. Under this aura, dual cultivation eliminates pregnancy discomfort and nourishes the divine embryo. A wild blazing fire erupted in Lin Chen's eyes like a volcanic eruption. Good. Truly worthy of being my woman, Lin Chen. You understand the greater picture. With one arm, he not only firmly embraced the now weak-kneed Bixiao, but also pulled Yunxiao into his arms with supreme dominance. Since Yunxiao, my wife, has given her consent, then why not make today the day? Lin Chen gazed at the two incomparably beautiful transcendent goddesses in his arms whose cheeks simultaneously flushed at his words, his eyes utterly lecherous and aggressive. Tonight you sisters shall accompany your husband to thoroughly explore the ultimate mysteries of Yin-Yang Dao. Lin Chen's words struck like a chaotic divine thunder, hitting Yunxiao's crown and leaving her stunned in place. Are the two sisters accompanying together tonight? Yunxiao looked at her two elder sisters held in Lin Chen's arms like trophies, one shy and the other filled with indignation. The string of reason in her mind finally snapped. Lin Chen, you are too much. Yunxiao trembled with anger, her golden mantis scissors shining coldly, as she prepared to rush forward and fight him. However, Lin Chen merely cast her a faint glance. There was no killing intent or pressure in his gaze, only a pure sense of helplessness and tolerance towards his naive younger sister. Yunxiao, if you truly care for your two elder sisters, then stand guard for us here. After tonight, the three Immortal Island will welcome another stable quasi-saint. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it contained a terrifying power that could bend the law at his command. Yunxiao's movements froze in place. She stared in horror at her second sister Bai Xiao, who was being supported by their eldest sister and could barely stand. Could it be? Enough, no more idle talk. Lin Chen laughed heartily and paid no further attention to the petrified. He wrapped his left arm around Yunxiao's soft waist and lifted the weak Bai Xiao in his right arm, striding towards the central immortal pavilion of the Jade Flower Peak amidst a chorus of gasps. Boom. As the three figures disappeared, a brilliant purple-golden array light rose into the sky, like an inverted golden bowl sealing the entire immortal pavilion. Above the array, the ethereal images of the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus and the 12th-grade Creation Green Lotus shone, harmoniously emanating a Tao rhythm that even transformed the surrounding spiritual energy into a viscous liquid slowly flowing around the immortal pavilion. Yunxiao stood dazed on the white jade altar, her hand holding the golden mantis scissors falling weakly to her side. She knew that what her brother-in-law said was true. The terrifying power of creation that was about to erupt could be felt even by an outsider like her. It was no but just the thought of the outrageous scene about to unfold in the immortal pavilion made her small, spirited face burn intensely. She could only stomp her foot in frustration, turning her head away and mumbling softly. Lecher. Great Lecher. Wait until I break through to Quasi-Saint, I'll teach you a proper lesson. The immortal pavilion was filled with boundless spring colors. The source revival halo activated, under which dual cultivation eliminated all discomfort and nourished the divine fetus. Lin Chen's thought sparked the special halo granted by the system enveloping the entire space. Yunxiao, originally slightly fatigued due to carrying the divine fetus, instantly felt her brows relax. A warm, pure life energy was continuously flowing through Lin Chen's body, nourishing both her and the fetus within her. Beside her, Bai Xiao felt an earth-shattering change. She had just broken through by slaying a corpse, her foundation still somewhat unstable, with lingering traces of the previous blood-seized malevolence within her. Yet under the halo's protection, within the merging of the overwhelming chaotic Tao energy, she felt her Quasi-Saint foundation being solidified and completed at an incredible speed. Looking at Lin Chen, her gaze held not only shyness and affection, but also a layer of unwavering admiration and fervor. This was her man. A man who could grant her rebirth from despair and elevate her to the Quasi-Saint realm she once deemed husband. Yunxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nestled into Lin Chen's embrace, her voice soft and sweet enough to drip with water. My second sister has just tasted forbidden fruit and has just become a new Quasi-Saint who I hope my husband will cherish her a little. Lin Chen looked down at Yunxiao, who was gentle and considerate of her sister in his arms, feeling a warmth in his heart. He then glanced at the other side, where Bai Xiao, who had just been cool and aloof, now only dared to steal glances at him from the corner of her eye, igniting his desire to conquer to its peak. Don't worry. Lin Chen's hand slipped into Yunxiao's clothing while the other arm encircled Bai Xiao. His voice was husky yet domineering. Tonight, I will let you sisters understand what true Yin-Yang Dao is, the pinnacle of ecstasy. Inside the immortal pavilion soon echoed a series of crimson cries, and the explosive phenomena produced from the merging of the Yin-Yang Dao. The shadows of the blue lotus and white lotus continuously rotated at the top of the pavilion, intertwining the aura of creation and purification into the most profound Tao patterns, completely merging the three of their energies into one. Time passed slowly. Outside the pavilion, Yunxiao went from being furious at first to numbness, and finally, she simply sat cross-legged on the altar, using the faint pure Tao rhythm leaking out to enter closed-door cultivation. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps months or even years. When the purple-golden light curtain sealing the immortal pavilion slowly dissipated, Xiao suddenly opened her eyes only to see the pavilion's door opening and three figures stepping out side by side. Lin Chen still wore his dark black dragon pattern Tao robe, his aura increasingly unfathomable. His black eyes opened and closed as if chaotic stars were rising and falling. Beside him, Yunxiao and Bai Xiao left Yunxiao utterly stunned. Yunxiao's abdomen was even more noticeably rounded, Yet her aura was smooth and flawless, her complexion rosy, the radiance of motherhood perfectly fused with the charm of a young girl. Every smile and frown carried an enchanting allure. The one who changed the most was Baixiao. Her once sharp brows and eyes of coolness had transformed into tender affection. Whenever her autumn-like bright eyes met Lin Chen's gaze, they turned into a pool of spring water filled with longing and dependence. Even more terrifying was her cultivation level. The initial stage of Quasi-Saint had been thoroughly stabilized, her foundation solid, and even more robust than some veteran Quasi-Saints. This was no mere dual cultivation, this was clearly defying the heavens and changing fate. Second sister Yu. Yunxiao opened her mouth, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Baixiao's pretty face flushed as she instinctively hid behind Lin Chen. Yunxiao gently stepped forward, took Yunxiao's hand, and smiled softly. Silly sister, why don't you congratulate your second sister? Now the Three Immortal Island has a trio of Quasi-Saints. This level of foundation is unparalleled even within the entire Jiejiao. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao finally reacted. Indeed, this was a monumental event. Regardless of how outrageous the process was, the outcome is what matters. Congratulations, second sister. Yunxiao sincerely felt happy for Baixiao. As the three sisters chatted happily, Lin Chen, however, cast his gaze toward the endless eastern sea sky, his brows slightly furrowing. He sensed that as the aura of the divine fetus within Yunxiao and Baixiao grew stronger, the obscure energy known as calamity in this world was also becoming increasingly restless and clear. A storm was brewing. It seemed that the calm days would not last long. The days on the Three Immortals Island had been unusually tranquil for several months. Since Lin Chen took both Yunxiao and Baixiao as his wives, the island's fortune had been soaring by leaps and bounds. The spiritual energy was so dense it nearly liquefied. Rare celestial cranes and spirit deer that were once seldom seen now roamed the island in flocks. Even the maidservants tasked with daily chores, bathed constantly in the resonance of the Tao, had seen their cultivation advance considerably. That night the moonlight was perfect and the stars shone brightly. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, deeply engrossed in studying the diagram of the 9-bend Yellow River Grand Formation provided by the system. This formation was far more intricate and profound than he had anticipated. It involved the flow of causality and fortune, its myriad changes seemingly born specifically to counter the heavenly slaughter of a great tribulation like the conferred gods. He had a premonition that if he could fully comprehend this formation, he would gain another powerful asset for future endeavors. Yunxiao and Baixiao, both pregnant, were in a delicate condition and had already returned to their chambers to rest. All around was silent save for the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. But just then a piercing scream tore through the night, laden with the deepest terror, shattering the peace of the Three Immortals Island. The sound came from Yunxiao's bedchamber. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, and before the imprint of his figure on the meditation cushion had faded, he was already by Yunxiao's bedside. The sight before him made his heart sink. Yunxiao was curled into a tight ball, her nightgown soaked through with cold sweat, clinging wetly to her body. Her usually serene face was now streaked with tears, filled with the terror of one who had narrowly escaped death. She clutched her swollen belly tightly with both hands, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. No, master. Please. No. Elder brother. Elder brother Zhao Gongming. Her eyes were tightly shut, clearly trapped in a nightmare from which she couldn't escape, every mumbled word reeking of blood. Yunxiao, wake up. Lin Chen stepped forward, lifting her from the bedding and holding her in his arms. He didn't use any complex spells, merely steadily channeled his Quasi-Saint power, imbued with the aura of the creation Green Lotus, into her. Her body shuddered violently, and she finally struggled to open her eyes from the boundless crimson nightmare. Her gaze was still unfocused. She stared blankly for a long moment before recognizing Lin Chen's face. In the next instant, all the suppressed panic and despair within her burst forth like a breached dam. Husband! Yunxiao wailed, abandoning all pretense of the dignified senior sister of the Jie sect. She clung to Lin Chen like a wronged little girl, her arms wrapped tightly around him, as if she wished to meld herself into his very bones. I had a dream. I dreamed of... She sobbed uncontrollably, unable to form a complete sentence. Don't worry, I'm here. The sky won't fall. Lin Chen patted her sweat-soaked back, gently, his tone steady, yet the power within it effortlessly soothed the turmoil in her heart. Tell me slowly, what exactly did you see that frightened you so much? His own mind was churning. She was a Quasi-Saint. A dream that could terrify her to this extent was no ordinary occurrence. Just then the chamber door was pushed open, and a startled Baixiao and Yunxiao rushed in, their faces pale with alarm. When they saw Yunxiao's disheveled state, their complexions turned ashen. Elder sister, what's wrong? Baixiao hurried forward, asking with concern. Is it the baby? Is the baby unwell? Yunxiao could only shake her head, incessantly tears streaming endlessly. She raised her swollen, tear-reddened eyes, looking at Lin Chen, then at her two younger sisters, her voice hoarse and ragged. It wasn't a dream. It was a revelation from heaven. It was our child, the child showed me. It showed me the future of the Jie sect. At these words the blood drained from the faces of Baixiao and Yunxiao. What future? Yunxiao. Yunxiao grabbed Lin Chen's arm, her nails digging deep into his flesh. I dreamed. The Bo Palace collapsed. Her voice choked a sound that constricted the hearts of all who heard it. Janeo Island sank into a sea of blood. Corpses everywhere. Our fellow disciples of the Jia sect, everyone in the 10,000 Immortals formation. All dead, not a single one left, not one. Impossible. Yunxiao shrieked, unable to accept this. Elder sister, you must have seen wrong. How could this be? But Yunxiao seemed deaf to her words, continuing in a hollow voice. I saw it. I saw it all. Senior brother Duobao, senior sister Jinling, senior sister Wudong. They were all dead. Even their primordial spirits weren't spared, hung upon a pale white pole. Her gaze grew distant, sinking back into that horrific vision, her trembling intensifying. And elder brother Zhao Gongming. His head was gone, the calming sea pearl was taken. He just lay there in a pool of blood, his eyes unable to close. No. Upon hearing this, Qiangxiu's vision darkened, and she swayed, nearly collapsing before Bixiao quickly steadied her. You're lying. Xiao cried out. Elder brother's magic is profound, who could possibly kill him? Lin Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. He held Yunxiao closer, clearly sensing an obscure aura entangled with the heavenly Tao. This was no ordinary nightmare. It was a warning from heaven conveyed through the divine fetus in her womb. And then, oi, Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. What about the master? At the mention of Tongtian, Jiaozhu Yunxiao's mental defenses completely crumbled. I saw the master. Our master who had never been defeated. His 4 swords of the immortal execution formation, his 10,000 immortals formation was destroyed. Even the green lotus sword in his hand was snapped. By whom? Lin Chen's voice dropped. It was 4 people. Yunxiao's tone was filled with nothing but endless desolation. 4 saints. They 4 ganged up on our master alone. They trapped the master in the 9th heaven. He, looking down at the corpses of his countless disciples, his black hair turned white in an instant. The Jia sect, our Jia sect from top to bottom, was annihilated. Having spoken these final words, Yunxiao exhausted all her strength. Her head lolled to the side, and she lost consciousness in Lin Chen's arms. The entire chamber fell silent, so quiet that only the beating of their hearts could be heard. Bixiao and Yunxiao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their bodies ice cold. The 10,000 immortals formation broken. The master imprisoned. The Jia sect annihilated. These words were like daggers to the heart, twisting their innards into knots. How could this be? The Jia sect was the orthodox lineage of Xuanmen, with over 10,000 disciples. At the height of its fortune, even the heavenly court had to treat it with deference. The master himself was a saint who wielded the immortal execution sword formation, said to be unbreakable, without the combined power of 4 saints in all the primordial wilderness who possessed the ability to destroy the Jia sect. Yet the child in their elder sister's womb was a chaos divine fetus, coveted even by saints. This fetus was connected to the heavenly Tao. Oh, how could the glimpse of the future it allowed their sister to see be false? A suffocating wave of despair settled heavily over the entire 3 Immortals Island. The air in the palace was as cold as if it could scrape frost. Bai Xiao and Xiao stood frozen, unsure of where to place their hands and feet, feeling as if every breath they exhaled was made of ice shards. The dream that the elder sister had was terrifying, as if it shattered the things she was most proud of right before her eyes. This can't be possible. Xiao's voice trembled, her face pale, as if she had just been fished out of a flour sack, struggling to hear her own muttering. Master is a sage, how could he possibly lose? With so many of us at Jiejiao who would dare provoke us. She felt a lack of confidence even in her own words. Rather than rebutting, she was trying to bolster her own courage. Bai Xiao remained silent, but her fingers clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, nearly crushing them. She pondered more than Xiao, and it was precisely because of her overthinking that the chill rising from her soles made her limbs tremble. For sages joined forces. Just these simple 5 words felt like a mountain pressed against her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Master Uncle, second Master Uncle, and those 2 from the west, none of them were easy opponents. If these 4 truly turned against Master, the events from the elder sister's dream would not be impossible. Jiejiao advocates inclusivity, and its large scale has long been an eyesore to others. If it came to that point, it would be entirely normal for Master to be schemed against by others. Just thinking about this made Bai Xiao feel as if her home, her roots were about to be uprooted and thrown into the flames to be reduced to ash. That feeling was 100 times more despairing than when she was trapped in the blood sea by the ancestor of the underworld river. Just as the atmosphere in the room became overwhelmingly suffocating. What are you crying about? A man's voice rang out, not loud, but powerful enough to pierce through the frozen air. Lin Chen stood up from beside the bed, holding the unconscious Yunxiao. His face showed no signs of panic, and his dark eyes seemed to burn with 2 balls of fire. He looked at the 2 girls who were already scared silly, his voice devoid of warmth, yet steady. The sky hasn't even if it really did collapse, have you both forgotten there's a man at home? Bai Xiao and Xiao gawked, lifting their heads to look at this man. He stood straight, simply standing there, yet one felt that even if the sky fell he could withstand it. The two girls whose hearts were racing and almost jumping out of their throats inexplicably calmed down just a little. Husband. Bai Xiao's voice was still somewhat airy, tinged with a sobbing tone. But those are 4 sages a whole. Sages are above all. That's a law set by the Heavenly Tao. What can we use to fight against them? Yunxiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice, tears streaming down her face. Yes, brother-in-law, that's the Heavenly Tao established by the ancestor Hong Jun, and no one can change it. The laws of the Heavenly Tao, eh? Lin Chen smirked, his expression filled with mockery and a hint of impatience as he was reluctant to explain to them. He walked up to Bai Xiao, raised his hand, and somewhat roughly wiped her tears away with his calloused thumb. Then, just as Bai Xiao and Yunxiao were still stunned, he lowered his head and kissed the pale-lipped Yunxiao in his arms. It was not a mere brush of lips, but rather filled with the vigor of, "I did this, what can you do about it?" Forceful. It was as if in the most direct way he was challenging the heavens and that so-called law. After the kiss, Lin Chen raised his head, his gaze frighteningly cold. He looked at his 2 sisters-in-law, speaking each word clearly, as if he wanted to nail every word into their brains. From today onwards, you both remember this well. My women Lin Chen do not need to believe in the Heavenly Tao, nor do they need to care about any laws. Your man is your sky. Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose, making the entire room vibrate. What does it matter if it's the Heavenly Tao or the 4 sages, whether it's the divine punishment or the Great Tribulation? As long as I am still standing here, if Baiyu Palace collapses, I will break those old bones and rebuild a heavenly court for you. Zhao Gongming will die. Lin Chen scoffed. I'll state this clearly today, he will not die. The array of 10,000 immortals will be broken and Jiejiao will be exterminated. Then they better ask me if I agree, and whoever wants to stay here can come. Master will be attacked and imprisoned. Lin Chen's voice suddenly soared like thunder, shaking the whole. Good, then let those 4 old ones come and try. I want to see if their necks are tougher or my sword is quicker. As he spoke, he spread his arms, tightly embracing Bai Xiao and Yunxiao, who were crying like rain along with the unconscious Yunxiao. His chest was broad and solid, the sound of his heartbeat strong, like a drum, thump, thump, thump. The heat radiating from him seemed capable of burning through the clouds above. Buried in his embrace, Bai Xiao and Yunxiao felt the despair that would not dissipate in their minds was forcefully swept away by this unreasonable dominance. Yes, what was she really afraid of? The man before her was the one who dared to point at the sage's nose and say, "My woman Lin Chen, do you dare to touch her?" He was the one who could split the blood sea with a sword, pulling Bai Xiao out of a deadlock and inadvertently turning her into a quasi-saint monster. What of the sages? What of the Heavenly Tao? As long as this man was here, it seemed the heavens truly would not collapse. Husband. The cries of Bai Xiao and Yunxiao quieted down, transforming from despair to reassurance, accompanied by a hint of grievance. Lin Chen lowered his head, looking at the 3 stunning beauties in his arms who were frightened by a nightmare, and the killing intent in his eyes slowly faded away, turning into tenderness and fondness. As long as I am here, Jiejiao will not perish. That night the panic on Sanxian Island was suppressed by a few words from a man. Lin Chen's declaration, Jie sect shall not perish, each word as weighty as 1,000 pounds, caused the very air in the bedchamber to tremble. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao, still nestled against his sturdy chest, were dazed by the aura that seemed capable of holding up the heavens, their ears filled only with the steady, powerful beat of his heart. But at that very moment the celestial light over 3 Immortals Island vanished abruptly. The light was not obscured by clouds, but was drawn away from its very source, leaving behind only a lifeless, heavy darkness, as if the entire world was steeped in an ancient and foul aura of death. The crane's clear cry outside the window ceased without warning. The spirit deer running through the forest gave a terrified shriek, its legs buckling as it knelt to the ground, trembling violently. The primordial spiritual energy on the island, so dense it seemed ready to condense into liquid, was drained away by an invisible giant hand, becoming thin and tainted with a putrid stench that made one nauseous. What is happening? Yunxiao was the first to sense something amiss. She lifted her face from Lin Chen's embrace, her tear-streaked features filled with shock and suspicion. It feels terrible. Bai Xiao also raised her head, her delicate brows furrowed as she instinctively protected her lower abdomen. She could feel the external pressure not only crushing their physical bodies, but also an icy will slicing through their primordial spirits, even attempting to penetrate her belly, to snuff out the faint life just conceived. It was the heavenly might, the most primal, severe, and unyielding will of the Heavenly Tao that reigned even above the saints. It's the Heavenly Tao. Bai Xiao's voice began to tremble. The fear that Lin Chen had barely managed to suppress now surged back into her heart 1,000-fold. Husband, your words, what you just said, has angered the Heavenly Tao. She remembered. Lin Chen had just said regardless of the Heavenly Tao or the 4 saints. He said he was their heaven. He said the fate of the Jie sect was his to decide. These words were more than arrogance. They were a declaration to the Heavenly Tao itself that he would overturn destiny. The divine investiture cataclysm was the grand trend of the Heavenly Tao, a chess game personally set by Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Lin Chen's actions were like a pawn declaring in front of the player that he would overturn the entire board. Brother-in-law, hurry. Apologize to the Heavenly Tao. Yunxiao was also terrified out of her wits. Her fingernails nearly dug into Lin Chen's clothes as tears streamed down her face again. This power is too terrifying. If this continues, the children in eldest sister and second sister's bellies won't be able to bear it. The withering aura of death and calamity grew even denser. Above Three Immortals Island it gathered into a boundless calamity cloud. Within the cloud there was no wind or lightning, only a will intent on reducing all things to nothingness. In the next instant a heavenly punishment would descend, erasing the entire island and every living thing upon it from existence, leaving not a trace. Yet facing the wrath of the Heavenly Tao that could make even a saint retreat, Lin Chen's face showed not a hint of emotion. He even had the leisure to lower his head and gently wipe the tear stains from Yunxiao's cheek with his finger. Look at your timidness. He let out a low laugh, his tone tinged with amusement. What is the Heavenly Tao that it deserves? Mad. Husband, you've truly gone mad. Bai Xiao was nearly in tears. She couldn't understand how this man could still be so audacious at such a critical moment. Lin Chen paid them no further heed. He slowly raised his head, his deep black eyes piercing through the palace roof, through the layers of deathly calamity clouds, to gaze directly at the Heavenly Tao's eye that coldly overlooked all beings from the 9 heavens. The corner of his mouth curled into a supremely contemptuous smirk. On my territory you dare to act recklessly, he murmured, a voice only he could hear. You, worthy. The moment his voice fell, a surge of rule power far more ancient, vast, and unquestionable than the Heavenly Tao's pressure emanated from Lin Chen's body. This power was unrelated to magical force or divine abilities. It was a domain incomprehensible to all beings in the primordial wilderness. Deep within Lin Chen's Dantian energy, see a chaotic bead still in its nascent form radiated a faint light. It was the world bead, the primordial source of an initial world separate from the primordial wilderness, Heavenly Tao belonging solely to Lin Chen. This power spread unhurriedly, even gently. It transformed into an invisible ripple softly spreading outward. Wherever the ripple passed, the deathly calamity aura capable of crushing the spirit of a golden immortal dissolved and vanished without a trace. The once thin and corrupted spiritual energy became fresh and abundant again. The spirit cranes and deer that had been kneeling rose in confusion, letting out joyful clear cries. The entire Three Immortals Island was enveloped within an invisible domain. Outside the domain was the Heavenly Tao's fury churning calamity clouds, a scene of apocalypse. Inside the domain, however, the wind was clear and the sun warm, all things at peace, forming a world of its own. In a single thought he had drawn a circle as a prison, creating his own realm. The Heavenly Tao could not trespass. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao in the bedchamber were utterly stunned, their souls seemingly leaving their bodies. They gazed at the man before them. He made no move. He had not formed a hand seal, nor chanted a spell, nor even activated his protective magical power. He simply stood there looking up at the sky with a nearly dismissive gaze. And then the heavenly might capable of destroying a saint was simply blocked outside their world. Husband. Bai Xiao, her hand trembling, gently touched Lin Chen's chest with an indescribable reverence. The heartbeat there remained steady. She suddenly understood. What this man had said earlier was not arrogance. It was a statement. It was truth. He said he was their heaven. It turned out he truly possessed the ability to create a sky for them that even the Heavenly Tao could not stain. At this moment, all the terror and helplessness brought by Yunxiao's dream of the GSX's destruction dissipated completely from Bai Xiao's heart. An unprecedented sense of security seeped from every fiber of her being. Accompanying it was a willingness to be consumed by flames, to be shattered into pieces, to sink into eternal damnation. What of the saints? What of the Heavenly Tao? As long as she could stay by this man's side, even if the entire primordial wilderness collapsed, what was there to fear? I was wrong. Yunxiao muttered, her small mouth agape, tears still flowing, but her face no longer showed fear, only profound shock and infatuation. She had been wrong. So terribly wrong. She had only seen this man as a villain who had forcibly taken her sister, acting in a domineering and unreasonable manner. Only now did she understand the true meaning of dominance. He had dared to stand against the Heavenly Tao itself, and won. In this primordial wilderness, since its creation, aside from Tao ancestor Hongjuan, who else had done such a thing? At this moment in Yunxiao's heart, Lin Chen's figure seemed to gradually overlap with that of the Tao ancestor, who sat high in the 9 heavens governing the ages. The dark, ominous clouds of the calamity still weighed heavily over Sanxian Island, swirling silently with the force to crush everything. The will of the Heavenly Tao had not dissipated. It was enraged by Lin Chen's unprecedented provocation, gathering more terrifying power deep within the clouds, intending to tear apart the invisible barrier. Yet no matter how it surged and roared, the barrier of rules constructed from the power of the world pearl showed no. Within Sanxian Island, it was warm like spring. Even the wind carried a tranquil scent. In the sleeping quarters, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao were frozen, staring blankly at Lin Chen, forgetting even to breathe. The scene they had just witnessed shattered their understanding, accumulated over millions of years, leaving their thoughts blank. Lin Chen, however, regarded it as nothing more than a trivial matter. He released the hands holding his two sisters-in-law, turned back to the bedside, and smoothly sat down, adjusting the still unconscious Yunxiao into a more stable position, letting her rest on his legs. He extended his hand with gentle transformative azure energy swirling at his fingertips, lightly touching Yunxiao's forehead. The tightly furrowed brow from the nightmare gradually relaxed. Her pale cheeks slowly regained some color. After finishing this, he lifted his eyelids and glanced at the still dazed Bai Xiao and Xiao, raising his brow slightly. Are you both just standing there like door gods? His voice shattered the silence in the room. Huh. Bai Xiao and Xiao were jolted back to reality by his call, their bodies instinctively shivering. Husband. Husband. Bai Xiao's voice was thick with a nasal tone, with a hint of a sob she herself was unaware of at the end of her words. She quickly walked to the bedside, and then knelt down straight. She said nothing, merely raising her already tear-stained swollen eyes, which now gleamed brightly, deeply gazed. In those eyes, admiration, affection, dependence, and reverence intertwined, ultimately culminating in a raw, unreserved devotion. She looked up at his figure, as if she were gazing upon her own deity. Brother-in-law. Xiao followed over. Although she did not kneel like Bai Xiao, her straight posture unconsciously bent, and her head lowered, not daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Her face, which usually bore a hint of heroism, had drained of color, her emotions swirling in her eyes. Fear, surprise, and a hint of mortification. Get up. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Bai Xiao, his voice revealing no fluctuations. My women kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to parents, but do not need to kneel to me. No. However, Bai Xiao stubbornly shook her head. She reached out her hands, cautiously grasping Lin Chen's hand resting on the edge of the bed. That hand was warm, dry, and full of strength. She gently pressed her cheek against it, feeling the reassuring warmth. In the past, Bai Xiao always felt that the heavenly Tao was supreme, the saints were the greatest, and as cultivators we sought only a sliver of heavenly secrets acting in accordance with heaven. But today my husband made Bai Xiao understand. What heavenly Tao, what saints before my husband are nothing but mere chickens and dogs. From now on my husband is Bai Xiao's heaven, my husband's path is Bai Xiao's path. If my husband lets me live, I shall live. If my husband lets me die, Bai Xiao will not even frown. If the heavenly Tao wishes to punish you, then Bai Xiao shall bear that punishment for you. If the calamity wishes to harm you, then Bai Xiao shall repay that blood debt for you. Every word she spoke was inscribed with her primordial spirit's imprint, a blood oath made with her Tao heart, never to be regretted. Beside them, Xiao gasped. She looked at her second sister, the once proud Bai Xiao, who had looked down on even the senior brother Daobao Daoist. At this moment, however, she knelt before that man in the humblest posture of a devotee, offering up everything she had. Yet she felt no trace of her second sister's humility. Because she knew that the man before her was worthy. He deserved this unreserved following. Nonsense. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, merely chuckled. He reached out his other hand, and rather roughly ruffled Bai Xiao's hair, tousling her silky green locks. With your little body just entering the quasi-saint realm, do you think you can bear the heavenly punishment for me, eh? If the heavenly Tao dares to touch even a finger of mine, it'll scatter its ashes first. This was said lightly, yet it brought more reassurance to Bai Xiao and Xiao than any previous grandiose declarations. Because they had witnessed with their own eyes that he truly had that capability. All right, stop kneeling. What kind of appearance is this? Lin Chen gave her a pat. You still have one in your belly, the ground is cold. Bai Xiao's pretty face flushed, and she obediently stood up, yet she still pressed tightly against Lin Chen, unwilling to leave even a step. Lin Chen's gaze then turned to the silent Xiao beside them. And you, he asked. Is there anything you want to ask her? Xiao's back instantly stiffened. She raised her head, her lips moved, the words rolled in her throat, but in the end only a low, reluctant mumble escaped. No. Nothing. Her inner self was in conflict. Lin Chen's almost miraculous methods had shattered. She knew that her two sisters' choices were correct. Following this man might indeed carve out a path for Jie and for the three sisters. But the pride rooted deep in her primordial spirit would not allow her to imitate her two sisters and unreservedly offer up everything she had. She only felt a nameless rage swelling in her chest, neither rising nor falling, burning her heart and mind. Lin Chen, seeing her conflicted expression, understood perfectly. Among the three Xiao sisters, Yunxiao was gentle and graceful. Bai Xiao was outwardly cold yet passionate within, while this Xiao was the most fierce, inherently carrying an untamed wildness. To truly make her bow her head, merely showing strength was not enough. However, he was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time ahead. He had the time and means to wear down this wild spirit, stripping away all its claws and fangs. He withdrew his gaze and instructed, Yunxiao has only exhausted her spirit and is not in serious danger. Bai Xiao, stay here to take care of her. Xiao, come with me. After saying this, he stood up, gently placing Yunxiao back on the bed, covering her with the quilt, and walked straight out of the sleeping quarters. Bai Xiao quickly nodded in agreement. Xiao, however, was momentarily taken aback. Come with me. She looked at Lin Chen's tall and upright figure, her heart inexplicably racing. What did he want to say to her alone? The night wind from the East Sea brought with it a salty and damp chill. On the white jade altar of Sanxian Island, Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the dark dragon-patterned robe billowing in the wind. Above him loomed the ominous clouds of tribulation, still lingering gray and oppressive, weighing heavily on his chest. Yet he stood there, his figure as solid as a mountain, unfazed by the anger of the deities that raged above. Yunxiao followed behind him, her steps hesitant. She lowered her head, twisting the corner of her garment with her hands, her knuckles turning white as her heart tightened. Since leaving the palace, Lin Chen had said not a word, merely bringing her to this vast altar. This silence was more unsettling than any reprimand he could have given. Sister, brother-in-law. In the end, Yunxiao could no longer hold back and spoke first. Her address was so soft it seemed to dissolve in the wind, lacking the usual composure of the immortal who commanded the East Sea with her golden dragon scissors. Did you call me out here for something? Lin Chen did not turn around. He continued to gaze at the tribulation clouds on the horizon, his voice, carried by the night wind, steady and unyielding. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid. Yunxiao stiffened, retorting, without thinking, her voice rising a few notes laced with defiance. But the moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. In front of this man her thoughts were likely seen through long ago. Lin Chen turned to face her, the corner of his lips twitching slightly, not in a smile, but with an inquisitive gaze fixed upon her. Not afraid. He approached Yunxiao, his steps unhurried. Then why don't you dare look at me? Yunxiao's heart raced, chaotically pounding heavily against her chest. She could sense a peculiar aura emanating from him, a refreshing scent of vegetation mingled with the ancient dust of creation. Though that aura was clear and invigorating, it carried a strong sense of invasion, causing her cheeks to flush and her palms to sweat. She bit her lip, forcing herself to lift her head to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Yet when her eyes met those black orbs capable of engulfing the stars, the courage she gathered dissipated significantly. I just... She stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. You just feel unconvinced, don't you? Lin Chen spoke for her. He had already approached, closed the distance between them, less than 3 feet. Such proximity was excessively close for immortals. Yunxiao could even see his long eyelashes and the reflection of her flushed, angry face in his eyes. She shifted her heels, wanting to take a step back. But Lin Chen's gaze held an invisible force, rendering her legs weak, unable to move an inch. You think I used brute force to take your elder sister, and then deceived your second sister with a hero's rescue? Now both of them are utterly devoted to me, leaving only you harboring resentment. You think what I did tarnished the name of the Sanxiao fairies. You think I turned your 2 sisters into mere attachments without selfhood revolving around a man. So you both respect my power and disdain my methods. Am I right? The color drained from Yunxiao's face, leaving her looking like a sheet of paper. Her lips parted and closed, yet her throat felt choked with fire, unable to utter a single word. Because everything Lin Chen said was true. That's exactly how she felt. Witnessing her elder and second sister kneeling humbly before him, pledging their spirits in a blood oath, she felt not just shock, but also heartache and unwillingness. They were the Sanxiao fairies, the most favored disciples of their master, the future pillars of the Jie sect. How could they become a man's subordinate? Even if this man possessed the strength to defy the heavens. Watching Yunxiao's expression of being struck at the core, yet stubbornly refusing to admit it, Lin Chen smiled. He reached out, his movement so swift that Yunxiao had no time to react, gently grasping her delicate chin. Yunxiao gasped, the sensation on her jaw causing her entire body to tense, a strange tingling coursing down her spine. The roughness of his fingertips made her jaw feel scalding hot. Let go of me, she cried in humiliation and anger, struggling fiercely. But Lin Chen's grip remained steady, rendering all her efforts futile. Little leopard, your claws are quite sharp. Lin Chen's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of amusement as he leaned closer to Yunxiao. Do you think him unworthy? Do you believe your sister's choices were wrong? Do you think I have no right to be the man of you 3? His warm breath brushed against Yunxiao's face, leaving her mind blank. The humiliation of being suppressed and seen through, intertwined with unprecedented shame and anger, shattered her last semblance of calm. Yes. She didn't even know where her courage came from, suddenly screaming, her beautiful eyes ignited with fury. I refuse to accept it. Elder sister is gentle, second sister is strong-willed. They might be deceived by you, intimidated by your power, but I Yunxiao will not. I Yunxiao will never sully myself with them, never compromise. She glared at Lin Chen, her gaze fierce and resolute as a beast cornered. You think you can make me beg like them? You think I will acknowledge you as my man? Fine. With a buzz, golden light erupted. The legendary golden dragon scissors, feared by countless cultivators of the East Sea, appeared in her hand. With the opening and closing of the blades, the sound of dragon roars echoed, and the brilliance even sliced through the surrounding void, creating fine cracks. Yunxiao lifted her proud, unyielding chin, pointing the sharp end of the golden dragon scissors directly at Lin Chen's chest. You want me to submit? Then drop the sweet talk and the underhanded methods. Use your fists. Right here, fight me fairly until I submit. As long as you can defeat the golden dragon scissors in my hand, my life, Yunxiao, will be yours from now on. But if you lose, then get out of Sanxian Island. A surge of fierce battle intent erupted from her, stirring the night wind around the altar. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the small wild cat before him, its body covered in spikes breathtakingly beautiful, and the curve of his lips deepened. This fierce spirit of preferring a shattered jade over intact tiles compared to her two elder sisters who had already returned to their roots undoubtedly possessed a touch more wild charm. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice laced with evident mockery. Do you want me to subdue you with my fist? He repeated Yunxiao's words, his light and airy tone devoid of the gravity expected in a life-and-death battle, as if he were listening to a naive little girl speaking nonsense. His dismissive attitude ignited Yunxiao's fury. Her fingers clenched around the scissors, turning white from the force, the blade's glint growing more menacing. Indeed, she gritted her teeth, each word emanating a bloody aura, a testament to her unwavering. Don't think that because you can suppress the heavenly Tao and make us sisters pregnant you are truly invincible in the world. The fame of my Sanxiao is built upon my eldest sister's primordial golden dipper, my second sister's dragon and tiger rui, and this golden jiao scissors of mine, all earned through true skill in the EC, not gained through a man. Today if you want me Yunxiao to submit, then show me your true abilities. Use your sword, your treasures, your strongest divine abilities, and fight me fairly. She puffed out her chest, her resolute aura soaring, stirring the winds and clouds around her. Even the ominous clouds above seemed to writhe restlessly. After hearing her impassioned challenge, the playful expression on Lin Chen's face deepened. He shook his head, looking at her, as if she were a petulant child. Use my sword. Lin Chen's light laugh pierced Yunxiao's ears, each syllable clear, laced with a disdain she found unbearable. Little sister-in-law, do you perhaps think too highly of yourself? My sword is meant for slaying saints. Do you think you are worthy of making me draw it? As these words fell, blood rushed to Yunxiao's face, a deep red born from humiliation and rage. Her pride, the golden jiao scissors, her utmost dignity wagered in this man's eyes seemed unworthy even of you. Yunxiao trembled with rage, her fingertips power on the edge of losing control, ready to unleash the golden jiao scissors. Lin Chen ignored her impending fury, instead extending a finger and gently shaking it at her. However, since you are so keen, I don't mind playing along with you. He paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth lifting in a wickedly amusing arc. I won't use any power, nor will I activate any divine abilities, and certainly won't use any treasures. I will simply use this physical body to clash with your scissors. Let me show you just how laughable everything you take pride in is here with me. With that, he no longer looked at Yunxiao's astonished and angry face, instead casually waving toward the sky above. The space emitted a low rumbling hum. The space above Sanxian Island twisted, the heavy calamity, clouds torn open by an invisible hand. Beyond the rift, there was no sight of the nine heavens' fierce winds, only a dead silence, a universe void adorned with dazzling stars. He had casually opened an independent starry realm right above the East Sea. This casual manipulation of the laws of heaven and earth weighed heavily on Yunxiao's heart, her earlier fearless courage waning. This place is too cramped, lest we cause too much commotion and wake your eldest sister. Lin Chen's figure slowly ascended, flying towards the river of stars, his voice drifting down from above. Come on, let me see if a little leopard without its claws can still roar so loudly. This taunting and teasing remark shattered the last thread of reason in Yunxiao. Lin Chen, you seek death. Yunxiao screeched, her raging fury consuming all fear and her figure transformed into a streak of golden light, wielding the golden jiao scissors, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from her, charging directly into the starry sky, crafted by Lin Chen. Within the barrier, all was silent. There was no spiritual energy, no laws, only pure coldness and void. As Yunxiao stepped into this realm, she felt her power struggling to circulate, but the golden jiao scissors in her hand still sang, with dragon roars, its edge undiminished. Without a moment's hesitation, she channeled all her power into the golden jiao scissors. A dragon's roar echoed fiercely. The golden jiao scissors flew from her hand, transforming into two ancient golden jiaos that swayed their heads and tails in the void, their enormous bodies covered in scales, exuding a momentum capable of shredding stars and tearing apart the heavens, advancing towards Lin Chen, who stood in the center of the starry sky. This was her strongest strike, a blow that had previously crippled more than one great Luo golden immortal's cultivation. Yet facing this lethal move that could make even Quasi-Saints retreat, Lin Chen did not even bat an eyelid. He stood quietly until the massive mouths of the two golden jiaos were about to touch his robes. Only then did he slowly raise his right hand. It was a hand with prominent knuckles, devoid of any signs of power fluctuation or Tao rhythm. Yunxiao's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, as she saw him extending his index and middle fingers, casually pinching the blades of the approaching scissors. Clang, 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 clang. A sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the dead silence of the starry sky. The golden jiao scissors, capable of severing the Taihua mountain and cutting off the waters of the heavenly river, were actually firmly clamped between his two fingers. The two colossal golden jiaos emitted a mournful wail, their massive bodies shaking violently, yet they could not advance even an inch. Yunxiao stood frozen, her mind ringing, utterly devoid of thought. She stared blankly at the incredible scene before her consciousness coming to a halt. Barehanded, he truly caught the full force of the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the golden Jiao scissors. How is this possible? Is this all the strength you have? Lin Chen's voice echoed in her ears, laced with a lazy disappointment. Too slow, and too weak. As the words fell, he tightened his two fingers that clamped the blades. Crack! A faint yet clear sound of fracture resonated deep within Yunxiao's soul. She was connected with the golden Jiao scissors, and clearly sensed that a barely perceptible crack had appeared on the blades. Her life-bound treasure had actually been cracked by this man's fingers. A bone-chilling chill surged from Yunxiao's feet to the top of her head, as if all the blood in her body had solidified. She finally understood the nature of the monster she was facing. The crisp sound of crack did not strike the golden dragon scissors, but rather shattered Yunxiao's courage. Her heart trembled violently, and she could not help but spurt a mouthful of reverse blood staining the void in front of her. No! This is impossible. She screamed in shock, her face drained of color, leaving only a bewildering horror and panic in her eyes. The golden dragon scissors were forged at the beginning of creation from the energy of two ancient dragon spirits refined from the finest heavenly gold, indestructible and unparalleled in sharpness. Let alone a physical body, even an ordinary innate treasure would not stand a chance in a direct confrontation. Yet now this man had created cracks in it, with just 2 fingers. What on earth is this body made of? Is it chaos divine iron, or the bones of the unmoving mountain? Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, yet it carried a dispassionate denial of everything. It's simply because you are too weak to understand what true power is. He flicked his fingers. Buzz! The golden dragon scissors let out a mournful cry as they spiraled back, their brilliance dimmed, falling into Yunxiao's hands. The chill of the artifact surged up her palm, fear seized her in an instant. Run! This was her only thought. She finally understood that she was not facing an opponent she could contend with. This had been a play all along, a one-sided. Yunxiao turned to flee, seeking to escape this suffocating starry barrier, but as soon as she moved, she realized the surrounding void had solidified into an iron wall. Invisible force surged from all directions, pinning her firmly in place, rendering her unable to move. Did I allow you to leave? Lin Chen's voice echoed behind her, devoid of any fluctuation, yet imbued with the chill of the underworld. Yunxiao slowly turned her neck, seeing Lin Chen approach her with leisurely steps. With each step he took, the starry sky trembled, and the invisible pressure further embedded itself into her soul. Aren't you going to fight? What? Are you scared now? He stopped in front of Yunxiao, looking down at her. The smile in his eyes had faded, leaving only emptiness as he scrutinized her. Show me all your abilities. Let me see how long your pitiful pride can sustain you. As that gaze landed on her, Yunxiao felt her primordial spirit tremble uncontrollably. It was the pressure derived from the hierarchy of life, akin to an ant gazing up at a chasm. Even the thought of resistance felt utterly foolish. The feeling of humiliation burned within her, as anger and fear clashed violently in her chest. He'll fight you. Yunxiao screamed, her remaining sanity fracturing in that moment. She unleashed all her magical power, her entire being radiating celestial light, countless divine abilities weaving together before her into a dazzling and deadly torrent of destruction, charging straight at Lin Chen. This was all the foundation of her peak Deluo golden immortal status, all her insights on the path. Yet Lin Chen simply raised a hand and waved it forward. That motion was so casual, merely a gesture to brush away the dust from his clothes. The torrent of Tao that could destroy a small world dissipated silently with that wave. There was no explosion, no impact. It vanished into thin air without leaving a trace. All of Yunxiao's strength and pride returned to nothingness in that single gesture. Her movements halted, her eyes wide open, devoid of any brilliance. Even the golden dragon scissors slipped from her hands, crashing onto the void with a clatter. It's over. Her warrior's heart shattered inch by inch at that moment. Lin Chen's figure loomed in her eyes, becoming an insurmountable, unapproachable, even unfathomable monument of despair. Just as she was lost in despair, Lin Chen moved. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yunxiao. Before she could react, her wrist was tightly gripped by a large hand. She struggled, but discovered that her proud celestial body was utterly powerless under that grip. Lin Chen gave her no chance, his other hand wrapped around her waist, lifting her entirely. Yunxiao cried out, her body twisted by an irresistible force, her arms forced behind her back. Her athletic and graceful celestial form was imprisoned in Lin Chen's embrace in a humiliating posture. Let me go. Yunxiao was filled with shame and rage, her body writhing incessantly, but all her struggles were in vain. Lin Chen disregarded her resistance entirely. He held her close, his figure flashing, once more appearing on a massive meteorite at the edge of this starry barrier. Without the slightest compassion, he slammed Yunxiao onto the uneven surface of the meteorite, producing a muffled thud. The chilling air of the starry sky pierced through her celestial garments, penetrating her skin and causing her to shudder. And pressed closely behind her was the man's scorching chest and his overwhelming presence. The contrasting sensations left her thoughts in utter disarray. Her once proud combat prowess, her unyielding pride, had now become a complete joke. Aren't you unconvinced? Lin Chen lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying a dangerous undertone. Did you not want me to make you submit? What about now? He pressed down on her, his words dripping with unabashed mockery and cruelty. Submit. Yunxiao bit her lip tightly, closing her eyes as humiliating tears trickled from the corners of her eyes, spreading into small wet patches on the meteorite surface. Her body trembled continuously, unable to discern whether it was due to the cold fear or an unfamiliar shiver she could not articulate. She remained silent, using her silence as her final resistance. No words. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It seems I haven't beaten you hard enough. As he spoke, his large hand resting on her waist began to wander insidiously. Where his calloused fingertips passed, a burning heat ignited, causing Yunxiao's body to tense up, an unfamiliar tingling sensation coursing through her. You shameless. Yunxiao finally broke down, crying out. Don't touch me. All right then. Lin Chen's tone remained flat. Say you submit. Say you are my woman. Say it, and I will let you go. These words echoed in her mind like Yunxiao's pride was at war with her current reality, her dignity battling her visceral fear, tearing at her primordial spirit. Ultimately, all her defenses crumbled inch by inch beneath that increasingly restless hand. She let out a suppressed whimper, the sound soft but clear to Lin Chen's ears. I submit. That single utterance of I submit was laden with a sobbing tone filled with endless grievances and unwillingness, utterly breaking down the dam of her heart's defenses, who once it burst, it could never be closed again. The fierce pride and stubbornness that Yunxiao had cherished deep within her primordial spirit for countless years were crushed to dust by this man, in the most unreasonable and tyrannical manner, upon this cold meteor in the starry sky. Listening to her faintly trembling voice of surrender, the coldness on Lin Chen's face finally melted away, revealing an expression of fulfilled desire. He no longer pressed her further, merely waving his hand gently. A thick and impenetrable fog suddenly appeared, enveloping him and Yunxiao on the meteor, along with vast expanses of the surrounding starry realm. This fog cut off all probing, even the way of heaven could not glimpse a hint of it. One could only vaguely sense that the deathly stillness of the starry sky began to shake violently, rhythmically. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. As the shrouding fog gradually thinned and dissipated, the starry sky returned to its former silence. On the meteor, Lin Chen remained standing with his hands behind his back, his dark dragon-patterned robe untainted by dust, his expression calm, making it impossible to tell that anything had transpired just moments before. Beside him, Yunxiao had already risen to her feet. She lowered her head, her strikingly handsome face still bearing the remnants of blush and tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture, no longer daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Her hands, which once wielded the golden serpent scissors, instilling fear in countless immortals and gods, were now somewhat clumsily, yet earnestly tidying Lin Chen's slightly disheveled attire. That obedient and gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to the previously fierce, death-defying warrior who had shouted for a life-or-death duel. Husband! Husband! She moved her swollen lips, finally using all her strength to shyly and softly utter this title that made her feel both humiliated and reassured. At the very moment that husband fell from her lips, a long-lost, yet eagerly anticipated system prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a hidden epic achievement, the Triad Grand Slam. The Triad goddess and unparalleled beauty of the primordial era is now united with the host, harmonizing yin and yang, resonating with the great Tao. Triggered an epic critical reward of billions of times. Congratulations to the host for breaking through cultivation with no bottlenecks, advancing directly into the peak of the mid-presaint stage. Congratulations to the host for the further awakening of the Chaos Tao physique, condensing the defiant divine ability, Chaos Demonic Eye. The Chaos Demonic Eye, once opened, it can trace back through the river of time and delve into the cycles of the underworld, grasping glimpses of the past and future secrets. Ignoring all saint-level laws and breaking through myriad illusions of death traps. A previously unseen vast and terrifying power surged within him like a dam bursting. Every sinew, bone, and tissue in his body underwent a frenzied transformation under the onslaught of this power, as the barrier of the early presaint stage shattered with a resounding crack, instantly breached. Mid-presaint. Peak of the mid-presaint. The rapid ascension of his cultivation was completed in just a few breaths, stabilizing at the peak realm just one step away from the late presaint stage. This reward was 100 times more bountiful than he had anticipated. More importantly, those eyes. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his black pupils reflected two chaotic universes in a cycle of creation and destruction, with countless great Tao runes alternating, profound and unfathomable. His visual world had completely transformed. He looked up once more at the deathly calamity clouds that still loomed above Sanxian Island, refusing to disperse. Previously, this cloud appeared to him merely as a mass of energy, filled with a chilling stillness gathered from the wrath of the way of heaven. But now under the gaze of the chaos demonic eye everything became crystal clear. He saw that the will of the way of heaven behind the calamity clouds had receded, revealing several clear, yet intertwined lines of cause and effect. Each line was tainted with a distinctly different, yet equally supreme aura of a saint. One line originated from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace, hiding extreme favoritism and calculation within its tranquility. Another line came from Shoyang Mountain's Eight Sceneries Palace, where the semblance of non-action concealed a cold indifference that propelled the great calamity, aligning with the will of heaven and man. Two more lines came from the distant west, filled with greed and desire for this thing has a connection with my western lands. These are the four saints. The four saints that appeared in the dream of Yunxiao. On the surface, this calamity cloud was descended by the way of heaven, yet it concealed the joint schemes of the four saints who used the name of the way of heaven both to test him and to warn the master of heaven. They have already begun to lay their plans. Good, very good. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, yet there was no warmth in that arc. So you have been unable to wait any longer. He retracted his gaze and glanced down at Yunxiao beside him. She was stunned by the entirely different aura emanating from him, her expression somewhat flustered. He reached out his hand and gently lifted her blushing face, using his fingertip to wipe away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. From today onward, you and your two elder sisters will be protected by me. What heavenly calamity, what predetermined fate, all will turn to mere illusions before me. He retracted the starry sky barrier, embraced Yunxiao's slender waist, and took a step forward, returning to the white jade temple on Sanxian Island. At the entrance of the palace, Bai Xiao was anxiously pacing back and forth. When she saw Lin Chen appear with Yunxiao safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. However, when she saw her third sister with a face full of shyness tightly nestled against Lin Chen, she froze in place. Bai Xiao was far too clever to be oblivious to what had transpired. A complex blush instantly rose to her cheeks, mixed with shyness, helplessness, and a touch of realization. She stepped forward, offering a graceful bow to Lin Chen, though her eyes shot a disapproving glare at her undisciplined husband. Lin Chen nodded, looking at the pair of sisters before him, one alluringly charming, and the other suppressing her vigor, both breathtaking beauties. A wave of unprecedented satisfaction and ambition surged within him. He looked up again, gazing at the calamity clouds that still lingered, his expression entirely different. Previously, he could only passively await the calamity to descend, and then break everything with his fists. But now with the chaos demonic eye, he had become the chess player who could drop his pieces in advance. The four saints joined forces, huh? Lin Chen murmured softly, the smile in his voice sending chills down one's spine. I want to see if the trap you've set is sufficient for me to dismantle. The wind on Sanxian Island grew increasingly fierce. The night on Sanxian Island should have returned to tranquility. As Lin Chen returned to the palace with Yunxiao, Bai Xiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, carefully wiping the sweat from Yunxiao's brow. Yunxiao's complexion had improved considerably. The heavy aura of death between her brows had dissipated, greatly replaced by a serene and steady breath. Bai Xiao heard footsteps and looked up, her gaze sweeping between Lin Chen and Yunxiao. The slightly swollen eyes of Yunxiao and her fingers tightly gripping Lin Chen's clothing made Bai Xiao understand everything. She let out a gentle sigh, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. Husband, elder sister has experienced 2 bouts of fetal distress just now. Bai Xiao approached, her voice kept low with an unmistakable worry hidden in her beautiful eyes. I infused her with spiritual energy twice to stabilize her, but the fetal breath within her has grown stronger, that primal essence. I simply cannot suppress it. Lin Chen paused in his steps. He released Yunxiao and strode to the bedside, placing his palm on Yunxiao's slightly protruding abdomen. A wisp of chaotic energy seeped in, and in the next moment his brows furrowed. It's not that the fetal energy is unstable. His fingertips moved slowly across Yunxiao's abdomen, the warm primal essence circulating endlessly in his palm. It's this child that's about to come out. Bai Xiao's breath suddenly hitched. It's about to come out. Her voice broke, and she hurriedly leaned closer to the bed, her hands unsure of where to place themselves. But elder sister has been pregnant for less than 100 years. How can she give birth already? Yunxiao also approached, her earlier shyness replaced by shock, instinctively gripping Bai Xiao's hand. Lin Chen withdrew his hand from Yunxiao's abdomen and rubbed his forehead. A mortal carries for 10 months, while an immortal carries for thousands of years. That is the common rule for ordinary cultivators. His gaze fell on Yunxiao's abdomen, and the eyes of the chaotic god and devil opened silently, revealing 2 cycles of creation and destruction within the depths of his black gaze, capturing everything within. The concentration of primal essence on this child has already surpassed the limit that Yunxiao's body can bear. He turned to Bai Xiao, his tone deepening. It is urging itself to be born. If we delay any longer, it will harm your elder sister's foundation. Bai Xiao's expression changed multiple times before she finally bit her lip and nodded. Then, what should I and Sanmei do? Husband, we will listen to you. Lin Chen stood upright, scanning the surroundings of the palace before giving orders. Bai Xiao, you go to the gathering place of the spiritual veins on the island, and set up a 9 turns guiding array using your dragon and tiger Rui as the eye of the formation. Yunxiao, you guard the outer perimeter of the palace and summon the golden flood dragon scissors to protect within 100 zhang from any energy impact. Both sisters responded in unison and turned to take action. Wait a moment. Lin Chen called them back, his tone carrying a seriousness they had never heard before. The commotion from this child's birth may attract some uninvited guests. He looked up at the dome of the palace, the glow of the chaotic god and devil's eyes flashing fleetingly. The causal threads entangled in the calamity clouds were visibly thickening and brightening at an alarming rate, becoming restless. No matter what happens outside, just focus on your tasks. His gaze returned to the two sisters, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If the sky falls, I will bear it. Bai Xiao and Xiao exchanged glances, and the anxiety that had hung over their heads dissipated significantly at the moment those words were spoken. They obeyed and set to work. In the palace, only Lin Chen and the unconscious Yunxiao remained. He sat at the edge of the bed holding Yunxiao's hand in his palm. That hand was slender and soft, the fingertips slightly cool, yet the pulse beat strongly. Thank you for your hard work, he whispered, gently stroking the back of her hand with his finger. Yunxiao's eyelashes fluttered, as if she had heard something in her dream, a faint curve forming at the corners of her lips. At that moment, outside Sanxian Island, the heavens and earth changed color. The dead calamity clouds that had hung for several days suddenly began to expand wildly, and the area that had only covered Sanxian Island quickly spread to the entire sky above the East Sea. The sea surface was churned into towering waves, and storms accompanied by thunder poured down from the sky. Countless East Sea water cultivators looked up in terror, feeling the arrival of the apocalypse. And in the depths of those surging calamity clouds, an unprecedented purple light was slowly coalescing. At first the light was only the size of a needle tip, but the destructive power it contained had already caused the spiritual energy of the entire East Sea to tremble. Lin Chen's chaotic god and devil eyes captured the birth of that purple light. His pupils shrank slightly. Purple Xiao world destroying thunder. These 4 words rolled off his tongue with a gravity he had not anticipated even for himself. This was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, but the ultimate annihilation method imposed by the heavenly Tao on those who defy it since the beginning of creation. It is said that when Pangu opened the heavens, 36 chaotic divine thunders struck down, and the last one, the purple Xiao thunder, vanished into the void and has never descended. Unexpectedly today, it was aimed at his wife and child. He released Yunxiao's hand and slowly stood up. Outside the palace, Yunxiao, who had summoned the golden flood dragon scissors, felt the overwhelming destructive pressure approaching, and the blades in her hands trembled slightly. Sister, brother-in-law. Her voice pierced through the palace walls, trembling with suppressed emotion. What is that in the sky? That purple light. I don't even dare to look. Bai Xiao, in the midst of arranging the formation, also halted her movements, forcing herself to look up at the sky, her protective magic unable to withstand the pressure that made her knees weak. Husband is that aimed at the child and elder sister's womb? Lin Chen had already stepped out of the palace. He stepped onto the white jade altar, his dragon-patterned robe flapping wildly in the wind, yet his back remained straight. Bai Xiao, as the formation completed. There's just the last main formation pattern left. Then finish it. His tone was no different from instructing her to do a household chore. Yunxiao, if your elder sister wakes up, tell her not to move around and to focus on giving birth. But outside, you don't need to worry about what happens outside. Lin Chen looked up, staring directly at the increasingly bright purple light in the depths of the calamity clouds, the curve of his lips widening in the wind. The heavenly Tao wants to target my son. He stepped forward, his entire being floating in the air above Sanxian Island, facing the boundless calamity. Then let's see if the heavens have the guts to do it. Before his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens above. That purple light finally coalesced into shape, transforming into a purple thunder column with a diameter of 1,000 zhang, carrying the momentum to crush a world, and struck down towards Sanxian Island. The purple lightning poured forth, saturating both the sky and sea of the East Sea. In that moment, within the East Sea, from ancient demons who had practiced for millennia to fish spirits just gaining their intelligence, all beings felt an invisible force tightening around their throats, making even breathing a luxury. Inside the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang was discussing recent unrest in the sea with several dragons. The dragon saliva cup in his hand shattered with a sound, scalding tea splashing onto his hand, yet the old dragon king remained oblivious, staring fixedly at the dome of the Crystal Palace. The terrifying purple light pierced through the depths of the ocean, casting an eerie pallor over the entire dragon palace. What in the world is this thunder tribulation? Ao Guang's throat felt dry and parched, each word forced out with difficulty. A shrimp soldier, its shell fallen off, crawled in from outside the hall, its voice pitch altered. Dragon King, it's bad, really bad. The shrimp soldier trembled on the ground. It's from the direction of Sanxian Island. A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, its sound more terrifying than the thunder recorded in ancient texts. Our brothers patrolling at the entrance were blinded by that light, and fainted immediately. Ao Guang's eyelids twitched violently. He clutched the armrest of the coral throne, his nails digging deeply into it. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a few words. Send the orders down. At once. The old Dragon King stood up, his dragon body, trembling with agitation, unable to distinguish whether it was from anger or fear. Everyone in the Dragon Palace, without exception, retreat to the deepest sea trench forbidden area. Without my command, anyone who dares to show themselves, I will personally flay them alive. Especially the waters around Tongtian Island. Retreat 1,000 miles, no 3,000 miles. Everyone keep your eyes open. That place will henceforth be designated as a forbidden zone, and no one is allowed to approach. A young dragon prince couldn't help but quietly ask, Father, isn't Lin Chen living on Tongtian Island? Does he really intend to face that heavenly thunder with his flesh and blood? Ao Guang shot him a glare, reprimanding him in annoyance. If he seeks death, that is his own affair, but has nothing to do with you. Our dragon clan's fragile bodies cannot withstand such torment. No one else in the hall dared to speak. Meanwhile, in another location at the Yunxiao Palace on Kunlun Mountain, a different scene was unfolding. The primordial heavenly sovereign sat calmly atop a mat, the jade bottle before him clearly reflecting the celestial phenomena of the East Sea. A blackish-purple lightning pillar descended straight down, directly targeting Tongtian Island. The oppressive force that aimed to annihilate all things caused the mountain-protecting formation of the Yunxiao Palace to hum ominously merely through the water's reflection. The eldest disciple Guang Qingzi stood to the side, his expression tense. Master, this is indeed the purple cloud annihilation divine thunder. It is said that since the opening of the heavens, the heavenly Tao has never employed this thunder, yet it is now for an unborn child. Guang Qingzi's voice carried an unmistakable hint of panic. That Lin Chen I heard from my junior disciples that his cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. If he truly attempts to resist with his flesh, he may not even leave a speck of dust behind. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not even lift his eyelids. He pinched a golden core between his fingers, leisurely rubbing at his gaze, never leaving the scene within the jade bottle. After a long while he finally spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. This thunder is not the intention of the heavenly Tao. It is that the sinister offspring carries too much of the primal yellow essence, provoking the fundamental laws of this world to manifest on their own, intending to cleanse the doorway. In the end, it is still Tongtian's own foolishness daring to take in such an origin from who knows where. Now it is good his disciples have birthed something even the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate, and his face as a master has been thoroughly lost. Guang Qingzi cautiously inquired, does master mean we just watch and do not intervene? The primordial heavenly sovereign raised his eyes, a hint of mockery within his gaze. Intervene? Why should we intervene? Guang Qingzi, when did you become so naive? He lightly waved his sleeve, and the scene within the jade bottle immediately zoomed in, becoming vividly clear. Lin Chen stood alone in the air above Tongtian Island, facing the world-destroying thunder tribulation, his back exuding a certain tragic grandeur. The heavenly Tao is personally clearing away a great calamity for us, saving us from much future trouble. Is that not wonderful? I want to see with my own eyes if this wild boy who emerged from nowhere can still hold his proud spirit in front of the essence of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, in another location on Shouyang Mountain at the 8th Scenic Palace, the Supreme Old Lord leaned against the mat, holding a purple gold gourd in one hand and a whisk in the other, his old eyes half open and half closed, appearing as if in a false slumber. If one were to get closer and take a good look, one would notice a glimmer of light flashing in the murky depths of his eyes. The purple cloud annihilation thunderhead, interesting. He muttered to himself. The whisk in his hand twirled leisurely. For the first time since the opening of the heavens, it is actually for an unborn child. This is indeed quite a considerable undertaking. As he paused, the murky light in his eyes became piercingly sharp. It seems this child may be more troublesome than I am. The whisk came to a standstill. The Supreme Old Lord once again closed his eyes, returning to the appearance of someone unconcerned with the world. Just watch. If he dies, it is his fate, a calamity of his own making. The last note he drew out was lengthy, the depth of meaning even elusive to the saints themselves. If he does not die on the board of the God-sealing list, there will likely be an additional piece that no one can control. Above the East Sea, over Tongtian Island, the purple lightning pillar had descended close enough to Lin Chen's head, its howling sound piercing the eardrums painfully. The surrounding space was distorted by that power, and the light was entirely devoured. The protective formation of Tongtian Island crumbled before the lightning pillar, collapsing upon contact with 3 layers, breaking in quick succession, the shattered formation symbols scattering through the air. In her chamber, Yunxiao opened her eyes at this moment. A wave of cramping pain surged from her abdomen, causing her face to turn pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, soaking the pillow. Lin Chen. Her voice was hoarse and weak, one hand tightly guarding her abdomen, feeling the increasingly restless movement of the life within. Yunxiao rushed in, quickly grabbing Yunxiao's hand. Big sister, don't be afraid, brother-in-law is outside. He said if the sky falls he will hold it up, don't be afraid. Yunxiao's gaze passed over Yunxiao's shoulder through the open palace door, looking towards the sky outside. That purple lightning pillar was indeed pressing toward their direction, and her man was hanging alone in midair, using his own flesh and blood to shield her and their child from the annihilating heavenly thunder. No. Tears streamed from Yunxiao's eyes as she struggled to rise. Lin Chen, come down, Don't bear it. Yunxiao pressed down on her shoulder firmly, her eyes also reddening. Big sister, you cannot move. The child is about to be born. Yunxiao's tears flowed even more urgently, but Yunxiao's voice trembled, but in her eyes there was an absolute trust that she herself was unaware of. Brother-in-law said he can hold it, he will definitely be able to hold it. Big sister, you must trust him. Yunxiao bit her lip, and in the end she only uttered 3 words: I trust him. A purple light devoured the sky. At that moment the entire East Sea let out a muffled wail as towering waves were flattened by the lightning, transforming the sea surface into a bizarre purple mirror. The final layer of the protective array of Tongtian Island shattered, and countless fragments of spiritual energy fell like snowflakes. Bai Xiao had just completed the last main array pattern of the 9 turns guiding formation when she was knocked to the ground by the shockwave generated by the lightning pillar, and her Longhu Rui flew from her hand. She scrambled to her feet, looking up at the sky. In that purple torrent of destruction, her husband should still be there. He should still be there. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm as blood seeped through her fingers. Husband. In the palace, Yunxiao was overwhelmed by waves of labor pains, sweat soaking the brocade blanket beneath her. Yunxiao knelt by the bed, holding her hand, feeling her elder sister's fingers grip her tightly, the joints creaking, yet she silently endured, without a word. Elder sister, breathe, follow my breathing. Yunxiao's voice trembled, but she tried her best to keep her tone steady. Brother-in-law said to let you relax, he will surely find a way. Yunxiao's lips bled as her gaze pierced through the haze of pain fixated on the purple sky beyond the door. Yunxiao. If something happens to him. There is no if. Yunxiao interrupted, her tears finally streaming down her eyes. Elder sister, have you forgotten? He doesn't even regard the Tao of heaven. What is this mere thunder? Above the 9 heavens at the center of the purple lightning pillar, the destructive power of the lightning surged like a tidal wave from all directions, attempting to crush Lin Chen's physical body, his soul, and every breath he took into nothingness. This power was indeed terrifying. It was 100 times stronger than the death tribulation he faced before. It was the self-correcting power of the primal laws, the ultimate negation of all defiance against the heavenly principles by the world. Any Quasi Saint would be obliterated in an instant by this strike, leaving no chance for reincarnation or cultivation. But Lin Chen was not any Quasi Saint. Within the enveloping purple lightning, his dragon-patterned robe had been torn apart, revealing a body shrouded in chaotic aura. The lightning struck his skin, producing a sharp ringing sound like metal clashing, yet not leaving a single mark. His brow furrowed, but not from pain, it was from anger. The eyes of the chaotic demon suddenly glinted with light amidst the lightning, as 2 universes surged within his gaze, revealing the essence of this purple sky-destroying thunder. Sure enough, at the core of the lightning pillar, 4 almost imperceptible Quasi-Saint auras were secretly aiding. The pure energy from Yusu Palace was amplifying the power of the thunder punishment. The formless power from Bajing Palace was sealing off his retreat. 2 beams of Buddhist light from the west were attempting to direct the thunder punishment towards the palace of Tongtian Island, leading to Yunxiao, leading to their unborn child. A true killing intent emerged in Lin Chen's eyes. It was not rage born from anger, but a chilling decision belonging to a higher being. Good. Very good. His voice echoed amidst the thunder, mostly consumed by the purple arcs, yet still clear. Primordial Heavenly Venerable Taishang Laojun. He enunciated each name deliberately. And those 2 from the west, I will remember you all. He slowly spread his arms, and within his chest a pearl radiating a faint chaotic light floated to the surface. The World Pearl. This treasure, containing the essence of a complete world, emitted a low hum the moment it did not unfold defenses or form barriers. Lin Chen did something that left all the watchers in confusion. He cradled the World Pearl in his palm, and under its brilliant light a shadow resembling an ancient god and demon devouring the heavens slowly emerged behind him. How large was that shadow? Its outline stretched across the entire calamity cloud, 2 chaotic eyes gazing down at all beings, and its gaping maw was aimed at the continuously descending purple sky-destroying divine thunder. Then he swallowed it. No flashy divine abilities, no complex techniques. It was just that simple and brutal, devouring the heaven-destroying thunder punishment whole. Boom. Lin Chen's body violently shook, the exceedingly violent lightning power rampaging within him, tearing countless wounds in his meridians. But the power of the World Pearl followed closely behind, the primal laws of that complete world acting like a mill, crushing the incoming purple sky lightning bit by bit, breaking it down, transforming it into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing his body and cultivation. Using the power of the Tao to nurture his own foundation. How audacious, how defiant this method was. Kunlun Mountain, Yusu Palace. The pill in the hands of Primordial Heavenly Venerable shattered into powder with a loud crack. He stared at the scene in the jade vial, and for the first time his eternally cold eyes showed an uncontainable He swallowed it. Guang Qingzi stood nearby, stunned. Master, the purple sky-destroying divine thunder is primal source power. How could he, amidst each Quasi Saint, possibly swallow it? Primordial Heavenly Venerable did not answer his disciple's question. His fingertips slowly brushed over the shattered pill powder, his gaze darkening like never before. That pearl. is not a thing of the primordial age. At Shouyang Mountain Bajing Palace, Taishang Liajan's murky old eyes completely opened at this moment. The whisk fell to the ground, and he did not even bother to pick it up. His gaze pierced through endless voids locking directly onto the world pearl in Lin Chen's palm that radiated chaotic light. I've lived for so long. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty for the first time. I have never seen such a thing. His hand reached for the purple gold gourd beside him, his fingertip lingering at the mouth of the gourd for a moment before slowly retracting. I cannot make a move, he told himself. If Tongtian were to act now, it would completely break the face off. But this Lin Chen. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowing deeper. He must not be allowed to live until the end of the Fengshen calamity. Above the east sea, the last trace of purple lightning dissipated. The calamity clouds were utterly consumed, revealing an incredibly pristine azure sky. Lin Chen hovered in midair, his robe completely destroyed, his body radiating a faint chaotic light exposed to the sea breeze as his torn meridians healed at a visible speed. He looked down at his palm where a few strands of undigested purple lightning flickered between his fingers. He clenched his fist, crushing those remnants of lightning. What is the Tao of heaven? His voice was not loud, carried away by the sea breeze beneath the 9 heavens, yet at that moment the entire primal world's laws trembled. Dare to strike my woman and child. The sea breeze brushed against Lin Chen's bare torso, and the rapidly healing cracks in his meridians emitted a faint glow. The cost of devouring the purple sky annihilation thunder was not without consequence. His breath was somewhat disordered at this moment, as the transformed Tao source power within him churned like a live dragon struggling in his belly. Yet this cost was trivial to him. Below the 3 immortal islands, Bai Xiao had already soared up. Her eyes were red and puffy, tears still wet on her face upon seeing Lin Chen safe and sound. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall from midair. Husband. She rushed over, tightly hugging Lin Chen's arm, her whole body trembling. Are you alright? Your clothes. Her gaze swept over the still unhealed cracks on his chest, and tears streamed down again as her hands hurriedly fumbled over him. Lin Chen allowed her to fuss for a moment, then placed his hand on her shoulder. It's just a minor injury, don't make such a minor injury. You just forcefully swallowed a bolt of purple sky annihilation thunder. Bai Xiao's voice was sharp and urgent, her anger causing her to stomp her feet. That is the ultimate punishment that has never descended since the creation of the heavens and earth. Couldn't you have used a magical artifact to block it? Why must you risk your life to consume it? What's the point of blocking it with a magical artifact? Lin Chen pulled at the corner of his mouth. If the Tao dares to lay hands on my child, wouldn't it be a disgrace if I didn't devour its punishment? Bai Xiao was left speechless by his words, feeling a mix of anger, urgency, and heartache, ultimately resorting to a light punch on his arm. That punch landed on the chaotic Tao body, and Bai Xiao's own fist felt numb from the impact. Silly girl, stop making a scene. Lin Chen held her tightly clenched little fist, his tone softening. Is the 9 turns guiding array set up? Bai Xiao sniffed and nodded vigorously. It's set up with the dragon and tiger Rui as the array, i.e. the power of the spiritual veins has already been directed towards the palace. Good. Lin Chen released her dawn to spare dark robe from the world pearl and gazed towards the palace below. The chaotic, divine, demonic eye pierced through layers of structures, capturing the scene within the palace. Yunxiao lay on the bed, her face pale, drenched in sweat, while Xiao knelt beside the bed, wiping her sweat, their hands tightly clasped together. And at Yunxiao's abdomen, the glow containing the primal chaos was already shining at its peak. The child was about to be born. Let's go down. Lin Chen stepped forward, bringing Bai Xiao back to the ground. The moment he entered the palace, Yunxiao raised her head, her eyes filled with urgency and still swollen. Brother-in-law. Big sister. She seems to be in increasing pain. Lin Chen approached the bedside, placing his palm on Yunxiao's forehead. It was burning hot. Her body temperature had become absurdly high. The primal chaos surging within her was the final explosion before the child's birth, desperately drawing all of the mother's spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Yunxiao opened her eyes amidst the severe pain. Her normally gentle and serene gaze was now filled with bloodshot veins, yet the moment she saw Lin Chen, tears instantly filled her eyes. Lin Chen, are you alright? Her voice was at its weakest, yet her first concern was not her own pain, but his. Lin Chen leaned down, his forehead resting against hers. I told you if the sky falls I will bear it for you. His warm breath brushed against her cheek. Now the sky has fallen and the thunder has struck. It is your turn. He straightened up, sending a strand of transformative blue energy into her meridians to stabilize the surging spiritual tide within her. Bai Xiao, activate the 9 turns guiding array and draw all the power from the East Sea's spiritual veins over here. Yunxiao used the golden dragon clipping to set up the absolute heaven-locking earth array around the palace. No fluctuations of energy are allowed to leak out. The 2 sisters responded in unison, swiftly taking their positions. The dragon and tiger Rui burst forth with dazzling golden light at the array, and the spiritual veins of the entire 3 immortal islands awakened at this moment. Rich and concentrated spiritual energy erupted from deep within the island, transforming into visible currents of spiritual energy flowing towards the direction of the palace. The concentration of spiritual energy grew higher and higher. First it transformed into mist, then rain, and finally condensed into droplets of crystal-clear spiritual liquid around the palace like a silent gentle rain falling. Bai Xiao stared in shock at the spiritual energy liquid beads her mouth agape. Spiritual energy liquid. This is a phenomenon that can only occur when ancient powers open up a cave heaven. Her voice trembled. What on earth is the child in Big Sister's womb? Lin Chen did not answer her question. His full attention was on Yunxiao continuously channeling transformative blue energy into her, maintaining the balance of spiritual energy between her and the fetus. Yunxiao bit her lip, veins bulging on her forehead, her body arched like a bow. The tearing pain made it nearly impossible for her to breathe, yet her hands tightly gripped the brocade quilt beneath her, not letting out a single moan. Let it out, don't hold back. Lin Chen's hand covered hers, their fingers interlocking. There are no outsiders here. Yunxiao shook her head, sweat mingling with tears on her face, yet she forced out a smile. I am the first among the 3 Xiaos. Her voice was intermittent, each word exhausting all her strength. My 2 younger sisters are watching. I cannot lose face. Lin Chen looked at her stubborn appearance, a surge of indescribable bitterness rising in his heart. He no longer urged her, only tightened his grip on her hand, channeling more transformative blue energy into her. Time ticked by. Outside the window, the spiritual energy liquid became denser and denser until eventually the entire palace was enveloped in a translucent light curtain of spiritual liquid. Yunxiao maintained the absolute heaven-locking earth array on the outside, feeling the increasingly surging fetal breath fluctuations, her hands trembling slightly. Bai Xiao knelt on the other side of the bed, wiping Yunxiao's forehead with a damp cloth, tears falling drop by drop, soaking Yunxiao's sleeve. Yunxiao's breathing became more rapid, and the glow of the primal chaos broke through the shackles of her flesh, erupting golden light from her body. Lin Chen's chaotic divine demonic eye suddenly brightened. He saw it. The child was breaking free. He whispered those 2 words which carried more weight than when he devoured the purple sky annihilation thunder. The spiritual energy liquid in the palace began to surge wildly into Yunxiao's body, all the power of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all the essence of the East Sea's spiritual veins transformed at this moment into a congratulatory gift for the new life entering the world. Yunxiao let out a suppressed moan. Then Lin Chen heard a voice. A piercing cry that resonated throughout the entire East Sea. The sound of crying pierced through the palace walls, breaking through the heavenly locking array set by Yunxiao. Even the protective barrier of Sanxian Island could not stop this sound, which reverberated across the entire East Sea. The clear sound possessed the might of a great bell striking the heavens, akin to an ancient divine drum shattering the firmament. The towering waves of the East Sea instantly calmed in response to this cry. The surface of the sea was as smooth as glass, reflecting the recently cleared sky. Countless sea tribe cultivators poked their heads out from the deep sea, gazing towards Sanxian Island with faces filled with fear. Within the palace, the cry carried a kind of pressure that even the primordial spirit would submit to. It was an absolute suppression stemming from the depths of bloodlines. Lin Chen held the infant, radiating a faint golden light in his arms, his throat tightening, momentarily speechless. This was the first bloodline he welcomed after traversing the primordial chaos. The child was small, with skin devoid of the typical redness and wrinkles of a newborn, instead exhibiting a smooth, lustrous white, flawless in appearance. This was the extraordinary foundation left by the refinement of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Though the facial features had yet to fully develop, the contours around the eyes already bore a resemblance to Lin Chen's domineering charm. Most astonishingly, above the child's head floated a slowly rotating phantom. The ancient bronze bell was inscribed with the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, and boundless chaos energy flowed along its surface, emanating a distant bell sound. That is the chaos bell. Bai Xiao knelt by the bed, her entire being frozen in shock, her voice trembling. The foremost of the 10 innate treasures from the ancient primordial chaos. How could it possibly manifest with an accompanying phantom? Yunxiao also withdrew the formation and rushed in, staring fixedly at the bell's shadow. This usually decisive fairy at this moment had her lips slightly parted, taking quite a while to regain her voice. This signifies that this child will undoubtedly possess the qualifications to wield the true essence of the chaos bell in the future. Yunxiao leaned weakly against the headboard. She was nearly drained of energy, her face devoid of color, yet her gaze never left the little one in Lin Chen's arms, filled with undeniable tenderness. Let me have a look at him. Yunxiao extended her trembling hand. Lin Chen carefully handed over the child, and as the soft warmth touched Yunxiao's arm, the little one stopped crying. He smacked his lips, clenched his tiny fists, and instinctively snuggled closer to his mother. Tears rolled silently down Yunxiao's cheeks as her forehead gently rested against the child's. Good baby. Mother has waited a long time for you. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao watched from the side, their eyes turning red. Bai Xiao wiped her face as she leaned closer, cautiously poking the baby's tender little cheek with a finger. Sister, this little one looks so much like brother-in-law. We hit the jackpot this time. She broke into a smile through her tears. Yunxiao also squeezed closer, her usual sword-wielding hands unsure where to place themselves, her neck stretched long. Can I hold him for a moment? Please. Her voice was low, carrying a hint of pleading. For the first time, that spirited face showed such an awkward, yet gentle expression. Yunxiao nodded with a smile. Yunxiao carefully took the child, her demeanor 10 times more tense than when facing the world annihilation thunder of Zixiao. The little one squirmed in her arms and opened his eyes. Those eyes were bright and clear, with pupils swirling with Xianhuang energy, mirroring the brilliance in Lin Chen's gaze. Yunxiao, caught by that gaze, felt her heart melt. This little treasure is too extraordinary. Her voice carried a catch she didn't even notice. Lin Chen stood by, watching his 3 women encircle his son, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He reached out to take his son back, cradling him firmly in his palm. The little one gazed at his father, grinning with his toothless mouth giggling. That smile warmed Lin Chen's heart, filling him with the joy and sense of responsibility that came with being a father. You little rascal, you're something else. Lin Chen's throat tightened as he gently rubbed the soft forehead with his thumb. Making such a scene right from birth, even attracting the Zixiao divine thunder. You almost got me killed and you're over here laughing happily. The little infant seemed to understand, pouting, and then stuffing his tiny fists into his mouth to gnaw. Husband, has the baby's name been decided? Yunxiao leaned against the pillow, softly asking. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao also turned to look. Lin Chen looked down at his son, his gaze transcending this small space, piercing through the vast waves of Sanxian Island, directly gazing at the heavens above. Hao Tian. His voice was steady and resolute. Lin Hao Tian. Hao symbolizes the vastness of the heavens, the ultimate supremacy of the sky. Lin Chen looked into those Xianhuang eyes, his tone filled with pride. Born with the chaos bells accompanying phantom, arriving in this world, already attracting heavenly tribulations for purification. With such a beginning, not naming him Hao Tian would be too small-minded. Tears glistened in Yunxiao's eyes as she softly mulled over these words. Lin Hao Tian. Truly wonderful. Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, while Yunxiao turned her head away, quietly wiping her eyes. Just at this tender moment, the system prompt that Lin Chen had been waiting for 9 months finally sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected the birth of host's first son, Lin Hao Tian. Innate physique, Xian, Huang Dao body, SSS grade. Born with the chaos bells accompanying phantom, reaching peak from birth, directly entering Tai Golden Immortal. Triggered the core mechanism of the more children, more blessings system. First child ultimate jackpot. 100 million times critical hit bonus has been credited. Congratulations to the host for the explosive increase in cultivation, mid-stage quasi-saint peak, latest stage quasi-saint, latest stage quasi-saint peak, quasi-saint peak. Congratulations to the host for stepping into quasi-saint peak, half-step Hong Yuan. Becoming the foremost person under the saints. Ultimate awakening of the chaos Dao body. Physical strength surpasses all innate treasures, capable of shattering a saint's treasure with bare hands and outright win. A force more terrifying than consuming the Zixiao divine thunder surged forth from the depths of Lin Chen's Dantian. The barrier of latest stage quasi-saint. Shattered. The shackles of peak quasi-saint. Broken. The celestial chasm that blocked countless beings of the primordial chaos was now directly cracked open by this force, creating glaring fissures. Peak quasi-saint. Half-step Han Yuan. This wave took off directly. An uncontrollable and violent pressure surged into the sky, causing the ground of Sanxian Island to crack inch by inch, with rocks floating inexplicably in midair. The 3 fairies in the palace simultaneously changed color. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao were forced to kneel on the spot, and even Yunxiao on the bed was gasping for breath. This was not a murderous intent deliberately released by Lin Chen. It was merely the natural overflow after his explosive increase in cultivation, already possessing such a terrifying might. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, instantly retracting all his aura back into his body. The palace returned to tranquility. He looked at his hands, fingers clenched tightly, and surprisingly emitted visible chaotic radiance between his fingers. This power had truly touched the threshold of a saint. With just half a step more, he would become a Han Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. And this was merely the reward for his first child. He raised his gaze towards the boundless sky of the east, sea chaos swirling in his eyes. The cold glances of Kunlun Mountain, the schemes of Shouyang Mountain, and the greed from the west had all become mere dust beneath his feet. In his life, he did not cultivate good deeds, only loved to kill and set fire. Since you all want to play, then let's play to the end. The Lin Hao Tian in his arms had already fallen asleep, his tiny fists gripping his father's clothing, breathing steady and deep. Lin Chen looked at that peacefully sleeping little face and couldn't help but laugh. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign Supreme, Lord Lao Jun. He whispered softly. Weren't you hoping I'd die in the Heavenly Tribulation? Unfortunately for you, not only did you fail to kill me, but you also personally raised a monster you can never suppress in your life. He brought his fingers together, a strand of chaotic light touching the little Hao Tian's brow, forming the most formidable protective talisman. The divine calamity of the gods is approaching. At that time, it'll directly dismantle your Taoist temple and sever your roots. I want each of you to kneel before my master and bow in apology. Outside the window, the gale of the east sea grew increasingly fierce. Life on Sanxian Island became unprecedentedly peaceful after Lin Haoyan was born. Lin Chen is now at the pinnacle of Quasi Saint, half a step into the mixed origin. Looking across the vast wilderness besides the few lofty saints and the hidden Tao ancestor, no one else could arouse even a fraction of his interest. On the warm jade bed in the sleeping chamber, Yunxiao had already recovered. She was gently cradling her sleeping son. The maternal glow in her brows and eyes made her radiate a soft and dazzling beauty. Bixiao and Qiongxiao stood guard on either side. Bixiao playfully teased with a small dragon tiger Rui, while Qiongxiao carefully poked Lin Haotian's fair little face with her fingertip, her eyes filled with doting affection. Husband, look at how Haotian sleeps. He truly is a mold of you. Yunxiao lifted her head to look at Lin Chen, who stood by the window with his hands behind his back, her voice soft enough to draw water. Lin Chen turned around and walked over slowly. The terrifying aura that could crush eternity had long been reigned in, leaving only the gentleness of a father. Leaning down, he gently kissed Yunxiao's forehead and playfully pinched his son's chubby face. Looking like me is this child's fortune. Lin Chen spoke with a tone of certainty, a hint of amusement in his voice. There's no need to be so narcissistic. Bixiao shot him a glance. Although she was teasing him, the love and admiration in her eyes were impossible to conceal. Qiongxiao snorted, turning her head away, yet her lips honestly curved upward. Ever since Lin Chen had thoroughly suppressed her in the starry sky barrier last time, her proud spirit seemed to have been shattered and reshaped. Her attitude towards Lin Chen had changed from initial resistance to a complex mix of awe and dependence. By the way, husband, you mentioned earlier that the Zishao annihilation divine thunder brought forth by my son's birth is being aided by 4 saints. Yunxiao recalled the terrifying scene of that day and still felt a bit apprehensive. Yuan Shi Taishang and those 2 bald donkeys from the west. Lin Chen's gaze shifted slightly, as if piercing through the sleeping chamber to the endless void beyond. They want to use the hand of the heavenly Tao to erase my bloodline. Their calculations are terribly wrong. I have noted this debt. As soon as he finished speaking, Bixiao stood up indignantly. How could Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle do this? Our Jiejiao is one of the 3 clear ones. How could they lay hands on an unborn infant? In their eyes, all beings are mere chess pieces. Don't say one infant. Even an entire Jiejiao could be wiped out if it obstructs them. Lin Chen spoke calmly, yet he revealed the harshest truth of the wilderness. Qiongxiao clenched her fists and coldly said, Husband, do you mean that during the Fengshen calamity, they will strike lethally against our Jiejiao? Lin Chen looked at her with mild surprise, his gaze filled with approval. Little leopard, you finally know how to think, and your perspective has broadened. Flattered by the praise, Qiongxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly turned her head away. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, and the eyes of the chaotic divine demon quietly turned. His vision crossed layers of space, directly projecting into the mundane world. 30 years passed in his eyes like the blink of an eye. The human dynasties changed, and now the Shang dynasty was in power. The capital Chaoga was bustling with prosperity, the luck golden dragon coiling in the sky, an imposing sight. However, at the base of that thriving golden dragon, Lin Chen clearly saw a wisp of dark gray calamity, death energy, slowly spreading like a maggot. A great calamity is approaching. This game of chess is about to begin, Lin Chen murmured softly. The 3 women felt a simultaneous tightening in their hearts, and Yunxiao quickly asked, Husband, has something happened in the mortal realm? Lin Chen said little, simply tracing a line in the void with his fingertip. A water mirror appeared out of thin air. In the mirror within the most magnificent palace of Chaoga, the Shang King Dxin Zhou Wang was in his prime, full of vigor. He sat on the throne looking down at the officials with an air of imperial pride that looked down upon the world. Is this the human emperor? Such strong luck! Bixiao exclaimed in awe. No matter how strong the luck, it's useless if one brings about their own demise, Lin Chen replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. The image in the water mirror shifted to the 15th day of the 3rd month, the birthday of Nuwa. Under the counsel of Prime Minister Shang Rong, the king of Zhou left the palace to offer incense and pray for blessings at the Nuwa palace. The emperor's procession was grand, attracting the entire city to kneel in reverence. Inside the Nuwa palace, the incense was abundant, and everything originally proceeded in an orderly manner. But just as the king of Zhou finished offering incense and raised his head to look at the statue of the goddess, the unexpected happened. A sudden gust of wind swept into the hall, without warning, lifting the curtain that concealed the goddess' visage. The holy face, sculpted from the utmost precious jade, was filled with compassion and extraordinary beauty, crashing into the king of Zhou's eyes unreservedly. The king of Zhou was instantly mesmerized. As the supreme ruler with 3,000 beauties in his harem, he had never seen such stunning beauty. A mundane lewd thought immediately clouded his mind. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The nearby Shang Rong sensed something was amiss, and quickly whispered urgently. The king of Zhou turned a deaf ear, staring fixedly at the statue, mumbling to himself, so beautiful. If I could have such beauty in my harem to accompany me day and night, it would be worth it for me to be a human emperor in this lifetime. As soon as this was said, the entire court fell into an icy silence, faces pale as death. Shang Ron was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Your Majesty. You absolutely cannot. This is the Holy Mother of the human race, an ancient righteous deity. How can you harbor such blasphemous thoughts? The King of Zhou, however, laughed heartily, showing no concern. He waved his hand, arrogantly shouting loudly, "Bring me ink and brush. I want to compose a poem here praising the beauty of the Holy Mother." Ignoring the desperate kneeling and urging of the ministers, the King of Zhou took the writing tools and directly wrote a lewd poem on the pink wall of the Nuwa Palace. The phoenix and dragon treasure tent is extraordinarily scenic, all adorned with mud gold craftsmanship. As long as she is enchanting and can move, I shall bring her back to serve the king in Changlu. Upon finishing the poem, the King of Zhou tossed down his brush and laughed heartily, as if he had accomplished a grand feat that would be remembered through the ages. In the sleeping chamber, Bixiao and Yunxiao, watching the image in the water mirror, were trembling with rage. Is this foolish monarch missing a brain? Yunxiao gritted her teeth. I really want to strike him with a golden dragon clip and send him to the afterlife. This is simply self-destruction, utterly unreasonable. Bixiao was equally furious, cursing loudly. As female immortals, they already held respect for the goddess Nuwa. How could they tolerate such a human emperor publicly blaspheming the saint? Yunxiao's brows furrowed tightly, her grip on her son tightening slightly. Husband, how dare he? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of indifference that seemed to command the universe flickering in his eyes. Look, this self-destructive bait has already taken the hook. As soon as he finished speaking, the water mirror image suddenly flashed. It abruptly shifted from the mortal Chaoga, crossing the endless void, to the Nuwa Palace in the 33 heavens. In the cloud-enshrouded Taoist temple, the goddess Nuwa sat high on her cloud bed. Originally in quiet meditation, she suddenly had a whim and calculated with her fingers. In the next second, a chilling frost instantly covered her compassionate face. What a Yunxiao! That ignorant creature dares to compose a poem to insult me. A cold reprimand shook the entire Nuwa Palace violently. The tangible anger of the saint transformed into a terrifying storm, instantly sweeping across the 9 heavens. Chengtang will perish, the Zhou dynasty will rise. This is the heavenly decree. I originally wanted you to peacefully complete your 28 years as an emperor, but since you are eager to send your head, do not blame me for being merciless. The killing intent in Nuwa's eyes surged as she immediately transmitted a decree. Jin Ning immediately summoned the 3 demons from the Xianyuan tomb to see me. The anger of the sage Nuwa caused the winds and clouds beyond the 33 heavens to change color, and the stars in the sky began to tremble precariously. When the sage is enraged, countless lives are lost and blood flows like rivers. This is no empty statement. If not for the constancy of the heavenly Tao, the sage would not easily interfere with the changes of the human dynasty. Perhaps with just a thought from Nuwa, the entire city of Chaogu, along with that unaware King Zhou, would be obliterated in an instant. The will of heaven. What a will of heaven! In the Nuwa Palace, her voice echoed through the hall, each word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Yunxiao, since you dare to insult me, I shall destroy your empire and bring your 600 years of foundation to a complete end. She was well aware that directly killing King Zhou would entangle her in the vast karma of humanity, a loss that far outweighed the gain. However, if she aligned with the heavenly Tao and facilitated the decline of the fortune of the Shang dynasty, it could be considered acting on behalf of the heavens. Not only would she avoid bearing the consequences of karma, but she could also seize great merit from it. Shortly after, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. The maid Jin Ning led 3 figures with a dense aura of demon energy, stepping lightly into the hall. The leading woman was enchanting, her charm natural and unforced. She was the 1,000-year-old 9-tailed fox from the Xianyuan tomb. Following her were a 9-headed chicken spirit and a jade pipa spirit. The overwhelming pressure from the sage, capable of freezing their very souls, hit them like a wave, causing the 3 demons to halt their breaths, their legs weak, and they all knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Little demons, we pay our respects to Lady Nuwa. May your holy lifespan be boundless. The 9-tailed fox's usually soft voice was now filled with an unmistakable tremor. Nuwa looked down at them, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting a divine indifference devoid of any worldly emotions. Do you 3 know why I have summoned you? The little demon is dull. Please enlighten me, my lady. The 9-tailed fox quickly lowered her head further. The fortune of the Shang dynasty wanes, destined to lose the world. Nuwa's voice came calmly, yet each word weighed heavily on the hearts of the 3 demons. The phoenix cries at Qishan, the western Zhou has given birth to a holy master. This is heaven's will. I command you 3 demons to conceal your demon forms, to dwell within the palace, and to confuse the hearts of the rulers. When Zhou Wu invades Zhou, you must assist in his success, and remember not to harm the common people. Once the task is accomplished, you may also achieve your own fruition. These words fell into their ears, leaving the 3 demons in a state of blankness, their hearts trembling greatly. To sow chaos among the human emperor. This was a perilous endeavor, risking being backfired by the karma of humanity. But could they dare to say no? Before them knelt the exalted sage of the heavenly Tao, who to refuse this decree would mean instant annihilation. The nine-tailed fox's mind raced, and she quickly understood the intricacies involved. This was a monumental crisis, yet also a tremendous opportunity. As long as they navigated these murky waters wisely, it would be a substantial profit, allowing them to transcend their demon forms and ascend to the ranks of immortals. Little demon, I will faithfully obey the latest decree. The nine-tailed fox bowed deeply, her voice filled with uncontainable excitement. I will faithfully obey the latest decree. The chicken spirit and the peepa spirit hurriedly echoed her. Nuwa looked at them, her face revealing no joy or anger, simply waving her sleeve casually. Go now. With the decree, the three demons respectfully exited the Nuwa palace, transforming into three beams of demon light, heading straight towards the southern continent of the human realm. On Sanxian Island, within the sleeping quarters, the image in the water mirror gradually faded as the three demons departed. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao exchanged glances, their faces reflecting complex emotions that were hard to articulate. This Lady Nuwa, her methods of shifting blame are remarkably adept. Yunxiao remarked, her tone unhidden. Having been disgusted by mortals, she refrains from stepping in herself, instead directing the demon race to disrupt the governance, undermining the fortune of humanity. Is this what they call the grandeur of a sage? Indeed, Bai Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. It's said to be in accordance with the will of heaven, but in truth, she pushes all consequences onto those three little demons and the entire human race. When chaos reigns and lives are lost, how will her name, as the Holy Mother of humanity, stand? The thoughts of a sage are certainly not something we can easily fathom, yet if this matter is carried out, it will truly disrupt the harmony of heaven. The three sisters had always been clear about their grievances and could hardly tolerate such actions disguised as heavenly mandate while secretly calculating. Lin Chen listened to their complaints and chuckled. You are not wrong in your critiques, but you are only seeing the first layer and missing the second layer. The three women looked at him in unison. Husband, is there more to this? Yunxiao asked curiously. Lin Chen sat down at the edge of the bed, taking the newly awakened little Haotian from Yunxiao's arms, gently tossing him up, eliciting giggles from the little one. Nuwa's calculations are quite meticulous. Firstly, it is to vent her personal grievances, and secondly, to align with the will of heaven. But looking at it from a broader perspective, the most important point is that she wants to secure a place for the demon race in the impending calamity of the deification. Securing a place? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Lin Chen teased the child while slowly revealing an insider's perspective. The 365 positions of the righteous deities on the deification list are basically reserved for the disciples of the three teachings. But do not forget, after the war of the witches and demons, the demon race was left in tatters. As the holy mother of the demons, Nuwa must secure some standing for herself, right? Sending the nine-tailed fox to assist in the downfall of the Shang dynasty and aid Zhou in overthrowing Zhou is a grand merit. Once accomplished, she can seize the opportunity to ask the Tao ancestor for a few divine positions to settle her descendants, and it would all make perfect sense. Upon hearing this, the three sisters felt a jolt in their hearts, unable to suppress their breaths. Goodness, this scheme is truly a chain of schemes. Xiao's eyes were filled with astonishment. The sage plays her pieces indeed, carefully laying out her strategy. We have underestimated her depth of thought. Yunxiao remarked. Bai Xiao suddenly realized something, her eyes brightening. Husband, since you have seen through her trump card, does that mean you? Her words trailed off, but her eager expression revealed her thoughts. Lin Chen playfully scratched her nose and laughed. Your little mind works quickly. As his laughter faded, a powerful aura of authority radiated from him, as if he looked down upon the world. Nuwa wants to cast bait and reap the benefits. But has she forgotten to ask me, the fisherman, whether I agree? This most crucial piece on the board she Nuwa cannot protect. What I say is true. He held his son and walked to the window, his gaze piercing through endless space, falling upon the enchanting light, heading towards Chao Ge. The nine-tailed fox. Daji, this is interesting. Do you wish to be a scapegoat and a calamity to the nation, or do you want to grasp the stars and be an empress who rules over the heavens? I will choose for you. In the southern continent of Nanjian, within the territory of Jizhou, three streams of demonic light darted through the clouds, led by a nine-tailed fox who was currently devising her next plan. The decree of goddess Nuwa required them to take refuge in the palace to confuse the heart of the ruler. As a demon directly invading the human emperor's palace would surely result in being crushed to ashes by the immense human fate golden dragon looming over the city of Chao Ge. The only way was to borrow a human body, one sufficiently noble, with the opportunity to come into contact with. She had already calculated that the Jizhou Marquis, Su, who had a daughter named Daji who was renowned for her beauty and was destined to be entangled with the king of the Shang dynasty. This was her best disguise. Sisters, I will go ahead and scout the Marquis' residence in Jizhou. The nine-tailed fox said to the rooster spirit and the peepa spirit behind her. You two can infiltrate Chao Ge City, first find a place to settle down, and I will contact you once I enter the palace. I will follow my elder sister's arrangements and everything. The rooster spirit and the peepa spirit had no objections, receiving their orders and departing as two streams of light towards Chao Ge. The nine-tailed fox watched them, leave a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her lips, filled with pride. The promised fruit of the sage was something she was determined to obtain. She retracted her demonic aura, her form scattering into a gentle breeze, as she silently drifted towards Jizhou City below. The outline of the city was just ahead, and the dawn of victory was within reach. However, at that moment the world underwent a change. An invisible force gripped the entire realm, and everything came to a standstill. The wind stopped. The clouds ceased to move. Time and space lost all meaning in that instant. The nine-tailed fox was trapped in midair, her body rigid, unable to move a single finger, gripped by an unprecedented. That dread originated from the depths of her soul, the most primal fear of a lower being facing the supreme laws. What kind of power was this? Had the sage intervened? No, the sanctity of Goddess Nuwa was about oppression and majesty, but the current force was an absolute control, a crushing pressure at the level of the rules. She felt as if she had left the primordial world, falling into a completely unfamiliar realm where the master could decide her life or death with a mere thought. She could not even summon a thought of fear. Her spirit was forcibly taken away by an irresistible great power, plunging her into an endless chaotic darkness. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps millions of years. When the nine-tailed fox regained consciousness, she found herself kneeling in a palace that defied description. The floor of the palace was paved with complete chaos, divine jade, and every beam and pillar was engraved with profound runes, the air suffused with an essence more primordial and ancient than innate spiritual energy. Before her on a high throne sat a man. He wore a dark robe adorned with dragon patterns, his black hair flowing like a waterfall, and his handsome face made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. He simply sat there casually, one hand propped under his chin, the other gently cradling a beautifully sculpted infant. Yet the aura emanating from him was even more terrifying and domineering than any she had seen from Goddess Nuwa. It was the presence of an absolute ruler that transcended all, treating heaven and earth as mere playthings. Beside him stood two stunning celestial maidens, one as cold as the moon, the other as vibrant as fire. Their gazes towards him were filled with unwavering admiration and affection. The heart of the nine-tailed fox sank down to the depths of despair. She recognized the two celestial maidens. They were Bai Xiao and Yunxiao from the Jiejiao. Who was this man that could command the service of two quasi-saint powerhouses? Who are you? The nine-tailed fox's voice trembled uncontrollably, even she found it unfamiliar. Why have you brought me here? The man on the throne, Lin Chen, lifted his eyes upon hearing her question, his gaze filled with the flow of stars as he casually glanced at her. With just a glance, the nine-tailed fox felt as if her primordial spirit had been completely seen through, laying bare every secret within her. Xin Yuan's grave nine-tailed fox. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, yet carried a kind of authority that was impossible to resist. Under the decree of Goddess Nuwa, you wish to borrow the body of Su Hu's daughter Daji, to enter Chao, go confuse the ruler's heart, and ruin the fate of Chengtang, is that correct? Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mind went blank, her soul trembling. How could he know? This was a secret command issued personally by Goddess Nuwa. The heavenly secrets had long been concealed by the sage, and besides her and the other two demons, no fourth person could know. Who exactly are you? She looked up in terror, only to see a playful smile on that face. Lin Chen did not answer her question, merely chuckling softly. What do you think that so-called fruit promised by Nuwa would be? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily stunned, blurting out, It is to shed my demonic body and ascend to the ranks of immortals. Ascend to the ranks of immortals. Lin Chen laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. Foolish. Do you truly believe that carrying the overwhelming karma that could destroy a nation and cause suffering to countless beings is something so easily born? Nuwa sent you to be that knife, to be the scapegoat. After the deed is done, when the world is at peace, the first to be pushed out for execution to quell the human anger and demonstrate the justice of the heavenly path will be you. The fruit she promised you is merely a minor divine position on the Fengshen Bang after your death. From then on you will be bound by the heavenly court, unable to attain freedom for eternity. Is this the ending you desire? With every word Lin Chen spoke, the nine-tailed fox's heart tightened, all her fantasies and hopes shattered piece by piece within those words. Her complexion drained of color, turning frightfully pale. No. Impossible. The goddess is a saint, she wouldn't deceive me. She muttered to herself, unable to convince even herself. Lin Chen looked down at her, his gaze filled with a condescending pity, observing her as one might a pathetic insect. Saint. Does a saint never lie? If she truly wanted to help you, why not bestow upon you a protective spiritual treasure? Why not give you a talisman? She merely moved her lips, sending you to accompany the boundless karma of the human emperor's downfall to the grave, while she herself could reap the sweetest fruits. To her you are nothing but a discarded pawn. The nine-tailed fox collapsed to the ground, the last spark of light in her eyes extinguished. The torrent of despair completely drowned her. She understood, fully understood. From the very beginning she was a joke. Just when she was on the verge of despair, Lin Chen's voice echoed once more. However, you are rather fortunate. You encountered me. The nine-tailed fox abruptly raised her head, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. I have a second path for you to take. Lin Chen stood up from the throne, cradling the sleeping Lin Haoyan, and walked step by step toward her. He lowered his head, his eyes possessing a captivating power that threatened to swallow her soul whole. Nuwa is a saint, but my sword is meant to slay saints. What she can give you, I can give you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. What she cannot provide, such as true freedom and eternal life. Even the position of a ruler over a world, I can provide that for you. Will you continue to be a pawn destined for or will you choose to follow me and become the one who holds the reins? Lin Chen reached out, gently lifting the nine-tailed fox's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. She sent you to your death, but I offer you rebirth. Now tell me, why should you, the descendant of the demon race, worship her? The nine-tailed fox knelt on the ground paved with chaos divine, jade, a chill seeping into the bones through her knees. Lin Chen's words fell one by one, peeling away the beautiful dream she had painstakingly woven, exposing the rotten reality within. She was unwilling. After cultivating for 1,000 years, enduring the bitter years in the Xianyuan tomb, she had finally awaited the saint's decree, the heavenly ladder, only to be told that it was merely a cliff. But she could hardly believe it. Because the man before her was declaring her fate, his tone so certain, as if he had witnessed the conclusion with his own eyes. The second path you mentioned. The nine-tailed fox raised her head, the fear in her fox eyes gradually fading, replaced by a more primal instinct. It was the desire to survive. What exactly is it? Lin Chen looked down at her, handing the sleeping Lin Haoyan to Baishao beside him. Baishao took the child, her gaze briefly scanning the nine-tailed fox, scrutinizing, yet saying nothing. Yunxiao crossed her arms, coldly observing the fox demon kneeling on the ground, a hint of disdain curling her lips. Lin Chen crouched down to meet the nine-tailed fox's gaze. The second path is quite simple. From now on you are no longer a pawn of Nuwa. He extended his hand, gently touching her forehead, with his index finger, a surge of chaotic energy entering her sea of consciousness through his fingertip. The nine-tailed fox shivered slightly, but did not evade. She could not evade, nor dared she. The demon essence within you is quite good, though the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox does not compare to that of the ancient demon emperors, it is still rare. Lin Chen retracted his finger and stood up. Follow me, I will grant you the opportunity for rebirth, give you true freedom, and provide you with what even Nuwa cannot offer you. The nine-tailed fox's throat constricted. What do you want me to do? Very simple. Lin Chen returned to his throne, sitting down again, casually resting one leg over the other. You will still play the role of Daji. You will still create chaos in Chaoga. But from today onward, everything you do and every command you follow can only come from me. The nine-tailed fox's pupils suddenly tightened. How was this different from Nuwa's decree? No, the difference was immense. Nuwa only granted her the identity of a pawn destined for sacrifice, whereas this man offered her a chance to choose. The choice to stand behind the player. The nine-tailed fox lowered her head, her thoughts racing, and when she raised her gaze again, her fox eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Her posture began to change. The kneeling position transformed into a half-reclining pose, her slender waist bending slightly, a segment of her snow-white collarbone subtly visible from her garment. This was the ultimate technique passed down through generations of the nine-tailed fox clan, the nine-tailed enchantment technique. This divine ability acted on the soul level, capable of ensnaring even the most powerful of celestial beings, making them willingly bow before her. Since she was choosing a new master, she naturally had to test this man's true nature, whether he was a saint or a demon. If he too was ensnared by her charm, then she would merely have exchanged one stronger fool for another to manipulate. Her amber pupils transformed into slits, invisible ripples of divine soul emanated from her. The temperature of the entire hall rose several degrees. In an instant the air filled with a seductive fragrance that quickened the blood. Lin Haoyan, held by Baishao, wrinkled his little nose and squirmed uncomfortably. Xiao's expression changed, her hand already resting on the golden dragon scissors at her waist. Bold demon. But before her voice could finish, it was cut off by a more terrifying force. Lin Chen's eyes changed. From the depths of his left eye, a vertical pupil slowly cracked open, the light of the chaos divine demon eye pouring out, illuminating the entire hall. As soon as the ripples of the nine-tailed fox's charm touched that gaze, they were instantly evaporated, leaving not even a trace of dissolution. The nine-tailed enchantment she had carefully accumulated could not withstand the dual pressure of the chaos divine demon eye, and the peak of quasi-saint power, not even lasting a single breath. The backlash of power surged back through her soul channels. The nine-tailed fox let out a muffled groan, a line of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Before she could react with fear, her neck was seized by a large hand. Lin Chen had appeared before her, without her noticing, his 5 fingers closing around her delicate snowy neck. He effortlessly lifted her with one hand, the action light and effortless. The nine-tailed fox's feet left the ground, her limbs hanging limply, emitting faint whimpers from her throat. Lin Chen's fingertips could feel the frantic pulse in her neck and the slight tremors beneath her skin. Is this the skill you've honed over 1,000 years merely to flaunt before me? His voice was low, carrying an intimacy akin to a whisper. But the nine-tailed fox felt her very soul trembling, the fear radiating from the depths of her true spirit, made it difficult for her to maintain her human form, her 9 tails revealing themselves uncontrollably drooping in the air, trembling. I was wrong. Her voice squeezed out from her throat, broken and pitiful. Please, spare me, my lord. Lin Chen tightened his grip on her neck, pulling her closer, their noses near. The light of the chaos divine demon eye reflected in the 9-tailed fox's slit pupils, where she saw her own reflection, disheveled, humble, and utterly devoid of dignity. Remember this. Lin Chen's thumb gently rubbed against her throat, the action ambiguous as to whether it was a warning or something else. In my presence, put away your tricks. Your little charm is not even worthy of carrying my wife's shoes. Bai Xiao's face flushed at these words as she turned her head, while holding the child, a hint of suppressed amusement playing at her lips. Yunxiao snorted, lowering her hand from the golden dragon, scissors, her earlier tension dissipating significantly. Lin Chen released his grip. The 9-tailed fox tumbled to the ground, clutching her neck, coughing violently, tears and blood mingling as they streamed down her cheeks. But she did not flee, not even a step back, because in the moment she was choked, her 1,000 years of cultivation. This man's hand possessed the power to easily crush her neck. Yet he did not. He was merely teaching her a lesson. It was clearly a master teaching a disobedient pet. This realization made the 9-tailed fox feel humiliated, yet beneath that humiliation a deeper emotion began to take root. It was a sense of security. The willingness of a strong individual to take the time to teach you rather than casually crushing you created a twisted sense of security in her controlled situation. She knelt on the ground, her 9 tails slowly retracting, hanging behind her, no longer trembling. She lifted her head, the charm and calculations in her fox eyes entirely fading away, leaving only clarity. I am willing to follow my master. From now on, my 9 lives and 9 tails belong to my master. Her forehead heavily struck the chaos divine jade ground, producing a dull sound. Lin Chen looked down at her. Call me husband. The 9-tailed fox's body stiffened for a moment, her fox ears quietly tinged with a faint red. Moments later, that voice escaped from her throat, sultry to the bone. Husband. Husband. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Bai Xiao and Xiao waving his hand. Let's go take this little fox and clean her up. 3 days later, send her to Jizhou. Bai Xiao walked over, glancing down at the kneeling, soft-bodied, 9-tailed fox, softly sighing. Another one has come. Xiao rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. This man must be like a pie show, only taking in and never giving out. Lin Chen's hearing was exceptionally keen. He turned his head to glance at Xiao. She immediately fell silent, quickly stepping forward to pull the 9-tailed fox, her grip instinctively lightening. 3 days later, on Sanxian Island in the secret chamber of the main peak, the 9-tailed fox, under the name of Daji, officially came under Lin Chen's command. And as a token of her loyalty, she offered up the essence blood of her 9-tailed celestial fox, cultivated over 1,000 years, along with the core technique of the 9-tailed enchantment, which had caused countless Deluo Jinxian to fail. Lin Chen desired more than just these. The details of that night were known to no one except for Yunxiao, who was on guard outside the secret chamber, vaguely hearing muffled sobs interspersed with intermittent pleas for mercy. The next morning, when the 9-tailed fox emerged from the secret chamber, her steps were somewhat unsteady, her neck and collarbone covered in varying degrees of red marks. Yet her gaze was completely different from yesterday. The 1,000 years of pride and calculations had vanished without a trace, leaving only the obedience and affection that came from being thoroughly tamed. As she passed by Yunxiao, she properly bowed her head in greeting. Sister Yunxiao. Yunxiao's mouth twitched, watching her struggle to stand upright, a thought rising in her mind. This man is truly ruthless. Lin Chen was the last to exit the chamber, feeling refreshed. On his system panel, a line of golden prompts was flashing. Ding. Host has successfully tamed the Saint-level side quest. Target the 9-tailed celestial fox, affection, level 100,100, soul subordination. Detected that the target has successfully conceived fetus, rating SS, level 9-tailed celestial fox, sacred. Main quest, family reproduction plan 3, has been activated. Baseline rewards being pre-released. Reward 1, second fragment of the world pearl has merged into the host's essence. Reward 2, host's chaos Tao body has evolved again, physical strength surpassing the limits of the ancestral, which touching the threshold of the true body of chaos divine demon. Lin Chen felt the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. He walked into the courtyard, embracing the 9-tailed fox, leaning down to whisper something into her ear. Deep within the palace of Nuwa, an ancient bronze mirror enshrined upon the 9-colored, glazed divine platform began to shatter in utter silence. Cracks spread from the center of the mirror's surface, resembling an intricate spiderweb, each fissure corresponding to a severed thread of causality. That was the heavenly mechanism causality lock personally laid down by the sage Nuwa, connecting the true spirit origin of the 9-tailed fox to her divine decree. The lock was broken. It was not shattered by brute force, but directly erased by a power of a higher dimension. It was as if someone had taken an eraser and gently wiped away her handwriting upon the scroll of fate. When the child attendant Jean Ning entered the great hall carrying spiritual tea, she nearly tripped over the shattered glazed floor tiles beneath her feet. She looked up and saw the silhouette of her lady. Nuwa stood before the ancient bronze mirror, her 5 fingers spread and suspended above the fragmented surface. Sacred light swirled in her palm, yet it could not repair the cracks. Jin Ning's teacup wobbled, the porcelain clinking against the tray with a sharp sound. Nuwa turned her head. On that face of unparalleled beauty, transcending all mortal understanding, there was now no expression at all. But Jin Ning's legs had already turned to jelly. She had served Lady Nuwa for 10,000 years, but had never seen such an expression. It was not fury nor surprise, but a coldness that made even anger seem superfluous after a boundary had been crossed. My lady, the heavenly mechanism causality mirror is shattered. Nuwa's voice came flatly, each word resonating with the laws of a sage, causing the entire great hall to hum and tremble. The causal thread of the nine-tailed fox has been severed by someone. Upon her true spirit origin, another's Tao imprint has already been branded. Jin Ning understood, and her face turned pale. That fox spirit had been stolen away. Who possessed such audacity to snatch a pawn from the hand of a sage? Nuwa slowly closed her eyes. The divine sense of a sage pierced through the 33 heavens, traversed the boundless void, and descended upon the direction of the 3 immortal islands in the eastern sea. Then she saw. At the end of the causal thread, she had laid down a mass of chaotic chi, shrouded all heavenly mechanisms tightly. The texture of that chaotic chi felt alien even to her, a sage who had existed since the creation of the world. It did not belong to the primordial era. How interesting. Nuwa opened her eyes, gently flicked her fingertip, and a beam of sacred light shot into the shattered bronze mirror. The cracks on the mirror's surface were filled with sacred light, barely piecing together a blurry image. In the image, a man clad in a black dragon-patterned Taoist robe was holding a woman's waist. The woman possessed 9 fluffy fox tails nestling obediently in his arms, her face filled with ineffable contentment and attachment. And that man. Nuwa's gaze locked onto him, sacred flames flickering in the depths of her pupils. She perceived the origins of the 12 grades of chaotic great Luo blossom. She perceived the ancient aura emanating from the innate chaotic great Tao body. She perceived the nascent form of a world pearl gestating within. Finally, she saw the new causality entwined between that man and her 9-tailed fox. The color of that causal thread was one she had never seen before. It was not the red of a love bond, nor the black of a karmic tie, but a hue interwoven with chaotic gray and gold. That represented a soul imprint at the level of a Tao companion. In other words, her 9-tailed fox had not only been taken away, but had also been brought into this man's harem. Her primal yin was already broken. The causality was already sealed. The image on the mirror suddenly twisted. The man seemed to sense something, looked up, and across an incalculable distance smiled directly at the mirror. That smile carried provocation, arrogance, and a swagger that even a sage found glaring. The mirror exploded. Shards of ancient bronze flew, and Jin Ning screamed, covering her face. The entire palace of Nuwa felt as if it were being squeezed violently in a giant's hand. The Tao runes on the pillars blazed in unison, barely maintaining the palace's structure. The void beyond the 33 heavens was torn into several fissures by this sage's wrath. Nuwa's hand slowly clenched, her nails digging into her palm, causing golden sacred blood to seep out. How dare he touch my people? Jin Ning lay prostrate on the ground, trembling like a leaf in a storm. In all her years serving the lady, this was the first time she had seen sacred blood flow. My lady, please calm your wrath. Nuwa paid her no heed. The sage's computational power deduced 100,000 causal possibilities in an instant. The 9-tailed fox was a crucial piece in her investiture of the god's scheme, responsible for stirring the fortune of the Shang dynasty, leading King Zhou to his downfall, and paving the way for the Zhou dynasty. Once this pawn slipped from her control, the entire game would lose its balance. She could send another demon tribe member as a replacement, but the opportune moment was fleeting. Moreover, the celestial fox bloodline of the 9-tailed fox was the only medium capable of resonating with the fortune of the human sovereign. No one else could substitute. What she could not tolerate even more was the way that man had taken her pawn. It was not through theft or deceit, but by blatantly trampling her divine decree underfoot, telling the 9-tailed fox that she need not obey. This was a slap to her face. A quasi-sage slapping a sage. Jie sect. 3. Immortal Island. Lin Chen. Nuwa uttered these 3 keywords one by one. With each utterance, the palace of Nuwa trembled. She remembered. Some days ago, an anomalous node had appeared in the operation of the heavenly Tao. Tongtian Jiaozhu had publicly bestowed a marriage, and the purple firmament annihilation divine thunder had descended over the eastern sea, only to be devoured by someone. At the time, she had paid it no mind, assuming it was just that reckless Tongtian stirring up trouble again. Now it seemed the source of it all pointed to the same name. Jin Ning. Yes. Yes, my lady. Transmit my divine decree. Nuwa turned around. The sage's might receded, and her countenance returned to the divine serenity and indifference unique to gods. Yet the cold gleam in her eyes was even more terrifying than her earlier fury. Summon Brother Fushi to the palace of Nuwa. Tell him a variable has appeared in the chess game of the investiture of the gods. Someone is about to overturn the table. Jin Ning scrambled out of the great hall. The palace of Nuwa fell back into silence. Nuwa stood alone before the shattered ancient bronze mirror. The laws of a sage coalesced around her into tangible golden scriptures, each word containing the primordial power to create worlds. She raised her hand and traced a trajectory in the void. A golden token condensed into form engraved with the sacred patterns of the Palace of Nuwa. This token could mobilize the entire remaining heritage of the demon race and command the respect of Queen Mother of the West in the heavenly court. She clasped the token in her palm, sacred light swirling. Lin Chen, you have stolen my pawn and ruined my scheme. Then let me see how you, a quasi-sage, intend to finish this game against me as sage. At that moment on the three immortal island, Lin Chen had just lulled the nine-tailed fox to sleep and walked out of the secret chamber stretching. The residual light of his chaotic primordial demon eye swept past the direction beyond the 33 heavens, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Yunxiao greeted him, handing him a cup of spiritual tea. Husband, what's wrong? Lin Chen took the teacup and took a sip. Nothing much. Someone is angry. He casually placed the teacup on a corridor pillar, wrapped his arm around Bixio's waist, and gazed toward the northern horizon. But it's fine. If a sage wants to play chess, I'll oblige. But perhaps she doesn't yet know. Lin Chen lowered his head and placed a kiss on Bixio's forehead. I never play chess. I only overturn tables. As his words faded, a golden streak of light rapidly approached the sky above the three immortal island from the direction beyond the 33 heavens. Wherever that streak of light passed, the very heavens trembled. The aura of a sage was already on its way. On Tongtian Island in the main Peaks Council Hall, a green communication jade slip fell from the clouds, crashing onto the stone table in front of Yunxiao, causing cracks to spread across half of the table. Yunxiao picked up the jade slip, sweeping her divine sense over it, and the color drained from her face in mere 3 breaths. Elder sister. She turned and dashed towards the rear hall, her voice sharp enough to make the spiritual patterns on the columns tremble. Yunxiao was leaning on a soft couch, cradling the sleeping Lin Chen, while Bai Xiao sat beside her peeling a spirit fruit. When Yunxiao rushed in, the spirit fruit in Bai Xiao's hand fell to the ground. What happened? Bai Xiao looked at her younger sister's distraught expression, her heart tightening. Yunxiao pushed the shattered jade slip forward, her voice trembling. From the outskirts of the east, see, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect have descended. Yunxiao paused slightly as she took the jade slip, a furrow forming between her brows. Led by Guang Qingzi, accompanied by Tai Yi Zhenren, followed by Huang Long Zhenren, and also Dao Xing Tianzun Ling Bao to Fa Shi, when Shu Guang, Fa Tianzun, Pu Xian Zhenren Ci, Heng, Dao Renju Lu Sun, and Yu Ding Zhenren. Yunxiao recited the names one by one, and with each name Bai Xiao's face turned paler. All 12 golden immortals, not one missing, have all descended upon Kunlun. Yunxiao glanced at the sleeping Lin Chen in her arms, gently placing the child into the cradle, rising slowly, as if afraid to wake anything. Have they come to Tongtian Island? Yunxiao shook her head, biting her lower lip. No, they wouldn't dare come to Tongtian, but they have gone to the scattered cultivation islands on the outskirts of the east, targeting disciples from the outer sect of the sect. Bai Xiao's nails dug into her palm. What does that mean? Yunxiao clenched the jade slip, making a cracking sound. The islands are all guarded by outer sect disciples ranging from heavenly immortal to true immortal, and not a single great Luo golden immortal among them. Guang Qingzi and the others, under the pretext of committing slaughter, surrounded 3 outer sect temples. Her voice lowered, laced with trembling anger. In the first temple, 73 disciples were slaughtered to the last by Guang Qingzi, with none surviving. Yunxiao's hand rested on the table edge, her knuckles turning white. What about the second? Yunxiao closed her eyes for a moment. The elder of the second temple is Master Lu Feng. She fought valiantly with 120 disciples, but after being trapped by Tai Yi Zhenren's 9 dragons, divine fire cover was refined alive. Master Lu Feng's heavenly immortal cultivation couldn't withstand even a single strike from Tai Yi Zhenren. Bai Xiao suddenly stood up, her chair scraping sharply against the ground. They've gone mad. Master Lu Feng and her disciples are not even great Luo, yet Tai Yi Zhenren, a dignified golden immortal of the Chan sect, would strike against female cultivators of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Yunxiao's hand tightened around the jade slip, veins bulging on the back of her hand. They are taking advantage of our absence, relying on elder brother Zhao Gongming being sequestered at Mount Amei, relying on master ignoring worldly affairs. They target the isolated and weakest, sweeping through one island after another. Since 4 days ago, the 7 outer sect temples of the GS sect on the outskirts of the EC have already been uprooted. More than 300 disciples have died, 217 of them. The air in the hall felt heavy with this number. Lin Chen frowned in the cradle, his little hand unconsciously grasping the bedding. Yunxiao leaned on the table, her mid-stage quasi-saint power swirling within her, several strands of spiritual energy escaping from her fingertips, scorching the tabletop. What about the third temple? Yunxiao's voice was hoarse. The third is at Kuanping Shallow Reef, guarded by junior brother Li Qingyuan, who has only been in cultivation for 300 years at the late Heavenly Immortal stage, and has 46 named disciples with him. She paused for a moment. When I sent the jade slip, he was still responding to signals. But just now the signal was cut off. Bai Xiao's eyes turned red, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. More than 200 lives are our fellow disciples. When they entered the GS sect, they took vows to advance and retreat together with the sect, yet now they are being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Yunxiao's lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing her elder sister's silence, Yunxiao's inner fire finally ignited. Elder sister, second sister, and I will take the Jin Jiao scissors and the Long Hu Rui out of the island. Oh, at least we can protect the remaining 3 temples. Bai Xiao turned to Yunxiao as well. Elder sister, there is a chaotic barrier set by our husband on Santian Island. You and how Tian will be safe on the island. Let us go. Yunxiao raised her head, tears glimmering in her eyes, but not falling. You two are both Quasi saints. If you go, even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect may not be able to stop you. But have you considered that they want to draw you out of the island? Bai Xiao and Xiao both froze for a moment. Yunxiao's voice was soft, yet every word struck like a nail. The 12 golden immortals do not dare to touch Santian Island because it holds our husband's chaotic barrier and the power of the world pearl. By killing the outer sect disciples, they aim to force us out. Once we leave this island, the causal threads of the 4 saints will ensnare us. Then should we just watch our fellow disciples die? Yunxiao did not answer. She stood in the center of the hall, the Quasi Saint power swirling around her like a beast trapped in a cage. What about our husband? Bai Xiao asked the question that all 3 were thinking. Xiao gritted her teeth and replied, brother-in-law left the island 3 days ago saying he was going to Chaoga to set up a backup plan for the 9-tailed fox entering the palace. He has not sent any messages back since. Yunxiao closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Wait for him to return. But before he comes back. Her hand left the table edge, gathering Quasi Saint power in her palm. Send a message to elder brother Zhao Gongming telling him to immediately exit seclusion and rescue the disciples of the 3 remaining temples first. Without hesitation, Xiao pulled out a communication jade slip, infusing it with Quasi Saint power and shooting it towards Mount Ame. Bai Xiao walked to the window, her gaze crossing the spiritual mist of Santian Island, landing far out in the East Sea. In that direction, flickering flames could be seen rising to the sky. The temple was burning. Our fellow disciples were dying a tragic death. She tightened her grip on the Long Hu Rui, her knuckles feeling sore. Yunxiao moved to the cradle, bending down to gently place a kiss on Lin Tian's forehead. The chaotic light seal on the infant's forehead glowed for a moment, revealing a calm smile on his small face. Yunxiao straightened her back and turned to look at her 2 sisters. Husband has said that the GS sect will not perish. I believe him. But before he returns, if anyone dares to touch even a hair of the GS sect disciples, I, Yunxiao, will burn my Quasi Saint cultivation to make them pay the price. Before her words fell, a scarlet golden stream of light tore a rift in the sky outside the hall. The stream came from the direction of Mount Ame, moving so fast that even space couldn't heal in time. It was the aura of Zhao Gongming. But that aura fluctuated like a lamp swaying in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Elder brother's aura. No, it's wrong. Bai Xiao sensed it as well as she rushed out of the hall, stepping onto the clouds, her gaze locking onto that stream of light. The stream of light suddenly halted above the azure sea surrounding Santian Island. Then it plummeted. A blood-soaked figure crashed down from the sky into the east sea, creating towering waves. Zhao Gongming's Quasi Saint aura severed the moment of his fall. Bai Xiao screamed, "Elder brother!" Bixiao was the first to burst to the sea's surface. Zhao Gongming lay half-submerged in blood-tinged water. The 24 Dinghai Shinju, sea-calming divine pearls, were scattered about. 17 shattered, the remaining 7 dulled and utterly bereft of spirit. His Dao robe had been charred to coal. A penetrating wound ran from collarbone to lower abdomen, its edges still smoldering with embers of reddish-gold immortal fire that slowly gnawed at his quasi-saint flesh. Bixiao lunged forward and hauled him from the sea. When her fingers touched the wound on his chest, blisters seared across her palm. Big brother, wake up." Zhao Gongming's eyelids fluttered. He spat a mouthful of blood specked with golden fragments. That was quasi-saint origin blood. Yunxiao arrived in haste. At the sight of the scattered Dinghai Shinju remnants, her pupils contracted. 17 of the Dinghai Shinju shattered. Who did this? Zhao Gongming forced his eyes open, his clouded gaze lingering on his 2 younger sisters for a heartbeat. He parted his lips, his voice scraped out from deep within his throat. Tai Yizhenren. Bixio's hand trembled. Quasi-saint power condensed into a jade-green lifelight, pouring desperately into Zhao Gongming. But the reddish-gold immortal flames coiled about her power like a viper, burning each thread of light to ash. This is the residual poison of the Jiolong, Shenhua, 9-dragon, divine fire, specially deadly to quasi-saint origin. Bixiao lifted her head, eyes rimmed crimson. Zhao Gongming coughed up a shard of pearlescent fragment, fingers clutching her sleeve as his voice faltered. Not only Tai Yizhenren. I received your summons and rushed out of seclusion to the Kunping Qianjiao Kunping shallow reef to rescue. Blood foam bubbled at the corner of his mouth. When I arrived, 46 disciples, 39 were already dead. Yunxiao's teeth chattered. Zhao Gongming continued. Each word sounded as if scraped from his throat with a blade. I sheltered the 7 remaining disciples behind me and blocked Guangchengzi's Fantion seal. I thought he was alone. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they burned with humiliation. Then Tai Jinren struck from the shadows. The Jiulong Xinhua descended like a shroud. Huanglong Jinren sealed my retreat, and Daoxing Tianzuan shattered my Dinghai Shinju defensive array with the Wuhua Qichin Fan 5 Fires 7 Beast Fan. Bixio's breath caught. For people joined to ambush you alone. Zhao Gongming gave a bitter laugh that tugged at his wound. Oh, another mouthful of blood followed. Ambush. They didn't even bother with an ambush. Guangchengzi stood at the fore, and before the 7 disciples told me this was the decree of Yuanshi, Tianzuan Jijio's fortunes have ended. Those with sense should sever their own Dao foundation, those without shall be slain. Yunxiao's Jinjiao, Jian Golden Jiao shears was already drawn. The keen edge of that supreme innate spirit treasure hissed in the sea breeze. And then, Zhao Gongming's fingers fell weakly brushing a floating shard of Dinghai Shinju on the water. Then Tai Jinren, while I confronted Guangchengzi, struck from the flank with the Jiulong Xinhua. Those 7 disciples bore the first wave for me. His voice suddenly failed as if something had clogged his throat. Bixiao waited for a few breaths, but no more words came. Big brother, those 7 disciples. Zhao Gongming did not answer. He turned his head away, refusing Bixio's eyes. Her tears fell upon his chest, splashing into the still bleeding wound. Yunxiao's hand, clenching the Jinjiao, Jian trembled, not from fear, but because something within her ribcage had burned into a wildfire. The 7 disciples. The eldest had cultivated 800 years, the youngest had only entered the path 50 years. Her voice was so low it sounded like a murmur. They took the Jiulong Xinhua for big brother, and that old dog Tai Jinren didn't lift a finger, did he? Zhao Gongming remained silent. Silence was the answer. Yunxiao's voice came from above, steady. Too steady for someone who had just heard such terrible news. Bring big brother up. Bixiao and Xiongxiao looked up. Yunxiao stood on the cliff at Santian Island's shore, cradling Lin Haotian. The sea wind lifted the hem of her skirt. Her face was calm, yet mid-stage quasi-saint power leaked uncontrollably, cracking the cliff stones beneath her inch by inch. Bixiao and Xiongxiao hauled Zhao Gongming ashore. Yunxiao crouched, one arm holding the child, the other pressed to Zhao Gongming's chest. Quasi-saint light probed into the wound. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, sparks of reddish gold crackling at her fingertips. The Jiulong Xinhua still spreads within him. It has destroyed 30% of his Dao foundation. She looked up at Bixiao. Your Longhu Rui Dragon Tiger Rui can suppress the blaze, but it cannot purge the root poison. Bixiao bit her lip and nodded. Only my husband's Zhaohua Qingqi and Hundun Dadeo constitution can wholly eradicate the Jiulong Xinhua's root. Yunxiao fell silent for 2 heartbeats. I've already sent a summons to my husband. Xiongxiao crouched beside Zhao Gongming, staring at the blood and scorch marks on his face. Her chest felt as if someone had squeezed it. She suddenly rose. He'll go kill Tai Jinren. Yunxiao stopped her. If you go alone, you'll play right into their... I don't care. Xiongxiao turned, her eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins. Elder sister, I watched with my own eyes as the names of over 200 junior brothers and sisters became death notices. Big brother was set upon by 4 and left like this, and even the 7 disciples who took the flames for him were not saved. She pointed to the ghastly wound on Zhao Gongming's chest. Those attackers were all Tianxian and Jinxian realms. We didn't even have the right to strike back. Shanjiao's 12 golden immortals, each at the peak of Deluo Jingxian, or even quasi-saint, they used such might to massacre Tianxian. You call this invoking a killing calamity? It's simply using power to bully. Yunxiao had no rebuttal, for every word Xiongxiao spoke was the truth. Bixiao pressed the Longhu Rui to Zhao Gongming's wound. Its jade-green aura held back the spreading Jiulong Xinhua, and his breathing at last grew steadier. Xiongxiao, calm yourself. I cannot. Yunxiao's Jinjiao Jian snapped open and shut, the metallic clash ringing harshly. As the 3 sisters stood at an impasse, Zhao Gongming suddenly gripped Yunxiao's wrist. His strength was so slight, she could have wrenched free with a flick. But Xiongxiao did not move. Zhao Gongming's lips twitched, and he forced out a full sentence. Don't go. Wait for my brother-in-law to return. Xiongxiao looked down at her elder brother's blood-stained face, with sourness hit her nose and tears spilled. You have always been the one to fight to the bitter end. Since when did you begin to shrink back? Zhao Gongming gave a bitter smile that tugged at his wound and bled anew. It's not fear. It's because they said one sentence. Bixiao and Xiongxiao turned to him. Zhao Gongming's gaze passed his 3 sisters and fell upon the churning East Sea in the distance. Before he left, Guangchengzi told me, if the man from Santian Island dares to show himself, his master Yuanshi Tianzuan has prepared a grand gift. The wind on the cliff stilled. Yunxiao tightened her hold on Lin Haotian. The infant wrinkled his nose in sleep. Bixio's pupils shrank suddenly. Yunxiao's grip on the Jinjiao Jian loosened, not from retreat, but because her fingertips tingled numb. The 3 exchanged a look and read the meaning in one another's eyes. Shanjiao's 12 golden immortals were merely bait. The slaughter of outer disciples was provocation. The true killing stroke lay in the unseen shadows. They were waiting for Lin Chen. Yunxiao bowed, pressing her lips to Lin Haoshan's brow as Hundun light shimmered between mother and child. Husband. She whispered softly, a sound only she could hear. Come back soon. Far out over the east sea, another column of reddish-gold flame shot into the heavens. It came from the direction of the fifth outer door dojo. Yunxiao turned toward the sound, grinding her teeth almost to splinters. From the flames came faint screams torn into fragments by the sea wind. It came from the direction of the fifth outer door dojo. Yunxiao turned toward the sound, grinding her teeth almost to splinters. From the flames came faint. In those eyes the color of Hundun heaved and surged like a tide. Lin Chen returned to the royal chamber. He saw Yunxiao's anxious expression as she struggled to suppress something. In the depths of Baishao and Xiongxiao's gazes, anger and unease surged quietly. And then there was Zhao Gongming. This once mighty figure who had roared at him beneath the Buzhou mountain invoking the sea-calming pearl now resembled a dying dragon abandoned on the shore. His breathing was weak, as if he would disperse at any moment. His wounds were being continuously burned by the embers of the 9 dragons' divine fire. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the ground. There lay the scattered fragments of the sea-calming pearl. 17 pieces. A total of 17 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. That was Zhao Gongming's pride and toil over hundreds of thousands of years. But at this moment they were shattered into useless stones. Lin Chen did not speak immediately. He walked straight to the bedside and reached out to gently stroke Yunxiao's cheek. Tears welled up in Yunxiao's eyes. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Husband, you're back. He placed his palm on Yunxiao's swollen abdomen, feeling the vibrant life within. How Tian be good, he whispered. He turned his gaze towards Xiongxiao. Her eyes were tinged with blood. She gripped the golden dragon scissors tightly, her knuckles pale from the strain. Brother-in-law, big brother. Xiongxiao's voice was laden with suppressed anger and grievance. Lin Chen's gaze shifted back to Baishao. Baishao bit her lip tightly. She stared intently at Zhao Gongming, as if trying to force the 9 dragons' divine fire out of him with her gaze. I know. I have sensed the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Lin Chen spoke calmly, his voice soft, but imbued with undeniable authority. He gestured for Xiongxiao and Baishao to come closer. Please describe Big Brother's injuries in detail again. Baishao suppressed the turmoil in her heart. She took a deep breath. Husband, Big Brother was ambushed by Tai Yizhenren Guang, Qingzi Huang Longzhenren, and Dao Xing Tianzun working together. They did not engage in a fair fight. Instead, they set a trap, taking advantage of Big Brother's attempt to rescue the outer disciples, and launched a despicable attack. Xiongxiao added. Tai Yizhenren's 9 dragons' divine fire shield burned away 30% of Big Brother's Dao foundation. Baishao's voice was low and pained. Guang Qingzi also used the Fan Tian seal to shatter Big Brother's defenses. Xiongxiao supplemented. Lin Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. 30% of the Dao Foundation. He repeated the term. This meant that even if Zhao Gongming survived, his cultivation would plummet significantly. He might never be able to advance again. This was a more brutal torment than killing him outright. What else did they say? Lin Chen's tone remained steady, yet beneath that calm lay a hidden torrent of destruction. Baishao hesitated for a moment. Big Brother said before Guang Qingzi left, he told him. She glanced at Yunxiao and then at Xiongxiao. If my husband dares to leave Sanxian Island, Yuanshi Tianzuan has prepared a grand gift. Baishao enunciated that sentence word by word. The royal chamber fell into a sudden silence. Yunxiao's body trembled slightly. The golden dragon scissors in Xiongxiao's hand emitted a faint sound. Lin Chen's gaze pierced through everything deep and unfathomable. He saw the black fissure in the sky above Sanxian Island. On the other side of the fissure, a pair of cold eyes was watching them. That was a trap laid by the saints. What a Yuanshi Tianzuan. Lin Chen's voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. What a 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. He gently embraced Yunxiao, feeling her heart race violently from overwhelming fear. Don't be afraid. He kissed the top of her head. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. He stroked Lin Hao Tian's forehead, the chaotic mark on the infant's brow flipped, as if responding to his father's promise. Lin Chen turned to Baishao and Xiongxiao. Take good care of your elder sister and Hao Tian. The chaotic barrier on the island has been reinforced threefold. The power of the world pearl covers the entire Sanxian Island. Unless a saint personally descends, no one can intrude here. You hold the golden dragon scissors, and Baishao holds the dragon tiger Rui, guarding the core of the island. Any beings approaching Sanxian Island are to be killed without mercy. Xiongxiao and Baishao exchanged glances. Husband, where are you going? Baishao's voice carried a hint of worry. Since they set a trap waiting for you to leave the island, you cannot go. Xiongxiao also anxiously agreed. Yes, brother-in-law, once you leave Sanxian Island, the threads of causality from the 4 saints will entangle you. That is exactly what they want to see. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk, his smile icy. If they want to see it, then I will give them a show. If I don't show them how fast my sword is, how would they know what true fear is? He placed his hand on Zhao Gongming's chest. A surge of vibrant life energy flowed from Lin Chen's fingertips into Zhao Gongming's body. The crimson embers of the 9 dragons' divine fire hissed upon contact with the life energy. Like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, it quickly melted away. Zhao Gongming's pained brow relaxed slightly, and his complexion visibly regained some color. What is this? Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise at the sight before her. The primal power of the Chaos Tao body. Lin Chen explained calmly. The Nine Dragons' divine fire is merely a minor path. He withdrew his hand. Although Zhao Gongming's chest wounds remained, the toxicity of the Nine Dragons' divine fire had been completely purged. What remained was simply a matter of slow recovery. He still needs to rest. Lin Chen looked at Bai Xiao and Yunxiao. Do not leave his side until your elder sister awakens. If anything unexpected happens, even I may not be able to return in time from 1,000 miles away. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao nodded solemnly, fully aware of what Lin Chen was about to face. The siege of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. The lurking killing intent of the saints. Lin Chen turned to Zhao Gongming, who at this moment had fallen back into a deep slumber due to the alleviation of his internal injuries. Big brother-in-law. Lin Chen called softly. Rest assured. His voice carried a cold promise. I will avenge you. I will make those wastes from the Chan school repay your sea-calming pearl 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A fearsome aura emanated from Lin Chen. That was the pressure of half-step Hunyuan. It was the chaotic energy that transcended the limits of the primordial heavenly Tao. He stepped out of the royal chamber, each step treading upon the void. His azure robe fluttered in the wind. The 3 flowers atop his head flickered in and out of view, with chaotic energy swirling among them. The black fissure above Sanxian Island seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. Deep within the fissure, those cold eyes seemed to sense something. Lin Chen did not look back. He took a step forward, his body transforming into a burning comet of vengeance. Carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. It tore through the skies of the East Sea, heading towards the direction of the blazing fire at the 5th Outer Sect's dojo. He shot forth rapidly. That firelight seemed to be the beacon of his revenge. That direction was precisely where the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school resided. Lin Chen's figure vanished into the horizon. Bai Xiao and Yunxiao stood at the edge of the cliff, unable to speak for a long time. They felt the unprecedented killing intent emanating from Lin Chen, as well as his determination to oppose the entire primordial world. Yunxiao tightly held Lin Haotian in the royal chamber. She knew Lin Chen had left. She knew where he was going. She understood what he was about to do for her and for the Chan school. Husband, she whispered softly, tears silently streaming down her face. Come back safely. Lin Chen transformed into a streak of azure light tearing through the heavens. Wherever he passed, the space emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. He traversed above the East Sea, his gaze fixed on the distant flames shooting skyward. That was the smoldering remains of the Outer Sect's Taoist training ground of the Zhejiao. It was the lament of his fallen comrades. He arrived at the 5th Outer Sect training ground, the Kunping Reef. This place had become a desolate ruin. The sea was littered with shattered relics, and bloodstains along with scorch marks were everywhere. The air was thick with the lingering scent of celestial blood, and the distinctive charred odor of the 9 dragons' divine fire had yet to dissipate. Lin Chen saw the scattered corpses on the ground. The youngest among them was merely a newly initiated disciple. Their faces were youthful and innocent. Their eyes were wide open, frozen with the fear and unwillingness they felt before death. Lin Chen's gaze gradually sank into a heavy silence. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly cold. He sensed it. Not far away, several auras of Quasar Saints and Pique de Luo Jingxian were hiding within a space forcibly distorted by magical power. This space was enveloped by a transparent barrier that blocked all perception. However, Lin Chen possessing the Chaos Divine Demon, I regarded it with disdain. This was nothing but a child's trick. Lin Chen did not rush in immediately. He merely floated above the ruins, allowing the sea breeze to billow his Taoist robe. He stood quietly, his stature upright, like a towering demon god. His presence silently announced the arrival of the Avenger. The hidden space's celestial beings from the Chanjiao also sensed something unusual. Guang Qingzi frowned slightly. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy in this world has suddenly become solidified, oi? He glanced at the Ta Yi Zhenren beside him. Ta Yi Zhenren, holding a whisk, also bore a look of confusion. A pressure is coming from the horizon. That is not a saint, Huang Long Zhenren said in a deep voice. Yet it is stronger than a Pique de Luo Jingxian. A wary glint appeared in Daoxing Tianzun's eyes. Could it be that Jie Jiao has hidden power? He scanned the surroundings. When Shu Guangfa Tianzun Puxian Zhenren, Sihong Doran, Zhu Liusuan Yuding Zhenren, and Qi Jingzi were all present. At this moment, among the 12 golden immortals, except for the injured Li Jing and Jin Jia Mu Zhan, nearly everyone was gathered. They sat in a simple cave dwelling surrounded by formations that concealed their auras. Why make such a fuss over mere outer sect disciples? Qi Jingzi said, a bit perplexed. Guang Qingzi let out a cold laugh. Junior brother, you underestimate master's wisdom. These are merely bait. He looked towards the outside of the cave. The real objective is to draw out that man from that madman who dares to oppose the saints. A fierce glint appeared in Ta Yi Zhenren's eyes. If he dares to come, it will be like walking into a trap. Yuan Shi Zhenren has already said that if he appears, we will gift him a grand present. That present will ensure he can never be reborn. At this moment, the space surrounding the hidden formation suddenly began to crack inch by inch. There was not a sound. The cracks spread silently like a spider's web. The Chan Jiao golden immortals in the cave changed their expressions in unison. Who? Guang Qingzi stood up quickly. He struck out with his palm, attempting to stabilize the collapsing space around. However, the force of the collapse seemed endless and could not be stopped. Who dares to be so sneaky? Lin Chen's voice came from beyond the cracking space. His voice was faint, yet it resonated in the ears of the Chan Jiao celestial beings like the sound of a bell shaking their spirits. Who exactly are you? Guang Qingzi focused intently. He saw a man clad in a blue Taoist robe standing on the void. His figure was upright like a sword drawn from a sheath. 3 Tao flowers faintly flickered above his head, swirling with chaotic energy, vast and magnificent. Lin Chen of Sanxian Island. Lin Chen's gaze pierced through the layers of shattered space. It landed squarely on Guang Qingzi. Who dares to touch my brother-in-law? Guang Qingzi's face changed abruptly. This name was all too familiar to them. He was the one who on Sanxian Island repelled Duo Bao with the body of a Deluo Jingxian. He withstood a strike from a saint with his quasi-saint early cultivation. Moreover, he was the unparalleled figure who devoured the Yunxiao, annihilating divine thunder. You actually dare to come. Ta Yizhan Ren holding the whisk was filled with shock. This place is set by the Chan Jiao. Guang Qingzi forced himself to calm down. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise you will be opposing the Chan Jiao and opposing the saints. Lin Chen did not respond. He merely raised his hand and gently waved forward. The hidden space laid out by the Chan Jiao celestial beings. Under Lin Chen's casual wave it shattered with a deafening roar. Like a mirror being broken, it collapsed instantly, revealing the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Jiao, who were akin to facing a great enemy. Alongside them were 7 terrified blood-soaked outer sect disciples of the Jie Jiao, protected by the formation. Lin Chen's gaze swept over these 7 disciples. Their clothes were tattered. Their bodies trembled. Yet in their eyes burned an indomitable flame. The killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes intensified. He knew that these disciples were protected by Zhao Gongming with his life. 12 golden immortals of the Chan Jiao. Lin Chen's gaze finally fixed on Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi sensed the genuine killing intent emanating from Lin Chen. But he was after all the first disciple of the saint and the head disciple of the Chan Jiao. He could not retreat. He could not show weakness in front of these worthless disciples. Lin Chen, Guang Qingzi shouted angrily, flipping his hand. A gleaming golden seal appeared in his palm. It was the treasure of the Chan Jiao, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Fan Tianyin. I am Guang Qingzi, the disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun. His voice was filled with arrogance and authority. He tried to intimidate Lin Chen with his master's identity. If you dare to be disrespectful to us, you will be opposing the saints. You? Lin Chen's eyelids lifted slightly. His gaze was like 2 invisible divine swords piercing through Guang Qingzi's heart and mind in an instant. Guang Qingzi's body trembled. In that moment his Tao heart experienced violent turmoil. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. What is Yuan Shi worth? His voice was soft, yet it resonated like the decree of heaven echoing throughout the East Sea. How dare you use it to suppress me? Before his words fell, Lin Chen's figure moved like a phantom. He suddenly appeared before Guang Qingzi. He raised his hand, moving at a speed beyond the imagination of all golden immortals. He delivered a slap. This slap bore no fluctuations of magical power. It had no divine abilities enhancing it. It was simple. It was ultimate. It contained the might of Lin Chen's half-step Hongyuan realm chaotic Tao body, as well as his will that arrogantly disregarded the saints. Clap. A crisp and resounding sound echoed like the thunder of heaven. The entire East Sea trembled from this single slap. Guang Qingzi didn't even have time to react. His body was instantly sent flying by this terrifying force. The Fan Tianyin in his hand slipped away, tracing a golden arc in the air. Guang Qingzi's body tumbled through the air like a shattered sack, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. He was slapped away. For 100,000 miles. Senior brother Guang Qingzi. Ta Yizhan Ren exclaimed in shock. He attempted to catch him, but that power was too terrifying to approach. Guang Qingzi's body crashed into a massive reef cluster, creating a thunderous sound. The reef shattered into dust instantly. As dust settled, the celestial beings of the Chan Jiao beheld a scene they would never forget. The 3 flowers atop Guang Qingzi's head. Originally 3 Tao flowers, at this moment too were shattered. Only one remained swaying precariously in the wind. His aura had weakened to the extreme. 5 finger-shaped red imprints were clearly visible on his face, swollen and raised. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Guang Qingzi, the chief disciple of the Chan Jiao, a strong quasi-saint in the early stage, was unexpectedly struck by Lin Chen, causing 2 Tao flowers to explode. The Chan Jiao celestial beings were momentarily stunned. In their eyes there remained only endless fear and an unfathomable despair. Guang Qingzi was slapped away for 100,000 miles and 2 of the 3 flowers atop his head shattered. This scene utterly shattered the Tao hearts of the disciples of the Chan sect. They stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was Guang Qingzi, the first disciple of a sage, the senior brother of the Chan sect. A peerless powerhouse in the early stage of Quasi-Saint was struck down to this state by Lin Chen with a single slap. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, not even glancing at Guangqingzi. His gaze swept over the other golden immortals of the Chan sect. Qi Jingzi Tai, Yizhenren Huang Longzhenren Dao Xing Tianzun. The golden immortals who felt Lin Chen's gaze all felt a chill run down their spines. Their muscles and bones were tense, as if they were prey locked onto by an ancient ferocious beast. They dared not speak. They dared not resist. They even dared not meet Lin Chen's gaze. They saw the contempt in Lin Chen's eyes. It was a disdain for their power, for their treasures, for everything they relied upon. The utmost contempt. You all, Lin Chen's voice rang out again light, yet taut, making the nerves of the Chan sect disciples tense to the extreme. Are you planning to come one by one? Or all at once? This was undoubtedly the most naked provocation, yet at this moment no one dared to retort. Tai Yizhenren tightened his grip on the whisk. He sensed the oppressive aura from Lin Chen, which was far stronger than Guangqingzi. This child is too treacherous. A great unease surged within Tai Yizhenren. We cannot be careless. He looked toward the other golden immortals. Let us confront him together. Tai Yizhenren let out a low roar. He was the first to strike. With a flick of his whisk, thousands of silver threads instantly transformed into sharp, sword chi sweeping toward Lin Chen. This whisk was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Each silver thread contained enough power to tear apart the flesh of a great Luo golden immortal. Huang Longzhenren followed closely. He summoned his life treasurous sword entwined with a golden dragon shadow. The sword broke through the air, emitting a series of dragon roars, wielding the power to split mountains and sever peaks aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Dao Xing Tianzun held the 5 fire 7 birds fan. With a wave of the fan, 5-colored divine flames erupted forth. Red, yellow, white, green, and black. The 5 divine flames intertwined, transforming into a sea of fire completely engulfing Lin Chen. Qi Jingzi then summoned the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Mirror. The Yin-Yang Mirror flashed with light. Black and white rays of light interweaved the forces of Yin and Yang, rotating, coexisting life and death, shooting directly toward Lin Chen's chest. The other golden immortals also made their moves, unleashing various treasures, techniques, and Dao laws like a torrential storm, all striking toward Lin Chen. They held nothing back, fully aware that Lin Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. Facing such a dense barrage of attacks, Lin Chen merely shook his head. Too weak. He sighed softly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of every golden immortal of the Chan sect. He did not even draw the 36-piece creation Azure Lotus sword in his hand. He extended his left hand, pointing at the thousands of silver threads formed by Tai Yizhenren's whisk. With a sweep through the air, those silver threads transformed into scattered fragments, peeling away. Crack! A crisp sound resounded across the entire battlefield. Tai Yizhenren felt a jolt in his spirit. His life treasure was unexpectedly broken under Lin Chen's casual grasp. In an instant it was shattered. The whisk was destroyed. A mouthful of his life essence surged out. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Chen's movements did not pause. He turned sideways, dodging Huang Longzhenren's sword entwined with dragon shadow. At the same time, he raised his right fist. His fist, infused with chaotic energy, was thrust forward with great force. Boom! The space instantly collapsed. Huang Longzhenren felt an unstoppable force surge toward him. At the moment when his sword collided with Lin Chen's fist, it emitted a piercing sound of metal clashing. Then bang! The sword shattered into pieces. Transforming into countless fragments, Huang Longzhenren was blasted away by this immense force. His celestial armor burst apart instantly, and he fell like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the sea. Lin Chen's figure pierced through the sea of fire unleashed by the 5 fire 7 birds fan. The 5-colored divine flames capable of burning the flesh of a great Luo golden immortal left no mark on his chaotic Dao body. He appeared before Dao Xing Tianzun. Dao Xing Tianzun's face turned pale as he instinctively raised the 5 fire 7 birds fan to shield himself. Lin Chen merely extended 2 fingers, pinching them together. Crack! The fan's ribs broke between Lin Chen's fingers. Dao Xing Tianzun's pupils constricted. His life treasure was so fragile. Lin Chen did not give him a chance to react. His palm slapped downwards. Bang! Dao Xing Tianzun's body was like being struck by a massive mountain, instantly deformed. He let out a shrill scream as his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Before his primordial spirit could escape, it was crushed by the chaotic power erupting from Lin Chen's palm, obliterating both form and spirit. A Quasi-Saint at the early stage, a golden immortal of the Chan sect, perished. This scene extinguished all resistance in the hearts of the Chan sect golden immortals. What did they see? In merely a few breaths, Tai Yizhenren's whisk was destroyed. Huang Longzhenren's sword shattered. Dao Xing Tianzun was utterly obliterated. The Yin-Yang Mirror in Qi Jingzi's hand. The black and white rays of light dimmed at this moment. His eyes widened in shock, watching Lin Chen, whose figure resembled a devil emerging from the abyss. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the Yin-Yang Mirror. Such a defective product. Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand, and grasping it from a distance. The yin-yang mirror instantly broke free from Qi Jingxi's control, flying toward Lin Chen. Qi Jingxi was startled, wanting to summon back his treasure. But he found that the yin-yang mirror seemed to have lost its spirit, not obeying his commands at all. Lin Chen's palm gently grasped the yin-yang mirror. Crack! Crack! Tiny cracks slowly spread in Lin Chen's hand. The yin-yang mirror, this top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, was actually crushed into pieces in Lin Chen's bare hands, ultimately transforming into a handful of dull powder scattering in the wind. Qi Jingxi felt an emptiness in his heart. His life treasure was destroyed, and his primordial spirit suffered a severe blow as well. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He could only watch Lin Chen, the one who destroyed their pride and reliance, as if crushing mere dust. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the remaining golden immortals of the Chan sect. Wenshu Guangfa Tian, Zun Puxian Jinren, Cihang Doran Zhu Liusuan, and Yuding Jinren. At this moment their courage had completely vanished, their bodies trembling with fear. Their Dao hearts had crumbled. On their faces, apart from fear, there was only despair. You all, Lin Chen's voice. His voice was light, yet it made every golden immortal feel as if they were being watched by death. Yuan Shi Tianzun has prepared a grand gift. He paused slightly. Then I shall receive it on his behalf. Lin Chen's figure floated over, appearing before Yuding Jinren. Yuding Jinren could not react in time. He was grabbed by Lin Chen and lifted as if he were an inanimate object. Lin Chen's foot pressing on Puxian Zinren's. He forcefully pressed Yuding Zinren's head into the surface of the sea, while his other hand gripped Wenshu Guangfa Tian, Zun's neck, preventing him from breathing. Lin Chen's eyes were cold as he surveyed the remaining golden immortals. Has the Chan sect lost all face? He scoffed disdainfully. This is still not enough. His voice carried a thick intent to kill. A sage cannot suppress me. You worthless beings dare to lay hands on my people. Lin Chen's gaze finally landed on Guang Chengzi, who was sent flying in the distance. Guang Chengzi struggled in the rubble, witnessing how Lin Chen treated his fellow disciples. A surge of immense shame and unprecedented fear welled up in his heart. He understood. This time the Chan sect had lost, and utterly so. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from Guang Chengzi. He raised Puxian Jinren, whom he had trampled underfoot. Then he threw him heavily, sending Puxian Zinren's body crashing like a cannonball toward Zhu Lusun and Cihang Daran. The three collided, letting out painful groans. Lin Chen no longer attacked. He merely stood there like the sole king between heaven and earth, looking down. These once high and mighty second-generation immortals of the Honghuang, now merely trembling ants beneath his feet. His gaze finally fell upon the disciples of the Jie sect, protected by the Chan sect golden immortals. At this moment those disciples had already regained their composure from fear. They looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived a disaster and an indescribable admiration. Lin Chen. His figure resembled a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating their world. He was their sky. Lin Chen lightly lifted his eyelids, his face filled with indifference. He glanced at the remaining few golden immortals of the Chan sect, who were now trembling all over, their hearts filled with uncontainable fear. Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, Cihang, Doran, Zhu Liusuan, Yuding Jinren. This group of celestial beings who once prided themselves on being the orthodox of the primordial times now only saw endless panic in their eyes. Yuding Jinren was held up in the air by Lin Chen with one hand. His face was pale, devoid of any color. A desperate gurgling sound came from his throat as he struggled, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Puxian Jinren was even worse off, firmly trampled under Lin Chen's foot. His head was directly plunged into the depths of the seawater. The salty and bitter seawater violently rushed into his mouth and nose, and his body thrashed in the water like a trapped fish. But he could not escape the overwhelming force that held him down. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan was similarly choked, his face turning a purplish red. His eyes bulged as if his eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Life was gradually slipping away. Fear spread like a tide that froze everything, completely shattering the pride of these golden immortals. They could never have imagined that one day they would be so casually humiliated by a son-in-law of the Jie sect. What Dao heart? What Chan sect dignity? All shattered. In the distance, Guang Chengzi was coughing up blood, struggling to rise from the pile of rubble, watching his junior brothers being manipulated at will. His blood was boiling, wanting to fight to the death, but the excruciating pain from his destroyed 3 flowers made it a luxury to even stand upright. Lin Chen. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Are you truly intending to make an enemy of the Chan sect until deaths? Despair mixed with intense unwillingness. Lin Chen did not turn back. He lightly tapped his fingertips. Chaos energy surged in his palm. Suddenly exerting force, he tossed Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan away as if he were a ragged sack. Wenshu crashed heavily onto Guang Chengzi. The two violently collided, producing a deafening sound. The already ruined reef instantly flattened, raising clouds of dust. This was not over. Lin Chen lightly tapped his toes, lifting Puxian Jinren from the surface of the sea. He immediately kicked out, sending Puxian with a muffled splash crashing into the deep sea. His magical power was completely suppressed, rendering him unable to even struggle to the surface. At this moment Yuding Jinren finally broke down, his face full of pleading tears and snot flowing freely. Lin Fujuan, I beg you, spare us. We were wrong, we will never provoke the GS sect again, we will never provoke you again. His voice was filled with utmost humility. Lin Chen was unmoved by this, simply holding him with one hand, casting a cold glance at Sihong Daoren and Zhu Lushan nearby. The two of them stood frozen in place, holding their breath, utterly still. Do you know your mistakes? Lin Chen chuckled softly, his voice deep and resonant. Does your master Yuanshi Tianzuan know his mistakes? He sent his disciples down the mountain to slaughter the GS sect members like ants. Is this also a mistake? As the words fell, Sihong and Zhu Lushan's legs went weak, their bodies trembling violently. They did not dare to meet Lin Chen's gaze, feeling as if their souls were quaking. Lin Chen did not wish to say more. He tightened his grip on Yuding Jinren's hand. A terrifying force instantly poured in. Yuding Jinren's body rapidly swelled. No. The desperate scream abruptly ceased. With a thunderous explosion, Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals, was directly crushed. A rain of blood mixed with shattered bones fell from the sky. The primordial saint's essence just began to spill out when it was instantly devoured by the chaotic energy surging from Lin Chen. Both body and spirit obliterated. Death was complete. This swift and decisive massacre became the final blow to Sihong and Zhu Lushan's psychological defenses. The two fell to their knees on the surface of the sea with a thud, their heads deeply bowing to the water, stripped of any dignity as golden immortals. Lin Fujuan. Sihong Daoren cried out heart-wrenchingly. I am willing to submit to the Jie sect. Please spare my life. She trembled as she raised her life's treasure, the jade purity bottle, above her head. Zhu Lushan also hurriedly pulled out the binding immortal rope, presenting it with both hands. I am also willing to make an oath to the heavens to serve you as your dog for eternity. I beg you, show mercy. Lin Chen scoffed lightly. Is this the backbone of the Chan's sect? When disaster strikes, you want to become traitors. Your path truly is cheap. The two stiffened, filled with utmost humiliation. But for the sake of survival, they could only bury their heads deeper. Lin Chen did not look at them again. His gaze fixed on the sky. At that very moment, the boiling spiritual energy of the East sea suddenly fell into dead silence. Immediately after, an overwhelming and boundless terrifying pressure towering above all beings crashed down like a tide. This power surpassed that of the great Luo Golden Immortal and even the Kwasa Saint. It was the absolute ruler of the chessboard of heaven and earth. The might of the saint. Everyone present, whether friend or foe, was suffocated by this pressure, their minds blank, their bodies instinctively wanting to kneel. Only Lin Chen remained standing. He stood tall in the air, unyielding like a peak. The wild wind billowed his Dao robe. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, instead of blazing battle intent ignited. Finally here. Lin Chen chuckled, his voice clear and audible in the void. Yuanshi Tianzuan. He directly called out his name without a hint of respect. The atmosphere grew heavy to the extreme with Lin Chen's words. The waves froze, the wind ceased. A figure dressed in a light yellow Dao robe slowly emerged from the void. He had a thin face with a long beard reaching down to his chest. Without any pomp, yet standing here, he was the Tao of heaven. Pangus Orthodox Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzan's indifferent gaze swept across the entire scene. He looked at the severely injured Guang Chengzi, the utterly destroyed Yuding, and the kneeling and begging Sihong. He did not even raise an eyebrow, yet all the golden immortals felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Finally, he looked at Lin Chen. You. His voice was calm, yet it shook the void. Are you the one who harmed my disciple, humiliated my Chan sect? That suppressed rage to the extreme was enough to make the primordial world tremble. Lin Chen met the saint's gaze without flinching. It was me. His tone was unrestrained. Your disciples are all useless, yet dare to touch those around me. If I kill them, then so be it. What can you do? Upon hearing this, the golden immortals kneeling on the water's surface nearly fainted from shock. He's gone mad. Absolutely mad. How dare he speak like this to a saint? Is he not afraid for his life? Yuanshi Tianzuan slightly narrowed his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen for a long while. You have quite the courage. His tone was devoid of any ripples, yet the temperature of the East sea dropped to freezing point. In the primordial era, you were the first to speak to me in such a manner. Tongtian has invested heavily in you. Lin Chen let out a loud laugh. Stop dragging Tongtian into this. I Lin Chen stand here because of my fists and my heart that protects women. As for my master, today's events have nothing to do with him. If you want to settle scores, come at me. His voice rang out, echoing through heaven and earth. He had never cultivated good deeds, only loved killing and arson. Lin Chen, what is there to fear in battle? Yuanshi Tianzuan finally turned cold. His divine sense instantly pierced through Lin Chen's reality. Chaos Dao Body World Pearl. And that terrifying peak fortune of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The shock in Yuanshi's eyes flashed away, followed by a thick, killing intent that could not be dispelled. Good, very good. Since you are an unpredictable anomaly today, I shall follow the way of heaven. I will completely erase you. As the words fell, the saint's pressure turned into a solid form, crashing down like collapsing mountains. The surface of the East sea instantly sank hundreds of feet. The The space shattered inch by inch. Guang Qingzi and the others bled from all 7 orifices, unable to even scream. They could only lie on the water's surface waiting for death. Lin Chen was at the forefront, his aura being crazily compressed. But he did not bend his back even slightly. He braved the saint's pressure, standing proudly. You want to kill me? Lin Chen laughed defiantly. With just these few words, you are not worthy. Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed in anger. Arrogant little brat. He slowly raised his hand. An ancient and vast flag engraved with chaotic divine patterns appeared in his palm. As soon as the flag emerged, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth tore through the sky. The entire world submitted to it. Guang Qingzi and the others nearly popped their eyes out upon seeing this flag. A supreme, innate treasure. Unrivaled in single-target attacks. Panga banner. Yuanshi Tianzuan grasped the Panga banner and pointed it at Lin Chen from afar. That action was like pronouncing a death sentence. Today I shall use this treasure of opening the heavens to send you on your way. The voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign resonated, accompanied by the manifestation of the Panga banner, causing the air of the East Sea to fall into an eerie silence filled with a chilling aura. All living beings, regardless of their cultivation level, felt the immense power capable of creating and destroying worlds. Under the pressure of the Panga banner, their minds fell into silence, consumed by endless fear and despair. Guang Qingzi relied on his willpower to sustain his body, his gaze piercing through layers of bloodstains to behold the Panga banner in the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign. It was the pride of the Chan sect, the most powerful treasure of attack from the primordial era of force that even the saints revered. He knew that no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he could never withstand the full force strike of this world-opening treasure. Today Lin Chen was undoubtedly doomed to die. The compassionate Taoist and Jiu Lusun lay prostrate on the surface of the sea, their bodies convulsing from overwhelming terror. They felt the murderous intent emanating from the saints from the Panga banner. This murderous intent was not directed at them, yet it still made their primordial spirits tremble. At this moment their hearts were filled with a thirst for life and a regret for Lin Chen's arrogance. Lin Chen's gaze remained unchanged as he stared directly at the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Panga banner that radiated endless chaotic energy in his hand. He could sense the tremendous power contained within the Panga banner, a force that transcended the laws of the primordial realm. It was the source of creation and destruction, a manifestation of the highest chaos. It was enough to shatter chaos, obliterate time, and erase causality. One strike from it would require even the saints to treat it with caution. Panga banner. Lin Chen softly uttered the name of this treasure. His voice was faint, but carried an unmistakable fighting spirit. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. It is indeed a world-opening treasure. A proud smile spread across his lips. What a pity. His voice rose, piercing through the heavens, shaking the entire East Sea. It cannot kill me. Lin Chen's words once again shocked all the golden immortals. They looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with disbelief. This person, could he really be unaware of his impending doom? Facing a saint, facing a world-opening treasure, he dared to be so arrogant. Wasn't his Tao heart forged from flesh and blood? The gaze of the primordial heavenly sovereign turned icy. That gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing into Lin Chen's heart and mind. Madman. His voice carried the weight of heavenly punishment. Today I will let you know. A saint must not be insulted. The might of the Chan sect must not be violated. The Panga banner in the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign began to rise slowly. It emitted no sound, yet caused the laws of the entire East Sea to crumble. Threads of chaotic energy overflowed from the Panga banner. They had no shape, no color. The power within them was enough to tear apart all things in heaven and earth. It was a destruction that transcended time and space. It was a type of annihilation stemming from the origin of chaos. Under the pressure of the Panga banner, the waters of the East Sea no longer sank, but began to evaporate into thin air. Vast areas of the sea transformed into nothingness, leaving no trace, revealing the seabed. Ancient reefs long hidden beneath the depths for countless ages, and those unknown silent beings were laid bare. The void no longer cracked, but directly formed black holes. One after another, black holes that devoured everything manifested in the skies over the East Sea. They opened their gaping maws intent on swallowing the primordial realm. Guang Qingzi and the other golden immortals began to show signs of blood as their bodies were subjected to this force. Their primordial spirits emitted anguished wails. They felt their life force gradually ebbing away. This was the crushing pressure from the laws. This was the punishment from the origins of heaven and earth. They despairingly closed their eyes, awaiting their final destruction. Lin Chen's gaze grew even more intense. His chaotic Tao body was pushed to its limits, radiating a dazzling 12-colored divine light. It was the aura of the 12-grade De Luo Tao flower, a power that could break the limits of heaven and earth. His body, in indestructible demonic form, stood firm against the pressure of the Panga banner. The vast power of the peak quasi-saint surged through his meridians like a raging river. His heartbeat was like the relentless beating of a war drum. With each beat, an immense force capable of shattering the void emanated. Primordial heavenly sovereign. Lin Chen's voice was filled with fervor. Do you think that with this mere panga banner you can slay me. Today I will show you. Why dare you claim the primordial realm as your own? The expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign finally grew serious. He could sense the power emanating from Lin Chen, a force that made even him feel apprehensive. This power was not merely a form of magic nor an ordinary divine ability. It was a supreme origin that transcended the laws of the primordial realm. It was a force unique to Lin Chen, a power that could open the heavens and create the earth. Stubborn and unyielding, the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign was chilling. He no longer hesitated. The panga banner in his hand swept towards Lin Chen with incredible speed. This swing was neither accompanied by thunderous might nor dazzling brilliance. It simply and gently waved in the direction of Lin Chen. But with this swing the entire primordial realm trembled. An invisible and intangible chaotic sword energy containing the source of creation and destruction burst forth from the panga banner. This sword energy transcended the speed of light, time, and space. Wherever it passed, all tangible and intangible things were reduced to nothingness. Even chaos was torn apart by it. The direction of the sword energy was annihilation. Wherever the sword energy passed, death followed. It directly locked onto Lin Chen's primordial spirit, his causality, and all his existence. It vowed to erase Lin Chen and all his marks completely from the primordial realm. Before the sword energy even approached, the void around Lin Chen had already twisted and collapsed. His body felt an unstoppable, terrifying force. This force sought to disintegrate and obliterate his flesh, soul, and Tao fruit. As this force surged, all the golden immortals fell into complete despair. They had never thought they would witness the world-opening treasure the panga banner unleashed in full force by a saint. This was a power that even saints viewed with caution. An extreme slaughter at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Yet Lin Chen's gaze remained proud. He did not shrink back, nor did he hesitate. He merely raised his hand slowly. His fingers curled slightly, and a pearl pulsating with chaotic energy gradually emerged from his palm. It was the world pearl capable of nurturing a small 1,000 worlds. The chaotic sword energy of the panga banner was now almost upon him. It bore the terrifying power to crush everything, charging directly at Lin Chen, intent on erasing him completely. A curve of arrogance appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, rivaling the pride of the panga banner's sword energy. His eyes burned with an unprecedented fiery fighting spirit. Primordial heavenly sovereign. His voice echoed throughout the East Sea. I have said you are still unworthy. The chaotic sword energy cleaved by the panga banner, carrying the terrifying power to crush all, had arrived before Lin Chen. That sword energy was not a tangible object. It was the embodiment of the laws. It was the ultimate destruction. A surge of primal killing power originating from the creation of the world. Wherever the sword energy reached, space collapsed, time reversed, and all entangled causality was completely erased. Guang Qingzi and the others had fallen into utter despair. They could not even face the sharpness of the sword energy, only feeling a chilling sensation that made their souls tremble, rapidly spreading deep within their hearts. They were convinced in their hearts. Lin Chen this time would surely fall. Yet Lin Chen's gaze remained arrogant. His body showed no tremor in the face of the terrifying law of destruction. He stared directly at the chaotic sword energy that could erase everything, a fiery smile that had never been seen before appearing at the corner of his mouth. You want to cut me down? Lin Chen's voice suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. His words were filled with indomitable will and a domineering challenge to the heavens. Primordial heavenly venerable. He suddenly looked up, his gaze burning, directly facing the unchanged expression of the primordial heavenly venerable high above. I, Lin Chen. I do not kneel to heaven. I do not kneel to earth. I do not kneel to sages. I only kneel to my wife. I only kneel to my parents. Lin Chen's words struck like a hammer. Each word resonated with power, each sentence shook the soul. All the blood and energy from his peak, Kwasa Saint, surged forth at that moment, unstoppable. His physical body, the chaotic Tao body, radiated a brilliant 12-colored divine light at that instant. That was his Tao fruit. That was his origin. That was his supreme foundation, transcending the primordial chaos. All power, all laws, all will. All were completely activated to their peak by Lin Chen at this moment. In his palm, the world pearl, which contained a small universe, was also bursting forth with unprecedented dazzling light. It not only emitted a chaotic aura, but at this moment the power of the world pearl suddenly broke free from its constraints and was fully unleashed. The grand, ancient, and vast power surged forth from within the world pearl. That power carried a small universe independent from the primordial chaos, containing all origins, all weights, all laws, and all wills. It condensed into an endless chaotic boundary. This boundary was not merely a defense, it was as if a real world was manifesting out of thin air behind Lin Chen. On the boundary, mountains and rivers, sun, moon, and stars, even countless phantoms of living beings were faintly It was a complete world, and its very existence constituted the highest defense against the destructive laws of the chaotic boundary carried the vastness and weight of a world without any frills or supernatural powers. It simply faced the Panga Banner's sword energy that tore through chaos and erased everything in the most primitive, direct, and violent manner, colliding with a thunderous roar. Boom! A sound that transcended the limits of the primordial chaos exploded at that moment. That sound was no longer just a wave of sound, it was clearly the collapse of laws, the shattering of the Tao, and even the destruction and reshaping of worlds. The entire primordial chaos at this moment trembled violently. 33 heavens away in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu, who was meditating, felt his eyelids twitch slightly. He sensed an unparalleled power not belonging to the primordial chaos. At the Western Spirit Mountain, the two saints Zhuanti and Jane simultaneously became solemn, calculating with their fingers. Yet they found the heavenly secrets. A piece of chaos, completely inscrutable. They only felt a terrifying wave that shook the heavens and the earth. In the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with shock. She sensed the familiar aura of the World Pearl. She understood. Lin Chen was indeed battling against the primordial Heavenly Venerable. At the Eastern Sea's shore, the clash of worlds against worlds, the confrontation of chaos against chaos, the duel of destruction against creation was still ongoing. The chaotic sword energy of the Panga Banner, powerful and sharp, containing the origin of killing that opened the heavens and created the earth. Wherever the sword energy reached, the chaotic boundary began to shatter layer by layer, cracks intertwining and rapidly spreading. But the chaotic boundary also contained the essence of a world. It was heavy. It was vast. It was inexhaustible. As it shattered, it began to repair at an astonishing speed. Reshape. Rays of chaotic light brighter than the sun surged forth from the center of the collision. That light tore apart the sky of the Eastern Sea. It ripped apart the void of the Eastern Sea. It even pierced through the barriers of the primordial world, revealing the boundless chaotic void beyond the barriers. The terrifying shockwave rapidly spread outwards from the center of the collision in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, everything returned to nothingness. The Eastern Sea was completely dried up in the face of this surging shockwave, billions of years of seawater evaporating in an instant. Deep beneath the sea, everything concealed by the deep ocean was mercilessly obliterated. Guang Qingzi and the other golden immortals were like withered leaves blown by a tempest, ruthlessly tossed away in the face of that shockwave. Their bodies shattered layer by layer under the ravages of the shockwave, blood gushing out like fountains. Yet they made no sound, for in the face of endless shock and fear, they had even lost the strength to scream. Their gaze was firmly locked onto the center of the collision. Their two forces, representing the pinnacle of killing and defense within the primordial chaos, were engaged in a primal, violent, and heart-shocking duel. Lin Chen's body was shaken by the terrifying recoil, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His chaotic Tao body was now covered in fine cracks, even revealing the 12-colored Tao rhythms flowing within him. Yet he still stood tall in the air, his arrogance undiminished. He looked at the sword energy of the Panga Banner that was being gradually worn down and decomposed before the chaotic boundary. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, forming a defiant smile. Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Lin Chen's voice, though hoarse, still resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Your Panga Banner is nothing but this. The expression of the primordial Heavenly Venerable changed completely. For the first time, uncontrollable shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He had never imagined that with the full power strike of the Panga Banner, he could not instantly slay Lin Chen. He had not anticipated that the pearl within Lin Chen, which did not belong to the primordial chaos, contained such terrifying power from the world's source. It was a truly independent world, completely different from the primordial chaos, yet equally vast. The murderous intent in the eyes of the primordial Heavenly Venerable grew even more intense. He knew Lin Chen could not be left alive today. This child had become a true disaster for the primordial chaos. He raised his hand, the Panga Banner in his hand. Once again, a more terrifying chaotic aura surged forth. He intended to strike once more. But at that moment, a distant yet authoritative voice came from above the 9 heavens. Enough. Primordial. This cause and effect. For now, let it go. That voice brushed past the primordial Heavenly Venerable's ears like a gentle breeze, causing his raised arm to suddenly freeze. He looked up towards the 9 heavens. There a figure dressed in Tao robes with an ancient face and eyes containing the vicissitudes of the primordial chaos slowly appeared. Hongjun Daozu had descended. Above the 9 heavens, the purple aura stretches for 30,000 miles. The formless laws of the heavenly Tao unfold from the sky as the chaotic currents of the Eastern Sea dissolve and dissipate in an instant. A shadow clad in ancient Taoist robes emerges, forming a clear outline high in the firmament. The pressure of the heavenly Tao weighs heavily upon every inch of the sea. The surviving dragon clan and other aquatic beings, along with the distant Guangchengzi and other remnants of the Chan sect, all kneel weakly. A series of dull thuds resound as the remaining beings collapse onto the turbulent waves. The entire world falls silent, devoid of any excess noise. The hostility in the eyes of Yuan Shirtian Zun gradually dissipates. He puts away the Panga banner and deeply bows to the shadow in the sky. I humbly request Master to discern. Yuan Shirtian Zun points at Lin Chen ahead. This one possesses a rare treasure and is disrespectful to the Heavenly Tao. Anger churns in his brows as he continues to enumerate the charges. He has slaughtered my Chan sect disciples and destroyed the foundations of the 12 golden immortals, even daring to disrupt the fated course of this primordial world. The voice of the saint reverberates over the sea. This child is indeed a great demon unseen for eons. I earnestly request Master to unleash the purple sky's divine punishment, obliterating this fiend completely. The kneeling Guangchengzi and others immediately raise their heads. The fervent light in their previously dull eyes rekindles with zeal. Since the Tao ancestor has personally arrived here, there is no chance for the junior, named Lin Chen, to survive today. The gaze piercing through the river of time from the high heavens casts an immense pressure down upon Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen maintains an upright posture, showing no sign of wanting to kneel. The magical power within him circulates wildly through his meridians. The light of the world pearl within him reaches its peak. 12 colors of chaotic divine light shoot up into the clouds. Lin Chen's chaotic Tao body produces thunderous cracking sounds from its bones. A unique pressure belonging to the master of a realm surges from within him, resisting the gaze of the heavenly Tao above with sheer force. Lin Chen slightly lifts his chin and lets out a cold laugh, drawing his sword in a stance ready for battle. In the depths of the dark western spirit mountain, Zhuan and Jiayin cease their discourse. Changes arise in the blood sea of the underworld, with the crimson waves beside the ancestor of the underworld rolling violently. In the Eight Scenes Palace, Lao Zi halts the swaying of his feather fan. The divine senses of various powerful beings in the primordial world intertwine and probe in the depths of the void. Truly the height of arrogance. The divine sense of the ancestor of the underworld carries a deep mocking tone. Although this junior possesses astonishing backing today, he insists on acting against the heavens and defying the laws of the heavenly Tao. This child is destined for a fate where even reincarnation is unattainable. His cold judgment reverberates in the void. Many powerful beings hidden in the dark await the arrival of the destructive purple sky divine lightning. The anticipated punishment from the heavenly Tao is delayed. The unperturbed gaze of Hong Jun slowly withdraws from Lin Chen and shifts to Yuan Shirtian Zun. Foolish child. The ethereal voice reverberates across the entire eastern sea. The sealing of the divine calamity has not yet officially commenced. The eyes filled with the weight of the ages convey a warning. Saints must not act upon unwarranted anger. Hong Jun gazes at his foremost disciple below. Yuan Shi, your murderous intent is too strong at this moment. You have lost the dignity and grace befitting of a saint. The final edict falls from the high heavens. This dispute ends here today. This admonition causes a tremendous shock in the hearts of Guangchengzi and others. Yuan Shi Tianzun's hand, holding the Panga banner, halts midair. He immediately raises his head, maintaining an upward gaze without making any further movements, his face filled with confusion and astonishment. The fervent light in Guangchengzi and others' eyes dissipates in an instant. The powerful beings hidden in the dark stir with immense waves within. The divine senses concealed in the depths of the void clash and stir violently. The heavenly Tao seated above the 9 heavens actually rejected the request for divine punishment from the saints on the spot, instead protecting a great Luo golden immortal who had severely injured the Chan sect. As the great powers look at Lin Chen again, their eyes fill with a sense of trepidation. Beneath the surface calm lies increasingly turbulent undercurrents. During the pause in reading the edict, Hong Jun secretly divides a highly condensed strand of heavenly Tao divine sense. This divine sense conceals its trail and shoots directly toward Lin Chen's soul sea with the power to annihilate everything. This is the final limit that the heavenly Tao can tolerate. The Tao ancestor must thoroughly understand and control the foundation of this greatest variable in the primordial world. Lin Chen raises an eyebrow in response. The eyes of the chaotic divine demon flare with piercing golden radiance. He seizes the concealed killing intent rushing toward his soul with his formidable perception. The world pearl at the center of Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, usually inconspicuous, trembles violently, followed by a deep rumble that shakes the sea of consciousness. As soon as the heavenly Tao divine sense intrudes into the sea of consciousness, it is immediately intercepted by an overwhelming force. The barrier preventing the invasion of the divine sense is not ordinary magical power. The absolute repulsive force inherent in a complete great thousand world erupts at this moment. Mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, along with an entirely different set of laws of heaven and earth, intertwine and weave together, instantly constructing a thick barrier that isolates everything. Two entirely different forces collide, hidden at the level of rules. The dull sound of vibrations reverberates endlessly in the depths of the sea of consciousness. Hong Jun's usually invincible heavenly Tao divine sense is immediately shattered by that barrier. The figure of Hong Jun seated above the 9 heavens visibly sways. For the first time, shock appears in his eyes, which have been tempered by endless ages. In the moment of collision, the Tao ancestor comprehends the reality of the situation. What Lin Chen hides behind him is no ordinary supreme treasure. What truly supports this child is an independent world capable of dragging the entire primordial realm into destruction. If he insists on invoking the might of the Heavenly Tao to forcibly erase this person, the primordial origin will inevitably suffer irreparable catastrophic damage. Even the Heavenly Tao, which dominates all from the 9 heavens, finds itself helpless against such a variable that reveals its trump cards. The secret probing has proven ineffective. Hong Jun immediately retracts all unusual reactions and ceases any further entanglement. The Tao ancestor once again gazes down at the sea below and directly issues an unchallengeable decree of the Heavenly Tao. Yuanshi immediately lead the disciples of the Chan sect back to Kunlun Mountain. Before the great calamity of the sealing of the divine list officially begins, no saint shall intervene in the causal affairs of the Eastern Sea. Those who violate this decree shall be expelled by the Heavenly Tao. Hearing the edict, Yuanshi Tianzun's face turns purple with anger. The dignity of a saint is stripped away publicly by the Heavenly Tao. Yet in a very short time, he hears the urgency and apprehension hidden within his master's words. Yuanshi Tianzun grits his teeth, ultimately lowering his proud head. Disciple obeys the decree. He angrily waves his wide sleeves. A fierce wind sweeps up the gasping 12 golden immortals from the sea. The void ahead is torn open by the saint's magical power, and the members of the Chan sect tumble into it laden with irreparable humiliation, disappearing from sight. The figure of Hong Jun above the 9 heavens does not utter a single word, his entire form gradually fading in the purple aura until completely vanishing. Only Lin Chen remains alone above the Eastern Sea. He stands in the midst of the vast crumbling void, surrounded by chaotic flames still churning violently. Lin Chen stares at the direction in which the Chan sect departed, pouring all his quasi-saint magical power into his throat and issuing a proud declaration toward the heavens. Yuanshi, old thief, clean your disciples' necks and wait. His cold laughter pierces through layers of clouds. When the day of the great calamity of sealing the gods arrives, I will kill every one of your Chan sect disciples without mercy. This wildly arrogant declaration spreads throughout the entire primordial realm in an instant. The myriad beings of the primordial world raise their heads to gaze toward the Eastern Sea, their hearts filled with unparalleled fear. The powerful beings hidden in the dark retract their divine senses, not daring to utter a word of discussion, each regarding Lin Chen as an existence that must not be provoked. After enduring today's earth-shattering battle, Lin Chen firmly establishes his unshakable prestige within the Jia sect. The auspicious golden dragon of the Jia sect, hidden deep in the Eastern Sea, emits a joyous long cry, and the immense fortunes of the Jia sect surge explosively. Lin Chen stands steadily in the air, gradually retracting the chaotic flames emanating from his body. He is about to adjust and calm the surging magical power within his meridians. An unforeseen change occurs at this moment. The system panel hidden deep within his soul forcibly pops up with glaring red light, flashing incessantly in his vision. Urgent alarms echo continuously in his mind. Warning. Serious warning. Due to the collision of the 2 realms' origin laws, the S-level divine fetus within the Baishao body is experiencing abnormal turmoil. The divine fetus is about to be forcibly born ahead of time. Please host return to the island immediately to suppress the origin, or both mother and child will face the danger of soul collapse. Lin Chen's face turns pale in an instant. The wild demeanor he had while confronting the saint is completely overshadowed by deep anxiety and a violent. He stomps heavily on the void below, using the powerful recoil from shattering space to drag out a long chaotic shadow, and rushes recklessly toward the direction of the 3 Immortals Island. A brutal force tore through the void. The fabric of space collapsed, revealing a scene of devastation. Lin Chen stepped out of the spatial rift, the savage chaotic killing intent still lingering around him. He strode directly into the bedchamber of the 3 Immortals Island. The hard azure jade tiles beneath his feet shattered with a sharp sound, and dozens of deep visible cracks spread rapidly. By the jade couch, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao were channeling their quasi-sage and tail-level powers. They continuously poured their immortal essence into Zhao Gongming's body, striving only to preserve his last thread of life. Within the chamber, a cold, stark light wrestled with dark red embers. The acrid smell of burning in the air heralded the destruction of the Dao Foundation. As Lin Chen materialized, the previously tense atmosphere in the bedchamber dissipated. Yunxiao withdrew her power, her eyes rimmed with red. Holding the sleeping Lin Haoyan in one arm, she hurried forward. Husband. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, saying nothing. He went directly to the jade couch, and the chaos primordial demon eye in his brow opened on its own. A golden divine light pierced through flesh and skin, inspecting Zhao Gongming's Qi Sea and Sea of Consciousness. The injuries were grave, shocking to behold. Zhao Gongming's life force was now tenuous, with 2 opposing energies rampaging destructively within him. The dark red residual venom of the 9 dragons' divine fire coiled around his vital organs, burning relentlessly. The gloomy death chi left by the yin-yang mirror climbed along his meridians constantly, eroding his soul. His once indestructible Tai Dao foundation was now covered in crisscrossing cracks. It was on the verge of complete collapse at any moment. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and was about to reach out to suppress the injuries when a sudden surge stirred deep within Zhao Gongming's spiritual platform. The Yuqing immortal qi dormant in the deepest marrow of his bones now surged wildly out of control. The residual malevolent shadows of Guangchengzi and Tai Jinren using this Yuqing immortal qi. They forcibly condensed above Zhao Gongming's spiritual platform. The two phantoms looked down from above, their faces twisted. They let out a sneer full of malice. Lin Chen, you've returned too late. Guangchengzi's phantom laughed arrogantly. Today you will witness with your own eyes how a disciple of the Jie sect is annihilated in both body and spirit before you. This was the chained deadly trap set by the Chan sect before their retreat. The sage's killing intent had been lurking all along, waiting only for the moment Lin Chen's guard was most relaxed. It was to unleash a soul-shattering strike, completely erasing Zhao Gongming's true spirit. As the phantom's words fell, a violent wave of Yuqing destructive energy radiated outward in a ring. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao, caught off guard, were hurled dozens of zhang by the wave, carrying the sage's oppressive might. Their backs slammed heavily into the defensive formations of the bedchamber. Yunxiao, already weak from childbirth, was now overcome with anxiety. She immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ignoring her injuries, she cried out in anguish, "Elder brother." This wave of destructive energy pierced straight through the bedchamber walls. It spread across the entire sky of the Three Immortals Island. The hundreds of Jie sect outer disciples stationed outside the island almost simultaneously sensed Zhao Gongming's quasi-sage aura plummet and nearly vanish. Despair instantly climbed onto everyone's faces, turning them pale. Senior Uncle Zhao's aura has dissipated. How dare the Chan sect scoundrels do this? Hundreds of disciples lay prostrate on the ground, weeping bitterly. The Jie sect's pillar of strength was fated to fall here today. The despair of impending doom enveloped the entire sea area. On my turf you dare to claim my brother-in-law's life. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. He took a step forward. The terrifying oppressive might of a quasi-sage peak swept forth, pinning the rampaging Yuqing immortal qi in the bedchamber, rendering it immobile. Lin Chen extended his right hand, gripping Zhao Gongming's crown. His Chaos Dao body activated at full power. A 12-colored Chaos Divine Light surged from his palm. The Divine Light condensed into an unmatched net that covered heaven and earth, plunging directly into Zhao Gongming's body. It completely annihilated the two still shrieking malevolent phantoms and forcibly sealed the chaotic Yuqing immortal qi in a corner of his qi sea. The disintegrating true spirit was forcefully returned to its place. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, his brow unconsciously furrowing. Simply removing these killing mechanisms, Zhao Gongming's Dao foundation could not sustain itself. He was destined to fall from the Tai realm, perhaps even become a cripple. The debt the Chan sect owes you will be repaid with their most core heritage. Deep within Lin Chen's gaze, a savage brutality surfaced. He turned his left hand over and flung it with force. Dozens of pieces of broken copper and iron, still shimmering with residual light, crashed onto the azure jade floor with a crisp clatter. These were the shattered fragments of the yin-yang mirror and the broken strands of Tai Zinren's supreme-grade whisk, the remnants of the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals' treasured possessions. Lin Chen opened his right hand. The world pearl spun rapidly in his palm, and the fierce chaos primordial fire surged forth, devouring all the scattered remnants. The searing heat distorted the space within the bedchamber. Cracks frequently appeared and vanished in the void. Xiongxiao, who had retreated to the corner, recognized the objects on the floor, her beautiful eyes widening and her breath catching. The divine senses of the Jie sect disciples, probing from the periphery, trembled with fear, feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Those were the remnants of supreme treasures containing the sage's imprint. In the primordial wilderness, forcibly smelting a treasure bestowed by a sage of another sect was tantamount to openly challenging that sage. If the restrictions of primordial heavenly venerable within were triggered, the violent backlash of the sage's power would be enough to level the entire Three Immortals Island. Deep within the remnants, a golden light blazed fiercely. The sage imprint of primordial heavenly venerable hidden at the core of the treasures sensed an impending calamity. It then erupted in violent resistance. A world-destroying sage's aura rose from the remnants. It attempted to tear through the encirclement of the chaos primordial fire. Lin Chen's face was full of arrogance. He did not retreat half a step. Just a dead imprint on an abject shatter. The chaos primordial demon eye in his brow opened completely. A great tribulation annihilation lightning bolt shot forth. The calamity light merged with the suppressing power of the world pearl, condensing into an invisible millstone of annihilation. The millstone revolved mercilessly, grinding that struggling sage imprint into nothingness. The imprint shattered. Bereft of the protection of the restrictions, the treasure remnants rapidly dissolved in the chaos fire. They ultimately extracted a mass of black and white yin-yang life and death primordial essence, and a wisp of nearly solid creation force. Lin Chen turned his hand and slapped roughly, pushing this vast mass of primal power into Zhao Gongming's shattered Dao foundation. It was like a long drought finally meeting sweet rain. On the jade couch, a series of loud cracks like thunder came from Zhao Gongming's bones. The yin-yang primordial essence greedily nourished his withered meridians. The creation force led the broken Dao foundation to be reborn from destruction amidst the flames. Destruction followed by creation. A heavy, formidable, oppressive might coexisting with life force and death. Qi rose from the jade couch. It directly lifted the sturdy roof of the bedchamber. Quasi-Sigmidstage. This aura was even more condensed and profound than before Zhao Gongming's severe injury. Zhao Gongming suddenly opened his eyes. From his eyes, two dazzling divine lights, one black and one white, shot forth, piercing the void above. Yunxiao and Yunxiao stood frozen, their minds blank. They even forgot to breathe. After a brief silence, the entire Three Immortals Island erupted in deafening fervent cheers. The GS sect disciples outside the island looked up at the sky. The celestial phenomenon triggered by the reconstruction of the Dao Foundation manifested. The phantom images of a black and white yin-yang taiji diagram intertwined across the sky, blotting out the sun. The night sky over 1,000,000 miles of the eastern sea shone as bright as day. The GS sect's fortune golden dragon lurking in the depths of the eastern sea sensed the great power's breakthrough and soared into the sky. It let out a long, triumphant roar. The golden dragon's form expanded once more in the golden light. Ripples of law power spread instantly with the sea breeze. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands and all the GS sect's island Dao fields were affected. Countless GS sect disciples knelt down, kowtowing fervently in the direction of the Three Immortals Island. The name of Lin Chen was now a guardian deity in the hearts of the people. It was imprinted deep in every soul. His absolute authority within the GS sect could no longer be shaken by anyone. Within the bedchamber, the radiance gradually subsided. Zhao Gongming turned over and got off the couch, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes. He lifted the hem of his Taoist robe, bent his knees, and prepared to kneel in great gratitude to Lin Chen. Everyone was immersed in the ecstasy of surviving the calamity. Suddenly the situation changed. From deep within the earth veins of the Three Immortals Island, a horrifying sound of space tearing came, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. The foundation of the entire island trembled. From a side hall of the bedchamber, a desperate cry of pain pierced through, echoing endlessly. It was Bixiao. The aftermath of the collision of the laws between the two realms of Heaven's Way had stirred the divine fetus within her, which possessed S-grade talent. It had completely lost control, rampaging wildly. Above the Three Immortals Island, the wind and clouds shifted. The complete phantom of the legendary 9-twist yellow river formation, capable of stripping a Tai of their 3 flowers and 5 Qis, uncontrollably condensed in the sky. Violent, profound, yellow, baleful Qi condensed into a massive funnel reaching the heavens. It poured straight down into the side hall, surging fiercely into Bixiao's prominent belly. The arrogant smile on Lin Chen's face vanished completely. The void was torn asunder by an overwhelming force, and Lin Chen plummeted downward, cloaked in primordial killing intent, crashing heavily onto the hard bluish jade floor of the side hall with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled violently, dozens of bottomless fissures radiated outward from beneath his feet, grinding the bluish jade tiles into fine dust. Ferocious, Xianhuang malevolent energy raged unchecked within the side hall, while the complete ethereal projection of the 9-bend yellow river formation twisted and contorted wildly in midair, blinding amber light and crimson radiance flashing alternately, bathing the entire chamber in blood-red hues suffused with deathly stillness and savage fury. Upon the jade couch, Bixiao lay drenched in sweat, her fingers gripping the brocade quilt so tightly that her knuckles turned bone white, tearing a jagged gash across its immortal silkworm silk surface, while guttural cries of anguish escaped her throat. A violently chaotic energy surged erratically across her swollen abdomen, tearing at her nascent sage Dao foundation. The residual shockwaves from the collision between heavenly Dao principles and the world pearl's primordial essence had fully ignited the rebellion of her austere divine embryo, a force not merely ravaging her physical body, but actively devouring her foundational cultivation. Husband. Bixiao's face contorted in agony, her gaze had already grown unfocused, and she could feel her life force being rapidly siphoned away by the vortex within her womb. A flash of ruthless resolve flickered across Lin Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and summoned the world pearl. The chaos-laced radiance flared brilliantly. The majestic power of an independent microcosmic world descended abruptly, expanding outward with furious intensity. In an instant, the celestial mechanics across 100,000 li surrounding Tongtian Island were utterly severed. The laws of the primordial heaven Dao were forcibly expelled by this exclusive domain force, plunging the entire Tongtian Island into absolute isolation from the outside world. Deprived of the heavenly Dao's residual impetus, the rampaging, Xianhuang malevolent energy faltered momentarily. Yet Lin Chen strode forward, unflinchingly heedless of the storm winds capable of slicing through the flesh of great Luo immortals. Savage energies that could effortlessly rend immortal bodies scraped against his Chaos Dao body, producing only a grating metallic shriek before being repelled entirely by the 12-hued divine light swirling across his skin. He reached the couch and enfolded the trembling Baixiao firmly in his arms. So long as I stand beside you, heaven itself shall not collapse. Lin Chen's voice resonated low and commanding. Raising his right hand, he pressed his palm flat against Baixiao's distended belly, channeling the world's creation essence unreservedly through his palm. It was a vital force surpassing even the primordial heaven Tao itself, teeming with boundless primordial. Sensing this familiar kindred essence, the previously unruly divine embryo instantly stilled its violent surging and instead generated an immense internal suction, greedily absorbing the creation essence Lin Chen poured forth. The shrill howling malevolent energy storms within the side hall swiftly subsided, their core power wholly absorbed by the embryo. The frenzied interplay of red and yellow light dimmed, giving way to serene golden yin-yang radiance that flowed gently throughout the chamber. Baixiao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her labored breathing steadied into calm rhythmic breaths, a searing pain dissolved beneath a warm, life-giving vitality, and her once chaotic Tao foundation resolidified with newfound stability. Time flowed silently within the golden light. Then, piercing the profound stillness, came Baixiao's high-pitched cry, followed instantly by the clear bright wail of a newborn girl echoing resoundingly within the World Pearl's sealed barrier. Lin Chen lifted his gaze toward the zenith of the barrier, expecting neither churning thunderclouds nor gathering purple celestial lightning, heralding annihilation. Instead, a radically different phenomenon unfolded. Ripples shimmered across the void above the barrier, and countless lotuses, black and white yin-yang creation lotuses, bloomed spontaneously in the air, each imbued with the ultimate resonance of the Tao. An endless cascade of auspicious golden light poured downward like an inverted waterfall, instantly enveloping all of Sanxian Island. A rare primordial fragrance permeated the air, withered immortal herbs revived, and sprouted anew, racing skyward in exuberant growth. The former landscape of extreme violence had transformed utterly into a realm of supreme serenity and sanctity. Lin Chen sensed something anomalous. This austere divine embryo possessed an unprecedented heaven-defying origin, one capable of forcibly rewriting the heavenly Tao's tribulation protocols, transforming what should have been a fatal annihilating lightning decree into an auspicious omen hailed by all sentient beings. Such domineering audacity mirrored his own nature perfectly. Lin Chen extended both hands, and into his palms settled a golden light-trapped infant girl, serene and still. Her skin gleamed translucent, free of infantile creases or bloodstains, encircled by pure primordial yin-yang qi. Her name is Lin Biluo. Lin Chen gazed upon his daughter cradled in his arms and bestowed her name. The infant giggled softly, opening her eyes, within which shimmered innate affinity with the Tao itself, and upon her forehead glowed a complex ancient golden mark, the heavenly Tao imprint of the perfected nine-bend Yellow River Formation. That power had fused inseparably with her being, yin-yang formation saint body. The moment Lin Biluo drew her first breath, her inner cultivation activated spontaneously, ascending without hindrance through successive realms: earth, immortal, heaven, immortal, true, immortal, profound, immortal, golden, immortal, until settling firmly at the peak of the supreme, ethereal, golden, immortal rank. Her elder brother Lin Haoyan had been born at the initial stage of supreme, ethereal, golden immortality. Lin Biluo surpassed him even at birth, her innate mastery of formation arts already consummate. A fierce, arrogant smile flickered across Lin Chen's face. He withdrew part of the protective energy shielding Baixiao and gently placed the infant beside her pillow. Baixiao weakly turned her head, her eyes brimming with maternal tenderness and wonder as she beheld her daughter's forehead-marked visage. Husband, she. Her voice emerged parched and hoarse. Our daughter is destined to subdue eternity itself. Lin Chen interrupted calmly, rising to his feet and sweeping aside the sound-dampening formation array of the side hall. Yunxiao and Yunxiao entered swiftly from outside. Upon seeing mother and daughter resting safely upon the couch, both exhaled deeply in relief. Little sister. Yunxiao sat beside the couch holding the slumbering Lin Haoyan, while Yunxiao stood nearby marveling openly at the golden formation diagram glowing upon the infant's brow. Husband, her innate talent. Yunxiao trailed off, unable to voice her awe. She could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of supreme, ethereal golden immortality emanating from the child. No need for concern. Lin Chen stood with hands clasped behind his back, turning toward the sealed heavens beyond the window. My bloodline answers to no preordained fate, not even the heavenly Tao's decrees. So long as I stand here, she shall live exactly as she pleases. His tone brimmed with unbridled arrogance. Though Lin Chen deliberately suppressed the island's auspicious radiance using the World Pearl, the resonant vibration of its kindred formation Tao principles pierced the world's boundaries unimpeded, spreading inexorably across the entire primordial chaos continent, transcending space and cultivation barriers alike. The primordial chaos trembled. At Kunlun Mountain outside Yusu Palace, the Jade Pure Mountain Protecting Formation, guardian of the Chan Jiao sect's orthodoxy, shuddered violently. Its formation's spirit emitted fearful hums, its runes flickered madly, and its entire energy flow bent unnaturally eastward, assuming a posture of solemn obeisance. Guang Chengzi and others, who had just fled back to Kunlun Mountain, turned pale. Frantically channeling great Luo cultivation energy to stabilize the formation, they discovered it had slipped entirely beyond their control. What in heaven's name is happening? Guang Chengzi cried out in horror, his revered Jade Pure Immortal Arts rendered utterly powerless before the formation resonance. At Jinao Island inside Baiyu Palace, countless nodes of the Jie Jiao sect's supreme formation, the 10,000 Immortals formation, erupted simultaneously with towering pillars of light. Millions of beams converged in the heavens, coalescing into a colossal ethereal figure, the primary formation spirit, bowing deeply toward Sanxian Island. Tongtian Jiao Zhu paused his Dao lecture, rose to his feet, and pierced the void with his gaze, fixing it unerringly upon the eastern sea. Then he threw back his head and laughed, a laugh rich with triumph and unrestrained delight. What an extraordinary anomaly! What a magnificent variable! Tongtian Jiao Zhu swept his sleeve. Across the 4 seas and 8 deserts, countless ancient fragmented formations hidden deep within mountains, forests, and unnamed isles suddenly blazed with light. Their dormant formation spirits awakened and issued reverent low hums, all directed toward the eastern sea. 10,000 formations pay homage to the source, an unprecedented omen that stirred every ancient recluse sealed in profound seclusion across the primordial chaos. Great cultivators observing covertly redirected their divine senses toward the eastern sea's periphery, only to find Lin Chen's world domain impenetrable. They could infer the internal transformation solely through external formation reactions. Another monster has arisen in the eastern sea. 10,000 formations pay homage. The very essence of formation arts bows before her. Ming He Lao Zhu, concealed within the blood sea, transmitted his thoughts with undisguised wariness. The Jie Jiao sect's fortune can no longer be contained. At the western spirit mountain zone, Ti Dao Ren, divine senses converged across the void, exchanging shock and dread. Lin Chen himself was peerless in power, and even his offspring bore the innate potential to reshape the primordial chaos order. At Shouyang Mountain inside Ba Jing Palace, dense alchemical fragrance filled the vast empty hall. Taishang Lao Jun sat cross-legged before the Bagua furnace, eyes closed, rhythmically waving an ancient simple fan with his right hand. Deep beneath the palace floor, the 2 principal microdust formation emitted a faint yet unmistakable hum. The formation's operations stuttered momentarily, and the primordial yin-yang qi, at its core, subtly strained eastward, threatening to break free toward the eastern sea. Taishang Lao Jun's eyes snapped open. His fan froze midair, utterly motionless. Beneath that normally placid gaze surged palpable frost. His vision locked unswervingly upon Sanxian Island in the eastern sea. The hall's temperature plummeted. The 6-ding divine fire blazing within the Bagua furnace surged upward violently, its light casting stark shadows upon his ageless, expressionless face. Taishang Lao Jun recited a sealing incantation, forcibly suppressing the rebellious 2 principal microdust formation. 10,000 formations pay homage, beyond heavenly control. His voice emerged icy, cutting through silence. This child's bloodline must not survive until the investiture of the gods. Within the side hall, the auspicious golden light gradually dissipated. Lin Chen held his newly born second daughter Lin Biluo. The infant opened her eyes, and deep within her pupils the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, naturally evolving into a nascent form of a congenital star formation. She did not cry or fuss. Instead she giggled and reached out her chubby little hand, grabbing a strand of Lin Chen. A pure and refined aura of array bloodline emanated from the infant, causing Lin Chen's chaotic Dao body to resonate in response. Lin Chen's usually unruly gaze softened at this moment, revealing a hint of affection. Husband. Yunxiao approached quickly. Lin Chen gently placed his daughter into Yunxiao's arms. He raised his eyes, scanning the Sanxiao, his tone calm, yet the dominance within was unmistakable. Remember all deities and Buddhas, whoever dares to touch a single hair on you will face death. As soon as the words fell, the long-lost golden panel of the system began to flicker wildly in his mind, with glaring red golden characters overwhelming him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the birth of his second daughter. Offspring evaluation completed. SS Array Sacred Body. Triggered extreme critical hit. Rewards issued 30,000 zhong of primordial source. Rewards issued nascent form of the mixed Yuan de Luo Dao fruit. Rewards issued a set of world master level killing techniques. As the announcement concluded, a massive influx of rewards surged through the void, and the overwhelming energy crashed through every inch of his flesh, causing unbearable pain in his meridians. The pinnacle of his Croissant foundation seemed somewhat inadequate at this moment, as his chaotic Dao body emitted a series of unbearable sounds, pushing his physical form to the limit. Take good care of Biluo. Lin Chen could only leave this phrase behind. He did not have time to explain. His figure flickered and disappeared, retreating into the depths of the World Pearl. Inside the World Pearl was an entirely unrefined, dark, chaotic space, where there was no distinction between heaven and earth, oppressive, yet boundless. Lin Chen stood in the center of the void, the 12-colored divine light on his body, flickering chaotically under the surging energy. Just as he prepared to thoroughly refine the system, rewards the will of the primordial heavenly Tao forcibly squeezed its way in along the chains of rules. Above the high heavens, a mass of heavenly Tao pressure manifested, slowly descending a stream of incomparably noble purple aura. Primordial purple chi. This was precisely the saintly framework that all beings of the primordial era yearned for. The heavenly Tao's intention was clear: as long as one fused with the purple chi, they would obtain an indestructible iron rice bowl, but from then on they would also be subject to the control of the heavenly Tao. This was akin to a disguised invitation to submit. Facing Lin Chen, an uncontrollable variable, the heavenly Tao attempted to forcibly shackle him with the position of a saint. Lin Chen looked at the descending purple chi and suddenly laughed. Heavenly Tao saint. That's a nice way to put it, but you are just a dog working for them. His laughter was filled with unabashed mockery. Lin Chen do not need to consider the heavenly Tao's expression when, without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the surging quasi-saint power within him, retracting his right fist, the knuckles cracking loudly. The chaotic divine devil eye at his brow suddenly opened, emitting a piercing golden light. With a single punch. This punch had no fancy spells enhancing it, relying solely on the brute force of his physical body. It struck directly towards the primordial purple chi. The fist and the purple chi collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound, as the two extremes of power began a savage clash. The primordial purple chi was instantly shattered into countless fragments by this punch, transforming into a myriad of flying light points, vanishing into nothingness. The will of the primordial heavenly Tao thus erupted in silent rage. What I want is to overturn this game, not to be your pawn. Lin Chen faced the mass of heavenly Tao pressure, his gaze fiercely defiant. The heavenly Tao was enraged, intending to summon the purple sky divine thunder to forcibly erase him, but in this domain belonging to Lin Chen, all heavenly Tao rules were blocked, and divine thunder could not strike down. Lin Chen no longer paid any mind to the heavenly Tao and sat cross-legged. Refine. In the system's space, 30,000 zhang of primordial source gushed forth. This was not ordinary spiritual energy, but the absolute primordial power from the universe's inception. His old shell shattered with a sound, transforming into 12-colored chaotic energy. The nascent form of the mixed Yuan de Luo Tao fruit fell into the energy, and he did not need to rely on the heavenly Tao, nor did he disdain the purple chi framework. He was determined to walk an invincible path of his own. 3,000 chaotic laws intertwined, wildly merging into his restructured body as the space within the World Pearl was forcibly split open. Earth, water, fire, and wind surged violently, forming a truly independent inner world that was rapidly taking shape. The 12-colored divine light shattered the endless darkness. Lin Chen's body was reshaped within the laws. Every inch of bone was engraved with Tao runes, and every drop of blood contained the power to annihilate all things. Break. With Lin Chen's furious shout, a crisp cracking sound echoed from within him. Those were the causal chains bound by the heavenly Tao to his fate, which he forcefully shattered with brute strength. With causality severed, the heavenly Tao could not control him. The bottleneck of the Quasi-Saint's great perfection realm was thus shattered beneath his foot. A terrifying pressure that surpassed all beings of the primordial era, even rivaling Yuan Shitian Zun, radiated from Lin Chen, sweeping outward in all directions. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. This was the true saint of the Tao that need not heed the heavenly Tao. The horrifying force of vitality swept through the chaotic space, creating countless dark void cracks, and behind him 12 towering Pengu phantoms were gazing upwards, letting out silent roars. Outside Sanxian Island, the heavenly Tao laws of the primordial era trembled violently, emitting a dull wail, as its control over this variable had now been completely severed. At the moment of breakthrough, the system panel reappeared. A world master-level killing technique was automatically inscribed into the depths of his soul. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and scenes of stars flickering passed through his gaze. Great Thousand Extinction. He softly uttered the name of this technique. The birth of this move had only one purpose: to exist for the eradication of saints, truly a forbidden killing technique. In terms of lethality against a single target, even the exquisite sword array could hardly compare. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fist, feeling the world-destroying power flowing between his fingers. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the World Pearl, firmly locking onto the distant direction of Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi Lao Jun Jie In Juan Ti. Lin Chen's face revealed a cold smile. Clean your neck. And although the breakthrough was completed within the World Pearl, a strand of completely unconstrained, overwhelming aura eventually spilled into the void of the three realms. Outside the 33 heavens on Golden Ao Island, deep within the Bayou Palace, the master of Tongtian was staring at an ancient compass that predicted heavenly secrets, its surface saturated with a thick blood color. This was the deadlock of the Fengshen that he could not change no matter how many times he calculated. The Zhao's myriad immortal formation was broken, and his disciples suffered heavy casualties resulting in the severance of the Dao lineage. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms as pent-up frustration nearly overflowed from his chest. His master favored others, and several senior brothers plotted against him in secret, forcing him and Zhiao to the edge of an irretrievable cliff. At this moment, the Qingping sword hanging nearby suddenly began to tremble violently. Zheng. A clear sound of the sword echoed throughout Baiyu Palace, the reaction of the Qingping sword, exuding an unprecedented excitement. It sensed a wild power capable of severing all established rules. The master of Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He flipped over the compass in front of him, and his gaze pierced through the dome, looking towards the East Sea. He precisely captured the rebellious, heavenly, Dao-defying aura fluctuations. The face he had suppressed for millions of years suddenly erupted into reckless laughter, shaking the entire golden age. He didn't use the heavenly Dao framework. He actually didn't use the primordial purple qi and walked the power Dao of Panga's father god. To hell with the Fengshen deadlock, it has finally been broken. A mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal who is not controlled by the heavenly Dao, fearless of causal backlash. This was precisely the pillar needed for Zhiao's comeback. The master of Tongtian reached out and grasped the Qingping sword that had flown into his hand. His eyes were interwoven with killing intent and arrogance as he strode towards the palace doors. It is time for the heavenly Dao of this primordial era to change. Deep within the world pearl, the dim chaos space blurred the concepts of time and space. The 12-colored divine lights fell silent, ultimately merging entirely into Lin Chen's flesh and bones. Lin Chen opened his eyes. Every drop of blood within him contained a star domain volcano erupting. His bones were inscribed with intricate patterns of the 3,000 chaos laws. The reconstruction of the primordial chaos origin freed him completely from the karmic bonds of ancient beings. The primordial Dao Great Luo Golden Immortal, a path once tread by Pangu. He no longer needed to look up to the heavenly Dao nor rely on the purple mist of primordial chaos. Standing here, he himself was the heaven and earth, the very maker of rules. Lin Chen raised his right hand. His fingertip brushed the void, and the unbreakable world barrier instantly cracked open a slit. With one step, he vanished into the world pearl. In the side hall of the Three Immortals Island, the heavy air felt suffocating, as if water could be wrung from it. On the jade couch, Bai Xiao's face was pale as paper. Her eyes tightly shut, brows knit into a stubborn, not cold sweat beaded across her forehead. Around her surged the turbulent and flickering aura of an early-stage quasi-saint. The prior resistance of the divine embryo had invited the suppression of the heavenly Dao laws. To protect the fetus within, Bai Xiao recklessly drained her own primordial power, and combined with the massive consumption during childbirth, her strength was utterly depleted. The foundation of the great Luo Golden Immortal began to waver. Cracks appeared on the realm barrier, threatening to cause a sudden regression. Deep beneath the veins of the Three Immortals Island, a remnant strand of the heavenly Dao death tribulation energy from the purple cloud world ending thunder quietly slithered out. It carried a venomous chill and ruthlessness, like a serpent transforming into an invisible black blade that silently pierced through the side hall's formation defenses. The death energy surged directly towards Bai Xiao's exposed spiritual platform. It sought to sever the cultivation roots of this Jia sect female immortal, cutting off her Dao path. Bai Xiao's body twitched unexpectedly. She turned her head and coughed harshly, spewing terrifying black blood. The black blood fell upon the embroidered quilt, instantly corroding a large hole through the immortal silks. Her body collapsed weakly, her aura rapidly fading. Yunxiao and Xiao, who stood guard beside her, drained of color in their faces. Second sister. Yunxiao stepped forward, forming a hand seal with one hand, while Xiao followed closely, also invoking their treasures. Both simultaneously unleashed their profound quasi-saint stage spiritual power towards Bai Xiao's spiritual platform, attempting to forcibly dispel the death energy. However, the moment their power touched the tribulation energy, it was burned away by a will that dissolved all things, emitting blue smoke. The heavenly Dao tribulation energy was tyrannical and unparalleled, carrying the intent to annihilate everything. Even quasi-saint power withered upon contact. The death energy even surged against the flow of their power, retaliating against its casters. Yunxiao and Xiao's hands scorched immediately upon contact, black burn marks forming as their flesh blistered. Seeing Bai Xiao's vitality rapidly fading and her complexion turning deathly pale, Xiao's eyes reddened with desperation. She clenched her teeth, raised her head, and cursed the heavens. How vile can the heavenly Dao be? Unable to face us heathen, yet it does not spare even a newly delivered mother. Yunxiao's face was anxious, yet she dared not withdraw her spiritual power. A wave of helplessness and despair surged between the two, forced to watch their second sister approach her demise. Ripples spread through the void as Lin Chen stepped forward, his expression as calm as still water. The supreme aura of the primordial Dao Great Luo Golden Immortal was fully restrained within him. Yet with only a trace of primordial energy leaking out, the laws governing the entire side hall fell into absolute stillness. The raging tribulation energy was nailed midair, unable to move. In my domain you dare cause trouble. Begone. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Raising his right hand, his palm clenched towards the void. That arrogant heavenly Tao tribulation energy was drawn into his palm out of thin air. With a forceful grip, the chaos power burst forth. The tribulation energy let out a piercing shriek before being completely erased in Lin Chen's palm, leaving no trace behind. With the crisis resolved, Lin Chen quickly approached the couch. Without hesitation, he issued a command within his mind, activating the system's dual cultivation feedback mechanism. The newly attained vast sacred realm origin he had just comprehended was directly mobilized. This nascent origin flowed like an unceasing river of creation, entering Bai Zhao's body through Lin Chen's palm without needing refining. The magnificent power of the sacred realm's creation surged in. Bai Zhao's withered meridians were forcibly expanded, and her fragmented foundation was swiftly repaired and replenished. Her pale cheeks regained a rosy hue visibly. The surface of her skin expelled impurities, subsequently radiating a translucent, immortal glow. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao stood aside, eyes wide in astonishment, forgetting even the pain from their burns. They clearly sensed that the origin Lin Chen was channeling was of a quality and terrifying power far beyond their comprehension. This was an aura independent from the primordial heavenly Tao, transcending the laws of heaven and earth. Their gazes met, each seeing shock and daze reflected in the other's eyes. The look directed at their husband had transformed from adoration into a devout reverence, as if gazing upon a deity. Lin Chen bent down, embracing Bai Zhao in his arms. He lowered his head and pressed a heavy kiss onto her smooth. Looking into Bai Zhao's newly opened eyes, he declared in an unyielding tone, "My Lin Chen's woman only ascends with triumph. There is no such thing as decline." He was not satisfied with merely healing her injuries. Driven by the power of creation, Bai Zhao's delicate body trembled, releasing a soft sigh of comfort. Above her head, auspicious clouds rolled, and the 3 flowers manifested spontaneously, dancing gracefully in midair. All 12, driven by the power of creation, Bai Zhao's delicate body trembled, releasing a soft sigh of comfort. Above her head, auspicious clouds rolled, and the 3 flowers manifested spontaneously, dancing gracefully in midair, all 12 petals blooming fully. A clear light sliced from within her, forming an immortal maiden resembling her face by 70%. The phantom of the virtuous corpse condensed atop the 3 flowers. Her cultivation, stagnant for years, not only fully restored, but also broke through shackles to reach mid-stage quasi-saint. The mighty quasi-saint aura surged through the sky, causing the jade pillars of the side hall to tremble lightly. Outside the 3 immortals' island, the heavenly Tao tribulation clouds that had attempted to reassemble were forcibly scattered by this indomitable will. The heavy black clouds fractured, and the sky cleared. Lin Chen stood up. Seizing the moment, he extracted a core fragment containing the world's laws from the world pearl. Wrapping it in primordial Tao great Luo power, he forcefully cast it deep into the veins beneath the 3 immortals' island. Annihilate all realm seal. The fragment forcibly fused with the veins. 12 colored chaos divine lights surged into the sky from all around the island, weaving into a massive inverted dome that enveloped the entire island. The Annihilation Realm Island Protection Formation was completed. The instant the formation operated, the connection between the 3 immortals' island and the primordial heavenly Tao was utterly severed. Here it became an absolutely independent domain, impervious to all laws. At Kunlun Mountain within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat solemnly upon a cloud bed. He extended a strand of sage divine sense, attempting to pierce the clouds to spy on the changes in the East Sea. The moment the divine sense touched the edge boundary of the 3 immortals' island, a destructive force capable of tearing apart a sage's will rebounded. A muffled sound came from the primordial heavenly venerable's throat. His face instantly turned pale, and his figure on the cloud bed trembled. How can this force possibly be beyond the control of the heavenly Tao? His eyes filled with suspicion and horror, the murderous intent towards Lin Chen escalating to unprecedented heights. At Shouyang Mountain within the 8 Scenery Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord ceased waving his fan. His sensing left in the East Sea was ruthlessly shredded, no longer existing. He stared towards the East Sea, his aged face darkening like dripping water. The situation has completely become a new climate. This realm had slipped beyond their control. The sage's stratagems had created an irreplaceable black hole. The 12-colored chaos boundary wall enveloped the 3 immortals' island, transforming it into the true first forbidden zone of the primordial era. The moment the formation solidified, the destiny golden dragon of the GS sect circling the East Sea roared thunderously. The golden dragon's body surged to tens of millions of zhang in length, each scale shimmering with dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire East Sea waters in a golden hue. Countless GS sect disciples' blood surged with excitement. Zhao Gongming dragged his reconstructed body, leading outer disciples out of their caves, fervently kowtowing, facing the direction of the 3 immortals' island. In their hearts, the three immortals' island had already surpassed the Bayou Palace, becoming the GSX's new sacred ground. Lin Chen's prestige reached its pinnacle. Inside the side hall, Lin Chen comforted the exhausted yet affectionate Bai Xiao. Gazing at the man before her, her heart overflowed with boundless love and submission, willing to entrust her life to him at any moment. Lin Chen settled both her and their newly born daughter Lin Bai Luo safely. Then he turned and walked out of the side hall, leaving behind a broad and reliable silhouette. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the jade steps of the grand hall. The sea breeze billowed his black, dragon-patterned Dao robe. His gaze pierced through layers of void, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, looking toward the vast mortal realm, his eyes surging with chaotic, murderous intent capable of freezing souls. With all worries resolved, the GSX's main camp was impregnable. It was time to strike proactively. He intended to make those arrogant golden immortals of the Chan sect pay a bloody price. Just as Lin Chen prepared to tear through the void and head to the mortal realm, a faint red light flickered deep within his spiritual sea. It was the life soul contract of the nine-tailed fox. After being subdued and implanted with the soul contract by Lin Chen, the nine-tailed fox had gone to the mortal realm's Chaoga to lay plans controlling the kingdom of Chengtang. Now the red glow of the soul contract flickered unstably, its surface cracked on the verge of shattering completely. Within the soul contract, the nine-tailed fox's desperate cries for help came intermittently, each word filled with the terror and frailty of impending death. Husband. Chan sect's deputy leader Randang. Sealed the Chaoga palace with supreme innate treasures. Save. The voice abruptly cut off. The soul contract's light dimmed entirely, leaving only a faint connection holding on to its last breath. Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. An invisible killing intent surged from him into the heavens, shattering the cloud sea above into fragments. The killing game had commenced. Ronding, you have courted death. Sanxian Island before the white jade steps. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Deep within his spirit, the crimson soul contract began to flare and fade, without warning, its surface webbed with cracks. Lin Chen's gaze sank. He opened the spiritual eye at his brow. 12-hued chaotic divine light swirled in his pupils, his sight piercing 10,000 li of void and settling upon the capital Chaoga of the Great Shang. Above Chaoga, the human path imperial aura that should guard against all laws was being torn open by a mass of eerie green death chi. The chilling breath of the supreme innate treasure, the Lingjiao lantern, spread unchecked through the city. The Shanjiao's hand reaches too far. It courts death. Lin Chen's tone betrayed not the slightest ripple. His figure did not move. A thread of primordial Hunyuan origin rose from the heavenly spirit. 12 Pangu phantoms shimmered behind him and condensed into an independent Hunyuan avatar, which then strode into the void. In Chaoga, the doors and windows of Shoshin Palace were tightly shut. Even the fall of a needle could be heard. The entire hall was wrapped in a sea of deathly green annihilation fire. Randang Daoist floated with no dust beneath his feet, cradling the Lingjiao lantern, his face indifferent. The marble tiles beneath him had been scarred and pitted by the ghostly flames. The nine-tailed fox lay in her own pool of blood, her sumptuous skirt reduced to shreds, 3 of her 9 tails torn away. Her demonic power eroded under the annihilation fire. She gritted her teeth in silence, whispering Lin Chen's name in the depths of her soul. Randang lowered his lids, and his voice echoed through Shoshin Palace. Wretched beast. You have betrayed Nvua's decree and upended the ordained course of deification. Today I will use this annihilation flame to refine your true spirit. In the shadows, the jade Pipa spirit of the Xianyuan tomb and the 9-headed pheasant spirit trembled in the outer forest, while Shanjiao's planted agents in the court stood outside the hall with cruel, barely concealed smiles. To every onlooker, this anomalous fox who sought to escape heaven's mandate would surely be destroyed in body and spirit today. The ghost green flames converged into a vast net, lowering toward the 9-tailed fox's spirit platform. At the very moment the flames were about to touch her spirit platform, the space above Shoshin Palace split open. A hand woven of 12-hued chaotic laws reached through, its 5 fingers closed, and unerringly seized the mass of deathly green annihilation flame that boasted it could consume all things. With a slight flex, and without any sound, the ghost green fire rapidly disintegrated. The annihilation flame was ground into nothing by that great hand. The spatial rift widened and Lin Chen's Hunyuan avatar stepped out. He did not glance at the floating Randang. The moment his form settled beside the 9-tailed fox, he casually swept his sleeve, and a surging tide of providential immortal chi flowed into her body. Wounds that reached to the bone began to knit at blinding speed. The drained demonic chi refilled and grew more refined than ever, and the severed tails were reborn. Randang's eyelid twitched. The invisible oppression made his chest constrict, and he involuntarily retreated 100 zhang. The beasts and planted agents hiding in the dark were all frozen in place. They knew Chaoga was sheltered by the Imperial Dragon Dao aura, and that immortal and divine powers were restricted here, yet this black-robed man seemed entirely untouched by that human path fortune. Turmoil churned in Randang's heart. He recognized Lin Chen's aura, Not long ago this man had stood in the East Sea and hurled himself against Yuanshi Tianzhen's Panga banner, forcing back a host of immortals. The memory of that brutal force still made Randing's heart tremble. He dared not be careless and immediately produced a purple gold bowl as a shield. Lin Chen, this is the deification mandate ordained by the sages. You openly intervene. Are you not afraid of accruing karmic retribution and inviting Yuanshi Tianzhen's sacred punishment? Randing's rebuke rang severe in an attempt to cow him in the name of the sages. Lin Chen turned and contempt filled his gaze. Your master could not even handle the Panga banner. You a mangy stray dare to press a sage upon me. With those words Lin Chen moved. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger through the air. A pillar of gray light erupted. The real Lord-class executionary divine art he had grasped after breaking through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Great Thousand Annihilation. The purple gold bowl bloomed with blinding Buddha light, and immortal chi meeting the gray column Hedon. At their touch the array runes on the bowl's surface crumbled inch by inch, the treasure itself gave a mournful cry, and shattered golden dust drifting across the sky. The gray pillar's momentum was undiminished. It struck directly at the Yunxiao lantern in Randing's hand. The lantern trembled as the gray energy invaded its ghost green wick. After a dull cracking, the lantern's origin was wounded. Half its lights were extinguished, its brilliance vanished, and it fell toward the ground. Randing uttered a pained howl and spat a mouthful of primordial blood. His life treasure was injured. The Tao foundation of his early quasi-saint stage split, and the backlash racked his organs as if they were misaligned. He dared not speak another word. He did not even bother to retrieve the fallen Yunxiao lantern. Burning his essence, he tore open the void and fled in disgrace. Lin Chen did not pursue. A single avatar could not catch a quasi-saint determined to escape. Destroying half his Tao foundation was sufficient to cow lesser rogues. He withdrew his finger and looked to the nine-tailed fox. She still knelt, lifting her head. On that beautiful face mingled fanatic devotion and reverent fear. She had personally witnessed a power that towered above the rules of heaven. Lin Chen spoke no soothing words. He pressed his middle and index fingers together like a blade and touched the fox's brow. A cultivation method leading straight into the Hunyuan Tao, the human Tao imperial art, along with the concealing rule of a world pearl poured into her spirit sea. The avalanche of complex knowledge scourged her spirit, making her tremble all over. Lin Chen looked down, his words carrying an authority that brooked no refusal. A consort who sows chaos in the age of Tang. That is Nvua's death road for you. My followers do not live under a sage's whim. From this day forward I command you to subvert King Zhou from within and purge the hidden agents in the court. Master this human Tao imperial art and become the true empress behind the Yinxiang realm. The nine-tailed, in her understanding, the fate of demonkind had always been to be used as chess pieces by sages and discarded. What Lin Chen offered was instead a path to seize the might of heaven and man and wield imperial authority. Her chest heaved, the timidity and terror in her eyes dissolved, replaced by a flame called ambition. The nine-tailed fox bit her tongue, drew a drop of heartblood, and held it aloft to swear by her Tao heart. I will not fail what my lord entrusts me. I will bring the fortune of Yinxiang entirely under his hand. The human Tao imperial art began to flow through her. Her demonic chi was wholly transformed, and a magnificent imperial dignity radiated from her. Outside Shoshin Palace, above Chaoga City, the once flagging Xian bird Fortune suddenly gave a high clear cry that pierced the heavens. A vast phantom of the Xian bird congealed in the sea of clouds, its wings gilded with a dazzling sheen. Yinxiang's fortune not only reversed its decline, but erupted with a force 10 times its former zenith. Boundless human path Fortune leapt across the void, becoming motes of golden light that flew over the eastern sea, and all merged into the golden dragon of Fortune above Sanxian Island that belonged to the Jijiao fate. The Fortune dragon gave out a long cry, its body swelled once more, scales flashing with splendor. From that moment on, the fortunes of Jijiao and the Great Shang were entwined, no longer separate. The primordial land trembled. Many great recluses, closing themselves in famed mountains and rivers, at that same instant opened their eyes. They sensed the disturbance in the human Emperor Fortune, and each wore an expression of astonishment. Heavenly mechanisms fell into chaos. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Nvua Palace, Nvua sat composed on her throne, her gaze fixed upon the celestial mirror before her. The mirror reflected Chaoga bathed in 10,000 rays of gold. The human fortune that should have collapsed because of the nine-tailed fox's rebellion was now strangely stabilized, closing off any chance for Nvua to intervene. Nvua's eyes grew cold, and her right hand tightened without thought. The white jade immortal cup in her grasp shattered into fine dust. Chaoga City, deep within the imperial palace. In King Zhou's bedchamber the light was dim. As Yinxiang's fortune surged, the king who lay upon the dragon couch stiffened and sat up. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any spark of the living. At the center of his brow a faint, nearly invisible black, demonic chi quietly manifested. Though slight, it had been refined to an extreme concentration. This demonic chi belonged to no category of man, demon, immortal, or god. Even the laws of heaven recoiled from it with aversion and fear. On Sanxian Island deep within the world Pearl, Lin Chen's true self sat amidst the primordial chaos, his fingertips stirring the river of time. Within the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, the first wave of divine momentum from the divine calamity had already manifested. The heavenly mechanism compass spun rapidly, a brilliant red light shooting directly towards the shores of the East Sea, coming to rest above the three characters Chintang Pass. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through a million miles of void. He saw an avatar of the Supreme One Tai hovering above Chintang Pass, an impatient expression betraying an underlying naked greed. Not long ago in the Battle of the East Sea, Lin Chen had shattered Guang Chengzi's three flowers with bare hands, nearly collapsing Tai Yi's Dao foundation in the process. Tai Yi was deeply fearful of the impending calamity, which drove him to desperately plot the descent of the Spirit Pearl, seeking to take it as his disciple, in order to use this life to shield himself from the divine calamity. I shall take all the fortunes of the three generations of the Chan sect. Lin Chen's voice bore no warmth, each word laced with an unyielding determination. Without moving, an avatar containing the 12 colors of primordial chaos emerged from the void. The side hall's door opened, and Yunxiao, who had just solidified her initial stage of Quasi Saint after slaying the good corpse, stepped forward. Her gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with admiration and soaring battle intent, nearly spilling from her eyes. Husband, there's movement from the East Sea. The dogs of the Chan sect are stretching their claws again. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Yunxiao's waist. Let's go to Chintang Pass. I will show them the face of the Yushu Palace. The two tore through the void, descending upon Chintang Pass in an overtly conspicuous manner. At Chintang Pass, the residence of the general. Madame Yin had been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months, and today she was finally in labor. The sounds of suppressed cries echoed from the delivery room, while the servants outside were in a frenzy. Above the Li residence, amidst the depths of the clouds, Tai Yi's avatar sat upon a golden lotus. He formed seals with his hands, invoking the secret arts of Yushu. A cascade of golden Yushu celestial light descended from the heavens, weaving into an impenetrable web of karmic connections above the delivery room. This light net was anything but a blessing. Tai Yi was attempting to forcibly wash away the innate hostility carried by the Spirit Pearl, aiming to imprint an absolute obedience to the Chan sect deep within the fetus spiritual platform. A grand celestial phenomenon illuminated half the city. The Yushu celestial light solidified into tangible chains piercing through the ceiling of the delivery room inch by inch. Li Jing stood in the courtyard fully armored, and upon witnessing the celestial being descending with auspicious signs, he was so moved that he knelt on both knees, repeatedly bowing. Li Jing thanks the celestial being for blessing my son. The servants and guards in the courtyard followed suit, prostrating and crying out for the compassion of the celestial beings. The avatar of Tai Yi above the clouds curled his lips into a cold, disdainful arc. As long as the imprint was established, the Spirit Pearl would become Tai Yi's exclusive meat shield against calamity, securing the overall situation. Just as the Yushu chains were about to pierce into the essence of the Spirit Pearl, in the skies above, a light, disdainful snort echoed, shaking the clouds. Lin Chen's avatar hid within higher layers of clouds, his index finger slightly bending as he flicked downwards. A wisp of gray chaos energy shot forth, plummeting straight down. The moment the chaos energy touched the Yushu karmic web, the indestructible Yushu celestial light emitted a mournful wail, disintegrating inch by inch into countless motes of light. A violent red light surged from the delivery room. The essence of the Spirit Pearl broke free from its restraints, and under the influence of Lin Chen's chaotic energy, it exhibited the most violent rejection of Tai Yi's lingering aura. The expression of Tai Yi's avatar instantly turned ashen, the strands of his whisk breaking one by one. In a mix of anger and fear, he desperately urged his magical power downwards to suppress it, only to discover that his Yushu celestial energy had collided with an invisible barrier in midair, unable to advance even an inch. The golden clouds above Chintang Pass were forcibly torn apart by the swirling red malevolent energy of the Spirit Pearl. Li Jing sensed the oppressive feeling above his head dissipate and looked up in astonishment. The originally majestic celestial auspices had become chaotic. The celestial being above the clouds was flustered, hurriedly forming seals. The surrounding vice-generals and common folk kneeling exchanged whispers, their faces filled with confusion. How can this celestial being not even suppress an unborn fetus? This auspicious sign doesn't seem effective at all. The time had come. Lin Chen, holding Yunxiao, tore apart the clouds and forcefully descended upon the Li residence. Upon seeing the visage of the newcomer, Tai Yi's avatar was horrified, his eyes nearly bulging as he turned to tear open the space to escape. Old thief, die! Yunxiao shouted sharply. She did not use her full strength, merely forming seals with one hand. The supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors, which Lin Chen reshaped with primordial essence, had already shot out. They were two dark golden azure dragons entwined with chaotic laws. The azure dragons roared, intertwining and strangling. The protective golden lotus avatar, surrounding Tai Yi's avatar, shattered instantly. In an instant Lin Chen crossed 1,000 zhang, gripping the void with one hand. A giant hand formed from chaotic energy appeared out of nowhere, firmly grasping Tai Yi's avatar by the neck, lifting him from the air akin to holding a dead dog. Tai Yi's avatar flailed helplessly, his face turning purple as he could not produce a sound from his throat. Lin Chen gazed down at the dazed Li Jing, utilizing the Hunyuan Dao sound. The voice contained the laws of heaven, resonating not only through Qintang Pass, but also spreading across the entire East Sea. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect are merely charlatans, deceiving the world. Li Jing looked closely. He continued, this old dog pretends to teach and pass on the Dao, but truly seeks to make this child his shield against calamity among the 12 golden immortals. Once the great calamity descends, your unborn son will be pushed out by him to face death. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to Tai Yi's avatar, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. With a cowardly waist like you, do you even qualify to be a teacher? Li Jing felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, staring up at Lin Chen's disheveled celestial avatar. Lin Chen's Dao sound penetrated his soul, leaving him with no room for doubt. The entire Li residence fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Immediately Qintang Pass erupted in a furious uproar and outrage. The faith of the common folk was shattered in that moment. Hidden in the shadows at the edge of the East Sea, Dragon Clan spies crouched behind dark reefs, sweat soaking their scales. That star of the Jie sect had openly torn away the veil of the Chan sect's golden immortal before the world. Lin Chen. Tai Yi's avatar squeezed out fragmented syllables from his throat. Lin Chen's fingers tightened, power surging from his palm. Snap! The limbs and meridians of Tai Yi's avatar were completely severed by the Hunyuan magical power. Lin Chen casually flung him towards the blue brick ground of the Li residence, his movements filled with the nonchalance of discarding trash. The blue bricks shattered into pieces and Tai Yi's avatar sank deeply into the pit, now rendered a mere cripple. Lin Chen turned away, ignoring the commotion below, his gaze piercing through the tiles, locking onto the frantically pulsating red spirit pearl within the delivery room. He smiled, the smile filled with the determination of a conqueror. He flicked his finger. A drop of domineering and unparalleled chaotic divine magical essence pierced through the air, directly shooting into the delivery room, merging with the spirit pearl's spiritual platform. The pulsation of the red spirit pearl abruptly halted. What surged forth from the delivery room was no longer the previous pure chi of the Dao. The red light was quickly devoured by grayness in a distortion, ultimately transforming into a chaotic demonic aura intertwined with dark red and gray. The fluctuations of the laws spread outward from Qintang Pass. Far away within the Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, the remaining golden immortals were pale and horrified. Guang Qingzi stared at the heavenly mechanism plate before him, where the fate star of the spirit pearl had completely detached from the star tracks of Yushu Palace, becoming utterly dark. The spirit pearl had broken free from the grasp of the Chan sect. Boom. The roof of the Li residence's delivery room was blown off by a surge of violent power. The glazed tiles shattered into dust. A particularly loud cry echoed throughout the city. A flesh ball enwrapped in chaotic demonic energy and exuding a metallic sheen shot up into the sky with overwhelming force. The flesh ball swiftly expanded in midair, transforming into a child resembling 3 or 4 years old. He wore a dark golden variant of the Qinquan ring around his neck, and his eyes lacked the clarity of celestial beings, filled only with the arrogance of a chaotic demon. The demonic child Neza ignored his biological father Li Jing below. Following the call of his origin, he steadied himself in midair and directly rushed to Lin Chen's feet. The overwhelming demonic aura instantly retracted. Neza, using all fours, playfully and affectionately circled around Lin Chen's legs, looking up at him with a grin, venerating the supreme king who granted him new life. Li Jing and his wife supported each other as they emerged from the ruins. Seeing this terrifying yet obedient child towards Lin Chen, Li Jing's legs turned to jelly. He immediately knelt down, heavily bowing to Lin Chen in the sky, his gaze filled with profound reverence. Below the ground, Tai Yi's remaining fragments of consciousness shrank within the dirt. He looked up at the mutated spirit pearl in the sky, its aura instilling despair within him, his Dao heart shattered. In a panic, he crushed the transmission jade slip hidden in his sea of consciousness. Master, save me. The spirit pearl has turned into a monster. Lin Chen is a madman. The faint light from the broken jade slip had just dissipated into the earth. The surface of the East Sea outside Qintang Pass was forcibly ripped open by a massive Force 9 water columns over 10,000 zhang, high, shooting into the sky. A colossal shadow of a dragon clan emerged from the deep sea, overshadowing the sun. Those two enormous dragon eyes were blood red, filled with murderous intent, crossing the coastline and locking onto the newborn demonic child standing at Lin Chen's feet. The sea of clouds stirred and 9 towering water columns rose from the sea surface, interweaving into a massive crystalline chain that completely sealed off the sky above Qintang Pass. In the sky, the tsunami hung suspended. That dark body of water was an abyss inverted in the firmament, ready to swallow everything below at any moment. The Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Guang donned in golden armor adorned with 9 dragons led an army of 100,000 aquatic beings through the waves. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals filled the clouds, their weapons reflecting a cold light, weaving an aura of murderous intent that made the air feel heavy. Li Jing weakened in his legs and collapsed to the ground, the cries of hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city muffled by the damp air, leaving only desperate sobs. Faced with the Dragon Clan formation capable of toppling heaven and earth, the life of a mortal was as light as dust. Ao Guang looked down from above, his blood-red dragon eyes piercing through the clouds, firmly locking onto the child below, ensnared by demonic energy. Lin Chen, do you dare defy the heavens? Ao Guang's roar carried the force of thunder, shaking the city walls and causing earth and stone to crumble. This child bears chaotic, demonic energy, a scourge that disrupts the 4 seas. Immediately hand him over for execution. Otherwise this king will flood Chintang Pass today, burying this entire city of mortals with him. In the depths of the clouds, countless lightning bolts were frantically gathering, the destructive pressure reaching its peak. Father, why waste words with him? A silver light pierced through the clouds as the Dragon King's third son Ao Bing, clad in bright silver armor, leaped out from the military formation wielding a halberd. He pointed the tip of his spear at Neza, who was playfully hugging Lin Chen's leg, his face displaying unabashed disdain and arrogant scourge. Get over here and die. Today this prince will impale you on my halberd and light the heavenly lantern for 300 years. The overwhelming dragon might descended, and Li Jing closed his eyes in despair. The spies of various forces hidden among the reefs shook their heads. That Jie scourge Lin Chen is indeed formidable, but facing him is the entire strength of the East Sea. Involving the karma of hundreds of thousands of mortals, the heavenly way will surely impose punishment. Lin Chen will likely have to lower his head and hand over that demon spawn to quell the Dragon Clan's wrath. The city fell into a dead silence, the cries ceased, and all gazes converged on the man in the black robe. Lin Chen did not even lift his eyelids. He looked down at Neza at his feet, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. A few longworms dared to bark. He raised his hand, casually brushing his fingertips, effortlessly erasing the final binding law that concealed. Lin Chen reached out to ruffle Neza's hair, tied up in a top knot, his tone flat, yet exuding a domineering disdain for the world. Go. Here as you wish. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Neza suddenly looked up. The innocent and clear gaze from a moment ago was instantly engulfed by a thick crimson fury. Roar. A sound that no human infant could emit tore through the sky. A chaotic, demonic energy, dark red and gray, surged from his body, forming a tangible pillar of demonic energy that shot straight into the heavens. The violent airwave even scattered the divine thunder brewing in the skies. Ao Bing's sneer froze. The formation of the 100,000 aquatic army stirred. The frontline shrimp soldiers and crab generals trembled under the ancient fierce divine pressure, their legs shaking uncontrollably, barely able to hold onto their weapons. This is a newborn infant. Ao Guang's eyes reflected horror, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Before the Dragon Clan could react, Neza had already stomped heavily on the ground. Accompanied by a loud bang, the blue brick ground of Chintang Pass collapsed into a giant pit 100 feet deep, while Neza's figure transformed into a dark red afterimage, soaring into the dragon army. Ao Bing was taken aback, immediately channeling all his magical power, the halberd spinning and creating towering waves striking directly at Neza's face. Neza did not dodge at all, nor did he use any magical treasures. He extended his tender little hand, glimmering with dark golden light, and grasped the edge of the halberd. The violent water magic of the East Sea wildly cut at his palm, but it left not a single mark. Before Ao Bing, who was horrified, Neza grinned, revealing sharp little tiger teeth, and with a twist of his right hand. A sound like cracking bones echoed. This treasure of the Dragon Palace, forged from ancient sea iron, was actually broken by him with bare hands. What? Ao Bing's heart sank, and he turned to flee. Neza, however, did not give him the chance, delivering a solid punch directly to Ao Bing's chest. Chaotic, demonic energy burst forth from the punch. Ao Bing did not even have time to scream. His ribcage shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, instantly returning to his true form as a 10,000-foot white dragon. The massive body of the white dragon lost control and fell from the clouds, crashing heavily onto the shallow beach outside Chintang Pass, stirring up towering waves of mud. Neza followed closely, descending from the sky and stepping on the massive head of the white dragon. He plunged both hands into the reverse scales of the white dragon's back, and with a sound that could make one's scalp tingle, he pulled out a dragon tendon shimmering with silver light from the dragon's body. Dragon blood gushed forth. Finger. Ao Guang, on the clouds, his eyes nearly bloodshot, let out a sorrowful cry that echoed across the heavens and seas. The 100,000 aquatic army witnessing this grim scene felt their hearts chill, and their Dao hearts crumbled in an instant. The mighty beings secretly observing were equally shaken. Just born, and tearing apart a magical treasure, one punching the true dragon's third prince. This is not the birth of a spiritual pearl, clearly it is the emergence of a formidable divine being. Ao Guang had gone mad, his eyes nearly bleeding, desperately urging the formation kill him. Flood Chintang Pass. Kill him for me. The towering tsunami suspended in the sky responded and collapsed, that destructive body of water tipping over toward Neza and Chintang Pass below. Presumptuous. A detached Dao voice rang out, delivering a heavy blow to every dragon's soul. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even moving a step. He pressed down with one hand. A low resonant hum spread out. The power of the world pearl descended, tightening the entire space of the East Sea with an invisible hand. The tsunami that was about to pour down bizarrely halted in midair for a moment, then roared back up in a trajectory that defied the laws of the primordial world. The rebounding giant waves crashed into the formation of the 100,000 aquatic army. The clouds shattered, the crystalline chains broke apart, and the elite of the dragon clan were smashed to pieces amidst their heart-wrenching screams, all tumbling into the sea. Lin Chen's gaze held no warmth as it swept over the barely surviving Ao Guang, his voice echoing across the seas and lands. He is my Jiejiao's first vanguard. Anyone who dares harm my son, I will flatten the East Sea and drain the waters of the four seas. Ao Guang spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, not daring to utter another threat, staggering as he plunged into the deep sea. The pride of the dragon clan was crushed by Lin Chen's hand. Outside Chintang Pass, Ao Bing's dragon blood flowed into a stream, staining large areas of scorched earth red. Nezha's ferocity, along with the news of the East Sea's defeat, spread wildly through the water veins to the entire primordial world. However, no one noticed that the scalding dragon blood seeped into the deep ground through the cracks in the soil, just in time to nourish a faintly visible remnant soul. That was the remnant soul fragment of Tai Yizhenren. The heavy malice in the dragon blood and the remaining jade pure immortal method began a strange fusion underground. Oh, Lin Chen, Scourge, the remnant soul of Tai, he let out an extremely resentful shriek. His originally pure jade pure energy was polluted by dragon blood, twisted into a dark green and bloody red causal bloodline. The bloodline shot forth. This strange bloodline forcibly broke through the barrier of the East Sea's laws, darting toward Kunlun Mountain 1,000,000 miles away at an indistinguishable speed. 1,000,000 miles away at the Yunxiao Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign resting amidst the 9 layers of clouds opened his holy eyes. The source of jade pure was actually tainted by the filthy dragon blood and chaotic demonic energy, igniting a sense of humiliation from the Tao that instantly kindled the wrath of the saint. On the 3 treasures jade rui held by the primordial heavenly sovereign, tiny cracks erupted, exuding a killing intent that froze time and space. The accumulated snow within 100,000 miles of Kunlun Mountain vanished under this killing intent. The anomaly runs rampant. It must be eradicated. A decree from the Yunxiao Palace drifted out, radiant and blinding, its power surpassing the limits of Deluo. This decree carried the heavenly ways, world-destroying laws, disregarding the distance of space, bearing the supreme pressure to annihilate all and crush down toward the skies above Chintang Pass. Above the horizon, purple-gold lightning of the laws interwove into a net, completely sealing off the vast void of Chintang Pass for 1,000,000 miles. That jade-clear decree of the celestial law bore the weight of heaven's wrath, inch by inch descending. The East Sea, which had just regained sunlight due to the dragon clan's defeat, was suddenly engulfed in monstrous waves, thunder rumbling, and the void collapsing inch by inch. Inside Chintang Pass, Li Jing and hundreds of thousands of citizens had just breathed a sigh of relief when the overwhelming pressure belonging to the saints descended, indiscriminately crushing every living being in the city. Li Jing could not bear the weight of that pressure, collapsing directly into the shattered bricks, his forehead pressed to the ground. Even the rising and falling of his chest ceased. Despair took root in the hearts of everyone in the city, rapidly spreading. Faced with this supreme power above all living beings, mortals could not even conjure thoughts of fear, leaving only a numb void. On the sea 10,000 miles away, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, in a panicked flight, felt a slight dislocation in his neck and forcefully turned his head. He recognized that jade-clear celestial light. The celestial master has made a move. Ao Guang's eyes burst with a mix of joy and resentment, his already shattered Tao heart rekindled, and he laughed wildly towards the sky. Lin Chen, you, a chaotic anomaly defying the heavenly order, really think no one in the wilderness can handle you? Once the saint's decree is issued, both you and that little bastard will be utterly annihilated. Without hesitation, Ao Guang bit through his tongue, disregarding everything, to spout 3 mouthfuls of his life essence, blood rapidly forming seals with his hands. The dragon blood burned in midair, transforming into ancient and obscure symbols, sinking into the deepest part of the East Sea. Ancient 4 seas dragon formation. Rise. From the depths of the East Seas, I came, a thunderous roar that shook the ages as a Tongtian phantasm of an ancient dragon formed from countless ancient dragon corpses, and the essence of water veins roared forth from the sea, shooting straight into the heavens. With the saint's world-destroying decree above and the Tongtian ancient dragon below, this dual annihilation situation cut off all escape routes for Lin Chen and Neza. The various powerful beings hiding in the reef's clouds and depths of the void stirred with intense fluctuation. Inside the heavenly palace's Lingxiao Hall, Haoyan peered at the scene through the Haoyan mirror, his brow furrowing. The saints have truly unleashed their fury combined with the ancient foundation of the Dragon Clan. No matter how exceptional Lin Chen's talent is, he will taste bitterness at Shintang Pass today. In the depths of the Blood Sea, old ancestor Mingi sneered repeatedly, a tree that stands out from the forest will be blown down by the wind. This disciple of the Jia sect is ultimately too arrogant. All powerful beings watching shook their heads, seeing this as an inevitable death trap. Faced with the earth-shattering dual pressure, the demon child, Neza's chaotic, demonic energy, surged wildly. His eyes turned crimson, and he let out a beast-like roar from his throat, exerting strength in his legs, determined to charge toward that decree of the saint. Just as Neza soared into the air, a slender hand casually landed on his soaring hair. The wildly violent, chaotic, demonic power quietly dissipated under this hand, and Neza was pressed back down, looking up with a hint of grievance. Lin Chen did not look at him, merely standing with his hands behind his back, indifferently raising his gaze to stare at the imposing jade-clear decree in the sky. The corners of his lips curled, revealing a bloodthirsty line. As his voice emerged, it seemed to chill the surrounding air. A piece of waste paper dares to claim the Tao in front of me. As his voice fell, the long-suppressed aura of the primordial golden immortal within Lin Chen was unleashed without reserve. At that moment, the time and space of the entire East Sea came to a complete halt. Lin Chen remained still, merely raising his right hand, fingers splayed, reaching out towards the sky. The void shattered in response, and a massive hand of chaos, entirely gray, condensed out of thin air, ignoring the repulsion of the jade-clear laws and the bombardment of the heavenly thunder, directly grasping that radiant jade-clear decree with an unreasonable ferocity. The majesty of Kunlun Mountain appeared fragile and vulnerable before this gray giant hand. Shatter. Lin Chen whispered a single word. The chaotic giant hand unhesitatingly closed. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, that decree, carrying the will of the primordial heavenly sovereign, was crushed into a cloud of flying ash. The purple-gold lightning of the laws vanished, and the overwhelming pressure that had weighed down on the hearts of hundreds of thousands of citizens at Shintang Pass was swept clean. The hidden powerful beings in the wilderness fell into a speechless silence. After a brief pause, a series of horrified gasps erupted from the depths of the void. To crush the saint's decree with bare hands. This is not power that a Kwasa saint should possess. Just where has he reached? In the heavenly palace, Hao Yin stood up abruptly, knocking over the glass cup on the imperial table, his eyes filled with shock. After shattering the decree, Lin Chen showed no signs of disturbance on his face, lowering his eyelids, his gaze sweeping towards the 10th Sanshang ancient dragon phantasm that was roaring towards him. Ao Guang's wild laughter froze on his face, and all that remained in his eyes was that gray giant hand and the shattered majesty of the saint. Lin Chen turned his hand over and pressed down. The power of the World Pearl's master suppressed downward, compressing the 10th Sandmile void into an invisible barrier, heavily striking down on the back of the ancient dragon. A shattering sound that rendered all things deaf echoed through the skies, and the ancient Four Seas Great Formation, said to be able to rival the peak of the Great Luo, collapsed inch by inch upon contact with this overwhelming force. The 10th Sanshang ancient dragon phantasm let out a mournful wail, its massive body heavily pressed down onto the sea surface, unable to move. With this pile of rotten bones, do you think you can bare your fangs at me? Lin Chen sneered coldly, his right hand forming a sword, with his fingers a gray, chaotic sword light tearing through the skies, piercing deep into the spine of the ancient dragon phantasm. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled upward. A mournful cry that pierced the heavens erupted from the formation's core. A dragon tendon, emitting dark, chaotic energy stretching tens of thousands of zhang long, was forcibly pulled from the heart of the ancient dragon formation by Lin Chen. The formation immediately collapsed, seawater gushing back into the sea, stirring up towering waves. Lin Chen, holding that dragon tendon dripping with pure chaotic essence, stepped through the void, a deity dominating life and death in this realm. He looked down at Ao Guang, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices due to the backlash of the formation and the 10,000 remaining aquatic army, his voice devoid of warmth resonating across the 4 seas. Either issue a great vow of submission to the Jia sect, or today the dragon clan of the 4 seas shall be erased from existence. The sea wind howled. All was silent. Ao Guang trembled. All over the pride of the dragon clan that had sustained him for 10,000 years was utterly crushed to dust before Lin Chen's overwhelming power. Even the saint's decree was crushed by the other, as if it were waste paper. What could a mere dragon king contend with? Ao Guang's knees buckled, collapsing onto the sea surface. He lowered his proud head, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Little dragon Ao Guang is willing to lead the dragon clan of the 4 seas to submit to the Jia sect. Should I violate this vow, may the heavens punish me and the water veins of the 4 seas dry up and perish. Behind him, the 10,000 remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with the dragon descendants, knelt one after another, their wailing forming a chorus that echoed through the sky. We are willing to submit to the Jia sect. The great Tao responded, and the blood-red chains of the vow formed, embedding themselves into the brows of all the dragon clan. The void witnessed, and the powerful beings fell silent. With the falling of the great vow, brilliant golden light burst forth from the depths of the four seas, representing the grand water vein fortune of the four seas, forcibly torn from the foundations of the heavenly palace, and the Jia sect transforming into four robust golden fortune dragons roaring as they broke through the clouds, racing towards the direction of the three immortal islands. The fortune golden dragons above the Jia sect let out an excited dragon roar, opening their mouths to swallow the four water vein fortune dragons, their bodies swelling once more. Lin Chen had uprooted the plans of the heavenly palace and the Jia sect regarding the four seas, leaving them utterly empty-handed. With a cold snort, Lin Chen casually tossed the tens of thousands of Zhang Long chaotic ancient dragon tendon in his hand to Neza at his feet. Here, play with it. Neza's eyes lit up, making a joyful screech as he grabbed the chaotic dragon tendon containing the ancient dragon's essence and forced it back into the original Mingtian Ling in just a few motions. The dark gold and blood-red light intertwined the supreme treasure, transformed once more, and the fierce flames on the demon child burned intensely, scorching the surrounding space as his aura abruptly climbed to another level. The news of intercepting the dragon clan and forcibly extracting the ancient dragon's fortune was itself a storm sweeping through the entire wilderness world. 33 heavens away in Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, sitting quietly on the 9-layer cloud bed, the primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes suddenly opened wide. He sensed the wisp of his saintly consciousness attached to the decree being brutally crushed. At the same time, the web of fortune that the Jia sect had laid for 10,000 years in the four seas collapsed. The last trace of the primordial spirit imprint buried deep underground by Tai Zhenren was also extinguished. The lofty visage of the saint finally twisted with extreme humiliation and rage. A drop of blood containing boundless killing intent and jade-clear celestial energy spilled from his palm, falling onto the jade-clear mat. Time and space quietly vanished under this drop of saint blood. The primordial heavenly sovereign stood up, terrifying saintly might, causing all the golden immortals of the Jia sect in the Yushu palace to kneel in unison, trembling. His gaze pierced through the endless chaos, directly targeting the three immortal islands in the East Sea, his voice carrying enough killing intent to freeze the great Tao Lin Chen. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall activate the 10,000 immortals array in advance, letting you witness what true saintly wrath is. On the scorched earth of Qintang Pass, the scent of blood had yet to dissipate. Neza sat cross-legged among the rubble, diligently kneading the dragon tendons of the recently slain Wanzhong Yelong with his small mud-stained hands. The dark golden Hunyuan Ling wrapped around his waist, humming contentedly in response to its owner's movements. Lin Chen's avatar stood nearby, not lowering his gaze to witness this tender scene. His eyes radiating with a chaotic 12-colored halo narrowed as his sight pierced through the rolling East Sea, directly targeting the Kunlun mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away. The surrounding air suddenly grew heavy, and the wind fell silent. A killing intent that even the rules of the heavenly Tao trembled at surged through the void, ruthlessly pressing down upon the shores of the East Sea. Without warning, the dome of the East Sea shattered, cracks spreading like a glass breaking apart. The thunderclouds that had just dissipated due to the command quickly succumbed to a thicker aura of heavenly Tao's purple qi. What churned was not an ordinary thunder punishment, but rather a manifestation of the primordial power of the Saint of Yuqing. The purple qi surged, dyeing the vast emptiness above Qintang Pass into a dead silence. Anomalies run rampant. They must be punished. A grand voice penetrated time and space. There was no anger in that voice, no fluctuation, only the cold indifference of one who governs all life and death. The primordial heavenly sovereign had acted. He brazenly defied the ironclad rule set by Hongjuan, forbidding saints from intervening, and forcefully unleashed a killing tribulation. In the depths of the abyss, purple qi gathered. A gigantic saintly hand towering at 100,000 zhang boldly reached out. The lines of its palm intertwined, each groove flowing with the rushing light of the laws of the starry river. The giant hand bore the might to completely erase Qintang Pass and all living beings in the vicinity, pressing down slowly, yet irresistibly. Ao Guang, who had just vowed allegiance to the great Tao, raised his dragon head in terror. Under that pressure, his massive dragon body lay prostrate on the sea surface, its scales trembling uncontrollably. The saint is here. My life is over. Ao Guang howled in despair, large patches of dragon scales falling away. Within Qintang Pass, hundreds of thousands of common folk could not even muster a cry of despair. Their souls were pulled away by that pressure, collapsing to the ground, their hearts having ceased to beat. In the depths of the void, numerous powerful beings observing from the shadows shook their heads. The primordial has ignited true fire. The avatar is ultimately just an avatar. Lin Chen has overstepped this time. If his true self does not emerge, he cannot withstand even a fraction of the residual force from that giant hand. Even if his true self appears, what then? Without becoming a saint, he remains an ant. The giant hand pressed down and space crumbled inch by inch. Neza beside the avatar suddenly stood up, the chaotic demonic energy once again surging forth from within him. He bared his small tiger teeth, his legs bent, preparing to soar towards that giant hand. A warm hand pressed down on his head. What's the hurry? Watch closely, this is the true order. As the voice sounded, a force violently tore through the void behind the avatar, revealing a crack. Lin Chen's true self stepped out from Santian Island. The two figures overlapped and instantaneously fused perfectly. 12 colors of chaotic divine light rolled out from Lin Chen's body, soaring upwards, shaking the universe. The raging blood energy of the Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian coalesced into a substantial chaotic light shield rising towards the heavens. The 100,000 Zhang purple chi giant hand violently collided with that chaotic light shield. Heaven and earth fell silent, and the wilderness trembled. Yet that giant hand capable of crushing the myriad worlds was forcibly halted in midair, unable to advance even an inch. At this moment, Lin Chen's overwhelming pressure, completely detached from the control of the heavenly Tao, transcended the laws and emanated without reservation. In the heavenly court, at the Yunxiao treasure palace, the Emperor Haoyan suddenly rose, exerting force with his right hand, causing the white jade imperial table beneath him to shatter into dust. His gaze was fixated on the silhouette in the Haoyan mirror that withstood the giant hand of the saint, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. In the depths of the sea of blood, Ancestor Mingi stood up in shock, overturning the blood-colored lotus platform before him. His gaze was intensely fixed on the water mirror, his sharp voice tearing through the silence of the sea of blood. This aura is by no means that of a peak quasi saint. Could it be that he has achieved a physical saintly form? Outside the 33 heavens, the consciousness of Nuwa and Taishang Laojun simultaneously fluctuated violently, filled with disbelief and horror. Above Chintang Pass, Lin Chen looked up, gazing at the giant purple chi hand that obscured the sky, a proud cold smile spreading across his lips. Old dog, do you really think that a saint is invincible? He raised his right hand, the phantom of the world pearl spinning rapidly in his palm, emitting a series of clear chimes. A strand of condensed gray primordial airflow swirled around his fingertips. This airflow was weak, yet carried a terrifying weight that could reduce the surrounding space to nothingness. A domain master-level killing technique, great destruction of all. Lin Chen formed his fingers into a sword, casually pointing towards the massive palm above. A gray light beam shot forth from his fingertips, silent and unseen. There was no deafening sound, only the absolute erasure from a higher dimension to a lower one. The gray light beam surged upwards, piercing like a blade into the palm of the purple chi giant hand. At the moment of contact, that invincible power of the saint immediately dissolved like ice and snow meeting boiling water. The 100,000 Zhang purple chi giant hand crumbled inch by inch, disintegrating into a rain of purple light, the speed of its demise clearly visible. This is impossible. From the end of the void came the panicked exclamation of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The residual might of the gray light beam continued unabated, piercing through the barriers of the heavenly Taoist laws. In the void above the East Sea, a dark void stretching 1,000,000 miles with edges as smooth as a mirror was left behind. This void severed the healing of the heavenly Taoist laws, leaving a significant chunk missing from the heavens of the wilderness. At the end of time and space, a clear sound of painful groaning emerged. Several drops of dazzling golden blood from the saint dripped through the fissures in the void, crashing down into the East Sea and creating towering waves. The primordial heavenly sovereign had spilled blood. All the divine beings were rendered speechless, and the mighty beings of the wilderness were stunned, unable to think for a moment. Piercing through the saint's killing attack with a single hand, and even making the exalted saint spit blood, the might of this single finger had unleashed a violent storm that swept through the wilderness. At Kunlun Mountain in the Yushu Palace, the remaining golden immortals watched in shock as the saint's blood seeped from their master's palm, their Tao hearts shattering completely. They collapsed to the ground, trembling. That invincible master actually suffered a setback in a direct confrontation. East Sea, Santian Island. The disciples of the Jie sect surged with excitement. Zhao Gongming laughed maniacally at the sky, while Bixiao and Qiangxiu's eyes were filled with fervor and obsession. That silhouette of a single hand holding up the heavens became an indelible faith in their hearts. Above the Yushu Palace, the clouds that had been dispersed due to the primordial's intervention began to gather once more. This time it was dark calamity clouds. Rolling purple thunder roared within the clouds, firmly locking onto the Yushu Palace. The heavenly Tao retaliates. The primordial heavenly sovereign forcibly violated the iron rule of Hongjuan, and having already stained himself with cause and effect, not only did he fail to kill his enemy, but his law was also shattered, leading the heavenly Taoist rules to unhesitatingly unleash punishment. Thick purple thunder crashed down mercilessly onto the protective mountain formation of the Yushu Palace, shaking this ancient, immortal mountain violently. Lin Chen. The enraged roar of the primordial heavenly sovereign echoed through Kunlun Mountain, but he could only retreat to his dojo, fully exerting himself to withstand the heavenly Taoist thunder punishment. Truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. His authority swept away. The sky above Chintang Pass returned to clarity. Sunlight streamed through the million-mile void. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back in midair, the gray chaotic airflow swirling around him, exuding an indescribable imperial majesty. Neza bounced excitedly at his feet, waving the dragon tendons he held like a rattle. However, beyond this world-shocking uproar in the depths of the isolated, eternally silent Yunxiao Palace, 33 heavens away, the Hongjun Dao ancestor who had tightly shut his eyes suddenly opened them. His gaze did not fall upon the plight of the Yushu Palace or the arrogance of Chintang Pass. He merely looked down at the heavenly Dao treasure floating before him, the Zhao Hua jade dish. The Hongjun Dao ancestor who had tightly shut his eyes suddenly opened them. His gaze did not fall upon the plight of the Yushu Palace or the arrogance of Chintang Pass. He merely looked down. For the first time, deep-seated wariness surfaced in the eternally calm eyes of Hongjun. He understood that Lin Chen's power had completely broken free from the control of the great wheel of the wilderness. The Dao ancestor raised his thin, withered finger slowly. An invisible secret decree bypassed the Kunlun mountain, which was currently being struck by lightning, and quietly drifted towards the western bliss world. Sunlight streamed through the rift in the sky, dispelling the gloom that had hung over Chintang Pass. The suffocating violet giant hand had dissipated, and the laws of heaven slowly writhed at the edge of the million-mile void, attempting to mend the colossal rift that pierced the firmament. Lin Chen stood high in the sky, the 12-colored chaotic divine radiance around him gradually receding, all of it absorbed into his body. He lowered his eyelids slightly, and casually flicked away the spatial dust clinging to his sleeves, his composed demeanor utterly unlike that of someone who had just endured a world-shaking battle. Beneath his feet lay a stretch of scorched earth. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Chintang Pass looked up at the dark figure. Within the vast city, only the sound of hearts beating in the aftermath of survival could be heard. In their eyes, that figure had transcended the realm of immortals, a supreme deity who could challenge the heavens with a... Amidst the ruins, Neza sat cross-legged on a pile of rubble, his small grime-covered hands vigorously shaking the 10-foot-long sinew of the ancient calamity dragon. The dark gold, demonic red, armillary sash coiled around his waist, humming with delight. Lin Chen's gaze fell below, and his brow furrowed slightly. He raised his right hand and curled his fingers. From the depths of the void, several metal fragments, stained with dark blood, flew through the air, hovering before him. These were the remnants of the supreme-grade treasures left after Tai Junren was crushed by his bare hands. Since I've taken you, and I must give you a suitable toy. Lin Chen rubbed the fragments between his fingers, preparing to forge them on the spot. But deep within the dim treasure, shards of blinding jade, pure immortal light, flared without warning. The lingering resentment of Tai Junren intertwined violently with the sage laws imprinted by Yuanshi Tianzuan in the core of the treasures, frantically stirring the world's forces of repulsion. A ferocious roar shook the clouds. The jade pure immortal light twisted and gathered, roaring as it condensed into 100,000 futile phantom of a white swanee. It opened a heaven-devouring maw carrying a terrifying aura capable of destroying the soul, and lunged straight at Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Presumptuous brat! Die! Tai Zenren's distorted, wretched laughter echoed through the air. The ancient mighty figures watching from the shadows shook their heads. In the sea of blood, Patriarch Styx sneered. So what if his physical body has achieved sainthood? Artifact refinement is not brute force. That sage imprint is deeply rooted in the origin of laws. Such recklessness will surely cost him dearly. Inside Chintang Pass, Li Jing, who had just caught his breath, turned pale. He clenched his fists in terror, barely daring to breathe. Facing this vicious backlash that could severely wound a golden immortal, Lin Chen did not even lift an eyelid. Using this to suppress me? I've pierced through the very palm of Yuanshi himself, and a few dead talismans dare to act up. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and pressed down with one hand. He pinched his fingers, and a wisp of gray, chaotic, true flame ignited out of thin air. This flame possessed no earth-shattering heat, but carried the absolute power of erasure, reducing all things to nothingness. The chaotic, true flame surged up in an instant, enveloping the white swanee. There was no explosion, no stalemate. Only the hair-raising sound of dissolution. The arrogant jade, pure immortal light, and sage laws rapidly melted away upon contact with the gray flame, not even letting out a whimper before being burned into nothingness. In the depths of the void, the shock among the mighty figures was palpable. How is this possible? In the heavenly court's hall of miraculous mist, the Jade Emperor's eyes bulged as he stared at the scene in the water mirror, roaring in disbelief. Even sage laws could be so easily incinerated. This was not a crushing force. It was an unheard-of, incomprehensible erasure of laws. Having cleansed the law impurities, a divine light blazed in Lin Chen's eyes. Shatter! He shouted, and with a grab of his left hand, he forcibly tore apart the chaotic dragon sinew imbued with ancient karmic power, relentlessly kneading it into the purified treasure essence. The gray chaotic true flame raged in forging. The chaotic origin violently clashed with the dragon's karmic power, and dark golden magma churned within the blaze. In an instant, a spear with a crimson tassel, the chaos fire-tipped spear, and a new armillary sash, entwined with destructive demonic aura, tore through the sea of fire, hovering in midair. The moment the two weapons appeared, the heavens responded, in a dense calamity of weapon tribulation. Lightning gathered above Chintang Pass. However, Lin Chen did not need to lift a finger. The shaft of the chaos fire-tipped spear hummed with vibration, and its tip spat out a dark red beam of demonic light, surging skyward with unstoppable force, piercing straight through the thick tribulation clouds. Before the lightning could even descend, it was scattered into nothingness by that fierce aura. Neza cheered, leaping into the void, and snatched the fire-tipped spear and armillary sash into his hands. The youthful body of the demon child perfectly resonated with the two heaven-defying treasures, and an aura rivaling the initial stage of a golden immortal erupted, causing the seawater for 10,000 miles to boil. Good disciple. Lin Chen descended, and Neza obediently withdrew his fierceness, kneeling at his feet. Lin Chen's gaze swept below, his voice commanding. Neza, from this day forth you shall guard Chintang Pass, holding the eastern gateway of the Great Shang for me. Whoever dares to invade, kill, without mercy. Your disciple accepts the order. Neza replied loudly, the ferocity in his eyes fully exposed. Having witnessed this series of mind-boggling, heaven-defying methods, Li Jing hesitated no longer. He scrambled forward, pulling Lady Yin with him, and kowtowed heavily on the scorched earth. Li Jing, commander of Chintang Pass, along with my family and all the city's people, vow to pledge allegiance to the Jie sect for generations, following only the orders of immortal Lin. With Li Jing's allegiance, the fate dragon of the Great Shang's eastern region let out a long roar, breaking free from the hidden chains of the Chan sect, and roared as it merged into the direction of the Three Immortals Island. The Chan sect's painstaking plans for eastern proselytization over many years were uprooted by Lin Chen. The situation was settled. Behind Lin Chen, ripples appeared in the space, and a graceful figure quietly emerged, none other than Yunxiao, shielded by his chaotic power. Lin Chen reached back and pulled her into his embrace, without a word, his arm tightening fiercely. Having personally witnessed her husband challenging a sage and reforging divine treasures, Yunxiao felt weak in the knees. Her usually aloof face was flushed crimson, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with infatuation as she gazed at him. Lin Chen lowered his head and pinched her smooth chin, then looked up, his gaze piercing through the unhealed void rift, stabbing straight towards Mount Kunlun, millions of miles away. Listen well, old dog Yuanshi. Lin Chen's voice, infused with Hunyuan true power, resounded through the 9 heavens, causing every inch of space between heaven and earth to resonate. If you have the guts, send your worthless disciples down the mountain to die. From now on, the rules of this great calamity of enfeefment will be set by me. The arrogant declaration tore through the wind, trampling the last shred of the Chan sect's dignity into the mud. Meanwhile, in the distant western paradise of ultimate bliss, by the glittering 8 treasures merit pool, the two sages Jin and Juni sat cross-legged. Their expressions shifted slightly as they both stared at their palms. There, an invisible divine decree was quietly taking form, exuding an unattainable aura of the heavenly Tao. After reading the secret order from Patriarch Hongjuan, the perpetually sorrowful Jiayin's downturned lips actually curled upwards, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Zhuanti narrowed his compassionate eyes, gazing into the distance towards the eastern sea, and murmured softly, since the Patriarch has given his consent, then this anomaly cannot be allowed to live. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the backlash of the purple cloud's divine thunder had yet to dissipate, casting a heavy and dark shadow over the vast hall, while the air was thick with a stifling sense of urgency. The primordial heavenly sovereign sat high upon the 9-layer cloud bed, his eyes lowered, fixated on the palm of his right hand. At the center of his palm, a dark and lifeless piercing wound stood out glaringly. That was the injury inflicted by Lin Chen with a single finger. The destructive laws belonging to the Hunyuan Dao Jingxian loomed around the wound, relentlessly crushing the restorative power of the Yuqing celestial energy. The immortal body of the eternal sage bore an indelible mark of shame. The expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign was so dark that one could almost see water dripping from it. The space around him collapsed and reformed continuously due to his furious emotions. The indestructible white jade floor tiles at the base of the hall emitted mournful cries as they cracked, spreading out in a spiderweb pattern. He suddenly raised his left hand, his 5 fingers curling, and violently drew towards the void. The space in the center of the hall ripped apart in response. Jiang Zia, who was fishing on the back mountain of Kunlun along with his fishing rod, crashed to the cold hard jade tiles. Before Zhang Shang could stabilize himself, 2 blinding golden lights fell before him with a sound of breaking air. The heavenly book and the god sealing list, the top grade, innate spiritual treasure, the god-slaying whip. Immediately take the list down the mountain. The primordial heavenly sovereign's voice carried a chilling intent. Enter Shiqi and launch a full-scale army to attack Shang. Jiang Zia was taken aback, looking up at the cloud bed. Master, the fortune of King Cheng still exists. The heavens have not yet decreed it to rashly raise an army. What I say is the decree of heaven. The primordial heavenly sovereign shouted sternly. The raging divine might swept through the entire hall. Below, Guang Qingzi and the remaining golden immortals of the Chan sect knelt to the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably. They bowed their heads, their hearts already churning like a storm. The master had been forced into a desperate situation by that Lin Chen, unable to smooth over the wound in his palm, and was even willing to defy the cosmic order set by Hongjun Daozu, risking backlash from the heavenly path to forcibly overturn the chessboard and hasten the calamity. The Chan sect had already been pushed to the brink. Zhang Zia dared not utter another word, trembling as he lifted the god's sealing list, bowing deeply to accept his orders. Meanwhile, at the east seas shore, the void suddenly tore open without warning. Lin Chen, with one hand wrapped around Yunxiao's delicate waist, stepped out of the spatial passage with a commanding presence, arriving at the palace of the three immortals. A dazzling halo of light radiated from the layered purple array, sealing off the core area of the palace completely. The moment Lin Chen's feet touched the ground, the system notification that had been suppressed in his mind exploded with sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forcefully crushing the Chan sect, intercepting Ling Zhuzi, and extracting the Dragon Clan, exceeding the completion of the Dominate the East Sea chain task. Triggered a billionfold critical reward. A vast amount of primordial source energy poured down from the void, crazily flooding into Lin Chen's body through the Bai point on his head. The world pearl in his dantian spun rapidly and expanded its boundary, crazily stretching outward, exuding a world-shattering power. Above the three immortals' island, a 12-colored chaotic divine light shot into the sky, piercing the heavens, forcibly assimilating the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding sea area for thousands of miles. The entire palace was filled with an overwhelming amount of transformative spiritual energy. Yunxiao was tightly embraced by Lin Chen, directly wrapped in the vast warmth of the primordial source. The violent aura of the Hunyuan Dao Jingxian within Lin Chen, mixed with an irresistible sense of male dominance, completely shattered her last vestiges of pride and shyness. Lin Chen lowered his head, his deep, unfathomable eyes locking onto her gaze. Yunxiao raised her stunning face, her eyes filled with unreserved infatuation and fervor. No longer suppressing herself, she actively wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, responding to his domineering kiss. Lin Chen, using one arm, pressed her into the soft, magical brocade quilt. The phantom of the 12th grade transformative azure lotus blossomed in the air, scattering green lotus petals that concealed the entwined figures of the two. Yin and Yang converged, the great Tao resonated. As the dual cultivation feedback mechanism operated in full swing, pure, transformative power surged like a torrent, washing over Yunxiao's every meridian and bone. The Tao injury left by forcibly activating the golden Jiao scissors within her body healed instantaneously, leaving not a single trace behind. Her stagnated cultivation began an unprecedented violent ascent. Peak of the Hunyuan Dao Jingxian. The terrifying fluctuations of cultivation permeated the palace's great formation, expanding outward. The Golden Ao Island and the Three Immortals Islands, intercepting sects, myriad immortals, sensed this overwhelming power sufficient to make the heavenly path retreat, all trembling in their hearts. Zhao Gongming led tens of thousands of outer disciples facing the palace, fervently kneeling and bowing. In the side hall, the protecting deities Yunxiao and Bixiao gently caressed their rounded bellies, sensing the aura of their third sister's breakthrough, exchanging smiles filled with deep affection. Just as Lin Chen reveled in the joy of conquest, the system's hidden grand prize notification once again detonated within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully impregnating Yunxiao. Achieve the epic hidden achievement, 3 Xiao Grand Slam. Issuing the ultimate divine fetus grand gift pack. A grand array compass adorned with 3,000 great Tao patterns floated into Lin Chen's soul. Immediately afterward, 30 million zhang of chaotic divine and demonic blood directly merged into every inch of his flesh. The bones within Lin Chen's body erupted with a roar akin to the opening of the heavens. Each drop of newly born chaotic blood weighed like 1,000 pounds, causing the geologic veins of the Three Immortals Island to sink by 100 zhang. Embracing the deeply sleeping Yunxiao, he let out a long howl towards the sky. The overwhelming pressure of the peak Hunyuan Dao Jingxian was released without reservation. This shockwave, mixed with Lin Chen's arrogant will, transformed into visible ripples in the void, sweeping across the entire primordial world. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Zia had just stepped out of the Jade Void Palace holding the god's sealing list when he collided head-on with the overwhelming fortune of the intercepting sect. A tremendous force struck Zhang Zia's chest, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood as he uncontrollably flew backward, crashing hard onto the stone steps. He used all his strength to protect the god's sealing list in his arms, gazing fearfully towards the east sea, his Tao heart violently swaying. Having not yet truly stepped into Shiqi, nor sounded the horn for the attack on Shang, an endless fear had already gripped his throat. 33 heavens away at the 8 Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain, the Supreme Old Lord suddenly opened his eyes. The Taiji diagram suspended in midair trembled violently, emitting a piercing wail. In the calm depths of the old lord's eyes a profound shock and apprehension surged. In the western bliss world beside the 8 treasure pool of merit, Jane and Junti exchanged a glance, their faces pale, and the fingers holding the prayer beads trembled slightly. They understood that the anomaly from the East Sea had become an overwhelming force sweeping through the primordial world. Inside the palace, Lin Chen restrained his outward pressure, his fingers weaving through Yunxiao's scattered hair. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he prepared to devise the next step for launching an assault on Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, deep within his consciousness, the source rune representing the core of the human Tao Emperor technique throbbed violently, bursting forth with a blinding scarlet light. Immediately afterward, the piercingly sorrowful and rarely panicked soul sound of the nine-tailed fox penetrated the spatial distance, directly reaching Lin Chen's ears. "Husband, save me. The fortune of the Great Shang is being devoured." Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The nine-tailed fox's desperate voice came intermittently, filled with a deep tremor. "The Western Duke Ji Chang, under the hidden protection of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, has already raised the rebel flag ahead of time. The army is pressing towards the Sisui Pass. But that is not the most terrifying part. Within the Longevity Palace, the black demonic energy suppressed at the center of King Zhou's brow has fully awakened. That demonic energy is not a means of the demon clan, it has transformed into a gigantic mouth of the abyss. It is now bit by bit chewing through the Great Shang's mystical golden dragon connected to the 3 Immortals Island. Lin Chen suddenly stood up. His gaze pierced through layers of palace walls, directly targeting the earthly realm of Chaoga millions of miles away. An ancient taboo which did not belong to the celestial order of the primordial world, and was completely outside the calculations of the saints, quietly attached itself to the back of King Zhou's physical body during Lin Chen's confrontation with the Chan sect. That unknown existence was extending its black hand recklessly, intending to steal the imperial chess game. Lin Chen withdrew his arm, gently caressing the exquisite beauty of Yunxiao, who was peacefully asleep beneath the treasure silk blanket. A drop of creation's blue liquid was forced from his fingertips, sinking into her smooth forehead. 12 colors of chaotic divine light circled around him, quietly peeling away and weaving together in midair to form a translucent illusion of a creation blue lotus. The blue lotus bloomed, sealing off the core area of the sleeping chamber completely. He turned around. The last remnants of warmth in his eyes vanished entirely, and the killing intent that made even the laws of heaven retreat silenced the surrounding spiritual energy. He did not cast any spells, nor summon any treasures capable of tearing apart the void. He simply thrust one hand straight into the emptiness before him as the blood and chi from his peak of the primordial golden immortal surged and roared. Shoo! The sound of fabric being forcibly torn echoed across the skies of Sanxian Island. The spatial barrier from Sanxian Island to Chaoga, spanning millions of miles, was torn open by his bare hands, creating a bottomless black crack. Chaotic currents and fierce winds rushed out, whipping his black hair wildly as he stepped into it, his killing intent crushing through, causing the laws of heaven that lay in his path to shatter inch by inch. Chaoga Shoshin Palace. The originally magnificent hall had been corroded into a pitiful state by heavy black gas. Inside, 81 panlong palace lamps ignited, burning with a ghastly green flame. The nine-tailed fox was forced to reveal her true form, her once snow-white fur now stained with blood. A black skeletal hand formed from demonic energy tightly gripped her neck, suspending her in midair. The light representing her S-level holy body source had already dimmed to the point of extinction. The golden dragon of the Xian bird's luck above the Great Shang let out a mournful cry, continuously flowing into the body of the king Zhou, who lay on the dragon throne, his eyes rolled back and his body emaciated. The void trembled inexplicably. The demonic energy possessing King Zhou twisted its head, a hoarse and sharp laugh escaping its withered throat. "You're quite fast. But this flesh has completely merged with the luck of the Great Shang." King Zhou's dry skin twitched uncontrollably, his features contorted. "Dare to touch me, and you'll destroy the foundation of the Great Shang. The boundless human karma will reduce you, this anomaly along with the Jia sect, to ashes." As the words fell, the demonic energy arrogantly tightened its grip with the skeletal hand. A distinct cracking sound echoed from the fox's throat. Tears of blood trickled from her eyes, and her breath was about to cease. 33 heavens away in the palace of Nuwa. Nuwa stood up suddenly, her hand shattering the jade rui she held as she glimpsed the familiar ancient black gas through the water mirror. The remnant soul of the devouring demon god from the primordial chaos. How could it evade the heavenly perception and possess the human emperor? As long as Lin Chen takes action, the Great Shang will be annihilated. His human karma plan is ruined. On Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Sceneries Palace, Taishang Laojun sat cross-legged on his mat, pausing his hand that was shaking the Taiji diagram, a trace of concealed joy hidden in his murky eyes. Many powerful beings secretly observing the situation in Chaoga shook their heads and sighed. The luck of the heavens was usurped, and the cause and effect were intertwined. Lin Chen had brute strength, but facing such a bind of mutual destruction karma, he could only hold back. This situation was unsolvable. Inside the Shoshin Palace, Lin Chen did not even lift his eyelids. His steps did not pause for even a moment. He did not mobilize a shred of magical power or divine ability, relying solely on the blood and chi of his primordial Dao body. Roaring through his meridians, his figure instantaneously pierced through space, directly appearing before the skeletal black hand. Lin Chen raised his right arm, muscles bulging as a power capable of shattering the myriad worlds surged forth, striking down fiercely. There were no fancy lights or shadows, only a simple straightforward slap. Crack! The explosive sound overturned the dome of the Shoshin Palace. The black hand of demonic energy, claimed to be indestructible by laws and unfathomable in cause and effect, was instantly reduced to flying ash by this slap. The remnant soul of the demon god did not even have time to react. The severed wrist spurted forth foul black blood. King Zhou's body convulsed uncontrollably, the demonic energy emitting an unbelievable mournful wail. In the depths of the void, the heavenly powers who had been certain that Lin Chen would not dare to strike fell into a collective silence. Soon after, heavy gasps echoed from various temples. Countless divine senses fluctuated violently. Lin Chen, relying solely on his physical strength without harming the luck golden dragon, even slightly precisely shattered the fundamental laws of the chaotic demonic energy. Such a brute force method of severing cause and effect had completely surpassed the common understanding of the primordial system. The nine-tailed fox fell from the air. Lin Chen's left hand caught her soft body in his embrace. A pure strand of creation blue energy flowed from his palm into her heart, veins forcibly stabilizing her dissipating true spirit. Seeing her chips wasted, the furious devouring demonic energy surged violently from King Zhou's 7 orifices. The black gas condensed above the hall into an ancient demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 ferocious heads opened their abyssal mouths in unison, attempting to devour the remaining Xian bird luck and self-destruct. Stealing food from my plate. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. What are you? At his brow, the source rune representing the human emperor's art erupted with blinding crimson light. The pressure of peak primordial golden immortal poured out without reservation, a horrifying aura coalescing in midair into a gray chaotic giant foot, descending with the laws of destruction. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds. The 3 heads of the demon god illusion were crushed under the giant foot. Lin Chen formed his fingers into claws reaching out from afar. His 10 fingers forcefully pierced into the core of the chaotic demonic energy, tearing the devouring demonic energy from the golden dragon's meridians inch by inch. The agonizing screams that tore through the soul echoed across Chaoga. Large swathes of black gas were firmly trampled beneath Lin Chen's feet, emitting weak, dying moans. The golden dragon of the Great Shang, originally polluted by demonic energy and listless, was seized by Lin Chen by its 7 inches. 12 colors of chaotic divine light poured into the golden dragon's body unreservedly. Foul black blood evaporated, dull dragon scales shed one by one, and newly born purple gold scales shimmered brilliantly, their hue exquisite. The luck of the Great Shang was instantly reshaped under Lin Chen's bare hands. On Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Sceneries Palace, Taishang Laojun could no longer maintain his expression, his right hand shaking, accidentally tearing off several strands of white beard from his chin. On Kunlun Mountain in the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly stood up, his gaze trembling. The supreme dignity of the saints was utterly shattered at this moment. Even the luck of the human emperor could be forcibly stripped and reshaped. This was no longer within the realm of divine abilities. Lin Chen's dominance over the rules of heaven and earth had completely shattered the cognitive limits of the heavenly saints. Above Chaoga, the refined purple gold Xianbird luck let out a high-pitched cry that pierced the 9 heavens. Its size instantly expanded tenfold, breaking through the ruins of the Shoshin Palace, soaring into the sky. The supreme imperial pressure stirred up a tempest sweeping across the vast land of the 9 provinces. Millions of miles away, in front of the Sui water pass, yellow sand filled the sky. Hundreds of thousands of Westji's forces had already lined up, spears and swords raised. Just as Jiang Zia rode his 4 no-forms ready to draw his sword to issue the order for a full-scale attack, that purple gold supreme imperial aura descended upon him. Without encountering any attack, hundreds of thousands of Westji soldiers felt their knees go weak, weapons clattering to the ground, as they all knelt in the yellow sand, even their warhorses prostrating on the ground, trembling all over. Guan Xingzi, Tai Junren and many remaining golden immortals, along with Jiang Zia below, felt as if their chests had taken a heavy blow, all spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. They gazed in terror towards the direction of Chaoga. The purple gold divine light rising there was more dazzling than the blazing sun in the 9 heavens. The morale of the army against the Shang, painstakingly built by the Chan sect, plunged into absolute freezing point at this moment. Without a fight, they collapsed. In the ruins of the Shoshin Palace, King Zhou's body lost the support of demonic energy, crashing heavily back onto the dragon, thrown completely unconscious. Lin Chen looked down, his right foot grinding down on the struggling remnants of demonic energy on the ground. A cluster of gray chaotic true fire danced at his fingertips. He intended to completely erase this ancient remnant from the primordial world. Just as the chaotic true fire was about to press down, Lin Chen activated the chaotic divine demon, eye scanning the innermost core of the demonic energy. His action suddenly halted. Within that rolling black core filled with auras of destruction, there was not a trace of the chaotic devouring demon god's lingering soul imprint. There floated a purple-gold jade plate phantom only the size of a thumb, with 3,000 Dao patterns swirling on its surface. The coldness in Lin Chen's eyes deepened, transforming into an unfathomable abyss. He was far too familiar with this aura. Previously above the East Sea, when he withstood the Xiao divine thunder, it was this power that had probed him with the splitting heavenly divine sense. The so-called resurrection of the ancient demon god was merely a layer of disguise. What lay within was the mark personally left by the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, who sat in the Xiao palace overseeing the heavenly path from 33 heavens above. This figure, who publicly proclaimed that saints should not interfere in great calamities, was secretly manipulating the remnant soul of the demon god to usurp the human emperor's body, aiming to destroy Lin Chen's trump card from its roots, finally revealing a glimpse of the iceberg. A world-destroying killing net surpassing all saints, and using the entire primordial world as a chessboard, had silently locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen stared at the jade plate phantom, a grin spreading on his lips, his smile wild to the extreme. Old dog Hongjun. With this whisper, the spatial barrier within 100 miles shattered in response. I was worried I couldn't find an excuse to attack your Xiao palace. In the ruins of the Shouxian palace, Lin Chen's right foot pressed down on the still twitching remnant of demonic energy, while the light of the chaos divine demon eye pierced through the void, pinning the tiny shadow of the transformation jade dish in place. With a hum, the shadow of the jade dish flashed brilliantly, and blinding purple-gold divine light filled the entire ruins. This light was not for defense, but to unlock a seal that had been dormant for eons. From the previously languid black, demonic energy, an extremely malevolent and dark aura surged forth, stirring the surroundings. This breath was exceedingly domineering, actually forcing back the chaotic true fire flickering at Lin Chen's fingertips by half an inch. The black energy twisted and reformed madly in midair. The phantom of the 12-grade annihilation black lotus coalesced above the ruins, and on top of the black lotus, a colossal shadow of a demon god, with 3 faces wielding the shadow of a god-slaying spear, rose from the ground. On the dragon throne, the withered and emaciated body of King Zhou stood uncontrollably, letting out a piercing roar that did not belong to a human. The heavenly Tao is not extinguished. I am the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The calamity has come, and it is time for this ancestor to use the luck of humanity to revive. This voice was laced with the utmost principles of corruption, and the sound waves turned into tangible black patterns, shattering the few remaining coiling dragon pillars of the Shouxian palace to dust. Luo House's malicious intent was utterly arrogant as 3 heads simultaneously looked down upon Lin Chen, their eyes filled with the arrogance of ancient dominators. He was self-assured, believing he possessed the undying ancient source of the demonic path, completely disregarding the Hunyuan Daluo in front of him. Youngster merely possessing brute strength. This ancestor coexists with the luck of humanity. Dare you move against me? The Deshang shall instantly transform into a realm of demons. Luo Ho laughed maniacally and then detonated his ultimate demonic might. Countless strands of black demonic threads infused with the principles of ultimate corruption gushed out from his body, disregarding the barriers of space, splitting into 2 streams. One stream aimed at the recently stabilized purple-gold Xianbird luck, while the other surged towards the collapsed 9-tailed fox, attempting to reparasitize. The demonic might surged, instantly piercing through the sky of Chao Gus, sweeping across the primordial heavens. In the depths of the blood sea, the ancient calm blood waters roiled violently. The ancestor of the Ming River was so shocked that he tore off his long beard, his body swaying as he fell directly from the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Luo Ho. This madman hasn't been completely destroyed. The voice of the Ming River ancestor was sharp, filled with astonishment. In the western paradise, a layer of black frost formed on the surface of the 8 treasures merit pool. Both the saints Jie and Zhuangji's expressions darkened simultaneously as Zhuangji tightened his grip on the 7 treasures wonderful tree, causing its radiant light to dim slightly. The powerful beings secretly observing were all left gasping in shock. Everyone was certain that facing this ancient taboo, which was undying and entangled with the luck of humanity, Lin Chen would undoubtedly be cautious. To kill Luo Ho would surely backlash against the foundation of the Deshang, and the luck of the Jiejiao would suffer severe damage. This was an inescapable deadlock. In the ruins of the Shouxian palace, Lin Chen stood facing the deadly demonic threads rushing towards him, not even raising an eyelid. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile, followed by a heartless sneer. Undying. You blind, ancient fool, you don't even realize you've been put on a leash, still dreaming of your revival. Lin Chen raised his right hand, his finger resembling a sword, making a sweeping motion in the air. 12-colored chaotic divine light erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a vast net that enveloped the sky. As the divine light swept through, the clawing black, demonic threads were frozen in midair, unable to advance an inch. Lin Chen stepped forward, disregarding the repulsion of the ultimate demonic might, and his figure appeared above the three-faced demon god of Luo Ho. His right hand spread open, aiming at the brow of the colossal phantom of Luo Ho. He grabbed down fiercely. The blood of the peak of the Hunyuan Daluo roared as 12-colored divine light transformed into substantial chains, brutally piercing deep into the core of the demon god's essence. "Come out, this is my command." Lin Chen shouted fiercely, exerting force to lift his arm. "Oh!" Luo Ho let out a soul-rending scream. A shadow of the transformation jade dish, infused with the highest laws of the heavenly Tao, was forcibly uprooted by Lin Chen from the depths of Luo Ho's ultimate demon source. From this jade dish, phantom extended countless purple chains, each penetrating through Luo Ho's core essence. This was not a plan for a revival that had been lurking for millennia. This was the most severe shackle of enslavement. As the jade dish imprint manifested in midair, the primordial heavenly secrets immediately stirred. In Shouyang Mountain, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the 8 scenery palace. The supreme dust whisk in Taishang Leijin's hands was forcefully snapped in two. In Kunlun Mountain at the Jade Void Palace, the face of the primordial heavenly sovereign twitched, unable to divert his gaze from the jade dish phantom, his eyes filled with turbulent divine light. All the powerful beings observing from the 33 heavens suddenly realized, their hearts stirred with overwhelming waves. This was clearly not the resurrection of the demon ancestor, but a mad dog released in secret by Tao ancestor Hongjun to eliminate the anomaly that was Lin Chen. Lin Chen's action not only forcibly suppressed the demonic energy, but also in front of the myriad races of the primordial world delivered a resounding slap to the face of the heavenly Tao. In midair, the gaze of Luo Ho's malicious intent was glued to the jade dish imprint representing enslavement. The expressions on his 3 arrogant faces stiffened. A million years of pride and belief collapsed at this moment. He had thought he was the hidden chess player, only to realize he was just a mad dog in Hongjun's hand, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Utter humiliation turned into extreme madness. "Hongjun, Lin Chen, this ancestor will take you all to the grave." Luo Ho screamed hysterically. He no longer cared for any principles, directly forcing the reversal of the source of the demonic path. The three-faced demon god's body rapidly expanded, and destructive power was crazily compressed within. He intended to take millions of lives and Chao Gu the fortune of the Deshang and Lin Chen before perishing together. Facing this world-destroying self-detonation, Lin Chen's expression remained cold. "I am the rule itself." He spread open his left hand, and in his palm the world pearl erupted fully. A world master level killing divine ability, annihilating all. A gray mist of chaotic energy poured out. This flow did not possess a terrifying momentum, but rather an absolute annihilation of the higher dimension against the lower dimension. The gray mist washed over. The ultimate demon source, which was said to be unremovable even by the heavenly Tao, was immediately dissolved. Luo Ho's inflated body halted just before the moment of self-detonation. Before the destructive energy could be released, it was completely assimilated and disintegrated by this gray mist. "No!" In the desperate and piercing scream of Luo Ho, Lin Chen raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. Bang! A muffled sound. The once invincible ancient taboo shattered on the spot, crushed into the most primal void dust by Lin Chen, leaving no true spirit behind, and not a trace of demonic energy remaining. Forcefully erased from the past, present, and future of the primordial world. The waves of the demon ancestor's demise transformed into a terrifying temporal storm sweeping across the primordial realm. Outside the 33 heavens, deep within the Zishao Palace, a muffled bell sound suddenly echoed, carrying a hint of sorrow from the damaged laws. The myriad races of the primordial world fell silent. Countless ancient beings hidden in the depths of abyss trembled, layering their auras to avoid attracting the attention of that eastern sea scourge. Inside the Jade Void Palace, Guang Qingzi and others knelt on both knees, cold sweat soaking their Dao robes. They looked up despairingly towards Chao Gu. That man could not only reshape luck, but could also disregard any ancient laws of immortality, wielding the absolute power of annihilation over the heavenly Tao. The Jia Jiao had nothing to fight against such a monster. The ruins of the Shouxian Palace returned to silence. Above, the purple-gold Xin bird fortune dragon let out a joyful cry, completely shaking off the hidden danger, its brilliance surpassing the past. Lin Chen retracted his overwhelming pressure, turning to look at the dragon throne. Without the support of demonic energy, King Zhou slumped on the throne. He had preserved his life, yet his soul was utterly shattered in the violent conflict of parasitism and forced extraction. At this moment, Emperor Zin's eyes were hollow, drooling at the corners of his mouth, his limbs twitching unconsciously. He had become a mindless wreck. The foundation of the Dashang has collapsed. A cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the hall. The commander of the Yunxiao Forbidden Army rushed to the edge of the ruins trembling as he reporting, Your Majesty, the West Qi army has breached the first line of defense approaching the Si Shui Pass. He saw the situation within the hall and collapsed to the ground in fear, swallowing the rest of his words. The court is without a leader, and the hearts of the various lords are scattered. The Deshang was leaderless, and the grand structure was on the brink of collapse. Lin Chen disregarded the ruins beneath his feet and walked towards the trembling nine-tailed fox still collapsed on the ground. The nine-tailed fox's face was pale. Having witnessed Lin Chen crush the demon ancestor and provoke the Tao ancestor, her awe for this man had penetrated her very bones. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. He slowly extended his slender fingers, lifting the nine-tailed fox's incredibly beautiful face. His thumb gently caressed her delicate lips, stained with blood. Husband. The nine-tailed fox's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear and attachment. The smile at the corner of Lin Chen's lips held a madness that could make the heavenly Tao shudder. He pointed at the drooling wreck on the dragon throne, his voice low, yet carrying the dignity of one who reigns over the world. He is finished. Lin Chen leaned down, his warm breath brushing against the nine-tailed fox's earlobe. From today onwards you shall wear this Xin bird dragon robe, becoming the only empress of the human realm in the primordial world. In my stead, govern the human territory. The nine-tailed fox looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Fear was instantly consumed by the wild ambition and fervor ignited within her. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure palace, the gaze of the Emperor Haoyan pierced through the Haoyan mirror, firmly fixing upon the vacant imperial power of the Deshang. The Deshang emperor had been deposed. Although Jie Jiao was powerful, allowing a demoness of the human world to ascend the throne was unjust and unseemly. The luck of the human race was bound to be turbulent. A greedy fire ignited in Haoshan's eyes as he clenched his fists. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and his gaze turned towards the heavenly soldiers standing solemnly below. Proclaim my edict. Assemble 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The fortune of Cheng Tang has run out, and the heavenly court shall take over the human realm. The Shoshin palace was turned to scorched earth. A flicker of gray, chaotic flame danced in Lin Chen's palm, a source of power capable of refining the heavens. It was enveloping the remnants of Luo House, extreme, demonic source. The sound of demonic howls was fleeting in the firelight. Moments later, the chaotic, dark, demonic energy was burned to ashes. A crystal-clear orb hovered in his palm, within which the principles of the great Tao flowed distinctly. This was the great Tao demon essence. He stored the essence in his sleeve. Then his gaze fell upon the filthy, twitching man on the dragon throne. That was the monarch of the great Shang King. Lin Chen formed his fingers into a blade and swung down into the air. A crisp sound of shattering gold and stone echoed through the void. The last human imperial decree within King Zhou shattered completely under this strike, along with the chain known as causality. The purple gold luck surrounding him dissipated. This great king of the Shang dynasty would from then on become an ordinary mortal. The sounds of armor clashing rang out from the outskirts of the ruins. Cheng Xiang Baigan and the Grand Minister Mei Bo led the other ministers, accompanied by tens of thousands of forbidden troops, into the scorched earth. Grand Tutor Wen was far away in the borderlands quelling rebellions, and the court affairs relied solely on this group of civil officials to hold the line. Before their eyes the ministers' gazes froze. The once invincible monarch was now slumped helplessly on the dragon throne like a foolish child. Meanwhile, Su Daji stood in the center of the ruins. Drenched in blood, her 9 fox tails, though stained with dust, still flaunted their presence. You demoness who disrupts the court. Baigan's fingers trembled as he pointed directly at the nine-tailed fox. The forbidden troops unsheathed their weapons, their spears aimed at her. Under the countless hostile gazes, the nine-tailed fox's face lost all color. She took half a step back. The innate fear of the orthodox human way revealed itself completely at this moment. A crack opened in the sky above Chaoga. A golden light, a myriad of feet in height, poured forth from it. The sound of war drums echoed, shattering the clouds of the 9 heavens. The Taibai star held a golden imperial edict. A giant wielding a flower-decorated axe stood beside him. 100,000 heavenly soldiers clad in golden armor spread like a tide across half the sky. The oppressive might plummeted towards the mortal realm. The Taibai star raised the heavenly decree, his voice like thunder echoing through the clouds. The demon fox brings disaster to the nation. King Zhou has lost his virtue, his fate is exhausted. I act on the will of the heavenly emperor to patrol on behalf of heaven. From this day forth Cheng Tang is abolished, and the great Shang shall be taken over by the heavenly court. As soon as the words fell, the giant Ling Chen chuckled coldly. As a Deluo golden immortal, he unleashed immense pressure downward. He threw out an ancient bronze mirror. That was indeed the supreme celestial artifact, the demon revealing mirror. A beam of light pierced through the clouds, enveloping the nine-tailed fox. She let out a painful groan. The essence of the sacred body was hindered, and the 9 fox tails behind her writhed in agony. Demonic energy surged from her body, enveloping the ruins. Indeed, it is a demon. In the eyes of the ministers of the great Shang, the will of the heavenly court is an unbreakable fate. Their knees buckled, and they all knelt down. The weapons in the hands of the forbidden troops fell to the ground. Bai Gan knelt in the dust, tears streaming down his face. I beseech the heavenly deities to eliminate the demon concubine and restore peace to the great Shang. To them, no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he could not contend against the 100,000 heavenly soldiers representing the heavenly Tao. This mortal luck is my domain to protect. How dare a few watchdogs make a racket here? A proud laughter echoed through the void. Lin Chen's eyes held a cold mockery. He was too lazy to summon even a treasure, merely waving his sleeve casually. A 12-colored chaotic light surged towards the sky. The light was so swift it was nearly impossible to capture, crashing directly into the suspended ancient mirror. Crack! That artifact said to reflect all things turned to dust under that beam of light. The giant Lin Chen suffered backlash, his eyes bloodshot, roaring in rage. Madman set up the formation. 100,000 heavenly soldiers roared in unison, arranging their battle formation. Lightning gathered in the sky, transforming into a blade of thunder. The aura of destruction which annihilated anomalies fell straight down. Lin Chen not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. He reached out his palm, extending into the violent thundercloud. Tai Bai Xing and the ministers watched this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. He brought his fingers together. Bang! That heavenly thunderblade, condensed by 100,000 heavenly soldiers, shattered like ice crystals. Countless electric snakes dissipated in the void. With just this little trick, you dare to come before me to vie for territory? Lin Chen pressed down with his hand. The pressure of the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal bore down on the giant Lin Chen's head. Crackle! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The giant's 10-foot-tall body instantly shrank down. Dark, golden blood sprayed like rain as the giant Lin Chen fell like a kite, with a broken string embedding deeply into the ruins. His knees shattered, his head pressed tightly against the rubble, unable to move. Tai Bai Xing shook his hand, nearly dropping the decree. He retreated several steps, his face pale. Lin Chen no longer paid attention to the celestial beings in the sky, turning to look at the nine-tailed fox. His voice carried an irrefutable will. I say you can be the empress. You are the only human emperor in this world. He raised his hand as if to grasp her. The purple-gold mysterious bird circling in midair let out a cry, obediently bowing down toward the ground. With a flick of his fingertip, the flowing magic essence inscribed with the great Taoist patterns transformed into a stream of light. Lin Chen formed a palm with his fingers, pressing the luck of the mysterious bird and the magic essence into her body. Activate the imperial technique. His command was laced with a strict decree. A vast stream of azure energy surged in, repairing and reshaping her body. The nine-tailed fox let out a long cry, her azure hair dancing wildly in all directions. The frame of the demon race transformed under the immense power, morphing into a sacred body under the wash of human luck. The nine tails dispersed with the wind. Ancient runes appeared on her snow-white skin. The markings belonging to the demons vanished without a trace, replaced by the regal sacred body that shook the heavens. The demonic energy was purified. She opened her eyes. No longer was there any seduction within them, only the majesty of overlooking all beings. Purple gold luck converged on her surface, transforming into a dragon robe that symbolized authority. In the void, a 12-crest heavenly crown fell on its own. The pure imperial pressure erupted like a volcano that had slept for 10,000 years, sweeping towards the 9 provinces. The ministers of the Great Shang felt an overwhelming force pressing down on their shoulders, their knees striking the ground. Tens of thousands of forbidden troops bowed their heads in submission. In the heavens above, the formation of 100,000 heavenly soldiers collapsed. Under the double pressure of the orthodox human way and Lin Chen's Hunyuan pressure, they fell from the heights. Their knees knelt in the void, bowing toward the empress. Tai Bai Xing swayed the imperial edict in his hands, turned to ash under the imperial might. He screamed, also kneeling in the clouds. In the depths of the primordial wilderness, the ancestor of the river of oblivion gasped, and Zhen Yuanzi dropped the teacup in his hand. The great beings of the heavens fell into silence. Lin Chen had truly ignored all rules and personally created a perfect empress that fit the human fortune. A purple gold column of energy surged towards the heavens, penetrating through the 33 skies. Far away at the Sijua, past the main flag of the Western Qi army in the central tent, snapped. Shouyang Mountain 8 Scenery Palace. The Taiji diagram hanging behind Laojun trembled violently. Outside the 33 heavens in the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa looked at the woman draped in the imperial robe in the water mirror, shattering the jade table before her. Lin Chen's actions were a declaration to the heavens. The world of Chengtang, the human fortune, had returned to the Zhejiao. Anyone wishing to intervene in the deification through the mortal realm would have to face this empress and the slaughter of the myriad immortals of the Zhejiao. The nine-tailed fox landed on the ground. She felt the terrifying power within her. She looked at Lin Chen. All her fears transformed into absolute faith. Ignoring the ministers and heavenly soldiers kneeling around her, she walked straight to Lin Chen. She knelt on one knee, her posture devout, gently lifting a corner of Lin Chen's robe and kissing it gently. The land of the Great Shang is all within my husband's grasp. She raised her head, her face enchanting, as ever filled only with submission. I shall obey my husband's orders completely. To those who follow my husband they shall prosper. To those who oppose my husband, I shall slaughter their kin on his behalf. Outside the 33 heavens, in the Yunxiao treasure hall, the Emperor of Heaven glared at this scene through the Haotian mirror. The humiliation of 100,000 heavenly soldiers kneeling made his face turn ashen. He exerted force with his fingers, shattering the imperial table crafted from 10,000 years of warm jade. A great humiliation. I shall descend to the mortal realm myself and flay him alive. The Emperor of Heaven's eyes turned red as he raged. He was about to disregard the Tao ancestors' prohibitions. At this moment in the void of the Yunxiao treasure hall, a talisman radiating supreme, jade-clear, holy might descended. The cold voice of the primordial heavenly venerate echoed in Haoshan's ears. The great Shang changes rulers, the heavenly will is out of control. The 12 golden immortals have brought my treasures to flatten the obstacles of the eastern sea, heading directly toward Chaoga. O Emperor of Heaven, do you wish to join hands with the Chan sect to eliminate this arrogant anomaly? The Emperor of Heaven's gaze froze, staring intently at the talisman. A cross-border absolute kill targeting Chaoga and Lin Chen was silently brewing. The yellow sands rolled, endlessly shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. 1,000 miles away at the Sui Shui Pass, the army of the West Qi, which had retreated due to the strange phenomenon at Chaogu, had now regrouped. The military formation was imposing, with blades and spears standing tall, glinting with a menacing cold light. Above the central army, Guangqingzi and the remaining 12 golden immortals hovered in the air. The celestial light of Yuqing they forcibly summoned intertwined to form clouds tightly protecting the West Qi army, within dispelling the fear from their earlier defeat. The atmosphere was thick with a murderous intent that weighed heavily, making it hard to breathe. At the top of the Sui Shui Pass, the general of the Shang army Han Rong had bloodshot eyes, and his grip on his sword was so tight that his knuckles turned pale. The enemy outside the city was 10 times stronger than them, and above them sat disciples of the saints. The oppressive force derived from the heavenly Tao was like an invisible millstone slowly grinding down the psychological defenses of the defenders. General, is it true that the Shang has been abandoned by the heavens? A subordinate's voice trembled, nearly dropping the long spear in his hand. The city's protective array flickered under the brilliance of the Yuqing celestial light, and the mournful cries from the array's foundation hinted at its imminent collapse. Despair silently spread across the city walls. In front of the central army of West Qi, Jiangxia rode the 4 no attributes, and slowly emerged from the formation. Clad in a Taoist robe, his expression was solemn, embodying the very essence of righteousness. He raised one hand high, holding up a scroll of decree that shone with golden light. It was the list of gods. In his other hand he firmly gripped the supreme divine artifact, the god-slaying whip bestowed by the primordial supreme being. King Zhou has lost his virtue, and the demons have usurped the country. Jiangxia's voice resonated like spring thunder, amplified by the Yuqing celestial energy, as he loudly declared the edict against the Shang. I follow the decree of Yu Su, acting on behalf of the heavens, to seal the gods. Shengtang's fate has been exhausted. You all should comply with the heavens, and surrender quickly. With a hum, the golden light on the god-slaying whip surged violently. A weighty pressure equivalent to the great righteousness of the heavenly Tao bore down upon the Sui Shui Pass. Crack! Numerous horrifying cracks instantly spread across the sturdy blue stone walls of the Sui Shui Pass. The defending soldiers on the city walls let out a muffled groan, their knees buckling as they were nearly crushed to the ground by this force. That unyielding force of heavenly fate stripped them of their last courage to resist. The will of heaven cannot be violated. The subordinate finally broke down, his weapon slipping from his grasp as he weakened and prepared to kneel and surrender. In the clouds above, Guangqingzi gazed down at this scene, a cold smile escaping his lips. Mere mortals dare to attempt to reverse heavenly fate. Just ants. The Tai Zhun Ren echoed with a sneer. The fate of the Shang has reached its end today. When the city falls, we will use the blood of the entire city to honor our deceased brethren of the Chan teaching. Above, the disciples of the saints looked down upon the common folk with disdain. 1,000 miles away in the ruins of the Shou Xian Palace at Chaogu, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His pair of chaotic divine eyes shimmered with 12-colored brilliance, effortlessly piercing through the endless void, capturing every shameful act unfolding at the Sui Shui Pass. A contemptuous smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Daring to discuss fate on my territory with mere scrap metal? He stepped forward and embraced the Empress, draped in a purple golden dragon robe from behind. The 9-tailed fox's body stiffened for a brief moment before she obediently leaned into that broad chest, her eyes swirling with infatuation. Husband, hold the jade seal. Lin Chen's voice carried an irresistible weight. The 9-tailed fox complied, her delicate hand grasping the jade seal, representing the rightful authority of the Shang. Lin Chen's hands, capable of crushing the demon ancestor, firmly covered her hand. A tremendous force erupted. Within Lin Chen, the overwhelming power at the peak of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian surged forth without reservation. This power was wild and primal, transcending all rules of the primordial chaos. Without any stiffness, this Hunyuan force poured into the veins of the Shang through the jade seal with reckless abandon. The nine-tailed fox understood intuitively. Her phoenix eyes widened, the previous charms washed away, leaving only the overwhelming majesty of an unmatched emperor, viewing all things as mere fodder. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering 8 words that resonated with the sound of the great Tao. Rebellious ministers and traitors, may heaven punish, and earth annihilate. Above the Suishui Pass, the sky, originally enveloped by the golden light of the list of gods, was torn open by an indescribable force, creating a gaping maw. The void shattered, and a colossal purple-golden divine bird, the Dragon of Fortune, emerged from the rift. The dragon's body obscured the sky and sun, and the pressure belonging to the royal path mingled with the ultimate aura of Huan Yuan, sweeping across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Boom! The Yuqing celestial light above Jiangxia's head was crushed to dust the moment it came into contact with this, the once invincible god-slaying whip. Its golden light extinguished as if it had encountered a natural enemy, dimmed immediately, losing its luster, and appearing as dull as a withered wood. This is impossible. Guang Qingzi and the others turned pale, their expressions filled with shock as they stared at the incomprehensible imperial dragon above. This was a power that should not exist in the mortal realm. Under Lin Chen's absolute control from thousands of miles away, the colossal Dragon of Fortune circled through the skies, then lowered its noble head, locking its authoritative gaze on the West Qi army below. The golden dragon opened its abyss-like maw. Roar! A roar shattered the heavens. This was no ordinary dragon's roar. It contained not only the imperious dignity of the human Tao sovereign, but also intertwined with Lin Chen's worldmaster-level killing divine ability, the destruction of all. The sound waves transformed into a tangible gray storm pouring down from the ninth heaven. The storm swept through, targeting the meticulously constructed celestial altar by Jiangxia, first, which disintegrated into flying ash, without even a sound of lament. Jiangxia, along with the 4 Noah tributes beneath him, spewed blood wildly, flung dozens of miles away by the storm's aftershock, uncertain of their fate. In midair, Guang Qingzi and the Tai Zhanren, along with the other 12 golden immortals, saw their proud protective celestial light explode in response. No. The essence of destruction of all violently washed over their celestial bodies, cracking their foundations and causing blood to spray. Several high-ranking disciples of the saints, amidst piercing screams, lost all their celestial power and plummeted straight down, creating deep craters in the dust. Below, the hundreds of thousands of West Qi troops crumbled, their defense utterly shattered by that furious roar. They felt as though an invisible hand had mercilessly broken their spines. A terror that pierced the heart seized everyone. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons dropping resonated. No orders, no struggles. Hundreds of thousands of elite warriors knelt in the yellow sand, their foreheads pressed tightly to the ground, breathing cautiously, unable to muster even a shred of resistance. On the city walls, Han Rong and all the defenders were dumbfounded. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer shattered the heavens. Victory for the Shang! Long live the Empress! The excuse of acting on behalf of heaven that West Qi painstakingly constructed was violently torn apart by Lin Chen in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. The so-called compliance with fate was not even worthy of being a joke in the face of absolute violence. This power that overturned fate caused fierce waves across the primordial heavens. Within the 5 Zhuang temple, the ginseng fruit tea that Zhen Yuanzi had just poured spilled all over the table. In the underworld blood sea, the ancestor of the Ming, he watched the churning blood water, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. All the hidden powerful beings observing could not help but gasp in shock. They deeply understood that the rules of the mortal battlefield had been rewritten by the man from the East Sea. Fate. Lin Chen is fate. Just as the defeat of West Qi was set, and the face of the Chan teaching was sullied 33 heavens away in the heavenly court. In the hidden secret chamber of the Lingxiao treasure palace, the Emperor Haoshan's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze piercing through the clouds, locking onto the soaring fortune of the Shang below, his face twisted with jealousy and humiliation. The scene of 100,000 heavenly soldiers kneeling deeply pierced his dignity as the heavenly emperor. Lin Chen, you are too much. Hao Qian bit his tongue, and without hesitation forced out a drop of blood containing the essence of the heavenly emperor. He flicked his fingers, and the blood transformed into flowing light, directly falling onto a Yuqing talisman floating in front of him. It was the trump card sent by the primordial supreme being for annihilation. The talisman absorbed the heavenly emperor's blood and ignited with a strange dark fire. Taking advantage of the legitimacy of the heavenly court over the primordial order, a cross-border killing passage that completely avoided the conventional perception of the heavenly Tao, isolating all causal inquiries, opened a pitch-black rift above the Shou Xian Palace at Chaogo. At the end of the passage, the deputy master of the Chan teaching, Ran Deng Daoren, stepped out with a gloomy expression. In his hand, he held a lantern burning with a wretched green extinguishing fire, the wick dripping with the stench of saintly black blood. This was a forbidden heritage that the primordial supreme being had given at the cost of his essence. Randang's gaze penetrated the void, locking onto the defenseless nine-tailed fox who was nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. If I cannot kill you, can I not kill a demon? The lantern's fire surged, and the drop of saintly black blood shot forth a ghostly light that swiftly and silently attacked the back of the nine-tailed fox. Fangs bared the killing intent descended. Xiaoge, the ruins of Shouxian Palace. Above the heavens remained shrouded in oppressive clouds, a pitch-black fissure silently yawned open across the sky, yet not a ripple of spiritual energy stirred in its wake. Randang Daoist stepped forth from the rift, his countenance grim and forbidding, his Daoist robe billowing fiercely in the wind. In his right hand, he bore the peerless primordial spirit treasure, the Lingjiu lamp, whose wick no longer flickered with the desolate emerald flame of annihilation, but instead pulsed with a single drop of jet-black blood. This was the sacred black blood of Yuanshi Tianzuan, distilled from 1/10 of his fundamental essence, a substance capable of severing karmic ties and obscuring heavenly fate. Randang's gaze locked onto the figure ahead, Jiao Wei, who the newly enthroned empress of the Shang dynasty, who stood with her back turned, calming the terrified ministers, while Lin Chen, the dread star of the East Sea, fixed his eyes upon the ruined king, Zhou lying broken upon the dragon throne, presenting a perfect fatal opening. Slay! A cold command echoed in Randang's mind. The black droplet detached from the wick, transforming into a sliver of abyssal light, silent, invisible, piercing void itself, as it streaked unerringly toward Jiao Wei's heart. Beyond the 33 heavens, Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed from Yushu Palace, and Hao Tian observed from the celestial court, both peering through divine water mirrors. They were certain this strike, veiled from the heavenly Tao's perception, would obliterate the fox demon on the spot and shatter the GSX's grand design upon the mortal realm. The shadowy radiance arrived in an instant, mere inches from Jiao Wei's back, yet her sacred body's primordial essence registered not the faintest warning. At the very moment the light was about to breach her flesh, Lin Chen did not turn. He merely reached backward with effortless nonchalance, his index and middle fingers locking onto that precise sliver of space. That single drop of sacred black blood, capable of reducing even a great Luo immortal to dust and ash, was pinched motionless between his fingertips. Its dark luminescence writhed violently, shrieking with unbearable agony, yet advanced not a hair's breadth further. Horror flooded Randang's eyes. Impossible. This was the essence of a celestial sage. 12-colored chaos divine light flared at Lin Chen's fingertips. The power of a Hunyuan great Luo immortal, absolute and overwhelming. Snap! A soft final sound. The black blood, imbued with the sage's own Daoic law, shattered into a wisp of ink-black smoke, dissolving into the wind. The lamp's spectral flame guttered and died. Randang's Dao heart fractured instantly. This power lay beyond even a great Luo immortal's comprehension. Could this monster have achieved bodily ascension? He dared not utter a single threat, not even a curse. With desperate resolve, he detonated a secondary wick of the Lingjiu lamp, harnessing the explosive inferno shockwave to hurl himself headlong back into the interdimensional passage, fleeing madly toward Kunlun Mountain. Heaven's mandate cannot be defied. Anomaly, you shall surely suffer celestial retribution. His voice, raw and hoarse, reverberated hollowly within the collapsing channel. Within the blood sea of Yoming and Wuzhuangguan, countless supreme beings, observing covertly through divine consciousness, exchanged silent consensus. Though Lin Chen's physical might was prodigious, he could scarcely detain Randang, the deputy patriarch of the Chan sect, who fled with singular intent through a sage-forged passage. What is heaven's mandate to me? Lin Chen sneered. He whirled abruptly, palm outstretched, fingers splayed wide, grasping the fading void passage with commanding authority. A colossal gray hand, forged from overwhelming Hunyuan power, surged upward against the current of spacetime. Crack! Crack! A relentless cascade of sharp fractures filled the air. The interdimensional passage, reinforced by Yuqing Daoic law, tore apart under sheer force, its shattered fragments scattering like splintered glass. No! A guttural scream tore from the depths of the void. Lin Chen yanked his arm backward. From the ruptured aperture, Randang Daoist was dragged forth, clutched by the throat in that gray hand, utterly powerless, and hurled back into the ruins of Xiaoge. Thud! Randang crashed onto rubble and shattered brick. Bones snapped, tendons torn. The peerless primordial spirit treasure Lingjiu lamp slipped from his grasp and rolled lifelessly across the debris, its surface dim and extinguished. Lin Chen strode forward, raised his right foot, and planted it squarely atop Randang's Dantian Sea of. A muffled impact echoed across the ruins. Randang's exalted great Luo immortal Dao foundation, cultivated over millennia, shattered atom by atom beneath the Huanyuan's incomprehensible might. His entire lifetime of cultivation dissolved into nothingness. The deputy patriarch of the Chan sect vomited blood flecked with viscera, his eyes rolled back white, and he sank into unconsciousness. Below, by gone, and the Shang ministers pressed their foreheads hard against the earth, trembling uncontrollably, daring not even draw breath. It was precisely then that the skies above Sisui Pass thousands of miles away erupted in violent upheaval. Above the Western Qi army, previously crushed to their knees beneath the auspicious Qingniao aura, the heavens split open with a vast golden fissure. Celestial chants swelled thunderously and countless ethereal golden lotuses bloomed spontaneously in midair. Yao Shi Fo, foremost disciple of the Western religion, descended across realms, his feet treading upon the illusory 12-petal meritorious golden lotus, bearing a secret edict from Hongjun. He extended a golden Buddha hand spanning 10,000 zhang, vast enough to blot out the sun, to seize Zhang Zia mortally wounded at the battlefield's center. Simultaneously a torrent of conversion light cascaded downward, blanketing both the Western Qi troops and the Sisui Pass garrison without distinction. Yao Shi Fo sat in solemn, radiant dignity, his voice shaking the cosmos. The Shang dynasty's mandate has expired. All sentient beings suffer. Thus they are destined for the West. Golden light pierced flesh. The terrified gazes of mortal soldiers grew vacant and unfocused. They dropped their weapons, clasped their hands in prayer, and murmured obscure sutras unconsciously. Within half an incense stick's time, hundreds of thousands of warriors from both armies would be stripped of will and reason, reduced to puppet strings pulled by the Western religion. Divine consciousness across the primordial chaos surged once more in alarm. The Chan sect had faltered, and now the two sages of the West had finally entered the fray. Exploiting Lin Chen's preoccupation in Chao Gu, they intervened directly in the mortal battlefield. The GS sect's grand game, so meticulously laid, would ultimately be overturned by the united hands of all celestial sages. In the ruins of Shou Xian Palace, Lin Chen lifted his foot from Randeng's body and turned his gaze westward. His eyes fixed upon the west, not gleaming, not burning, but hollow, depthless, a void of absolute stillness. He cast no space-daring spell. He did not take a single step. He simply stood there, raising his right hand, fingers poised, as if gripping an unseen blade. His peak, Hunyuan Great Luo Immortals, surging vital energy, fused violently with the World Pearl's transcendent destruction law, supreme over all heavens. A gray sword light erupted from his fingertip, utterly devoid of brilliance or radiance. This was the sovereign-level killing technique, annihilation of 10,000 realms. Carrying the primal edge of creation itself, the sword light ignored spatial distance, crossing thousands of miles in an instant, slashing straight toward the golden Buddha hand hovering above Sisui Pass. Shoo! A sound like rending silk echoed across Sisui Pass. That 10th Sansang Buddha hand, infused with the two sages' Buddhist principles and deemed invincible, failed even to emit a glimmer of defensive light before being cleanly severed at the wrist by the gray sword light. Golden Buddha blood rained down in torrents, scorching deep craters into the yellow sands outside Sisui Pass. The celestial chants ceased, abruptly, utterly. Yao Shi Fo's compassionate visage twisted in agony, a soul-rending wail tore from his throat as he clutched his spurting stump. His golden body image fragmented crack by crack. The conversion light shattered into glittering dust. Soldiers from both armies shuddered violently, snapping awake. Staring at the steaming golden blood pooling across the ground, they recoiled in terror. Lin Chen's voice thundered across the 9 provinces, resonating throughout the primordial chaos. Dare you extend your claws across the boundary again? I shall go to the west myself and sever your Bodhi roots. The sonic wave rolled like a tidal flood, forcing even the heavenly Tao's laws to recoil. This ultimate heaven-defying blow left every realm of the primordial chaos speechless. The blood sea of Yoming fell into utter silence as Zhun Yuan Zi sealed the gates of Wuzhuangguan. Jiao Wei, who lifted her head, gazing upon the man beside her, radiating the aura of an ancient primordial demon god. A fervent fire ignited in her eyes. Riding the momentum of his sovereign imperial might, she turned, her regal gaze sweeping over the kneeling ministers of the Shang dynasty. By my imperial edict, purge the court effective immediately. All who harbor disloyalty shall be executed to the 9th degree of kinship. Her voice, cold as frozen iron, reverberated across Chao Gu, her proclamation heralding the dawn of a new human epic. East Sea Jineo Island. The myriad immortals of the GS sect felt the surging, triumphant golden dragon of destiny, and drew their treasures in unison, pointing blades toward the heavens. Their thunderous, ocean-shaking cheers shattered the clouds. In that moment, the GS sect's supremacy as the foremost sect under heaven became unassailable. Lin Chen stood atop Shou Xian Palace, ignoring the broken form of Ran Deng beneath his feet, his gaze sweeping past Kunlun Mountain to fix upon the western paradise in the farthest west. A palpable, chilling aura of slaughter coalesced around him, scattering the very clouds above Chao Gu. Western paradise beside the 8-treasure meritorious pond. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, 2 sages of the west, grimaced in fury watching Yao Shi Fo return maimed and bleeding, his golden body cracked like shattered porcelain. How dare this upstart insult the west? Zhuan Ti ground his teeth until blood welled. With a swift slash of his palm, he conjured a fragmented formation disk, its aura pulsing with the primordial essence of Zhixiao Palace. This was the ultimate hidden weapon secretly bestowed by Tao ancestor Hongjun, not only capable of masking heavenly fate, but also bypassing all spatial defenses. Jiayin folded his hands in prayer, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, to Tongtian Island. First, deploy the ultimate annihilation formation, to erase those 3 contemptible maidens and the unborn abomination they carry. Shatter his Tao heart. Their forms blurred and vanished. Far away in Chaogu Empress Jiao Wei, who suddenly clutched her abdomen, letting out a low-pained cry. Inside Lin Chen's mind system, alerts blared incessantly. Alert! Detected severe fetal chi fluctuation in target Jiao Wei, who S-tier fox demon offspring imminent. Meanwhile, far off at Tongtian Island in the East Sea, an invisible lethal aura circled silently around all outer defenses, slipping undetected toward Yunxiao and Lin Bai Luo, her newborn second daughter. In the ruins of Shoshin Palace at Chaoga, dark clouds loomed over the sky. The female emperor, the nine-tailed fox, suddenly turned pale, clutching her swollen abdomen tightly, her knees giving way as she fell to the ground amid the broken walls. The purple-golden mystic bird, a manifestation of the Deshang's fortune, circled in the air, emitting a mournful cry, filled with unease. The purple-golden royal light flickered uncertainly. Bai Gan and the other ministers of the Deshang had just bowed and sworn their allegiance. They looked at the distorted face of the female emperor on the high platform and gazed up at the restless fortune bird in the sky. Panic quickly spread among the ministers. The old minister Bai Gan trembled, his official hat askew, and he staggered back several steps. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He shattered the void beneath his feet with a single step, instantly appearing beside the nine-tailed fox. He bent down, using his arms to lift her up. Chaos energy surged in the void, rapidly coalescing into a 12-colored lotus platform. Lin Chen carefully placed the nine-tailed fox in the center of the lotus. He turned around and swung his right hand down fiercely. A gray chaotic barrier crashed down, sealing the entire Shoshin Palace ruins tightly. The barrier cut off all outside noise and prying eyes. Lin Chen formed a sword with his fingers and pointed it at the nine-tailed fox's brow. Pure creation energy poured from his fingertips, forcefully flooding into her heart's pulse. The nearly collapsing origin of the demon race's holy body was forcibly stilled under this overwhelming power. Suddenly the sky over Chaoga changed dramatically. The clouds at a height of 10,000 feet turned pitch black. The will of heaven sensed the anomaly. The demon race had usurped the throne of the human emperor and bore a bloodline completely detached from the control of the primal chaos. The will of heaven directly descended the most brutal punishment. The Yunxiao extermination demon thunder gathered. The oppressive calamity clouds loomed overhead, transforming into a terrifying thunderstorm that swept across the sky above Chaoga City. The defensive formation of Chaoga City barely held for a breath before shattering with a thunderous roar. The foundation stone pillars exploded and debris flew through the air. The terrifying thunder pressure crushed down to the ground. Within Chaoga City, hundreds of thousands of mortals and soldiers were heavily injured. Many in the crowd fell en masse. Soldiers discarded their armor, spitting blood, and could only crawl on the cold stone ground. Some of the ministers, unable to endure the pressure, held their heads in despair and cried out, "Heaven's punishment! This is the heavenly wrath brought by the demons usurping the country. Deshang will surely perish today." The shrill screams and desperate cries spread wildly through the city. Silence and panic gripped the throats of every citizen of Deshang. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back before the chaotic lotus platform, gazing up at the rumbling sea of thunder. He cracked a contemptuous smile, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "Hongjun, old dog, are you just going to resort to throwing a tantrum when your schemes fail?" Lin Chen extended his right hand towards the sky, his voice mingling with his chaotic blood energy, surging into the clouds. "You heaven truly are regressing as you live." He did not summon the World Pearl. He had no intention of using any magical artifacts. Lin Chen slightly bent his knees, and the void beneath him suddenly collapsed over a vast area. His form transformed into a dazzling 12-colored divine light, using the ultimate physical body of the Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal to soar towards the torrential rain of thunder. The heavens split open. The first bolt of the Yunxiao extermination demon thunder, 1,000-foot diameter, struck down from above. The purple light column, infused with the power to annihilate all, struck directly at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. He faced the lightning, extending both hands fiercely. "Got it." His 10 fingers dug deep into the energy core of the thunderbolt. Lin Chen's arm muscles bulged instantly, the 12-colored chaotic divine light swirling beneath his skin. He let out a deep roar from his throat, pulling his arms outward with immense force. Crack! The divine thunder light column, representing the will of heaven, was forcibly ripped in half. The core of the thunder collapsed, and the rampant energy lost control, transforming into harmless purple light rain showering down over Chaoga City. This was impossible. Deep within the endless and distant blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Ming River gazed at the blood water coalescing into a mirror, before him, his body springing up from the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. He widened his eyes, cold sweat forming on his forehead as a gasp echoed in the empty blood god palace. At Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi crushed the teacup in his hand. The tea mixed with shards of porcelain pierced his palm, but he remained unaware. He had just torn apart a taboo punishment capable of slaying a great Luo golden immortal with his bare hands. This scene completely surpassed the cognitive limits of the primal chaos powers. They stared at the figure standing defiantly in the void for the first time in their lives, seriously doubting the absolute authority of the will of heaven. The will of heaven was utterly enraged. The calamity clouds shrank and converged madly. The pitch-black sea of thunder churned violently. Countless purple thunders devoured and fused with one another, coalescing into a blood-colored thunder spear radiating an endless aura of destruction deep within the sky. This thunder spear locked onto Lin Chen, its tip aimed directly at his brow. Just as the blood-colored thunder spear coalesced, the chaotic divine demon eye at Lin Chen's brow spun violently. In his vision, lines representing the primal chaos laws crisscrossed. Deep within the core of the calamity cloud, a trace of extremely secretive spatial law fluctuations flickered and vanished. This fluctuation was completely independent of the Heavenly Tribulation. It concealed another layer of hidden killing intent that crossed space. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. The mockery in his gaze vanished without a trace. Someone was using the Heavenly Tribulation as cover. The blood-colored thunder spear, imbued with the power to annihilate a realm, crashed down. As it passed, the space collapsed entirely. Lin Chen completely lost interest in playing around. The peak of the chaos great Luo golden immortal's blood energy erupted. 12-colored divine light surged wildly behind him, quickly coalescing into a primordial Pangu phantom, standing tall, with a celestial body and stars above his head. Lin Chen raised one hand to the heavens. The Pangu phantom synchronously raised that enormous hand capable of covering the entire East Sea. With fingers extended, it directly grasped the descending blood-colored thunder spear. Shatter! Lin Chen exerted force with his palm. The 5 fingers of the Pangu phantom closed together with a thunderous sound. The indestructible blood-colored thunder spear exploded into countless blood-colored light spots. Without stopping, Lin Chen's arms continued to stretch upward, his fingers transforming into a cage that imprisoned the heavens and earth, directly probing into the center of the calamity cloud spanning millions of miles. His palm closed again. Accompanied by a muffled sound that shattered the eardrums of all primal chaos realms, the million-mile calamity cloud was crushed in an instant by this extremely violent force. Thunderstorms, the will of heaven, and the laws of annihilation all turned to nothingness under this grip. The sky cleared. The sunlight above Chaoga once again poured down. At the same moment that the forbidden thunder punishment dissipated, the nine-tailed fox on the chaotic lotus platform let out a high-pitched long cry. A resonant cry of an infant echoed through the void. A newborn had descended. The third child. Lin Chen flashed back to the lotus platform, where the baby enveloped in creation energy floated in midair. This baby boy was born with 2 ears dragging 9 fluffy fox tails behind him, and at the center of his brow was imprinted a human emperor's Tao pattern radiating endless royal majesty. The purple-golden mystic bird of Deshang let out a joyful long whistle. The mystic bird dove from the sky, transforming into a purple-golden robe of fortune, draping it over the infant's small body. At this moment, the fortunes of the human and demon races perfectly closed the loop. In Lin Chen's mind, the system's prompt sound erupted into a frenzied clamor. Ding! Congratulations, host. S-grade fox demon offspring successfully born. The royal fortunes of the human race and the origin of the demon race are completely bound. The causal lines of the primal chaos are restructured, triggering extreme critical strike. System rewards issued. Gained reward 3 strands of Hongmeng purple energy. Gained reward 1 supreme Dao creation pool. Gained reward 3 protective Dao talismans of the chaotic level. Within and outside the ruins of Chao, the ministers and soldiers who had just regained consciousness looked at the invincible figure in midair who had crushed the Heavenly Tribulation with bare hands holding up the sun, and the newborn human emperor. Their panic was completely washed away. Bygone led the way, and hundreds of thousands knelt on the ground, burying their heads deeply in the stone slabs. The frenzied and devout sounds of worship rose higher and higher. At this moment, the primal chaos heavens fell into a deathly silence. All powers closed their water mirrors, shielding their perceptions. The will of heaven had suffered defeat after defeat before Lin Chen. Even the strongest thunder punishment was crushed publicly, and no one dared to make a sound at this critical moment. He extended his hands, preparing to embrace the exquisitely crafted third child, savoring this moment of father-son bliss. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the chaotic divine demon eye at Lin Chen's brow. Deep within his vision, several causal red threads suddenly tightened, even showing signs of breaking. He halted his movements abruptly, his mind flashing with the spatial anomaly that attempted to conceal itself before the calamity clouds dissipated. Lin Chen suddenly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the endless void, crossing billions of miles of mountains and rivers, locking onto the location of the 3 immortal islands in the East Sea. In his vision, a glaring crack appeared in the Daqian Zhunya defensive formation, famed for being invulnerable, surrounding the 3 immortal islands. The edges of that crack emitted a pure corrosive aura from the source of the Xiao Palace. A gap had appeared in the formation's defenses. 2 nauseating waves of Western Buddhist principles were quietly approaching the interior of the island, where the newly born second daughter Lin Biluo resided following that gap. The temperature in Lin Chen's eyes plummeted to freezing point. A tangible killing intent surged from within him, slicing the surrounding space, creating countless fine cracks. Jane. Juanti. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his voice seeming to seep from the depths of 9 hells, filled with a desire to annihilate everything. Dare to touch my wife and daughter. I will bury the entire Western paradise with you. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen tore apart the void barrier before him, his figure transforming into a beam of annihilation light, crashing into the chaotic flow of space, charging violently towards the East Sea. The East Sea 3 immortal islands. The once mist-shrouded sea has fallen into silence. The water is smoothed by an invisible pressure and the wind has ceased to flow. Ripples appeared in the void as 2 figures quietly manifested. Jane and Juanti. The 2 heavenly saints concealed their extraordinary presence, hovering like assassins outside the island's protective array. Jane held a fragmented purple gold array disc in his palm. This secret weapon bestowed by the Tao ancestor emitted an obscure essence of the heavenly Tao, shrouding the heavenly secrets and karmic ties within 100,000 miles. Lin Chen was currently lifting the heavenly punishment, and Chaoga feeling exhausted. Juanti watched the 12-colored brilliance of the array below, a flicker of apprehension, crossing his eyes, followed by a surge of murderous intent. Today I will sever his foundation and disrupt his Tao heart. Jane formed a seal. The purple gold array disc surged with murky gray mist, adhering to the protective light barrier of the island like a malignant growth. Amidst the hissing sounds, the so-called Daqian all-destruction array, which claimed to be invulnerable to all laws, let out a mournful cry. The array patterns flickered and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the glassy barrier. In the palace, Yunxiao's face turned pale. Elder sister, what happened? Xiao was carefully protecting the sleeping Lin Biluo in her arms. A strong enemy has invaded, the array has been breached. Yunxiao flipped her hand to summon the mixed origin golden ladle. With a deafening roar, the palace's dome was directly blasted away by overwhelming power. The sound of sacred music instantly replaced the sound of waves. A flood of golden light poured down, enveloping the entire 3 immortal islands in stifling despair. The mighty beings lurking in the shadows changed their expressions in unison. The ancestor of the Nether River hid deep in the sea of blood, staring at the water mirror. The saints had made their move. Moreover, they disregarded their reputation and directly launched a sneak attack on the back of the GS sect. The fate of the GS sect may be doomed here. Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes. Jane did not reveal his true form. Instead, he conjured a towering phantom of a Buddha in the sky. The withered golden hand of the Buddha crossed the shattered barrier, wielding the pressure to crush stars. The extinguishing divine light locked onto the space. Yunxiao and Xiao could not even move half a step. Protect Biluo. Yunxiao shouted sternly, resolutely igniting the recently stabilized quasi-saint origin within her body. The mixed origin golden ladle blazed with golden light, transforming into a colossal pillar to clash against the descending golden hand. After a brief moment, the mixed origin golden ladle was smashed down, its spiritual light dimmed. Yunxiao's delicate body shook violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her moon-white law skirt. Elder sister. Xiong Zhao's eyes widened in horror, one hand tightly holding the infant, while the other gripped the golden dragon scissors, unhesitatingly pouring all her vitality into it. 2 ancient golden dragons roared as they soared skyward, attempting to strangle the golden hand. Even a grain of rice sparkled with brilliance. Zunti's cold voice descended from the 9 heavens. The phantom of the 7 treasures Miao tree swept down. The 7-colored divine light rampantly brushed past, and the 2 golden dragons exploded without even a mournful cry, the body of the golden dragon scissors breaking in 2, falling into the ruins. Xiao groaned, her knees crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. Yet her arms still tightly protected the Lin Biluo in her embrace. The array completely collapsed. The solidified pressure of the saint descended. The earth veins of the 3 islands began to crack extensively. Zunti's gaze turned cold, locking onto the 3 women on the ground. As long as they are annihilated, the GS sect's flourishing fortune will surely suffer backlash. Let's proceed. The body of the 7 treasures Miao tree emerged from the void, carrying the saint's law crashing down towards the crowns of Yunxiao and Xiao. The space was completely locked. Yunxiao closed her eyes. At the critical moment, the void above the 3 immortal islands completely collapsed. There were no spatial rifts, no energy fluctuations. The sky, sealed by the saint's laws and the Tao ancestors' array disc, was like fragile paper, violently torn apart by a force from outside. A giant hand surrounded by chaotic thunder reached out from the void. The giant hand made no seals and did not wield any magical treasures. It reached forward simply and brutally, fingers wide open, seizing the crashing body of the seven treasures Meow Tree. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the giant hand, sweeping across a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The golden light in the sky was shredded by the shockwave. The once lofty Jane and Junti trembled violently, disbelief flooding their eyes. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? A low, hoarse voice laced with endless cold, killing intent echoed from the depths of the void. Every word sent the waters of the East Sea below swirling violently. A slender figure stepped out amidst the chaotic currents of shattered space. He carried the chilling blood of the Chaoga ruins, the dark yellow robe rustling in the wind. Lin Chen did not look at the two saints in the sky. His gaze fell on the bloodied Yunxiao and Xiao kneeling on the ruins, seeing their blood-stained law skirts and the infant in their arms unharmed. Crack! The void beneath Lin Chen's feet was crushed into a massive black hole. The temperature in his eyes dropped to absolute zero. In the eyes of the chaotic demon, 12-colored divine light swirled, killing intent, transforming into gray wind blades that shredded the surrounding space to pieces. Lin Chen. Junti shouted angrily, attempting to reclaim the seven treasures Meow Tree. But he discovered that the supreme innate spiritual treasure was currently gripped by Lin Chen's chaotic giant hand, unable to move an inch. Jane decisively activated the flawed array disc bestowed by Hong Jun with all his power. The purple-gold array disc shone brightly, attempting to suppress Lin Chen with the pressure of the heavenly Tao essence. Lin Chen slowly raised his head. The bone given by the old dog is also to be flaunted. Lin Chen's figure vanished from his original spot, moving so fast that even the saint's divine thoughts could not capture him. In the next instant he appeared before Jane. Without any pause, Lin Chen raised his right fist, gathering the ultimate physical strength of the peak of the mixed origin Great Luo Golden Immortal, and smashed it down onto the purple gold array disc. The array disc containing the essence of the heavenly Tao couldn't withstand even a second being shattered into powder by Lin Chen's punch. Jiayan's pupils constricted. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to extend his left hand, gripping Jiayan's avatar by the neck. You. Jiayan's words could not escape his lips. Lin Chen's fingers exerted force. Crack. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of bones breaking, Jiayan's avatar containing immense saintly laws was crushed by Lin Chen on the spot. Golden Buddha blood and pure energy splattered in all directions. Junti panicked. He abandoned the seven treasures Meow Tree and turned to tear the void to escape. Run. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with rage. He raised his right hand, using his finger as a sword. The World Lord level killing technique, Dakian all destruction. A colorless, lightless gray sword, Qi, disregarding the laws of time and space, pierced through the chest of Zuni's avatar. Oh! Junti let out a shrill scream as his golden body and law form disintegrated. Lin Chen did not relent. He exerted force with both hands in the void. The two causality red threads connecting Jane and Zunti's true bodies, originally ethereal, were forcibly pulled from the heavenly Tao laws. I said before, I will make you perish completely. Lin Chen gripped the two causality threads, the world bead within him spinning wildly, unleashing the destructive force of a complete small thousand world, without reservation, into the western paradise. In the extreme western lands at the 8 treasures merit pool, Jane and Zunti's true bodies simultaneously spat out a mouthful of golden saintly blood. They stared in horror as the gray destructive force surged from the void, ruthlessly shattering the array of the 8 treasures merit pool, evaporating half of its waters. A large number of Western Church disciples turned to ashes in the aftermath. The two felt their Tao foundations tremble, their primordial spirits wounded. Above the 3 immortal islands, Lin Chen stood in the void, his chaotic robe moving without wind, stepping on the golden remnants of the disintegrated saintly avatars. His gaze was like a sharp sword sweeping across the vast heavens. All the mighty beings secretly observing felt an electric shock at the moment their divine senses touched this gaze, hastily retracting. The ancestor of the Nether River slumped on the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, his back soaked in cold sweat. Taishang Laojun stood before the 8 scenery palace, his hand gripping the carrying pole, slightly trembling. In the skies above the East Sea, Lin Chen's declaration of dominance echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. From today onwards, if any saint dares to step into the East Sea, even a step, I will personally visit his dojo and uproot his lineage. The world fell into silence. All things held their breath. Lin Chen slowly retracted his gaze. He did not dissipate the killing intent surrounding him. In that last strike, he felt the backlash of the heavenly Tao laws and sensed the true master behind the flawed array disc. Lin Chen extended his right hand, reaching into the invisible river of the heavenly Tao. He grasped the thick golden thread of laws intertwined with endless causality of the Western Church. Hongjun, I know you are watching. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. He gripped the golden thread representing the fated outcome and exerted a sudden force. Crack! The causality golden thread was forcibly torn apart. At the moment, the golden thread broke. In the 33 heavens deep within the boundless chaos, the gate of the purple sky palace, which had been closed since antiquity, symbolizing the supreme authority of the heavenly Tao, For the first time the gate emitted a muffled rumble, slowly opening a crack. Deep within the purple sky palace, a figure sitting cross-legged beneath the jade disk of creation, his form shining with the Tao. Finally he opened those cold eyes that had observed the vast wilderness for billions of years, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Lin Chen stood upon the shattered void, his primordial yellow and black chaos robe billowing fiercely in the turbulent winds. The overwhelming aura of a supreme immortal of chaos and primordial perfection solidified into palpable pressure, surging outward in all directions, annihilating every furtive divine sense, probing from within a million li radius. Silence reigned across heaven and earth, absolute as a needle's fall. He let out a cold snort and cast his gaze downward. Suspended midair, the seven-treasure marvelous tree emitted an uneasy, trembling hum. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen condensed gray boundary force into a colossal hand, brutally crushing the spiritual imprint left by Zhundi deep within the tree's core. Ignoring the artifact's pained resonance, he sealed it away into a forgotten corner of the world pearl. Lin Chen spread his 5 fingers wide, transcending millions of li of space, to retrieve the fragmented remains of the spirit coffin lamp, abandoned by Ran Deng in his panicked flight from the ruins of Chaoga. The lamp's emerald glow dimmed entirely within his palm. The battlefield's lingering turbulence dissolved beneath his effortless sweep. And as Lin Chen descended upon Sanxian Island, the apocalyptic chaos-laying aura wreathing his form melted away, vanished without trace. The imperial chamber lay in utter ruin. Lin Chen strode forward swiftly, the murderous intent in his eyes had vanished, replaced by tenderness so profound it seemed to pierce time itself. He opened his arms wide and drew bloodstained Yunxiao and weakened Yunxiao tightly into his embrace. Vital creation azure chi flowed from his fingertips, weaving a warm, serene barrier that sealed off the raging east sea waves and residual, saintly auras beyond. He lowered his head and gently brushed his thumb across Lin Biluo, the infant still crying softly in Yunxiao's arms, her tiny face crinkling under his touch. A rare soft smile unfurled across his stern features. "It's over. No one shall ever harm you again." Before the words fully faded, calamity struck. Without warning, a ghastly viridian light erupted from Qiong Zhao's luminous spiritual platform. It was the silent annihilation Sanskrit venom, surreptitiously implanted by Zhundi deep within her primordial essence when he struck her with the 7-treasure marvelous tree. Not meant to kill outright, but to corrode her quasi-saint Tao foundation silently and irrevocably. Ugh! Qiong Zhao's body convulsed violently, a spurt of foul black blood splattered across her moon-white cultivation gown. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. Sensing the surge of vital blood, the venom fire ignored her dantian entirely, and instead surged like a rampaging tide toward the hidden life force nestled deep within her lower abdomen, a nascent vitality even she had yet to perceive. Third sister. Yunxiao's face paled in horror. She lunged forward to channel protective energy, but was violently repelled by the saintly law radiating from the venom's outer edge. Outside the island, Zhao Gongming and other GS sect disciples, arrayed in formation to safeguard the sanctum, felt Qiong Zhao's quasi-saint aura plummet catastrophically. A chill shot up their spines, freezing their very souls. The 3 sovereign ladies are in peril. Panic rippled through the GS sect immortals. Unrepentant wretch. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with glacial fury, not alarm but scathing, contemptuous laughter. His forehead's chaos divine demon eye spun at blinding speed, unleashing 12-colored divine light that pierced illusion and falsehood. Instantly, the sovereign power of the primordial chaos realm within the world pearl surged forth. A torrent of gray chaos energy surged from Lin Chen's palm, piercing unimpeded into Qiong Zhao. This force disregarded the venom fire's desperate resistance, coalescing instantly into an immovable prison, locking the arrogant toxin firmly outside her dantian. The venom fire writhed furiously, yet advanced not a single inch. "Since you've delivered a gift, I'll accept it without hesitation." Lin Chen formed a seal with one hand, but his fingertip blazed a flicker of primordial chaos true fire, plunged directly into Qiong Zhao's being. Using heaven and earth as the crucible, he forged a forced refinement. The chaos true fire congealed into a colossal, grinding disk, mercilessly crushing the silent annihilation Sanskrit venom beneath its weight. The vile, defiling essence infused with the Western religion saint's law burned away completely, only to be refined in an instant into a flawless, harmonious source of vital creation origin energy. Outside the island, Zhao Gongming and the others abruptly raised their heads, astonished, bewildered, to find the decaying aura emanating from the imperial chamber not only halted, but now churning with a terrifying, inexorable surge of life force. At the precise moment the origin energy was stripped away, a system alert blared relentlessly within Lin Chen. Ding! Target Qiong Zhao's concealed S-rank, War Annihilation Divine Fetus, has been stimulated by saintly origin energy, prematurely stabilized and triggered into awakening activation. War Annihilation Divine Fetus. Lin Chen threw back his head and roared with triumphant laughter, his chest swelling with indomitable pride. "You sought to shatter my foundation. Then I shall use your own power to nourish my son." In one fluid motion, he produced the fragmented spirit coffin lamp. With 5 fingers clenching, he crushed the peerless primordial treasure, cherished as life itself by great Luo immortals, into shimmering dust. An immense tide of vital creation energy erupted forth. Feast well. Lin Chen seized the momentum, pouring the purified saintly origin energy and the lamp's quintessential essence, unreservedly holy, into the divine fetus's ravenous maw within Yunxiao's lower abdomen. Having devoured this dual pinnacle of primordial essence, the divine fetus resonated with a silent, thunderous pulse, then reversed course, expelling pure concentrated chaos war slaughter chi. Torrential and fierce it surged through Yunxiao's entire meridian network. Her damaged meridians healed instantly, and under the relentless scouring of war slaughter chi were forcibly expanded several-fold. Boom. The cultivation barrier she'd stagnated behind for countless eons shattered under the impact of this supreme, irresistible force. A spectral figure wielding weapons manifested above her crown, its corpse already severed. A vast dark golden cloud of war annihilation slaughter chi coalesced rapidly above the semi-ruined Tongtian island, dispersing the lingering death aura of heavenly tribulations across the heavens. The illusory golden lotus of the Tao bloomed consecutively from the void. At the vortex's heart, Lin Chen stood tall, long hair whipping wildly, hands clasped behind his back, radiating the awe-inspiring authority of an ancient deity who commanded the laws of creation itself. This quasi-saint latestage aura ignited a storm of pressure, sweeping across the entire Hongluang world in an instant. In the East Sea atop Mount Janeo, deep within the Bio Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes snapped open. Sensing that familiar, devastatingly potent aura, he rose to his feet without hesitation. Excellent. Excellent indeed. No break, no rise. What exhilarating clarity. Tongtian threw back his head and laughed aloud. O Qingping's sword sang in exultation, and the GSX auspicious dragon of destiny swelled visibly once more. Meanwhile, in the blood sea of the netherworld, the patriarch Mingi Laozu in seclusion, Xinyuanzi, and countless other Honghuang great immortals all stood utterly numb. A celestial Tao saint had personally descended, abandoning dignity to launch a treacherous ambush. Yet rather than severing the GSX's roots, the anomaly named Lin Chen had turned the saint's own power against him, forging through sheer audacity and mastery a new quasi-saint latestage powerhouse for the GSX. What was this, if not delivering cultivation blessings across 1,000 li? After this battle, Tongtian Island's name became an absolute taboo throughout the Honghuang world, untouchable, inviolable. Within the ruins, the gale subsided. Lin Chen tenderly wiped away the traces of black blood from Yunxiao's lips, then swept her effortlessly into his arms, cradling her waist. Within you lies our child. His voice, low and resonant, carried the unshakable weight of bedrock as he held her gaze. Yunxiao froze, then slowly, hesitantly placed her hand upon her own abdomen. Then, her eyes, always fierce and commanding, glistened with sudden tears, disbelief melting into overwhelming joy, then softening into the rare tender shyness of a woman newly awakened to motherhood. As her spirit trembled, Lin Chen flicked his wrist. Then, her eyes, always fierce and commanding, glistened with sudden tears, disbelief melting into overwhelming joy, then softening into the rare tender shyness of a woman newly awakened. Keep this broken tree. His tone was casual, utterly indifferent to its status as a saint's supreme treasure. Use it to crack walnuts, later for your child's teething. Do as you please. Utter dominance. Absolute unwavering protection. Clutching the very artifact that had nearly ended her life, Yunxiao wept uncontrollably. She buried her face deep into Lin Chen's broad, unyielding chest, every defense, every shard of steel-willed strength dissolving into supple, yielding tenderness beneath the absolute safety he offered. Just as Lin Chen held them both close, basking in rare peace and the quiet, profound joy of impending fatherhood, beyond the 33 heavens, deep within the infinite chaos. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, a hall sealed since antiquity, the cracks upon the creation jade tablet faintly reflected the scene unfolding upon Tongtian Island. Hongjun Daozu's emotionless eyes opened fully. He did not glance at the grievously wounded Jane and Junti, nor did he reach to mend the jade tablet. His gaze fixed upon the man in the East Sea, again disrupting heavenly Tao predestination, daring to overturn all ordained order. From his lips issued a decree whose chilling resonance could freeze the entire chaos continuum. The anomaly must be eradicated. Summon the 4 saints. Hongjun closed his eyes, the edict already traversing time and space. The 10,000 Immortals formation commences ahead of schedule. In the Western Paradise, the waters of the 8 treasures merit pool have evaporated by half. The true forms of Jane and Junti sat on the 12-petaled lotus platform, their faces pale, as they coughed up foul-smelling dark golden blood. The once solemn Sanskrit of the Western sect transformed into a wailing cry of despair. What kind of monster is he? Junti gritted his teeth, genuine fear dawning in his eyes for the first time. Lin Chen's recent action not only disrupted the schemes against the 3 immortal islands, but also forcefully tore apart the foundational luck that the Western sect had cultivated for millions of years. The two saints of the Tao were overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness against a master of the Great Thousand Realms. At Kunlun Mountain within the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun stared intently at the dissipating causal lines of the West in the void, his finger bones cracking from the pressure. He knew well that Lin Chen's rate of growth was completely out of control. The title of the strongest below the saints had become a joke, as the other party had already acquired the true power to overturn the chessboard. When a dull bell tolled from the depths of the endless chaos. The sound of the bell ignored the distance of space, directly echoing throughout the four holy Tao fields. That voice was devoid of emotion, radiating the utmost coldness and ruthlessness of the Tao. In the void, purple-golden Tao patterns intertwined, forming the merciless decree of Hongjun Laozu. The heavenly order is in disarray. The myriad immortals' formation shall commence early. The saints united to eradicate the anomaly. As the decree was issued, the previously suppressed and fearful four saints straightened their backs in an instant. The wariness in Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes faded, rekindling his aloof arrogance. With the Tao ancestor personally vouching, the rules of the Tao permitted it. Even if Lin Chen achieved physical sanctification, he was destined to be turned to ashes under the crushing might of the entire heavens and earth. The remaining golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, knelt on the ground, frantically bowing. Tao ancestor, be merciful. The fervent intent to kill reignited the conflict between the Chan sect and the Western sect. In the 33 heavens within the Lingxiao Palace, the Emperor Haoyan sat on his dragon throne, his face ashen. The shame of the 10,000 heavenly soldiers kneeling before the Empress made him wish to swallow Lin Chen whole. The dome of the palace cracked open. An eye of the Tao formed from pure purple lightning hung above. With a flash of purple light, a secret decree passed over the saints and directly struck into Haoshan's sea of consciousness. Haoshan's body trembled, gripping the armrest of the dragon throne tightly, as cold sweat instantly soaked his imperial robe. The Taibai Jinxing perceived something amiss and cautiously approached. Your Majesty, what has happened? The Tao ancestor's secret decree. Haoshan's voice quivered, his eyes mixing fear and disbelief. The Tao ancestor commands us to use the heavenly authority to unleash an inescapable disaster upon the Deshang, severing its national foundation. The Assembly of Immortals was in an uproar. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was unable to directly eliminate Lin Chen? Was he resorting to such roundabout means of cutting off the source of that anomaly's luck? Your Majesty, think carefully. Taibai Jinxing knelt down with a thud. That Lin Chen can even tear apart heavenly punishment. If we directly intervene and anger that dreadful deity, the heavenly court will be in peril. Shut up. Haoshan's eyes turned red, completely descending into madness. The temptation of becoming the sovereign of heaven and earth overwhelmed all rationality. As long as he could eliminate Lin Chen, the heavenly court would monopolize the vast resources of humanity and the demon race. Rain God, Plague God stepped forward. Haoyan threw out two heavenly treasures, the water-controlling flag and the plague locust umbrella. Receive the decree and pour the black rain and plague upon the eastern borders of Deshang. I want that place to be filled with corpses devoid of life. On the eastern borders of Deshang, dark clouds surged ominously. The black rain mingled with the deathly aura of the Tao, and the stench of decay poured down, carrying the poison that robbed life. Wherever it passed, the grass withered, and the river water emitted a foul black color. Just as the black rain was about to fall upon the towns where millions of mortals dwelt. In the ruins of Chaoga City within the Shou Xian Palace, the Empress, adorned with a 12-feathered crown, suddenly opened her eyes. She did not panic. The human emperor's art, bestowed by Lin Chen, rapidly circulated within her body. How could our Deshang territory allow the celestial dogs of the heavenly realm to run rampant? The nine-tailed fox slammed the table, and the human emperor's seal erupted with a dazzling purple light. Boom. A billion zhang purple-golden mystic bird materialized from thin air, its wings unfurling to cover the entire territory of Deshang. The mystic bird let out a cry that shattered the skies as the luck of humanity coalesced into an indestructible purple-golden shield in midair. The black rain and plague slammed against the shield, and the so-called inescapable deathly aura of the Tao not only failed to permeate, but was instead forcefully stripped and compressed into black water mines by the imperial pressure on the shield. Rebound. The nine-tailed fox coldly uttered a single word. The purple-golden mystic bird soared high. That calamity force, following the pathways of spells used by the rain god and plague gods, surged back with tenfold strength towards the 33 heavens. In the heavenly court, outside the southern heavenly gate, the rain god and plague god, still in the midst of casting spells, were caught completely off guard as the black rain they had summoned poured down upon them. Two piercing screams shattered the sea of clouds. The celestial bodies of the two gods exploded on the spot, their primordial spirits corroded to the brink of extinction, obliterated completely. The residual might of the calamity surged forward, shattering the grand southern heavenly gate and charging straight into the Lingxiao Palace. Protect His Majesty. The Assembly of Immortals fled in terror. The grand illusion of the purple-golden mystic bird flashed through the sea of clouds, and a massive purple-golden claw reached out, slamming down heavily upon the front of the Yunxiao palace. Bang! The gold plaque that symbolized the supreme authority of the heavenly court, the Yunxiao palace, was shattered by this claw on the spot. Wooden and metallic shards mixed with chaotic fragments of laws shot out, causing the assembly of immortals inside the palace to spit blood, collapsing like tumbling gourds. Silence. A deathly stillness gripped the entire heavenly court. The exalted celestial beings lay prostrate on the jade floor, staring blankly at the broken palace that had lost its plaque. Did a mortal dynasty actually strike down the heavenly court merely through luck? In the sea of blood of the underworld, the old ancestor of the underworld river stared at the shattered plaque of the Yunxiao palace in the water mirror, gasping in shock. The human path is rebelling against the heavenly court. He actually elevated the mortal dynasty to such a terrifying level. Inside the Wuzhuang temple, Xinyuanzi shook his head with a bitter smile. Lin Chen's grand chess game has completely overturned the table of the primordial age. The heavenly court this time has tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. News swept across the heavens like a storm. All factions finally realized that the human order established by Lin Chen had taken shape, no longer a pawn that the saints could manipulate at will. Inside the Yunxiao palace, Hao Yan collapsed on the ruined dragon throne, his face twisted. The shattering of the plaque represented not just broken wood, but his lifeblood and dignity as the heavenly emperor. Your Majesty, please stop. Tai Bai Jingxing cried out with blood on his face. Get lost. Hao Yan kicked Tai Bai Jingxing away, his hands rapidly forming seals, biting his tongue to draw a drop of his imperial blood into the void. If the heavenly Tao cannot kill him, then I will personally drag him down to hell with me. Madness filled Haoshan's eyes, intermingled with despair and cruelty. Go fetch that forbidden weapon used to suppress the water eye of the heavenly river. I want the borders of Deshang and that Qintang Pass to turn into a sea of death. In the East Sea at the three immortal islands, the ruins had already been concealed by the creation formations set up by Lin Chen. He gently placed his sleeping second daughter Lin Biluo into the embrace of Yunxiao. Straightening up, his deep eyes pierced through the void for thousands of miles, taking in the tragic scene within Yunxiao Palace and Haoshan's madness. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems that this old mudfish Hao Yan can no longer afford to lose and intends to overturn the table. He turned to look in the direction of Qintang Pass on Earth. On the city tower, a certain mischievous child holding a fire-tipped spear and wrapped in the misty heaven silk was squatting on the city wall, yawning in boredom. Lin Chen, with one hand behind his back, spoke in a deep voice carrying an overwhelming presence. Neza, don't sleep anymore. I have found you a new toy that can take a beating. On the ramparts of Qintang Pass, gale force winds tore at the black war banners of the Shang dynasty. Neza, utterly bored, crouched on the crenellation, casually tossing a broken brick in the air, letting it rise and fall with careless indifference. Neza, stop lazing about. Your master has found you a new sturdy toy to beat up. Lin Chen's deep voice resonated directly within Neza's divine sense. The brick in midair was instantly pulverized into ash by an invisible force. Neza straightened his waist and sprang up from the battlement. A fierce, savage smile curved his lips, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. A suppressed laugh rolled from the depths of his throat, growing increasingly unbridled. A toy from the heavenly court. Neza's eyes blazed with crimson light. It better be durable. A surge of dark red, chaotic demon Sha Qi erupted from his body, forming a thick pillar of energy that shot straight into the nine heavens, punching a massive hole through the clouds. In an instant, half the sky above Qintang Pass was tainted a doomsday red. High in the firmament, a pitch-black rift spread, silently expanding to millions of li across the sky. The roar of the nine heavens, Milky Way, echoed from within, shaking the entire mortal realm. The colossal golden avatar of the Jade Emperor materialized upon the clouds. Behind him, the 28 mansions were arrayed in a strict formation. 100,000 heavenly river soldiers stood in heavy armor, their halberds pointed directly at Qintang Pass. A bone-chilling aura of slaughter descended. The blazing noonday sun was completely blotted out, plunging Qintang Pass into a dead silent darkness. Without a single word of declaration, the Jade Emperor raised his immense right hand and directly tore open the void barrier before him. From the tear gushed the most forbidden water of the heavenly river, the Ruoshui. A black torrential waterfall cascaded down. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor flicked his left wrist, unfurling a golden radiant scroll across the sky. It was the subscroll of the Fengshen Bang. Myriad golden rays descended as the laws of Tao condensed into countless golden chains, weaving tightly into the raging torrent of Ruoshui. The Ruoshui was already so lethal that even a feather would sink upon contact, bringing instant death. Now augmented by the laws of the Fengshen Bang, the Jade Emperor was blatantly intent on erasing the million living souls below, forcibly imprisoning them to fill the scroll's roster. In the depths of the netherworld, Blood Sea Patriarch Styx shot to his feet, the 12-petal karmic fire lotus trembling violently. Inside the 5 villages manor, the Jade Rui in Zhenyuanzi's hand shattered inch by inch. All the great powers across the heavens were shocked into silence. The Jade Emperor had gone completely mad, daring to trample upon the very foundations of the Tao. The torrent of Ruo Shui infused with these laws crashed down with immense weight. Above Chintang Pass, the indestructible city guarding Grand Formation blazed with blinding light. It held for only half a breath before the light screen emitted a grating sound of melting and then shattered completely. The deathly aura of the Ruo Shui plunged straight towards the ground. General Li Jing drew his sword, his face ashen. Tens of thousands of defenders trembled, the excruciating pain of their souls being forcibly ripped from their bodies, stealing their breath. Above the clouds, the gods of the heavenly court sneered. They looked down coldly, waiting to see the mortals and the remnants of the GS sect dissolve into a pool of pus. A dark red, demonic lotus bloomed from the ground. Neza transformed into a blur, charging straight up through the Ruo Shui waterfall towards the 9 heavens. With a flick of his wrist, the chaos fire-tipped spear reforged by Lin Chen let out a savage dragon's roar that split the sky. He thrust the spear tip upwards. Chaos true flame burst forth, condensing into a 10th Sansang fire lotus that rolled upwards. A countercurrent that burned the very heavens. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the supposedly inviolable Ruo Shui massively boiled. A hissing sound filled the world. The dark torrent was vaporized by the chaos true flame, transforming into white mist that dissipated above Chintang Pass. Arrogant demon. The vanguard of the heavenly court, the 9 luminary star lords erupted in fury. 9 pillars of starlight formed a lethal killing array, diving from the clouds at full speed to encircle and destroy him. Neza neither dodged nor avoided. He laughed wildly and flung out his right arm. The demon Sha armillary sash howled forth the dark red silk, transforming into a primordial demon dragon. With a brutal force capable of destroying everything, it swept across the void. Crack! A violent sonic boom resounded through the clouds. The star lords of the sun, the moon, and the comet who were in the lead were snapped in half by the sash. A mist of blood spread through the air. The physical bodies of 3 celestial immortals were completely destroyed. But it wasn't over. The demon Sha Chi on the sash opened a massive maw and devoured the 3 fleeing origin spirits in one gulp. A bone-chilling sound of chewing echoed out. The origin spirits were utterly annihilated. The chance to escape into the Fengshen Bang to be reborn was brutally severed. The observing primordial mighty ones drew in sharp breaths. The heavenly court's proud law of divine immortality had been broken. The heavenly court's army was nothing special. The golden avatar of the Jade Emperor was incandescent with rage. His hands formed seals at lightning speed. He bit his tongue and infused the sub-scroll of the Fengshen Bang with the Emperor's essence blood. The scroll's origin power fully awakened. Countless dense golden chains of heavenly order descended from the sky, weaving into an inescapable net of Tao law. The chains constricted in an instant, binding the rampaging Neza in midair. Golden runes flickered madly, forcibly suppressing the roiling demon Sha Chi on his skin back into his body. In the end, he's just a bastard relying on the power of his treasures, the remaining heavenly court gods on the cloud side in relief, their condescending sneers returning. Bound by the chains in midair, Neza hung his head. The world fell silent. 2 seconds later, the Chaos Tao mark personally inscribed by Lin Chen on Neza's brow ignited, blazing with 12-colored radiance. My master says. Neza suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning red. That these broken rules are for us to make. His physical body rapidly expanded, manifesting the 3-headed, 6-armed, chaotic demon form. Nez has 6 arms shot out simultaneously. His fingers dug deep into the golden chains of heavenly order. His bulging muscles swelled continuously as the 12-colored divine light flowed through his meridians. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Break. He unleashed the ultimate pure physical force. With a series of grinding, teeth-aching, snapping sounds, the chains, hailed as indestructible and representing the decrees of heaven, were torn apart by his raw primal strength into countless specks of light. The golden light shattered and scattered. Neza twisted his waist backward, pulling his right arm to its limit. His body bent into a full bow, brimming with destructive power, his gaze locked onto the sky. The chaos fire-tipped spear transformed into a heaven-defying meteor as he hurled it with all his might. The explosive sound tore through millions of li of the firmament. Attached to the spear was a killing intent of the Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal level. It pierced straight through the sub-scroll of the Fengshen Bang, which radiated supreme heavenly might. The spear tip emerged from the back of the scroll, nailing it to the wall of the void. Ryup. The sub-scroll of the Fengshen Bang was torn in two. The net of Tao law collapsed with it. A terrifying backlash descended. The 100,000 heavenly river soldiers simultaneously coughed up torrents of blood, wailing as they fell from the clouds straight into the eastern sea. The Jade Emperor's Tinthasanshang golden avatar trembled violently. Neza shattered the void, appearing instantly before the golden avatar. He threw a single punch. The force of his fist rippled through space, and the golden avatar exploded from within. A howl filled with humiliation and unwillingness echoed across the sky, lingering for a long time. Beyond the 33rd heaven in the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly venerable Yuan sure stood up. Inside the 8 Scenery Palace, Lord Laozi opened his eyes. All the great powers of the primordial heavens changed color in shock. The entire realm fell into dead silence, followed by an uncontrollable uproar that swept across the 3 realms. The absolute authority of the heavenly court under this brutal spear and fist was utterly annihilated. The news of the battle at Shintang Pass swept across the primordial heavens in a few breaths. The 10,000 immortals of the GS sect were in an uproar. Cheers from Golden Ao Island soared into the sky. Outside the Yunxiao Palace, the remaining heavenly soldiers were utterly demoralized, collapsing to the ground. Above the heavenly court, the coiled golden dragon of imperial destiny let out an extremely feeble wail. A shocking, enormous fissure split from its head all the way to its tail, with golden destiny energy madly leaking out. The very foundation of the heavenly court's rule had been cleaved open. Above Shintang Pass, Neza stood with his feet on the corpses of several gods. He was in the heat of battle, the red light in his eyes reaching a peak of frenzy. He reached out, recalling the fire-tipped spear through the void. He bent his knees, slightly ready to tear through space, and charged straight to the southern heavenly gate to eradicate the root of the problem. Just as he was about to launch himself, a humble-looking wooden carrying pole emerged from the still-and-healed rift in the void. The pole bore ancient wood grain flowing with pure Taiji yin-yang energy, a power that exuded an extreme sense of non-action, yet could instantly lock onto all of Neza's life force and soul, pressed silently down towards his crown. The Lord Laozi from Shouyang Mountain, the one who seemed the most aloof from worldly strife, had finally entered the fray himself. Above Shintang Pass, the heavens caved inward as a withered wooden carrying pole silently emerged from the void. The Taiji yin and yang energies cascaded down, with the pole intertwining into an invisible millstone that crushed and devoured all light and sound around. Naja's figure abruptly froze, the boiling demonic blood losing its warmth. His 3-headed, 6-armed demonic form was bound in the void by a principle of non-action, unable to even stir a fingertip. Above the clouds, the Jade Emperor, whose Tao heart had been shattered, saw the carrying pole and reignited with frantic hope in his eyes. The Grand Pure Sage has taken action. He roared out in near delirium, biting his fingertip, without hesitation splattering imperial blood through the air. Form the formation. Form the formation for me. The remaining 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the remnants of the 28 mansions received the decree, igniting their origins in unison. Divine radiance wove together again, and the heavenly net, an earthly snare, demon extermination formation rose in response. Myriad Tao laws of golden light coalesced into a prison that veiled the sun, pressing down layer by layer from the 9 heavens. Above lay the sage's principles of the Grand Pure One, below the last foundation of the heavenly court. Encircled from above and below, every escape route for Naja was severed. Deep within the blood sea of the netherworld, ancestor Mingi watched the scene in the water mirror and shook his head unceasingly. Inside the 5 villages, Temple Jin Yuanzi let out a long sigh. The Grand Pure Sage, known for his quiet non-action, had now disregarded his dignity to personally strike down a 3rd-generation disciple. With the heavenly court exhausting its reserves for the kill, all great powers across the primordial heavens deemed the demonic prodigy of the GS sect doomed beyond escape. The authority of the orthodox heavenly Tao brooked no defiance from any being. The carrying pole ground through space, closing to a hair's breadth of Naja's crown. The authority of the orthodox heavenly Tao brooked no defiance from any being. The carrying pole ground through space, closing to a hair's breadth of Naja's crown. Snap! A crisp sound echoed across the silent world. The Taiji carrying pole, bearing the Grand Pure Sage's Tao of non-action, and capable of suppressing a grand cosmos, was caught squarely between those 2 fingers. The yin and yang energies coiled around the pole clashed fiercely, yet failed to even scratch the skin of those fingers. A figure in a Xinhuang Taoist robe slowly solidified in the void. Lin Chen stood tall, his gaze piercing beyond the immediate to the 33 heavens. Old lord, at your age you still come to pick a fight with my disciple. Have you no shame? Lin Chen's teasing voice spread across the land, while the hidden pressure of a primordial chaos golden immortal caused the entire sky to tremble. The sage's principles enshrouding Naja were instantly scattered by this force. Lin Chen did not rush to flick away the pole. Instead, he sent a thread of divine sense straight into Naja's sea of consciousness. Don't just rely on brute force in a fight. They've sent gifts from afar. Don't waste them. Activate the primordial heaven-devouring demon art. Treat these self-proclaimed orthodox beings as nourishment and drain them dry. Naja suddenly looked up. In his 3 pairs of eyes, bloodthirsty red light surged. He did not retreat. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he formed eerie hand seals, his body pressing forward, instead of back, charging straight into the golden light of the heavenly net, an earthly snare raining down from above. Devour! A deep roar erupted. Dark red demonic aura soared skyward, opening a black hole vortex that devoured the heavens and earth. The golden laws of the heavenly court shattered upon touching the vortex's edge, torn apart by an overwhelming suction. The innate essence within the golden light was forcibly stripped and poured into Naja's demonic body. What is happening? The 9 luminary stars on the clouds screamed in shock. All the deities of the heavenly court could feel their divine power, and even the heavenly Tao fortune bound to their thrones leaking uncontrollably through the formation's channels. The great powers of the primordial heavens rubbed their eyes, faces etched with absurdity. Could this demonic child truly devour the orthodox laws of the heavenly Tao as if they were great tonic? Sensing the foundation of the heavenly court being devoured in reverse, the Jade Emperor spat out another mouthful of his origin blood in fury. Cram yourself to death, you fiend. With bloodshot eyes, the Jade Emperor forcibly activated the core formation of the heavenly net, an earthly snare channeling the last reserves of the heavenly court's righteous chi into a golden torrent that poured into the array, aiming to burst Naja's demonic body with sheer volume. Naja hovered at the heart of the black hole, laughing wildly and wantonly. His chaotic demonic body showed no sign of bursting, instead growing more receptive, accepting all without refusal. As vast amounts of true chi surged into him, the space behind him twisted violently. A primordial demonic Dharma image 100,000 zhang tall rose from the ground, filling everyone's vision. The image had 3 heads and 6 arms, a ferocious visage, and eyes shooting towering red light. Its 6 arms closed together, seizing the chaotic fire-tipped spear that had swelled to 10,000 zhang. Naja's gaze locked onto the formation's weak point where the fortune had drained and dimmed the light. He twisted his waist. The Dharma image swung the spear in unison. A wild heavy sweep. Accompanied by the shattering sound of thunder rolling through the 9 heavens, it echoed across the 3 realms. The heavenly net, an earthly snare demon extermination formation said to be capable of slaying even a golden immortal, exploded in midair. The last line of defense of the heavenly court crumbled. The backlash from the formation's destruction surged upward. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the remnants of the 28 mansions coughed up mouthfuls of blood, falling in droves from the clouds, crashing into the East Sea and raising countless towering water columns. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. His 2 fingers pinching the taiji carrying pole tightened slightly. Chaotic force pierced the saintly artifact. The pole emitted a pained groan, its surface cracked like a spiderweb. Then it was flung back by an irresistible force, turning into a streak of light that fled to the 33 heavens. From the depths of the 8 scenic palace on Mount Shouyang came a stifled groan of pain. A profound silence fell across the primordial heavens. Then came an uproar sweeping through every cave dwelling. The entire foundation of the heavenly court, plus the Grand Pure Sage's personal intervention. Such a formation, enough to rewrite the primordial heavens landscape, had been trampled into a colossal joke by Master Lin Chen and his disciple before the eyes of the 3 realms. Naja hovered in midair, letting out a satisfied burp. The vast fortune of the heavenly court he had swallowed, guided by Lin Chen's human destiny, causal threads split into 2 thick golden-red rainbows. One poured into the purple gold-black bird above the Shang dynasty's territory. The other sped straight to Golden Ao Island in the East Sea, merging into the fortune golden dragon of the Jie sect. Both sacred beasts of fortune let out high-pitched cries, their forms swelling again. At the borders of the great Shang, countless mortals suffering from natural disasters looked up at the sky. They witnessed the fall of heavenly soldiers and the collapse of divine authority. Long live the human emperor! Long live the Jie sect! Such cries rose and fell among the crowd. Angry mobs stormed the temples and the towns. Clay idols of gods were toppled and shattered, offering tables overturned, and new plaques bearing the names of the great Shang, human emperor, and Jie sect immortals were enshrined at the highest places. The foundation of the heavenly court's orthodox faith among mortals crumbled in that moment. The fortune of the heavenly court bottomed out, leaving not a shred. Dark currents stirred in the void. Before the flicked-away taiji pole vanished into the boundary of the 33 heavens, it trembled almost imperceptibly. A causal thread, deep red verging on black, drifted down, winding around a broken wall on Shintang Pass. At the same time, above the ruins of the Lingxiao Hall in the 33 heavens, the ashen-faced Jade Emperor stared with vacant eyes at the bustling land below. The last trace of clarity in his eyes burned away. Lin Chen, you force my hand. The Jade Emperor let out a desolate laugh, raising the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Seal, symbol of the realm's orthodoxy. With a crisp crack, he used his remaining divine power to crush it. The residual fortune of the heavenly court within the seal turned into rolling golden flames, engulfing him entirely. The golden flames did not mend the broken heavenly court, but instead followed the deepest earth veins beneath the Lingxiao Hall, forcibly opening an ancient formation sealed for billions of years. A bronze gate radiating the ferocious aura of the ancient primordial heavens slowly opened in the deepest part of the 33 heavens. The forbidden gate of the ancient demon court ruins was thus unsealed. Within the bedchamber of the 3 immortal islands in the East Sea, Lin Chen settled his wife and daughter before abruptly turning. He reached into the void before him. The causal red thread extending from Shintang Pass locked onto Naja's aura fell into his palm. The other end of the thread, connected to the ancient bronze gate, just opened. The murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes was now fully unveiled, 12-colored chaotic divine light leaping within his gaze. Using my disciple as a bridge to lure me into the trap. He tensed his wrist, pulling the red thread taut. Fine. Today I shall grant your wish. Lin Chen took a step forward, shattering the space before him inch by inch. I will personally crush that Yunxiao hall. Lin Chen curled his 5 fingers, the red thread of causality in his palm snapped. He followed the residual trail of that fate and stepped forward. The void above Sanxian Island fractured like shattered glaze. The hem of the Xianhuang Dao robe brushed the void and Lin Chen's silhouette vanished amid an explosive report. Beyond the 33 heavens the sea of clouds lay utterly silent. Space collapsed, and Lin Chen manifested his form here. He was cloaked in 12-hued chaotic radiance, the light congealing into a mantle that snapped in the fierce winds of the celestial realm. Ahead the vast Tianting stretched for 10,000 li, its immortal mists hanging heavy, yet now emanating a withered, deathly stillness. Lin Chen drew neither sword nor treasure. Alone he faced the supreme seat of divine authority that dominated the primordial expanse. Before the Nonstop gate, Zhilingshan, having withdrawn from the front line at Shintang Pass, was directing the shattered troops to repair the formation plate. Sensing an anomaly, he raised his head. The instant he made out that Xianhuang robe in the cloud sea, Zhilingshan's legs went weak. His 2 Xianhua plank axes drove through the white jade floor beneath him. Enemy attack. Zhilingshan let out a hoarse roar and lunged toward the formation core with hands and feet. A low hum. The entire Nonstop gate convulsed violently. The remnant celestial star array of Tianting hastily activated. Light from billions of stars descended from the 9 heavens, weaving before the Nonstop gate into a barrier 100 zhang thick, its surface flowing with the force of law. Lin Chen did not pause. He walked upon the sea of clouds. With each step the entire Sanxian heavens trembled. Deep within the Yunxiao hall, the Haoyan Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he stared into the suspended water mirror. Watching Lin Chen stride alone into the array's killing radius, the corner of his mouth twisted into a lunatic curve. Presumptuous. Haoyan bit his tongue, his hands flashing into death seals as he struck the void. Behind him the ancient bronze gate of the Yao court swung open. Primeval murderous qi accumulated over eons poured in like a flood into Yunxiao hall. Haoyan forcibly mingled that malefic qi with the core of the great formation. Outside the Nonstop gate the sky changed color. Starlight ran blood red. The star river reconfigured, and a phantom Taigu Yaohuan 100,000 zhang tall rose up above Lin Chen. The apparition trod upon the stars, a dense mesh of golden Tiandao manacles braided above its crown. The oppressive terror it exuded tore the fabric of the Sanxian heavens inch by inch. The gods of Tianting behind the Nonstop gate felt suffocated, yet a fevered zeal burned in their eyes. The Yaohuang's murderous force combined with Tiando's manacles. He is monstrously arrogant. A blasphemer daring to storm Tianting alone. Today shall be his death. The assembled gods watched the light screen, expecting to witness Lin Chen's suppression. Lin Chen lifted his head and gazed at that sky-darkening Yaohuang specter. A mocking curl played at his lips. So the vaunted sovereign of heaven and earth, unable to win, resorts to plundering the demon clan's ancestral tombs. Lin Chen's laughter pierced the formation and struck Haoyan and the assembled gods. Picking up trash as your trump. Do you even merit the title of emperor? His words fell like stones. Within him the lifeblood of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian at its pinnacle surged. He summoned the domain lord might of the microcosm contained in his body and compressed it all into the hollow of his right palm. He raised his right hand and pushed forward. There were no booming sounds or dazzling fanfare. Only a ring of ashen chaotic current rippled along the rim of his palm. The instant of contact, the 100,000 zhang Taigu Yaohuang phantom and its Tiandao manacles could not even utter a lament before dissolving and collapsing beneath the sunlight. The lingering gray vapor struck the barrier of condensed stellar light. With a crack, not even half a breath held back, the remnant celestial star array collapsed across its entire line. Boom. The cataclysmic roar that toppled the Sanxian heavens arrived belatedly. The Nonstop gate's ceremonial arch, which had stood through countless eons as a symbol of Tiandao orthodoxy, was pulverized to dust by Lin Chen's palm. A titanic shockwave recoiled inward. 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals had no time even to cry out before they were flung tens of thousands of li and smashed onto the ruined walls of immortal palaces. Broken troops collapsed with hollow eyes, their Dao hearts crumbled beneath this physical crushing. The myriad gods and Buddhas fell as silent as cicadas. Lin Chen flicked his wrist, trod through the powdered remnants of the Nonstop gate, and his figure shimmered. In the next instant, he stood at the center of Yunxiao Hall's ruins. The Haoyan Emperor went ice cold. He looked at Lin Chen. Less than 10 paces away, his reason began to fracture. The mandate designates me. You cannot kill me. Haoyan roared as he revealed his final card. He tore from the desk's secret compartment the Tiandao relic, the master scroll of the Fengshen Bang. The scroll unfurled and spilled Tintasanshang of blinding golden light. Golden iron laws of Tiandao peeled from the list and formed into countless blades that radiated absolute regulatory force. Each blade locked onto Lin Chen's life pattern, seeking to strip his five senses and cleave his true spirit to seal it within the list. The dense causal blade slashed across Lin Chen's Xinhuang Dao robe with the rasp of metal. Lin Chen did not blink. 12-hued divine lights rotated about him. The primordial power of his embedded microcosm erected in absolute defense over his body and snapped every causal blade apart. Enduring the piercing gold light, Lin Chen strode up the jade steps. Hao Yin turned to flee, but a sudden stabbing pain clenched his throat. Lin Chen's right hand clamped the Haoshan's throat like an iron vice. With a single-armed heave, he lifted the Emperor into the air. Release. Haoshan's eyes bulged. His hands clawed at Lin Chen's arm, but could not move him. Using that damn scroll, you've tormented me for half a year. Lin Chen thrust out his left hand and plunged into the mass of golden light, seizing the main body of the Fengshen Bang. Sizzling. Tiando's laws burned his hand, but they could not pierce the chaotic current cloaking his limb. Today I will teach you to read anew. Gray boundary force curled at Lin Chen's fingertips, potent enough to erase higher dimensional laws. He dragged the Fengshen Bang before Haoshan's eyes. His left index pressed on the scroll and swept across the gilded characters, line after line written by Tiando's origin that condemned the listed to eternal servitude under Tianting. SSS. The golden characters were smeared away by the gray boundary force, turning to black smoke and dissipating. Haoshan's pupils quivered. A sound of hopeless sobbing escaped his throat. He watched Lin Chen in the blank space use chaotic power to inscribe a new rules brand. Those on the list shall be subject to the human emperor and Yunxiao. A tampering of the celestial script. Rumble. Tiandao sensed its rules inverted and raged utterly. Above the Sanchisan heavens, apocalyptic storm clouds formed purple to the point of black. Purple-roofed divine lightning trunks tens of thousands of zhang thick struck with madness, all smashing down upon Lin Chen. The lightning swallowed Yunxiao Hall. When the lightning subsided, Lin Chen still stood unshaken, not a hair singed. He inhaled deeply, drawing the dissipating thunder origin into his body to temper his flesh. This scene crossed boundless voids to shine into the eyes of great powers across the primordial wilds. In the Netherblood Sea, the Mingyi ancestor crushed his glass censer to dust. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuan's beard that he twirled between his fingers was torn off. In Bairing Palace, Taishang Laojun closed his eyes in silence, while the Taiji diagram at his fingertip trembled violently. Forcibly altering heavenly law and brazenly enduring heavenly retribution, such a subversion of primordial understanding left the celestial sages ill at ease. With the imprinting of the new rule, the Fengshen Bang burst with a purple-gold radiance. The golden light that had belonged to Tianting was washed away. The great river of Tiandao changed its course in the void. Across the primordial wilds, every living being, mortal and cultivator alike, bore in that instant a new mark upon their hearts. The old Tianting was dead. Henceforth the human way of the great Shang and Zhejiao would be the supreme laws hanging above the myriad worlds. Lin Chen felt the freshly established link of the Fengshen Bang in his palm and casually loosened his grip. Plop! Stripped of every prop, Hao Yin fell onto the shattered dragon throne like a rag, gasping his eye. Go tell the old ones hiding behind you. Lin Chen held the Fengshen Bang and looked down upon Hao Yin. His voice, laced with domain lord pressure, resounded through the three realms. The rules of Tianting I hereby abolish. Whoever objects come to Donghai and die. The primordial wild fell into dead silence. No one dared answer. Lin Chen sheathed the Fengshen Bang and prepared to leave. Outside the Sanchisan heavens, at the nadir of the endless chaos, a creak. A heavy ancient push of a door, bearing the weight of an entire era, drowned all other sounds of heaven and earth. The Purple Shao Palace gate, sealed forever since before the Fengshen calamity, swung wholly open. There was no grand fanfare, no ostentatious phenomenon. Hongjun Daozu, robed in gray, stepped over the threshold. He did not relay mandates to the four sages through Tiandao. Hongjun stood at the edge of chaos. Those eyes that had shown no emotion for eons pierced countless distances for the first time and fixed upon Lin Chen's back amid the ruins of Yunxiao Hall. Lin Chen stood atop the remnants of the Yunxiao Hall, the jade bricks beneath his feet shattered with golden smoke swirling around him. He had just stowed away the revised divine list, but the motion of turning was abruptly halted by an invisible, overwhelming force. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds of the 33 heavens, directed toward the empty void of nothingness. He could sense a will descending from a distant exalted realm, heavily pressing down upon him. Ding! System alert. Highest will of the heavenly Tao detected. Extreme malice. Extreme danger. Red warning text flashed rapidly in his mind. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen's face twisted into a cold, sadistic smile, his lips curling in a defiant manner that exuded arrogance. Finally, unable to sit still, Lin Chen casually shoved the altered divine list into his sleeve, not even casting it a glance. There was no longer a need to defend the three immortal islands. He understood clearly that all defenses had lost their meaning at this moment. 12-colored chaotic divine light erupted from within Lin Chen. The ruins of the Yunxiao Hall could not bear the weight, collapsing another 100 feet with a dull cracking sound. In the next moment, he bent his knees slightly and transformed into a pillar of light, shooting upwards, crashing straight into the heavens above. With bare hands he tore through the world barrier of the 33 heavens, which even sages would treat with caution, creating a gaping hole, his Xian, Huang, Dao robe billowing wildly in the fierce winds. A chilling intent surrounded him as he plunged alone into the silent chaos, charging directly toward the location of the Yunxiao palace. The will of Hongjun descended, causing the chaotic space ahead to churn violently. Purple light split the darkness, and 3,000 bolts of Yunxiao divine thunder, each over 10,000 feet thick, manifested out of thin air, coalescing into pillars. Mixed within were chaotic winds that could turn the great Luo golden immortals into bones in an instant. This was the most primal killing formation of the heavenly Dao. Lightning intertwined, transforming into a destruction zone that rejected all living beings, pressing down from above. The roaring sea of thunder instantly inundated Lin Chen's figure, completely enveloping him. Across the vast wilderness, countless water mirrors lit up in the abodes of great powers. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. The gaze of Yuan Shitianzun was locked onto the water mirror, witnessing the Xian Huang figure swallowed by the sea of thunder. His tense expression finally relaxed, letting out a cold snort. Shouyang Mountain Buying Palace. Lao Jun also halted the act of mending the Taiji's staff, a hint of undisguised mockery spilling from the corners of his lips. Ultimately, a reckless fool unaware of the heaven's height and the earth's breadth. Yuan Shitianzun's voice bore no warmth. Going to the Yunxiao palace alone, without a single soldier. This is akin to placing your neck beneath the guillotine of the heavenly Dao, seeking your own demise. In their eyes, no matter how monstrous Lin Chen's combat power was, it could never rival Hongjun, who represented the supreme rules of the wilderness. In the image of the water mirror, the endless Yunxiao divine thunder struck against that tiny black dot, and Lin Chen's forward momentum indeed came to a halt. The Xian Huang Dao robe on him flickered in the lightning, on the verge of being torn apart. Below, amidst the ruins of the Lingxiao treasure hall, the fallen Emperor Hao Yin gazed at the scene in the sky. Upon seeing Lin Chen trapped by the sea of thunder, he let out two strange chuckles which quickly turned into maniacal laughter. Die? Die for me. Haoshan's hair was disheveled as he slammed his fists against the jade bricks beneath him. The heavenly Dao does not permit you. Anomalous being, you must be exterminated today. In the depths of the sea of thunder, a muffled cold snort pierced through the roar of thunder, resounding clearly in the chaos, even overshadowing the clamor of the 3,000 thunder pillars. Is this all your means? Lin Chen's voice was filled with disdain. The great power of the world within him was fully mobilized, and 12 ancient violent Panga phantoms flashed past behind him. Lin Chen did not retreat, but advanced, opening his mouth to face the raging thunderstorm. Roar! A roar sent ripples through the surrounding space. A devouring force capable of swallowing the heavens and earth erupted from Lin Chen's mouth. The 3,000 Yunxiao thunder pillars, sufficient to severely injure a sage, along with the chaotic winds that could sever all things, were all redirected, uncontrollably sucked into his mouth. Once this violent heavenly Dao killing move entered his body, it was utterly crushed by the power of the world pearl, reverting to the most primal chaotic essence. Lin Chen swallowed this essence, and his bones emitted a series of explosive sounds. Not only was his physical body unharmed, but under the nourishment of this essence it advanced once more, the divine light circulating on his chaotic Dao body, expanding outward, completely sweeping away the surrounding sea of thunder. Burp. Lin Chen let out a satisfied burp, with even a hint of the aura of the thunder law. In front of the water mirror, the cold smiles on the faces of the great powers of the wilderness froze completely. In the western paradise, Jane and Zundi's expressions changed drastically, uncontrollably rising from their 12-grade lotus platform. Within Yushu Palace, Yuan Shitianzun's cold smile vanished as he crushed the jade table before him into powder, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. He swallowed it whole. What kind of monster is this? Even the ancestral source's thunder punishment can be devoured as food. After tearing through the sea of thunder, Lin Chen's steps were no longer hindered, shrinking the land to an inch. With 2 steps he crossed the endless chaos. Lin Chen, carrying an invincible momentum, descended before the ancient, tightly closed white jade gates of the Yunxiao Palace. For billions of years, every saintly power that arrived here had been trembling, performing the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows. Lin Chen did not. He did not even cast a proper glance at the 2 doors. Instead, he raised his right leg, gathering all the power of a peak great Luo golden immortal at his toes, aimed at the white jade steps swirling with the heavenly Dao's laws, and kicked down with all his might. Crack! With a thunderous sound that shook the chaos, the white jade steps, symbolizing the supreme authority of the heavenly Dao, shattered, scattering debris across the sky. Lin Chen stood atop the shattered steps, tossing the world pearl in one hand. He raised a finger, pointing at the faint gray-robed figure within the gates of the Yunxiao Palace, his chest slightly heaving as he uttered a phrase that rendered the entire wilderness breathless. Hongjun, you old dog, after scheming behind my back for so long, come out and die. Boom. This extremely outrageous insult reverberated clearly across the three realms under the lingering influence of the Heavenly Taoist laws. The wilderness fell into an eerie silence. Immediately after a tumultuous uproar erupted that could topple the heavens. What? What did he say? Countless immortals and deities found their legs weak, collapsing to the ground, their Tao hearts shattering under the impact of this rebellious statement. That was the Tao ancestor. It was Hongjuan who was one with the Heavenly Tao. This declaration of death swept across all directions like a storm. On the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea, the disciples of the Jie sect were moved to tears, while Zhao Gongming and others appeared frenzied, continuously bowing towards the Yunxiao palace. The auspicious golden dragon of the Jie sect let out a long howl reverberating through the universe, its massive body swelling once more. Meanwhile, within Yushu Palace, Byring Palace, and the Western Paradise, the disciples of the Chan sect, Human sect, and Western sect turned pale, wailing in agony. Their long-standing faith in the absolute dominance of the Heavenly Tao crumbled under this unparalleled provocation, collapsing utterly. The ancient gates of the Yunxiao Palace shattered into countless dust particles, dispersing in the wind under Lin Chen's furious rebuke and the agitation of his world power. Deep within the great hall, the gray-robed elder sitting cross-legged on a mat who had remained emotionless for eons finally lifted his head. Real anger appeared for the first time on Hongzhen's gaunt face. He did not retort verbally, but raised his withered right hand. Buzz! A fragment of an ancient broken jade disc appeared in his palm, swirling with the principles of the 3,000 Great Tao. The entire chaotic void came to a halt the moment the jade disc emerged. A dense killing intent from the Heavenly Tao locked onto every inch of space surrounding Lin Chen. The passage of time and the transformation of space came to a standstill at that moment. Hongzhen's gaze seemed to traverse several epochs, his hoarse voice resonating in the chaos. Anomalous being. You have overstepped your bounds. The Zhaohua jade disc spun in Hongzhen's palm, its sound scraping at the primordial chaos. 3,000 golden threads burst forth from the disc, piercing the void and slicing through the 12-hued chaotic divine lights, binding Lin Chen's Xinhuang Dao robe in layer upon layer of restraint. For a stretch of millions upon millions of miles, the chaotic void fell utterly still, raging storms froze, and scattered fragments of thunder hung motionless in the air. Lin Chen maintained the posture of having guided Hongjuan, yet he was trapped within an invisible, imperceptible cage of cosmic law. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuanshi, Tianzuan watched the scene reflected in the water mirror, a curl at his lip betraying a cutting contempt. To presume to strike the primordial source of the Heavenly Tao with a Deluo golden body is sheer folly. In the Shifang Jile world, Jane Daoran pressed his hands together, staring at the water mirror that showed Lin Chen bound by golden threads, chanting the Buddha's name. This fiend must be executed today, turned into nourishment for the primordial wilds to replenish the veins of my western land. In the ruined Lingxiao Hall of the Celestial Court, Hao Qiandadi lay amid shattered jade, head thrown back, as he watched the astonishing sight, a hoarse laugh rasping from his throat. Die? Let the Heavenly Tao grind him. Within Yunxiao Palace, Hongzhen's withered lips moved. Strip. The Zhaohua jade disc descended, a violet golden stripping light along the golden threads aimed straight at Lin Chen's brow and dantian. The protective divine radiance around Lin Chen was sheared away layer by layer. The oppressive weight of the Tao crushed down upon his shoulders. Crack. A brittle sound of splintering bone came from within him. The surface of his chaotic Tao body seeped fine crimson fissures, and his Xinhuang robe was soon soaked through with overflowing blood. Janeo Island. The myriad immortals of Zhejiao stared at the dimmed stars above, faces ashen. Zhao Gongming clenched his fist until his nails cut deep into his palm, letting his blood drip. Yunxiao stood upon Sanxian Island, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes, as the Hunyuan golden dipper in her hand trembled uncontrollably. Shanjiao's golden immortals emerged from their grottos, smiling at one another in celebration. In the depths of chaos, Lin Chen hung his head low. The sounds of his bones fracturing grew ever denser. The stripping divine light had already closed upon his dantian. In the next instant, Lin Chen's lowered eyelids snapped open. To the chaotic gods and demons, the 12-hued divine light surged, congealing into two solid pillars that pierced clean through the violet golden radiance ahead. Ignoring the wounds that racked him, Lin Chen cast out a mad, exultant laugh. 3,000 Heavenly Tao. He braced his arms and impossibly forced apart the golden laws that bound his body. In the world of my domain, you do not even count as an ant. Lin Chen flipped his right hand, the world pearl floated in his palm. From within the pearl unfurled a chaos realm, not of the primordial wilds, but from a higher dimension. The primal might of the great thousand world rippled outward as a ring of gray. With a thunderous burst, the 3,000 golden laws that bound Lin Chen shattered. That gray domain surged straight at the halls of Yunxiao Palace. White jade floor tiles caved inward in great swathes, and the coiling dragon pillars supporting the hall split, with fissures several zhang deep. For the first time, Hongzhen's eternally impassive face betrayed a clear surge of feeling. He lifted both hands, and without regard for cost poured the primordial source of the heavenly Tao into the Zhaohua jade disc. The jade disc's spin quickened violently, spewing a torrent of violet golden origin to once more subdue Lin Chen. Lin Chen assumed the aspect of a realm lord. 12 Pangu apparitions behind him merged into one. He opened his mouth. The world pearl and his dantian answered one another, birthing a gravity that could swallow heaven and devour earth. The violet golden origin overflowing from the Zhaohua jade disc reversed its course and conjoined into a purple golden flood that poured wholly into Lin Chen's mouth. Against expectation, Lin Chen swallowed the heavenly Tao laws in their entirety. The world pearl emitted a cataclysmic roar as if the heavens and earth were cleaving open, and violet golden Tao patterns rose upon its surface. Having ingested the origin, Lin Chen tightened his right fist and gathered the strength of an entire great thousand worlds, swinging a punch through space at Hongjun. The gray fist shadow of domain power shattered the void in its wake. Hongjun raised the Zhaohua jade disc to block it. Boom. The fist shadow struck the disc squarely. Hongjun, along with his meditation cushion, was shoved along the ground, sliding tens of thousands of zhang backward. A clear humanoid-shaped hole was torn in the wall of Yunxiao Palace. The plaque bearing the words Yunxiao Palace hung high above the hall fell in the tremor and smashed into fragments on the floor. Kunlun Mountain. The water mirror before Yuanshi Tianzuan shattered in response. Spattered shards cut across his cheek, leaving a blood mark that would not heal. Yuanshi Tianzuan slumped onto his mat, his spirit broken. On Shouyang Mountain and in the Shifang Jiao world, the water mirrors of Taishang, Laojuan, Jian, and Zhuni also ground to dust at the same instant. The three sages stood where they were, their forms trembling. Hao Yandadi's laughter choked in his throat, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Deep within Yunxiao Palace, Hongjun steadied himself. He glanced at the Zhaohua jade disc in his hand, its brilliance extinguished, then at Lin Chen standing outside the hall, whose breath continued to rise. In Hongjun's eyes there flowed a fear and retreat he had not known in 10 million years. He could sense with clarity that the world inside Lin Chen was growing by absorbing the laws of the primordial wilds. If the battle continued, Lin Chen might be wounded, but the foundations of the primordial wilds would surely be undone. The power of those who harmonize with the Tao is derived from the primordial wilds. Should the primordial wilds be destroyed, Hongjun himself would cease to exist. He fell into a long silence. He drew in the Zhaohua jade disc and swept his gray-robed sleeve. The ruined gates of Yunxiao Palace began to close. A hoarse voice issued from between them, echoing across the three realms. As for matters of the East Sea and the mortal world, the heavenly Tao will not intervene. The gates sealed completely. Yunxiao Palace withdrew into the depths of chaos and was seen no more. Hongjun retreated. The supreme existence of the primordial wilds bowed his head to Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood in the void and withdrew the world pearl, his gaze cold as he watched the direction where Yunxiao Palace had vanished. Consider yourself swift in flight. The words reverberated across the heavens. Thus Lin Chen's twofold dominion over the world took shape. Above Janeo Island, Gigio's purple golden dragon of fortune let out a long resonant cry that pierced the 9 heavens. A fifth claw sprouted from the dragon's belly, and the surging tide of fortune condensed into spirit rain that fell across the entire East Sea. 10,000 immortals erupted in jubilation. Zhao Gongming and Taoist Duobao led all Jiejiao disciples in prostration toward the direction of chaos. Brother Lin is mighty. On Sanxian Island, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao clung to one another and wept, overcome with joy. In Chaoga City, the 9-tailed fox empress garbed in dragon robes stood atop the star-plucking tower and made a deep bow to the east. The Xian bird of Great Shang beat its wings and soared, answering the 5-clawed golden dragon of Jiejiao from afar. Yushu Palace, Bayering Palace, the Shifang Jiao world, all fell into deathly silence. The celestial sages closed their halls and none dared speak. Lin Chen turned, preparing to tear open the void and return to the East Sea. At that moment, a needle-like agony stabbed at the depths of his consciousness. A system alarm blared. System, severe warning. A red glow denoting danger flashed urgently in his mind. Lin Chen examined his dantian. The world pearl hovered in his chi si. Its once smooth, flawless surface, having absorbed an excess of heavenly Tao laws, had inexplicably opened a deep, black fissure. From the fissure exhaled a breath of annihilation that devoured all things. That aura traced along Lin Chen's bloodline and karmic ties, pointing directly towards Sanxian Island. System detected. The world pearl's primordial source has become distorted. Energy is out of control. Warning, the host's progeny bloodline will be affected. Vital signs are plummeting. Lin Chen's face drained of all color. The 12-hued chaotic divine lights about him instantly turned to an ominous, dark red, murderous intent. Who dares touch my child? Lin Chen pressed 2 fingers into a sword seal, cleaving the chaotic space before him and stepping into the turbulent void. The radiant glow above Sanxian Island faded away. A mournful wail tearing through the fabric of space echoed from the apex of the heavens as the vast sky was instantly engulfed by the heavy, suffocating black tribulation clouds. Dark electric lights churned deep within the clouds, each one permeating the atmosphere, with the ominous aura of Lin Chen's uncontrollable inner world ultimately intertwining into the forbidden black thunder of the primordial Daos annihilation. Hiss! Outside the island, the protective array of the Great Thousand was distorted and twisted under the corrosion of the Black Thunder's aura, emitting a groan on the verge of collapse. The Black Thunder disregarded all spatial barriers, following the invisible trajectory of the causal bloodline, directing its will to obliterate the unborn children of Bai Xiao and Xiao within the palace. Inside the palace, Yunxiao's face was devoid of color. She swiftly formed seals with her hands, exerting all her strength to activate the primordial golden cauldron, which immediately radiated a dazzling golden light, extending above the bed into a golden bridge that spanned the sky, constructing the final barrier. Hiss! As the aura of the Black Thunder made contact with the golden bridge, blinding flames erupted from the surface of the primordial golden cauldron. This treasure, said to encompass all things of the primordial world, immediately dimmed, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable burden as it fell from the sky back into Yunxiao's hands. Yunxiao was shaken back several steps by the backlash, a trace of golden quiescent blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The air was heavy with despair, weighing down every corner of the palace. On the island, Zhao Gongming and the myriad immortals of the Jie Jiao gazed up at the heavens, feeling their limbs grow cold and immobile, facing such a force that targeted the very essence of the world. Their proud cultivation could not even qualify for intervention. Silent fear spread among the myriad immortals. Beyond the 33 heavens within the Yusu Palace and the western blissful world, 3 water mirrors were formed once more. The primordial Heavenly Venerable sat upon the mat, his face once dulled by Hong Jun's gaze now revealed a cold smile of resentment. Arrogant wretch, daring to devour the essence of the heavenly Tao, ultimately inviting the backlash of the inner world. The primordial Heavenly Venerable's knuckles tapped against the jade table, his eyes revealing a chilling coldness. Today there is no need for a saint to intervene. He will inevitably sever his lineage. In the western blissful world, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, finding satisfaction in each other's eyes. They clasped their hands together. Good, this scoundrel acts against the heavens, inviting his own calamity. Throughout the various caves in the primordial world, many powerful beings gazed at this scene through the water mirrors, shaking their heads in unison. In their view, the scene of the tribulation clouds pressing down was already a foregone conclusion. This anomaly, destined to be incompatible with the heavenly Tao, would ultimately perish due to the collapse of the inner world. The heavens and earth trembled as the first bolt of black thunder, as thick as a water vat, tore through the clouds and fell its pure will to annihilate, penetrating all, striking straight towards the palace on Sanxian Island. Just as the thunder was about to descend, the void above the palace was violently torn open by a pair of enormous hands. Lin Chen stepped out from the chaotic flow of space, surrounded by a dark red aura of slaughter, the overwhelming pressure of a realm master filling the entire world upon his arrival. Facing the annihilating black thunder descending from the heavenly Tao, Lin Chen did not use any magical trick. He stomped down, shattering the ground tiles, and with arms spread wide, using his fleshly body at the peak of the primordial golden immortal, forged an insurmountable barrier in front of the 3 celestial maidens. The destructive force of the black thunder struck heavily against Lin Chen's back. A muffled bang resonated within the palace as the violent energy surged outwards, tearing all the jade furnishings inside into fine ash. As the dust settled, Lin Chen remained standing in place, not swaying in the slightest. His Xianhuang Dao robe billowed in the residual wind, and after withstanding a blow powerful enough to annihilate a great Luo golden immortal, there was not a trace of white blemish on his back. Lin Chen turned around, the dark red, killing intent in his eyes instantly vanishing. He reached out his hands, embracing the shaken Bai Xiao and Xiao, while simultaneously sending a strand of primordial essence to gently support the wavering Yunxiao. It's all right, I'm back. After soothing his wife and daughters, Lin Chen lifted his head. The radiance of his 12-colored chaotic demon eyes pierced through the ceiling, carrying boundless majesty and contempt, shooting straight towards the heavens. Before the water mirror, the cold smile at the edge of the primordial Heavenly Venerable's lips froze. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti leaned forward unconsciously. All the mighty beings witnessing this scene were shaken to their cores. With mere flesh and blood, he was able to withstand the thunder punishment that contained the laws of world collapse. This had completely overturned the understanding of the primordial beings regarding body cultivators. The pride in Lin Chen's eyes thoroughly enraged the will of the heavenly Tao. The million-mile tribulation clouds collapsed inward, the sea of thunder surged violently, and the endless black thunder devoured and condensed into a black thunder sword spanning millions of zhang above the 9 heavens. Where the sword's edge pointed, the void shattered inch by inch under the unbearable pressure. The sword tip locked onto Lin Chen's crown, bearing the supreme judgment, will to annihilate the anomaly, descending with the momentum to obliterate all. Before the heavenly sword could fully descend, an unimaginable weight of pressure had already arrived. In an instant the sea water of the eastern sea was vaporized by tens of thousands of zhang, revealing the jagged seabed beneath. In my domain do you even dare to bring down calamity? Lin Chen laughed loudly, releasing his wife and daughters, and shot up into the clouds. A vast aura erupted from Lin Chen's body, as behind him manifested 12 ancient Panga phantoms alongside a gray realm master Dharma form. Instead of retreating, he advanced facing the descending sword edge and rising against the current. Lin Chen raised one arm towards the heavens, his right hand's 5 fingers spread wide, directly meeting the sword edge. The colossal sound of metal clashing reverberated through the 3 realms as he used his bare palm to halt the falling black thunder sword that spanned millions of zhang. The frenzied breath of destruction spread along the sword body, attempting to slice through his palm, yet it could not penetrate even the chaotic divine light on his skin. Devour! Lin Chen let out a low growl from his throat, fully activating the taiku, swallowing heaven demon art, generating an irresistible immense suction deep within his dantian. The destructive breath contained within the heavenly sword was forcibly reversed by this power, drawn along Lin Chen's arm, completely extracted and pulled into his body. In just a few breaths the millions of zhang tall black thunder sword transformed from solid to transparent, ultimately dissipating entirely. Lin Chen hovered in midair, the ferocity within his eyes reaching an extreme. He raised his right hand towards the pitch-black tribulation clouds that shrouded Sanxian Island, his 5 fingers ruthlessly closing together. A crisp cracking sound echoed in the space as an unmatched power of the realm master surged from his palm. Lin Chen grasped from the infinite void, and that once invincible million-mile tribulation cloud was crushed by an invisible hand. The collapsing sea of thunder shattered into a rain of black light, cascading down, yet before it could touch the sea surface, it completely dissipated into nothingness. Between heaven and earth clarity was restored. Within the Yusu Palace the primordial Heavenly Venerable stood up in shock from the mat, his nails digging deep into his palm, golden, saintly blood dripping onto the ground. This is impossible. Another crack appeared atop the primordial Heavenly Venerable's Tao heart. In the western blissful world Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti turned pale, their chanting of scriptures abruptly halting. They realized in terror that this anomaly could even suppress the backlash of the inner world with bare hands. The heavenly Daos scheme to use a blade to kill had been utterly shattered by this unreasonable brute force. For a moment the entire primordial world fell silent. After a brief period the various caves erupted with uncontrollable exclamations. High in the sky Lin Chen, who had crushed the tribulation clouds, closed his eyes and sank his mind into his dantian. He mobilized the immense power of the world pearl, continuously compressing the destructive breath he had just consumed into his body, using gray realm power to layer upon layer crush it, ultimately kneading it into a distorted pill marked with black poisonous patterns. Lin Chen sealed this pill with heavy laws deep within the realm, cutting off all possibilities of aura leakage. Confirming the hidden danger was temporarily suppressed, he let out a cold snort, descending straight down from the sky, returning to the ravaged palace. Upon landing, the chilling killing intent surrounding Lin Chen completely retracted. He approached the bed, his hands emanating rich primordial azure energy, gently covering Bai Xiao and Xiongxiao's abdomens, methodically combing through and dispelling the residual deathly aura within them. The frown on the 2 women's brows gradually relaxed, their pale faces regaining their rosy hue. The news of Lin Chen tearing apart the heavenly Daos, annihilating black thunder, spread like wildfire throughout the primordial world. From then on, the reverence of all beings towards the Sanxian Island in the eastern sea reached an unprecedented height. Confirming the stability of his wife and daughter's essences, and that the divine fetus in their wombs was peacefully asleep, Lin Chen finally retracted his hands. He walked alone to the window of the side hall, gazing at the boundless eastern sea, the 12-colored divine light in his eyes flickering unpredictably. Lin Chen's consciousness sank once more into his dantian, the black fissure on the world pearl and the sealed poison pill silently signifying the impending crisis. He had already discerned the root of it all. Previously forcibly devouring the primal creation jade plate outside the Zishao Palace, the vast amount of heavenly Daos law essence represented the utmost rigidity and positivity of the heavenly Dao. The overwhelming power led to an excess of solitary yang within the laws of the world pearl, causing yang to generate killing intent. The black thunder that sought to obliterate his offspring was precisely the heavenly Daos, that leveraging this killing intent unleashed a fatal strike. Lin Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Though the poison pill was sealed, it was ultimately not a long-term solution. If he could not find pure yin essence and life essence to harmonize, the consequences of the imbalance between yin and yang would inevitably break the seal and backfire on his entire inner world. Looking across the entire primordial world, there were few places capable of accommodating and remedying this vast deficiency. Lin Chen's gaze crossed the horizon, penetrating endless spatial barriers, slowly settling on the depths of the primordial land. There lay a place buried beneath millions of years of filth and malice, the abyss of the underworld. A cold arc formed at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. He had already found the direction to break the deadlock. Lin Chen stood in the side hall of the Three Immortals Island, his gaze piercing through the void, directly targeting the ominous and oppressive land of the primordial underworld. Two crimson panels flickered rapidly within Lin Chen's sight. Warning: the primordial underworld has accumulated billions of years of death energy and violent malice. If forcibly introduced into the inner world, not only will the solitary Yang principle be irreconcilable, but it will also thoroughly contaminate the S-level divine fetus vitality, triggering an irreversible collapse of the world's origin. Suggestion: the host must seek the purest nine heavens mystic Een source to perfectly repair the cracks in the world pearl. Lin Chen's form froze, and the dark red, killing intent that had leaked out retracted inward. The land of the underworld is off-limits. He squinted slightly, his thoughts racing as he searched the entire prime. If one were to speak of the place where the nine heavens mystic Een source is most concentrated and refined. Lin Chen suddenly looked up, 12 colors of chaotic divine light almost taking form in his eyes. The chaotic divine magic eye reached its peak, and two gazes instantly tore through layers of dimensional space. His sight crossed over the devastated ruins of the 33 heavens, directly reaching the Heavenly Immortal Realm hidden behind the Yunxiao Palace. The moment he touched the scene of the Heavenly, his brows furrowed tightly, and his face quickly covered with a layer of unmistakable disgust. The once holy realm, filled with celestial energy and auspicious signs, was now tightly wrapped in a foul stench of tainted blood. Hao Tian's hair was disheveled, and his royal robes were tattered. He stood in the center of the Heavenly's array, his eyes. The surroundings were filled with layers of blood-red talismans as an ancient and filthy blood sacrifice formation was slowly being activated. This emperor, who was beaten and lost his armor outside, unexpectedly placed a slaughtering knife at the neck of the defenseless female attendants in this inner courtyard. The inner layer of the formation, led by the 100-flower fairy, had 3,000 female immortals, all pierced by dark red chains formed by the laws, their bodies imprisoned upon the white marble pillars. The protective celestial light on their bodies dimmed further under the erosion of the blood mist. Madman. Princess Long Ji, under the overwhelming pressure of bloodlight, summoned her life-bound treasure, the Four Seas bottle, using this thin water curtain to shield a few weaker female immortals behind her. Father, you have truly gone mad. She held back the tears welling in her eyes and continued to accuse him. To satisfy your own selfish desires, you would turn against your own kind. They are the foundation of the heavenly court and your last support. Shut up. Hao Tian's face contorted with madness as he forcefully swung his withered right arm. The remnants of the heavenly Taoist principles converged into a giant palm that struck down, accompanied by a piercing cracking sound that completely shattered the defenses of the Four Seas bottle, pinning Princess Long Ji to the blood-soaked jade bricks. I am the will of the heavens. Hao Tian roared, his voice cracking. Everything in the heavenly court, including your lives, belongs to me. His chest heaved violently as he continued to shout. Without me, what are you worth? As long as I survive, the heavenly court remains. He grasped at the void with his fingers. Your lives worthless as they are should be used to pave the way for me. This is your honor. At the edge of the formation, a few surviving divine generals who had hidden behind cover to escape danger watched the absurd scene unfold, their legs going weak uncontrollably. They knelt on the ground, not daring to look up at the emperor above their bones, trembling with extreme fear. Strike. As Hao Tian's finger forcefully crushed the formation seal in his hand, sharp chains burst from the cracks in the ground, directly piercing through the bodies of the 3,000 female immortals. The piercing screams echoed in the Heavenly, mingling together. The nine heavens mystic Een energy that the female immortals had painstakingly gathered over countless epochs was being forcefully extracted through those iron chains. The slightly weaker female immortals, such as the 100-flower fairy, became increasingly ethereal as all the accumulated source energy flowed toward the center of the formation. In the center of the formation, Hao Tian, infused with this mystic Een energy, rapidly swelled and restored his withered and cracked divine body. A layer of purple-golden divine light re-emerged on his skin, and his face appeared bizarrely shiny due to excessive fullness. Most of the female immortals within the formation had lost even the strength to struggle, and at that moment the blood-red formation at the top of the Heavenly suddenly stalled. A gigantic chaotic hand swirling with 12 colors of light reached out from the rifts in space. This hand ignored the barriers of the blood sacrifice formation and plummeted straight down from the dome, gripping the core of the formation. With a loud, heavy crack, the core was crushed into dust by the fingers. The thousands of formation threads shattered and scattered, and the channel that had been siphoning vitality was also destroyed. The backlash from the reversed formation caused the mystic Een energy that Hao Tian had just absorbed to flow backward, his back arching as he coughed up a large spurt of black blood, his body hurled back, and ultimately crashing against the rotting trunk of the ancient peach tree in the center of the Heavenly. The dark red glow covering the sky swiftly faded. The female immortals who had survived the deadly situation collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. They looked up at the hand that had annihilated the formation, speechless. Who dares to obstruct the will of the heavens? Hao Tian propped himself up with his elbow, his face contorted as the muscles twitched. A few old generals of the Heavenly Court hiding outside sensed the chaotic aura pressing down from above. Some dampened their hems, producing the sound of chattering teeth. It's that god of slaughter returned. The spatial barrier was forcibly split apart. Lin Chen, clad in a dark yellow Taoist robe, stepped out from within, looking down at Hao Tian, who was gasping for breath beneath the tree. Seeing the pitiful appearance of his opponent, Lin Chen's face revealed undisguised disdain. You lack the ability to fight outside, and when your spine is broken you can only retreat and turn against your own female cultivators for their vitality. With such little ambition, how can you speak of the legitimacy of the heavenly Tao? Lin Chen. Hao Tian's face turned red with anger. He clawed at the ground with both hands and feet, trying to summon the remaining magic power within him. Lin Chen did not give him a chance to speak again, merely raising his right hand and flicking his fingers casually. A dark, gray stream of light containing the authority of a world master shot down through the air, shattering the purple shield on Hao Tian's body and directly striking into his collarbone. A high-pitched cry of pain erupted from the emperor's mouth. The force propelled him backward, pinning his body firmly against the trunk of the ancient peach tree. The power of the world locked his meridians, preventing him from escaping from the trunk regardless of how much he contorted his body. After confirming that no further disturbances were occurring below, Lin Chen flipped his palm outward. A large surge of creation's azure energy spread from his palm, cascading down to fill the entire Yaoqi courtyard. The azure energy seeped into the injured bodies of the 3,000 female immortals below, quickly filling and healing the wounds at their collarbones, while their depleted vitality was nourished from the outside. The people below stared blankly at the Taoist in azure robes in midair. Lin Chen's hand moved slightly, revealing the newly rewritten list of deities. He interlaced his fingers to form a seal and poured his own principles into the list. Shatter. As the word fell, the contract of the Heavenly Court that had entangled the souls of Princess Long Ji and the 3,000 Yaoqi female immortals crumbled in response. The shackles that had long bound their souls and origins were severed. The sense of liberation from control allowed the female immortals to regain their senses. They gazed upward at the Taoist, following the direction of the flowing spiritual energy. The numbness they had faced in the face of death completely retreated under this force. Princess Long Ji propped herself up on the jade bricks, barely managing to stand. She led the 100-flower fairy and the other 3,000 immortals, all kneeling in the direction of Lin Chen. The Heavenly Court has no virtue and treats us like discarded weeds. Princess Long Ji suppressed the bitterness in her throat and raised her voice. Since he is unkind, do not blame us for being unjust. From this day forth, we 3,000 female immortals sever ties with the control of the Heavenly Court. We are willing to offer the 9 heavens mystic source to serve the esteemed one without any second thoughts. The overlapping declarations of 3,000 voices soared into the sky. At the moment the causal vow was established, a heavy thunder resonated from the depths of the heavens. The luck dragon lying at the bottom of the Yunxiao palace roared in agony. The dragon of luck disintegrated, scattering into dim golden particles across the sky. The vast foundation that had originally gathered in the Heavenly Court changed direction, merging into a crimson current that surged across the remnants of the 33 heavens, ultimately pouring into the 3 Immortals Island in the East Sea and the realm of the Great Shang in the mortal world. The entire primordial realm fell silent. The many prominent immortals in the Blood Sea of the underworld, as well as those in Kunlun Mountain, felt a chill run up their spines upon sensing the complete depletion of the Heavenly Court's luck. After this battle, the foundation of the Heavenly Court had been entirely uprooted. Lin Chen looked down at the many female cultivators bowing and worshipping at the foot of the steps, sensing the pure mystic energy circulating in their dantians, and the tension in his eyes finally eased considerably. With this assembly of the 3,000 female immortals' mystic source, he finally had a way to stabilize the instability caused by the excess of solitary yang in his inner world. Lin Chen waved his large sleeves, opening a rift in space above the 3 Immortal Island. 3,000 bewildered Yaoqi fairies were gently supported by an unseen force, slowly descending and safely entering a cave paradise filled with spiritual energy. Without delay, he formed a seal with one hand, and the immense power of the realm condensed into an invisible grinding disc, absorbing all of the 9 heavens mystic art essence offered by the 3,000 fairies. The gray realm power spun and ground, thoroughly stripping away the Heavenly Court's cause and personal marks mixed within. Moments later, a deep blue source light ball emanating an aura of utmost coldness and clarity floated in his palm. I need to enter seclusion for a moment to eliminate the last hidden danger within me. Lin Chen turned to face the approaching Sanxiao, his tone steady, yet carrying an undeniable weight. The great formation within the island is activated, no one shall disturb it. Yunxiao gazed at the chilling aura in Lin Chen's palm, worry written all over her face, but she understood that her husband's decision could not be changed, so she could only bow slightly and say, "Husband, be careful in all things." Lin Chen nodded slightly and stepped alone into the underground secret chamber. In the moment he vanished, the gray laws of the world pearl descended, sealing the entire chamber, and isolating it from all prying eyes of the primal world. This secret chamber was built from rare chaos crystal stones said to be indestructible. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the center, his mind sinking into his Dantian. Come out. He snorted coldly, and the realm power formed an invisible large hand that probed into the deepest part of his Dantian, forcibly expelling the heavily sealed, Heavenly Tao obliteration poison. The ceiling runes cracked open a gap. Hiss! A wave of terrifying dark death energy surged out. Within the airflow it contained the brutal murderous aura of the Heavenly Tao's utmost rigidity and the absolute will to erase all things. The chaos crystal stone walls, which were said to leave no traces even under the full force of a great Luo golden immortal, began to decay and collapse into a pile of gray-white dust upon contact with the death energy. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of retreat. He opened his mouth, tightly wrapping the poison pill with the refined deep blue essence before swallowing it whole. The Heavenly Tao's solitary young murderous aura clashed violently with the nine heavens mystic art essence within his body. This was not a mere merging of water and fire, but a bloody struggle representing the primal highest will of destruction against the utmost vitality. The aftermath of the collision transformed into a devastating energy storm raging through his meridians and organs. Crack! Countless deep bone-revealing wounds opened on the surface of Lin Chen's indestructible chaos Tao body. Golden chaotic holy blood gushed out, soaking his Xianhuang Tao robe. The 12-colored divine light surrounding him swayed violently, fluctuating between brightness and darkness, as if it might extinguish at any moment. His physical body was already on the brink of disintegration. An overwhelming aura of destruction could no longer be suppressed, seeping out through the cracks of the secret chamber. Buzz! The entire 3 immortal islands' earth veins let out a muffled wail. The ground began to tremble, and the protective formation's light curtain also dimmed. The Sanxiao guarding outside the side hall turned pale. Yunxiao swayed, nearly unable to stand, while Xiongxiao bit her lip until it bled, her eyes revealing undeniable panic. The 3,000 fairies just placed in the cave could not withstand the pure obliteration pressure, collapsing to the ground, finding it difficult to breathe. This aura, it is the obliteration will of the Heavenly Tao. Princess Longji lay on the ground, her eyes filled with horror and despair. A terrifying thought emerged in everyone's minds: that invincible master who regarded the heavenly court as nothing. Could it be that he encountered misfortune? In the secret chamber, Lin Chen was covered in blood, his meridians completely severed. The pain of his soul being torn apart surged in waves enough to drive any Quasi Saint to madness. Yet he did not stop. Instead, he grinned with a mouth full of blood and let out a proud laugh. Is this all you have? He severed all perception of the primal world outside his true self, transforming into a stream of light burrowing into the core of the world pearl deep within his Dantian. He intended to conduct the final battle in this realm that belonged entirely to him. Within the world pearl, storms howled in the grayish world. The disguise of the poison pill was completely torn off, revealing billions of dark Heavenly Tao law chains. These chains coiled around Lin Chen's primordial spirit, constantly tightening, while spreading in all directions, deeply embedding themselves into the essence of the world pearl, attempting to turn the tide and transform this world into a dead zone. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson as he urged the chaotic true fire within his body. Refine. With the essence of the Xian Yin aiding the flames, the chaotic true fire formed a vast sea of fire, adhering to those dark chains and engaging in a fierce counterattack. The chains turned red from the burning, emitting a hissing sound, yet continuously regenerated under the enhancement of the Heavenly Taos, while tightening ever more. When Lin Chen's connection to the outside world was severed, the primal heavenly mechanism immediately sensed it. Above the 9 heavens, the star of fate, representing Lin Chen, dimmed significantly, swaying precariously on the brink of extinguishing at any moment. In Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign, who had been observing the heavenly mechanism water mirror, suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the dim star of fate, his eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable ecstasy. The Heavenly Tao's backlash, the aura, is perilous. The primordial heavenly sovereign stood up, laughing heartily. The former aura of a saint completely vanished in that moment. Forcibly absorbing the essence of the Heavenly Tao will ultimately lead to self-immolation. You too have your day. In the Western blissful world. The gloomy expression on Zhuanti Taoist's face cleared up instantly. He clasped his hands together, his slightly trembling fingertips revealing his inner excitement. Good. The anomaly ultimately faced heavenly retribution, bringing about its own demise. The karmic debts of my Western teachings need not be repaid. In an instant, the great powers of the primal world, such as the ancestor of the underworld river and Xinyuanzi, were also greatly shaken. Amidst the undercurrents, everyone was convinced that the once invincible Lin Chen was truly about to fall. Inside the world pearl, this tug-of war had entered the most intense phase. The dark chains had already tightened around Lin Chen's primordial spirit, while the sky of the world pearl displayed a massive crack, the earth caving in, resembling a doomsday scene. You want me dead? The Heavenly Tao is not worthy. On the brink of life and death, a fierce glint passed through Lin Chen's eyes. He connected with the dormant system within his mind. System activate the trillion-fold critical strike feedback mechanism. Ding. Command confirmed trillion-fold critical strike feedback has been activated. A majestic force not belonging to the dimension of the primal world surged into Lin Chen's entire body like a dam bursting. The chaotic true fire which had been suppressed to retreat step by step underwent a fundamental transformation under this power. The flames shifted from crimson to a deep somber gray, expanding into a realm master's furnace that enveloped the entire world pearl. This was a force that transcended the dimensional constraints of the primal world, a sheer oppressive power devoid of reason. The realm master's furnace spun wildly, commencing its merciless smelting. Screech. That invincible heavenly Tao obliteration poison emitted a wail filled with despair under the pressure of the realm power. Shatter. Lin Chen uttered a word heavy as 1,000 pounds. The billions of dark heavenly Tao chains broke in response. The poison pill's essence ground into nothingness. Not only did it fail to destroy Lin Chen, but rather under the refining of the realm master's furnace, it was decomposed into the highest dimensional law nutrients. The Xianyin essence and solitary yang murderous aura fused together under the realm power, transforming into a sky full of purple golden light, rain showering every corner of the world pearl. The originally incomplete 3,000 Tao paths were rapidly restored at a visible speed under the nourishment of the light rain. With a tremendous sound, the boundaries of the world pearl expanded infinitely outward, the barriers becoming indestructible mountains, and rivers, sun, moon, and stars recondensed, exuding an ancient essence that transcended the primal world. Completely transformed. Promotion to a perfect, great thousand world. At this moment, an overwhelming creative pressure that transcended the heavenly Tao of the primal world penetrated Lin Chen's body, disregarding spatial distances and dimensional barriers, sweeping across the three realms. Deep within the purple celestial palace, the ancestor Hongjuan, who was meditating with closed eyes, trembled, opening his eyes. For the first time, an incomprehensible horror surfaced in his ancient and placid gaze. In the Yunxiao palace within the blissful world, the expressions of the primordial heavenly sovereign and Zhuanti, filled with joy, were abruptly frozen. That overwhelming creative pressure sweeping and clenched around their throats like an invisible hand, shattering their ecstasy and transforming it into unfathomable fear. In the secret chamber, the crisis had been resolved. The perfect great thousand world fed back a wisp of the supreme primordial creation, Mother Qi. This Mother Qi roamed his entire body, instantly reshaping Lin Chen's shattered chaos Tao body. On his skin, shimmering divine brilliance flowed, leaving not a single scar. His cultivation foundation became unfathomably deep, and every move contained the supreme power of world creation and destruction. The heavy stone door of the secret chamber was pushed aside by him, turning to dust. Lin Chen stepped out. What flowed around him was no longer the laws of the primal world, but the creative divine brilliance of a world of his own. On the three immortal island, the oppressive death energy was completely swept away, replaced by a vast vitality that soothed the mind. The 3,000 fairies felt this boundless divine might, their legs going weak, and they involuntarily bowed in reverence towards Lin Chen. May our master live forever. The thunderous worship echoed through the east, seas soaring into the clouds. The rumors of Lin Chen facing the heavenly Taoist backlash and falling became insignificant in the face of this transformation into a butterfly dominating the world. Above the east seas, three immortal islands, the radiance of creation that swept across the three realms gradually receded. Countless streams of light converged into Lin Chen's body. He stood beneath the firmament, his aura stirring the void. Below, the 3,000 female immortals emerged from their cave heavens. They raised their heads to gaze upon the figure in the sky, then knelt, touching their knees to the ground. Boundless longevity to our Lord. Their chant was unison, piercing through the layered clouds. Above the east sea, the golden dragon of the GSX fortune let out a long roar. Its 5 claws tore through the storm, its form growing ever more solid. Beyond the 33 heavens, a deadly silence shrouded the ruins of the Jade Pool. The heavenly sovereign was nailed by the laws to a withered peach tree. His hair was disheveled, his eyes fixed on the water mirror floating before him. The mirror showed the scene of the 3,000 female immortals pledging allegiance. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bulging, the corners tearing with blood streaks. Traitors! All traitors! A rasping Naito-like hiss squeezed from the heavenly sovereign's throat. Ignoring the agonizing pain at his collarbones, he opened his parched mouth and ignited the last of his primordial essence blood as the heavenly sovereign. Dark red blood flames burst from his body. His withered arms formed seals in a twisted posture. He forcibly communicated with the main scroll of the investiture of the gods. What I cannot have, no one shall. Let us all perish together. A rumbling sound echoed across the heavens. A pillar of dark golden light tore through the boundaries of the 33 heavens. Ignoring spatial barriers, it descended upon the east sea's 3 immortal islands, bearing the law of forced detention. The pillar of light aimed directly at the 3,000 female immortals. It sought to forcibly extract the souls of these female immortals and drag them into the investiture of the gods. Before the pillar even landed, its oppressive might had already enveloped the 3 immortal islands. A mutation occurred. On the brows of the 3,000 female immortals, the purple-gold divine registry mark of the heavenly court appeared. This was the Old Covenant. The mark burned like a red-hot branding iron, searing their glabella. A series of anguished cries erupted. The female immortals clutched their foreheads, writhing on the ground. Their forms flickered unsteadily. Wispy, translucent souls were forcibly pulled from their bodies, flying toward the dark, golden pillar of light in the sky. Princess Longji knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat, her eyes bloodshot, as she looked up at Lin Chen in the air. 100 flowers immortal and others of weaker cultivation had already collapsed. The 3 sisters Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao were greatly alarmed. They urged their magical treasures, trying to sever the threads of light pulling at the souls. Their magic power passed through the threads, but could not touch the underlying divine registry laws of the heavenly Tao. Lin Chen stood in midair with his hands behind his back. He watched the descending dark golden pillar of light, his expression unchanged. He let out a cold snort. Using a sword from a bygone dynasty to strike down my people. He turned his wrist. In his palm appeared a scroll radiating chaotic luster. It was the investiture of the gods whose foundational rules he had altered. Lin Chen formed a sword gesture with his fingers. The laws of the great realm lord lingered at his fingertips as he traced a line across the scroll. Disperse. The moment he spoke the word, his command became reality. The dark, golden, soul-binding pillar descending from the 9 heavens halted just as it was about to touch the barrier of the 3 immortal islands. It collided with an invisible higher-dimensional disintegrator. The pillar of light shattered inch by inch from the bottom up. Those heavenly Tao laws under the gray realm force annihilated directly, not even raising a ripple. Silence fell across the primordial wilderness. Inside the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun, the 12 golden immortals stared at the water mirror, their faces pale. Guangchengzi's lips trembled incessantly. How is this possible? Even a soul arrest decree directly authorized by the heavenly Tao can be erased. In the western paradise, Jian and Zhuanti exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with terror. Deep within the endless sea of blood, the blood waters beside Patriarch Mingi stopped churning. He drew in a sharp, cold breath. This child can already arbitrarily alter the foundational contracts of the heavenly Tao. That is something even a sage cannot do. On the withered peach tree by the jade pool, the madness on the heavenly sovereign's face froze. His final attack, which consumed his last foundation, was casually erased by his opponent. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible massive hand. Lin Chen looked down upon the 3,000 female immortals below, still shaken from their ordeal. His voice, empowered by the realm lord's might, spread across the 3 realms of the primordial wilderness, echoing in the ears of all living beings. Since you have entered my sect, the old covenants shall be removed. Lin Chen raised the investiture of the gods high. The vast majestic power of the realm lord poured into it. The scroll unfurled, covering the entire sky. His eyes stared straight beyond the 33 heavens. His voice was like a great bell, cold and judgmental. Now, by the name of the Lord of the human path and the great realm lord, I decree. All who turn their hearts to the Jie sect and are willing to follow my command, their divine registry karma from this day forth shall be wholly under my control. The old covenants of the heavenly court are shattered. As this word fell, the celestial laws collapsed. In the ruins of the jade pool, the heavenly sovereign's body jerked upright. He spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body began to convulse, his eyes bulging. Through his authority as the heavenly sovereign, he clearly witnessed everything. On the 3 immortal islands, deep within the souls of the 3,000 female immortals, the purple gold chains of karma originally connecting to the heavenly court were violently seized by a higher dimensional force and brutally snapped. Those divine registries of the heavenly Tao which had bound them for eons turned into weathered sand, collapsing into nothingness. The investiture of the gods in midair blazed with brilliant light. 3,000 threads of new covenant gold light radiating the profound yellow of the human path, and the chaotic realm force shot down. They precisely entered the brow of each female immortal. As the golden threads entered their bodies, the 3,000 female immortals felt an unprecedented lightness in their souls. The old shackles were cleansed. Replacing them was a vast pure power that surged into their depleted meridians along the covenant. Princess Longji, feeling the power of rebirth, was the first to kowtow. The 3,000 female immortals then followed in unison, performing the grandest prostration towards Lin Chen. We thank the Lord for granting us new life. From this day forth we shall serve you with utter devotion until death. The oath of 3,000 people shook the 9 heavens. There was no reluctance, only pure loyalty. Beneath the dilapidated Yunxiao palace beyond the 33 heavens, the scarred golden dragon of the old heavenly court's fortune let out a mournful cry and scattered into dim specks of light. These fortune specks flowed downward, instantly devoured by the fortune dragon of the 3 immortal islands and the dark bird of the mortal world. The news swept through the primordial wilderness. Inside the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun, a white jade table exploded. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign's face was ashen, his expression livid, his hands clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. In the Western Paradise, Jin and Juanti closed their eyes, chanting scriptures rapidly to suppress the chill in their hearts. At the Five Villages Manor, Zenyuanzi stroked his beard and let out a long sigh. He knew clearly that the old heavenly court, which had ruled the three realms for eons, was from this day forward defunct in name. In the ruins of the Jade Pool, the Heavenly Sovereign lay prostrate on the ground. He stared blankly at the water mirror, watching his former subordinates who once revered him now gazing at Lin Chen with fanatical eyes. He felt the bottomless emptiness within him after his connection to the Heavenly Court's fortune was severed. Crack. Deep within the Heavenly Sovereign's consciousness, the final line of his dignity shattered. Huh. Huh. He jerked his head up, his eyes unfocused, a trail of filthy blood at the corner of his mouth. He writhed on the withered tree. Mine. It was all mine. False. It was all false. He tore at the ceremonial robe on his body, squirming like a worm in a pool of blood. Sometimes he wailed, sometimes he let out piercing broken laughter. The Heavenly Sovereign who once ruled the heavens had his Tao heart completely shattered, degenerating into a thorough madman. Above the three immortal islands, Lin Chen put away the investiture of the gods and turned to speak to Yunxiao. These 3,000 female immortals are entrusted to your care. Their deep understanding of the 33 heavens restrictions will be of great use in the future. Yunxiao bowed slightly. Rest assured, my husband. Lin Chen turned his gaze, sweeping across the depths of chaos, a meaningful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then his form faded, and he returned to his secret chamber. Deep within Mount Kunlun, at the Jade Void Palace, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign watched the water mirror, observing the completely insane Heavenly Sovereign rolling in the ruins. There was no pity in his eyes, only cold calculation. It did not matter that the foundation of the Heavenly Court was destroyed. But this vessel which had carried the fortune of the Heavenly Sovereign was still a fine blade. His wide sleeve moved slightly. A dark talisman containing the primordial essence of the Jade Pure Sage slid out from his sleeve. The talisman pierced through space, drifting like a fallen leaf into the ruins. It precisely adhered to the brow of the Heavenly Sovereign, who was still laughing maniacally. Upon contacting the skin, the talisman transformed into viscous black chi, drilling deep into the Heavenly Sovereign's soul. The Heavenly Sovereign's movement stiffened. His laughter ceased abruptly. He slowly raised his head. Beneath his disheveled hair, deep within his pupils, a glimmer of profound venomous light surfaced. It was the demonic nature of a tool reduced to killing. The light flickered, and the ruins returned to deathly silence. Beyond the 33 heavens, the broken boundaries let out a sobbing low moan in the Yin wind. An invisible heavenly killing intent quietly gathered under the guidance of the Jade Pure Origin. An ultimate storm with sages as the pieces aimed to completely seal the EC's three immortal islands began to show its ferocity amidst the silence. In the secret chamber, the grave boundary power slowly flows. Lin Chen sits cross-legged upon the chaotic crystal, introspecting his dantian. The pearl of the great thousand worlds rotates gently with the primal chaos mother chi floating at the bottom, resembling a breath as it inhales and exhales, yet his brow furrows slightly. The forcibly stripped away Xian-Yin energy of the 3,000 Yaoqi female immortals, though vast and pure, is like a stagnant pool of dead water. Without the connection of mutual understanding, this Yin energy exists with a fine sense of rawness and delay, as the laws operate in the depths of the world pearl. Yin and Yang are not in harmony, and the Tao is difficult to complete. Knock, knock, knock. Soft footsteps are heard outside the secret chamber. Husband, a voice from Yunxiao comes through the stone door. Long Ji and the other female immortals seek an audience outside the hall. Lin Chen opens his eyes and waves his hand. The heavy stone door rises silently. Outside, Yunxiao stands to one side. Behind her, Princess Long Ji and the 100 Flowers Fairy lead the 3,000 female immortals, all kneeling on the ground. They have shed the tattered celestial garments from their punishment in Yaoqi and have changed into plain white Taoist robes. The 3,000 beauties possess graceful figures, their expressions filled with reverence and restraint, having survived a catastrophe. However, Lin Chen's chaotic divine demon eye sweeps over and immediately detects something amiss. Your Tao foundation is scattering. Lin Chen's voice is calm. Princess Long Ji's delicate body trembles slightly, and she lowers her head bitterly. Having lost the protection of the Heavenly Court's divine registry and severed the karma of countless years, their former Tao foundation has become like a tree without roots, and the spiritual energy they diligently cultivated within is uncontrollably dissipating outward. If this continues, within 3 days they will fall in realm and become mortals. The female immortals lower their heads, their eyes betraying their panic. Lin Chen is about to raise his hand to stabilize their meridians with the primordial azure energy. A subtle, yet powerful sage fluctuation flashes from the direction of Kunlun Mountain 33 heavens away. The primordial heavenly sovereign secretly manipulated the darkened Haotian, quietly triggering the most fundamental rules of slaughter of the heavenly Tao. Buzz. The earth veins of the three immortals island let out a mournful wail and in the void a dignified and resolute jade-clear creation force burst through to sever the laws. Dense, translucent chains of laws pierce through the void, effortlessly penetrating the spiritual platforms and dantions of the 3,000 female immortals. The chains tighten. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them instantly becomes completely isolated. This law not only seals their channels for absorbing spiritual energy, but also begins to forcibly drain their vitality, intending to suffocate them on the three immortals' island. The pain of severing sources cuts to the bone. The 100 Flowers Fairy and the hundreds of female immortals, with only the celestial realm cultivation, instantly turn pale, collapsing to the ground, spewing gouts of crimson blood onto their plain white Taoist robes, their originally dissipating celestial light dimming at a visible rate, on the verge of losing their souls. It's the severing, killing formation of the Jade, Clear Saint. Outside the door, Yunxiao gasps, her face losing color. Around the island, Zhao Gongming and many disciples of the Zhejiao are stirred by this sage pressure soaring into the air, watching the terrifying chains of law, despair, and panic shrouding the entire Three Immortals Island. The sage has made a move, aiming to directly erase them. Faced with this remote sage plot, Lin Chen shows no signs of panic, instead grinning mockingly. Using the lives of these 3,000 female cultivators to fill my Dao field, hoping to annoy me. Lin Chen's gaze is sharp as a blade. Old dog Primordial, your hand reaches too far. Princess Long Ji, with her face turning purple from the pressure of the law chain, struggles to lift her head, to look at Lin Chen, a flash of extreme resolve in her eyes. She does not seek help. All immortals heed my command. Princess Long Ji bites her tongue. A drop of purest Xian origin blood flies from her mouth, hovering in the air. Lord, saving us is like saving oneself. Grant us new life. Today, even if we die and our Dao dissipates, we will not allow the heavenly court and the Chan teaching to see us as a joke. She cries out with a piercing voice, offer our souls. The 3,000 female immortals show no hesitation, biting their tongues in unison. 3,000 drops of their life essence rise into the sky, merging into a sea of deep blue blood. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, they bow heavily, their voices overlapping, piercing through the clouds. We are willing to form a contract of supreme Dao servants. Xian origin, as well as the secrets of our bodies and souls, may Lord harvest at will. We shall not regret 1,000 deaths. This is the most extreme dual cultivation following method in the world. Once signed, it opens one's life and death Dao foundation, and every inch of bodily perception to Lin Chen, without reservation, forever becoming a vassal, with no possibility of regret. Lin Chen gazes at the sea of Xian blood, filled with resolve, a hint of appreciation appearing in his eyes. Good. He shouts loudly and steps forward. System activate the dual cultivation feedback mechanism. Ding. Detected activation conditions met. Activation successful. Within Lin Chen's body, brilliant mating spiritual light and primordial yellow mother chi erupt, like a volcano, transforming into a golden rain that meets the jade, clear severing law, surging upwards. The power of the system directly establishes an indestructible causal bridge between Lin Chen and the 3,000 female immortals. Lin Chen spreads his arms wide. The 3,000 female immortals, soft and compliant, send their unreserved intent of the 9 heavens, Xian origin, flowing into Lin Chen's body along the contract bridge. This time, there is no rawness, no delay. Under the connection of their minds, they blend seamlessly. The contract's primordial yellow radiance shines, brightly wrapping around all 3,000 female immortals. A miracle unfolds before the eyes of the crowd. Those celestial maidens who had been spewing blood and on the verge of death just a moment ago, upon being touched by the golden light, not only heal their injuries instantly, but their shriveled dantian is swiftly filled with the massive primordial mother chi, as if caught in a long drought. Moreover, the power returned from the extreme dual cultivation feedback is overwhelmingly terrifying. Crack! The sounds of breaking through realms arise one after another. These female immortals, who had stagnated for hundreds of thousands of years, once thought they would never advance in this life, have their bottlenecks shattered like paper. The observing disciples of the Zhejiao stare in disbelief, their eyes wide. It blocked, directly ignoring the jade clear saint's chains of law. At the same time, in Lin Chen's mind, the system's alert sounds flood in like a storm. Ding. Detected that the host has completely subdued 3,000 high-level female immortals, completing the epic achievement recruited beauties. Triggering 100 million times crit reward. Gained extreme Dao Taiyin origin of 100,000 Zhang. Gained fragments of the true meaning of Yin Yang Dao. A massive amount of pure Yin origin bursts forth into Lin Chen's dantian. The pearl of the great thousand worlds trembles wildly, and the rampant solitary Yang evil energy upon encountering this vast extreme Dao Taiyin origin is instantly perfectly neutralized. A loud explosion erupts from within the world pearl. The complete true meaning of the primordial Yin Yang Dao fully reveals itself. In the void, a massive unparalleled Tai Chi Yin Yang fish apparition appears, slowly rotating endlessly, giving rise to the scenes of the world's life and death. Lin Chen opens his eyes. His pupils are one dark and one bright, radiating with the 12 colors of the Pangu divine light. He raises his right arm, clenches his fist without even using a magic treasure, and fiercely strikes at the jade, clear severing law above in the void. The gray power of the realm master transforms into a roaring, chaotic giant dragon. Crack! The indestructible chains of the sage's laws are smashed into powder by this punch. Moreover, this violent recoil follows the causal line of the law directly flowing upstream across endless space. In Kunlun Mountain within the Yunxiao Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign who was coldly smiling and stroking his beard suddenly changes color. Before he can react, a thunderous crack rings out, and an invisible palm strikes harshly on the golden roof of Yunxiao Palace, shattering half of the palace. On the Three Immortals Island, the power of feedback from extreme dual cultivation reaches its peak at this moment. Outside the secret chamber, Princess Long Ji tightly closes her eyes, her aura surging higher and higher with immense yin and yang converging above her head. Accompanied by a clear and crisp phoenix cry, a shadow identical to her appearance but adorned in colorful clouds emerges from her body. Eliminate the benevolent corpse. Princess Long Ji suddenly opens her eyes, unleashing a sage-level pressure. Behind her, the 100 Flowers Fairy and the other 3,000 female immortals sparkle with golden light, their cultivation levels forcibly raised under the feedback, all reaching the pinnacle realms of Deluo Golden Immortal and Tai E Golden Immortal. Outside, the three sisters Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bai Xiao are so shocked they cannot utter a word. On the island's periphery, Zhao Gongming, who has just arrived, weakens in the knees and collapses to the ground, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. To think. Just casually created a Quasi-Saint, 3,000 Deluo, and Tai E. The invincible guard force created in this moment completely overturns everyone's perception. Throughout the island, the myriad of immortals of the Jiejiao kneel in unison, offering their most extreme fervent worship towards the direction of the secret chamber. This complete rhythm of yin-yang Dao does not cease. It disregards space and formations, sweeping across the East Sea, spreading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi is lecturing when his hand trembles, the ginseng fruit plate he just picked falling to the ground with a clang, the fruits rolling everywhere completely unnoticed. He stares blankly at the East Sea, his breath quickening. In the deepest part of the underworld Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Ming River who was plotting how to fish in troubled waters stands up in shock from the Blood Lotus. The surrounding blood water, which had been rolling for millions of years, is now calmed by the force of the Tao. News spreads through the primordial world like a storm. All living beings of the myriad races and great powers suddenly realize an undeniable fact: the foundation of the Three Immortals Island no longer needs to rely on the name of the Tongtian Patriarch. This power has completely surpassed the old saintly traditions. On the Three Immortals Island in the secret chamber, the warm aura of yin-yang intertwining has yet to dissipate. Lin Chen stands with his hands behind his back, feeling the vast power that has been fully restored within his internal world. He slightly lowers his gaze, the vision of his chaotic divine demon eye piercing through the heavy fog of the East Sea. In the aftermath of the resonance of the yin-yang laws, he captures a hint of unusual scarlet. That is from 33 heavens away. Within the nauseatingly dense blood-red mist, a figure silently tears through the human race's defensive barrier. It is Hao Yin. However, at this moment, Hao Yin has a pitch-black jade clear talisman pressed against his brow, his eyes devoid of spirit, having completely devolved into a slaughter machine, demonized by the primordial heavenly sovereign and fused with the resentments of ancient great demons. His figure transforms into a blood-colored meteor using the cover of heavenly Tao causality, with a target straight at the capital of the great Shang, Chaogu. Meanwhile, the female emperor, the nine-tailed fox who guards the throne in Chaogu, is reviewing memorials, completely unaware of the impending disaster descending upon her. Lin Chen looks into the distance, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen gazed at the distant, unusual crimson hue, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That was Hao Yin transformed into a killing machine by the Yuanshi Tianzuan, bearing the terrifying might of the Yuqing talisman, racing towards the capital of the Daishang Chaoga like a blood-red meteor. Yet he did not move to intercept immediately. Old dog Yuanshi, do you really think this little trick can disrupt my stand? First, I must thoroughly digest the present fortune and push the foundation of the Jiejiao to a point where you saints find it utterly hopeless. That is the priority. Lin Chen retracted his thoughts, his spirit sinking back into the world pearl that had already transformed into a perfect great universe. At that moment, the familiar and melodious series of notifications from the system erupted in his mind, like, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the hidden achievement of fully receiving the Heavenly Court's female immortals. Ding. Triggered 100 billion times critical hit. Reward 1, 100,000 strands of the great universe Lord's essence. Reward 2, the finest innate supreme treasure, the 24th grade pure world White Lotus. Reward 3, 3,000 Huanyuan level group breakthrough pills. 100 billion times critical hit." Even Lin Chen at this moment could not hide the fervent excitement flashing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, the immense rewards surged directly into his body. Roar! The newly reshaped flawless chaos Dao body within Lin Chen erupted with a thunderous dragon's roar. His flesh bones, and even every inch of his meridians began to circulate visible and substantial Dao patterns. Boom! Lin Chen's cultivation surged forth like a torrent breaking its dam, carrying a devastating momentum directly charging towards the barrier of midstage Huanyuan de Luo Jinxian. The World Pearl acted like a greedy black hole, frantically absorbing those 100,000 invaluable strands of the great universe Lord's essence. Finally, the rank of the World Pearl stabilized at the level of perfect great universe. A terrifying pressure transcending the rules of the primordial world, faintly exuding a force that seemed to want to annex the primordial heavenly path, emanated from within the World Pearl. The breakthrough was complete. Bang! The stone door of the secret chamber on the verge of collapse shattered into countless fine particles. Lin Chen rose, transforming into a 12-colored rainbow that spanned the heavens, bursting through the air with unparalleled majesty, landing in midair above Sanxian Island. From his elevated position, Lin Chen looked down at the 3,000 exceptionally beautiful female immortals below, his gaze cold and imposing. He waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3,000 Huanyuan level group breakthrough pills radiating with ethereal transformative purple energy and a rich medicinal fragrance that could save a millennium of hard cultivation with just one whiff fell like a dazzling meteor shower towards the 3,000 female immortals below. Since you have entered under my command and become my people, you must not weaken the prestige of the Jiejiao. Lin Chen's voice, imbued with the supreme power of the World Lord, reverberated across Sanxian Island like a grand bell. Swallow them. Today I shall produce 3,000 de Luo above the East Sea. At these words, the entire island fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Gongming, who had just risen, trembled violently, kneeling down again, with a thud, his eyes nearly popping out. The three sisters of Yunxiao gasped simultaneously, their beautiful faces losing color. Mass-producing 3,000 de Luo. Common knowledge of the primordial world states that de Luo Jinxian transcends the river of fate, requiring billions of years of arduous cultivation and countless life and death tribulations for even a slight possibility of attaining the Tao. Yet Lin Chen intended to wholesale 3,000 de Luo Jinxian and Tai E Jinxian in one go like pouring beans. This was practically rubbing the face of the primordial heavenly path in the dirt. However, the 3,000 female immortals showed no hesitation in response to Lin Chen's command. Their eyes sparkled with utmost fervor and trust as they reached out to catch the Huanyuan-level breakthrough pills in front of them, tilting their heads back to swallow them. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from the 3,000 female immortals. Yet just as this collective advancement, defying the principles of the heavenly path, was about to be completed, the skies above stirred. Utterly arrogant. 3,000 people crossing the de Luo death tribulation, the karma stacked together, even saints would have to avoid its edge. This is courting death. In the depths of the Yuming blood sea, the observing Mingyi old ancestor could not help but sneer at the sight of the terrifying tribulation clouds. Not only Mingyi but also Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple and the connecting and guiding figures from the Western Pure Land shared this sentiment, waiting to see Lin Chen play with fire and get burned. Facing the world-destroying lightning punishment, Lin Chen stood in midair without a hint of retreat, instead throwing his head back and letting out an extremely arrogant laugh. My people, do you think this incomplete heavenly path has the right to discipline me? As soon as his words fell, his right hand thrust forward. Swish! A gigantic lotus flower phantom radiating boundless pure and sacred light suddenly bloomed in the skies above the East Sea. The ultimate innate supreme treasure, the 12-grade pure world white lotus. In front of this treasure, capable of purifying all impurities and laws in the world, Lin Chen poured his world lord's power into it without reservation. The white light of creation surged like a tsunami, sweeping through the heavens, and earth rushing upstream directly into the thick, dark tribulation clouds. An unbelievable scene unfolded. That so-called supreme destructive will of the heavenly path, the Zhixiao annihilation, heavenly punishment, under the wash of this white light disintegrated and purified, without resistance, like snow facing the scorching sun. In just a few breaths, the originally destructive aura of the lightning sea was forcibly transformed into the purest, most concentrated spiritual energy, pouring down like a torrential rain into the bodies of the 3,000 female immortals below. The tribulation clouds vanished without a trace. The will of the heavenly path was forcibly erased completely before this unreasonable power of the world lord. In the Yuming blood sea, with a crisp sound of Pa, the Mingyi old ancestor, overwhelmed with excitement, directly tugged out a clump of his red beard that had been prepared for several yuan meetings, standing there in shock like he had seen a ghost. In the Western Pure Land, Zhuan Ti, who had just been fiddling with his prayer beads, froze, the beads scattering all over his eyes, filled with horror. What a monstrous tyrannical means. Boom. Just as all the powerful beings were aghast on Sanxian Island below, the first overwhelming pressure unique to the Luo Jin Xian completely shattered the spiritual energy storm, shooting straight into the sky. Following that like a row of dominoes falling. Boom, 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 one after another endlessly. Early and mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian. Peak Tai E Jin Xian. A total of 3,000 terrifying auras erupted successively on Sanxian Island, forming pillars of light that pressed down the waters of the East Sea. And at the forefront, Princess Long Ji, utilizing the foundation from her dual cultivation and the lingering effects of the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, let out a clear phoenix cry surrounded by the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, solidifying her powerful cultivation at the early stage of Quasi-Saint. The 3,000 female immortals, their celestial skirts fluttering and their ethereal forms captivating, radiated an aura of killing intent and immense power, converging into a storm that could instill fear in any force across the three realms. Thud! The 3,000 movers in perfect unison bowed deeply towards Lin Chen in midair, their clear voices converging into a sea resonating through the 9 heavens. Thank you, Master, for bestowing us the boundless fortune. At this moment, the overall battle power of the Jiejiao, having formed this guard force loyal only to Lin Chen, achieved a cross-dimensional leap and overwhelming dominance that left the primordial saints in despair. Roar! Above the East Sea, the already enormous fortune golden dragon of the Jiejiao roared again. Its body swelled wildly, sprouting 5 claws, symbolizing perfection beneath its belly, golden scales shining like the blazing sun, and its vast body was now large enough to obscure most of the East Sea sky. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look at the excited Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming below, but his gaze suddenly turned cold, piercing through the boundless void, landing on the sky of Chaoga, which had already been stained crimson by the blood energy brought by the Yuqing talisman. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. It seems the toys sent by that old dog Yuanshi have finally arrived. Ninetales do not disappoint me. If you want to secure the throne of the Deshang Empress, you must shed some blood. He murmured softly, then suddenly raised his voice, the cold, killing intent freezing the space around him. As for that old dog Yuanshi, this debt I shall personally settle with you today on Kunlun Mountain. As his words fell, Lin Chen took a step forward. This step did not lead him towards Chaoga for rescue, but rather carrying the boundless power of having just ascended to the perfect great universe and disregarding the rules of the primordial world, he headed straight for the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, 33 heavens away. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the vast sea of clouds was torn in two within a breath. A 12-colored rainbow spanned the sky, carrying a terrifying aura capable of shaking the entire wilderness, crashing directly into the first layer of the jade clear barrier of Kunlun Mountain. The barrier shattered like thin ice. The rainbow, undiminished, fell directly onto the white jade square at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, transforming into a figure. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his Dao robe billowing without wind, the 12 colors of chaotic divine light swirling around him. He looked up at the Jade Void Palace, which had stood for countless epochs, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Old dog Yuanshi, where is your watchdog? This voice transmission was not empowered by any magical force, but reverberated throughout Kunlun Mountain, 3 times resonating with the physique of a mid-stage Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal. Deep within the mountain, the sounds of frantic footsteps and clashing magical artifacts exploded in succession. Moments later, a myriad of escaping lights surged from all directions. Guang Qingzi, clad in a tattered Dao robe with the last remaining flower atop his head swaying precariously, held a brand new, yet dim magical sword, leading the remaining 9 golden immortals and over 10,000 disciples of the Chan sect to hurriedly take their positions. 81 jade clear pillars lit up simultaneously beneath their feet, and a massive jade clear protective formation enveloped the entirety of Kunlun. A violet golden light screen of laws stacked upon itself in layers 9 in total. Guang Qingzi stood at the center of the formation, his hand gripping the sword, trembling, yet he managed to force a sinister smile. Lin Chen, do you dare to come alone to my Kunlun? This jade clear protective formation was personally refined by the master, using the essence of a saint melding with the spiritual essence of Kunlun's millennia-old earth veins. Even a peak Quasi-Saint would have to shed some skin here. If you retreat today, this poor Taoist can. Lin Chen did not look at him. His gaze passed over Guang Qingzi, over the pale faces of more than 10,000 Chan sect disciples, and landed on the majestic Jade Void Palace at the highest point. I have said one thing. Lin Chen raised his right hand, loosely clenching his fingers into a fist. On the day the God-sealing calamity begins, the disciples of the Chan sect shall be killed without mercy. Today I shall give you a lesson in advance. The fist fell. No magical artifacts, no divine abilities, not even a shred of power from the world pearl within him. Purely the physical blood and chi of a mid-stage Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal. One punch. All sounds in the world vanished at that moment. In Guang Qingzi's pupils a gray fist shadow was reflected. It was small, hardly magnificent, yet as it crushed through the void, even space itself retreated to the sides. Boom. The 9 layers of the jade clear law light screen were pierced one after another by that punch, as if a finger had poked through 9 sheets of paper. The Kunlun jade pillar which had stood for billions of years shattered evenly into powder from the moment the punch's wind touched it. The jade clear protective formation collapsed. The shockwave expanded outward from the center of the formation, and over 10,000 Chan sect disciples were swept away, like leaves caught in a hurricane, unable to even scream before being tossed aside, and crashing against the cliffs of Kunlun, their bones shattered. Guangqingzi was struck heated by the shock wave, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, and was sent flying crashing through 3 jade bridges before finally embedding himself in a mountainside. He struggled to crawl out from the rubble covered in blood. Just as he steadied himself, a hand had already grasped his neck. Lin Chen's face appeared before him, mere inches away. Guangqingzi, last time in the East Sea, I rewarded you with a slap shattering 2 of your 3 flowers. It seems you still have 1 left. Guangqingzi's face turned pale as he desperately struggled, his hands gripping Lin Chen's wrist tightly, his nails breaking, yet he could not even move a single finger of his opponent. Lin Chen. You are not afraid of the master. Slap. The first slap landed on his left cheek. The sound was crisp, echoing throughout Kunlun. The last flower on Guangqingzi's head shook violently, losing a third of its petals. His Dao foundation emitted a sound that was painfully fracturing. Slap. The second slap struck his right cheek. Half of the 3 flowers shattered, and Guangqingzi's mouth and nose gushed blood, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, nearly losing consciousness from the blows. The master. Lin Chen looked down at him, his tone as casual as if chatting. If he had any guts, he wouldn't have just left a jade slip and run away. Slap. The third slap. The last flower shattered completely under this strike, scattering into countless fragments. Guangqingzi's Dao foundation emitted its final crisp sound before falling into silence. From this moment on, he was no longer a golden immortal. He was nothing at all. Lin Chen released his grip, allowing him to slide down the mountainside, like a piece of rotten flesh crashing to the ground motionless. Senior brother. Master Guangqingzi. The disciples of the Chan sect below let out desperate wails. A few brave souls attempted to rush up, but as soon as they took a step, Lin Chen's gaze swept over them. There was no killing intent, not even anger, only a cold indifference that chilled them to the bone. As if looking at ants. Their legs softened, and they knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Lin Chen no longer looked at them, and turned to walk towards the main hall of the Jade Void Palace. With great strides, each step on the white jade stairs left a deep footprint. Qi Jingzi stood before the hall door holding a broken magical sword, his face ashen, lips quivering. Lin Chen. This is the Dao field of the master. If you take 1 step inside, you will be enemies with the entire Chan sect, and that means. Lin Chen did not stop. He did not even raise his hand. The naturally emanating Hunyuan aura gently brushed past Qi Jingzi. The magical sword in Qi Jingzi's hand shattered inch by inch, and he was blasted away by this aura, rolling down the stairs, spitting blood. Lin Chen stood before the towering 100-foot palace door of the Jade Void Palace. This door was forged from chaotic, mysterious jade, inscribed with 3,000 Dao inscriptions carrying the majesty and laws of the Jade Clear Saint for millions of years. It was said that even a full-strength strike from a Daoyuo Golden Immortal could not leave a scratch on it. Lin Chen raised his right foot. He kicked out. Bang! The entire palace door detached from its frame, rolling into the hall, shattering 3 jade pillars, and finally smashed deep within the hall, breaking into 2 pieces. The 3,000 Dao inscriptions, dimmed fragments of mysterious jade, scattered all over the ground. The majesty carried by this door for millions of years vanished under that kick. Outside the hall, over 10,000 disciples of the Chan sect witnessed this scene. No one cried out anymore. They had no strength left even to weep. They had believed in the Dao lineage for countless epochs, the holy place they took pride in now resembled a shabby courtyard that someone carelessly kicked open. Lin Chen stepped into the hall. The vast hall was empty, with only a green jade slip quietly lying on a mat. Lin Chen walked over, picked up the jade slip, and probed with his divine sense. The cold voice of the primordial heavenly venerable echoed in his mind. Anomalies will be seen in the myriad immortals array. Lin Chen crushed the jade slip, the shards falling from his fingers. Myriad immortals array. He laughed softly. Then I shall dismantle the backbone of your Chan sect piece by piece for all to see within the myriad immortals array. As soon as the words left his mouth, his smile vanished. The chaotic divine eyes rotated violently in their sockets, penetrating through the hall's floor tiles, through the rock layers of Kunlun's depths, reaching the very depths of the earth. There lay a seal. Beneath the seal a presence was awakening. This presence was older than the Panga banner, and more violent than the sword of extermination, carrying a wave of ominous fluctuations that instinctively repelled Lin Chen's chaotic Dao body. Lin Chen pressed down with his right hand, infusing his palm with the essence of mixed primordial energy, causing the white jade floor of the hall to crack and collapse in layers. His figure plummeted straight into the depths of the earth. Within the belly of Kunlun Mountain, a passage sealed by the laws of Yuqing extended into the endless darkness before him. The walls of the passage were etched with ancient inscriptions, each character radiating the oppressive aura of a sage. Lin Chen brushed his hand over the inscriptions, and those sage seals that had contained countless yuan gatherings dissipated silently, as if erased by an eraser. He descended further down. At the end of the passage was a stone chamber in the center of which stood a 3 zhang tall piece of chaotic, mysterious iron. Sealed within the iron was a broken gunpoint, entirely black, its surface swirling with dark red patterns. Not carved, but crystallized bloodlines. The bloodline of Pangu. Lin Chen stood before the mysterious iron, the chaotic divine demon reflecting every detail of the gunpoint in his eyes. A fragment of the god-slaying spear. He uttered this name, without surprise, only with a hint of understanding. The remains of a lethal weapon that shattered during Panga's creation of the heavens and the earth, specifically designed to target the physical form of a mixed yuan great Luo golden immortal, with even the heavenly Tao unable to mend the wounds it inflicts. The primordial lord has hidden it for so long. Is he preparing to give me a surprise in the 10,000 immortals array? The dark red patterns on the gunpoint suddenly flickered, as if responding instinctively. A fierce and violent aura surged out from the mysterious iron, directly assaulting Lin Chen's face. Any ordinary great Luo golden immortal standing here would begin to rot away merely from this aura. Lin Chen remained still. Such a good item, it's a pity to leave it for the old dog of the primordial lord. He raised his hand, his fingers sinking directly into the chaotic, mysterious iron. The mysterious iron crumbled beneath his hand like soil, and he forcibly extracted the fragment of the god-slaying spear. The moment the fragment was in hand, a destructive malevolence surged through his palm into his meridians. Puff! Lin Chen's right arm exploded with over 100 bloody openings from wrist to shoulder. Dark red blood splattered against the stone chamber walls, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. The malevolence of the god-slaying spear proved to be as fearsome as its reputation. It did not attack Lin Chen's power, but rather dismantled the very foundation of his physical form at the cellular level. Yet Lin Chen did not even furrow his brow. Is this all you can do? He clenched the fragment, unleashing all the power of his chaotic Tao body. 12-colored divine light erupted from within him, enveloping the gunpoint as he began to grind it forcefully. The malevolence of the god-slaying spear fiercely rebounded, causing hundreds of wounds to erupt within him, his blood nearly dyeing him completely red. Lin Chen was utterly unconcerned, even breaking into a grin. This broken piece, perhaps it could be deemed a lethal weapon in Panga's hands, but here with me, it is only fit to be a medicinal ingredient. The world pearl hummed within his Tongtian, the laws of the perfect, great thousand world pressing down, coordinating with the chaotic Tao body, grinding the fragment of the god-slaying spear inch by inch, breaking it down and merging it into his flesh and bones. This process lasted a full 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the gunpoint completely vanished. The wounds on Lin Chen's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, while a layer of faint dark red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, marks left after the lethal intent of the god-slaying spear was thoroughly tamed. He clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his physical form. After merging with the fragment of the god-slaying spear, the defense of his chaotic Tao body underwent another transformation, reaching a level that even Lin Chen found somewhat absurd. Primordial Lord, I accept your surprise. If you can produce a second item in the 10,000 immortals array, that would be just as he was about to turn and leave the stone chamber, a rumbling noise suddenly echoed from beneath his feet. The ancient inscriptions that he had just erased from the walls of the chamber lit up once more. Not right. This was not the same set of inscriptions. This was an entirely new formation layered over the original seal, triggered only after the fragment of the god-slaying spear was removed. The Yuqing Burning Immortals Great Formation. Lin Chen glanced down at the rapidly spreading purple-gold patterns beneath his feet, raising an eyebrow. The entire belly of Kunlun Mountain began to tremble as 81 Yuqing heavenly pillars rose from the ground, expanding the stone chamber into a closed space spanning 100 miles. Each heavenly pillar burned with pale purple sacred flames, a killing move refined in advance by the primordial lord using sage essence specifically designed to slay mixed yuan great Luo golden immortals. The sacred flames converged from all directions, and the temperature soared to a terrifying level in an instant. The space around Lin Chen began to distort, even the void was turned to ashes by these sacred flames. Old dog of the primordial lord, more sage essence again. How many drops of blood do you have left to burn? Lin Chen gazed at the encircling sacred flames, not in a hurry to strike. He was waiting for a reason worthy of his serious attention. However, instead of an enhancement of the sacred flames, a shrill alarm blared in his mind. Ding! Emergency warning. Detecting violent fluctuations in the causal lines towards Chaoga. The life force of your Tao partner, the nine-tailed fox, is rapidly declining. The demonic body Haotian has breached the first line of the human destiny barrier and is approaching the core of Chaoga Palace. S-grade divine fetus is suffering from the erosion of heavenly death. Energy survival rate is plummeting. Lin Chen's expression changed. Just moments ago, facing the malevolence of the god-slaying spear that had torn his body apart, he hadn't even flinched. But at this moment his pupils contracted to the extreme, and the chaotic divine light around him instantly shifted from 12 colors to a bottomless gray. That was the harbinger of the great annihilation. Old dog of the primordial lord. Lin Chen's voice lowered, sounding as though it came from the depths of the earth. You dare use Hao Yin to target my woman and children. At this moment the encircling sacred flames hesitated, not due to insufficient power, but because even the sage essence sensed the pure and extreme killing intent emanating from Lin Chen. I will remember this debt. Above the Chaoga Imperial Palace, blood clouds surged. A towering divine manifestation of the Heavenly Emperor descended amidst the blood light, his hollow eyes, and a dark jade talisman affixed to his forehead. Corrupted Hao Yin. He was no longer a living being, merely a saintly weapon manipulated by the primordial celestial venerable, within him roiling the destructive power woven from the resentment of ancient great demons and the essence of the jade purity. The barrier of human destiny before him shattered after just 3 breaths. The Imperial Guards had yet to form ranks when the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation struck down with a palm, turning all buildings and personnel within 300 steps of the Great Hall to ashes. Demon's hand over the Xian bird's fate, and I shall grant you a swift end. Haoshin's voice emerged from the colossal manifestation, hoarse and mechanical, devoid of any human emotion. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, the nine-tailed fox set down the document in her hand. She stood up, her purple gold dragon robe rustling, and her phoenix eyes beneath the 12-feathered crown were as cold as blades. Hao Yin, you have gone mad, or perhaps that old dog behind you sent you to your death. She stepped out of the great hall, taking a step into the void. The imperial jade seal flew from her sleeve, hovering above her head, and radiating a dazzling purple gold light. The Xian bird's fate, golden dragon of the great Shang, spiraled down from above Chaoga, entwining around her, transforming into layers of imperial divine light that protected her. The nine-tailed fox thrust out a palm. The might of the imperial path merged with the Xian bird's fate, coalescing into a colossal purple gold hand to meet the second strike of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. Boom! The two forces collided in the skies above Chaoga, a shockwave toppling half the rooftops of the imperial city. The nine-tailed fox slid back 100 zhang in the void, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze showed no sign of retreat. Is this all you can muster? She raised her hand to wipe away the blood from her lips, coldly smiling as she struck again. The imperial jade seal burst forth with a second brilliance, the imperial arts pushed to their extreme as the human willpower of the 9 provinces converged into a torrent flooding into her body. The nine-tailed fox sprouted 6 purple gold tails, each entwined, with rich imperial laws striking towards the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. Bang 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 bang. The 6 strikes forced the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation to retreat 3 steps. Yet corrupted Hao Yin felt no pain, no fear. The shattered manifestation instantly repaired itself. The jade purity talisman on his forehead flickered. The momentum of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation surged. Buzz! A beam of black saintly source light shot from the palm of the manifestation, piercing through the nine-tailed fox's imperial divine light and striking her chest. The nine-tailed fox grunted, her figure flying back. A fist-sized charred hole appeared on her purple gold dragon robe, blood gushing from the wound, staining half of her body red. She crashed into the ruins of the great hall rubble, burying half her body. Corrupted Hao Yin chased after her, the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation stepping over the ruins, extending a black giant hand that grasped the nine-tailed fox by her neck, lifting her from the debris. The Xian bird's fate is mine. This great Shang territory is mine. That bastard in your womb should accompany me. The death energy from the jade purity talisman flowed into the nine-tailed fox's body through the giant hand, heading straight for her S-level divine fetus. The nine-tailed fox felt a violent cramping in her abdomen, a reaction to her child struggling against the encroaching death energy. Her pupils constricted. You dare touch my child. The nine-tailed fox bit her tongue, a mouthful of essence blood spraying onto the imperial jade seal. The imperial arts ignited her essence blood, pushed beyond the limits her body could withstand. Roar! The Xian bird's fate, golden dragon, let out a lament, transforming into a substantial purple gold phoenix claw enveloped in the imperial fire that could burn the heavens, fiercely tearing towards corrupted Haoshin's chest. Sizzle! The phoenix claw tore open the chest of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation, dark red, demonic blood splattering. Yet Hao Yin still did not loosen his grip. He glanced down at the wound on his chest, which was healing rapidly. He clenched his fingers tighter, the jade purity death energy doubling its flow. The nine-tailed fox let out a stifled scream, the vitality of the divine fetus within her being steadily siphoned away. She struggled with all her might to break free, but the weakness from burning her essence blood left her unable to lift even a finger. Husband! Her lips silently moved. Charge! 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 A clamorous sound came from afar. Chengxiang Baigan riding a warhorse, leading 3,000 elite imperial guards storming into the ruins of the palace. Monster! Release His Majesty. Baigan's eyes widened in fury, wielding the ancestral copper spear of the great Shang, leaping towards the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. Corrupted Hao Yin did not even turn his head. The residual blood energy from the manifestation rippled outward. The copper spear in Baigan's hand shattered inch by inch, and he along with the 3,000 Imperial guards behind him were hurled backward by the shockwave, blood spilling onto the long street, with casualties exceeding half. General. The surviving Imperial guards crawled up from the pool of blood, gazing at the colossal manifestation in the sky that was impossible to resist, completely falling into despair. The nine-tailed fox's consciousness began to blur. The vitality of the child in her womb grew weaker. A tear slid down the corner of her eye. It was not for herself, but for the child who had not yet seen this world. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed from the northern horizon. The blood clouds were pierced through the center by a pitch-black spear, the tip ablaze with chaotic true fire, tearing open a rift hundreds of miles long. The spear tip accurately penetrated the back of corrupted Haoshan's Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. The chaotic true fire spread wildly along the wound, charring half of his back. Corrupted Haoyan let out a discordant howl. The giant hand that had grasped the nine-tailed fox finally loosened by half an inch. At the spear's tail, a young man, Neza, shot forth from the clouds on windfire wheels, surrounded by chaotic demonic energy, his eyes blood-red. Neza. He kicked the back of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation's head, withdrawing the fire spear with the force flipping in midair and landing steadily in front of the nine-tailed fox, shielding her behind him. My master instructed me to guard the eastern gateway of the Great Sham. Neza slammed the fire spear onto the ground, chaotic true fire flickering at the spear's tip, illuminating his youthful face. Chaoga is also a part of the Great Sham. The wounds on the chest and back of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation were healing, and corrupted Haoyan turned his hollow face to lock onto Neza. You little beast, do you wish to die too? Neza tightened his grip on the fire spear, a grin spreading across his face. Did you not learn enough from our last encounter at Shintang Pass? His windfire wheels suddenly accelerated, transforming him into a bolt of black lightning as he charged forth. The chaotic fire spear aimed directly at the face of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. The two forces collided once more in the air above the Chaoga ruins, the shockwave leveling the area within 10 miles. Yet corrupted Haoyan had the saintly source from the primordial celestial venerable continuously replenishing him. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation could not be exhausted. After 10 exchanges, Neza's palm split open, blood trickling down the spear shaft. After 20 exchanges, his left shoulder was struck by the manifestation's palm, shattering his bones. After 30 exchanges, the mysterious heaven silk was corroded by the jade purity death energy riddled with holes. Neza gritted his teeth, not retreating a single step. He knew that behind him lay his master's woman and child. If he took a step back, they would die. The Heavenly Emperor's manifestation raised its palm, once more gathering 10 times the strength of the jade purity, saintly source, as it aimed to strike Neza. The power of this strike had exceeded the limits that Neza could withstand. Neza raised the fire spear, preparing to block this blow, even at the cost of breaking the spear and losing his life. At that moment, the surging blood clouds above Chaoga were suddenly torn in half by a beam of gray light from the center. A hand reached out from the rift. The hand was not large, with long fingers, and still bore a few dark red bloodstains. It gently rested on the descending giant hand of the Heavenly Emperor's manifestation. The giant hand stopped. The towering Heavenly Emperor's manifestation trembled violently, as if something had locked it down from its very foundation. A voice emerged from the rift in the void, calm and casual, yet each word caused the space within 1,000 miles of Chaoga to begin to crack. Touch my woman, touch my child, primordial celestial venerable, you have chosen the most foolish way for this dog to— Lin Chen's hand rested upon the colossal palm of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar, fingers curling inward. The joints of the avatar emitted a harsh metallic grinding sound, as the entire arm's bones bent under the overwhelming force of primordial energy. The hollow eyes of the demonized Haoyan flickered for the first time, a hoarse voice squeezing out from the lifeless shell. You have come. You're late. Lin Chen did not look at him, his gaze passing over the Heavenly Emperor's avatar and landing on the blood-soaked nine-tailed fox in the ruins below. The purple gold dragon robe was torn, the 12 tassels of the heavenly crown askew, and her stunning beauty was pallid, lacking any trace of color, her hands tightly protecting her swollen abdomen. Lin Chen's tone was so faint it was devoid of emotion, yet his fingers resting on the colossal palm tightened by an inch. The entire right arm of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar exploded from the shoulder, as torrents of demonic blood and jade-cleared death energy were ground into nothingness by the chaotic divine light. Master! Neza came charging in from the side on his wind and fire wheel, the fire-tipped spear, trailing a chaotic flame, tail thousands of miles long, piercing precisely into the unhealed wound on the lower back of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar. This strike is for my master's wife. The chaotic true fire surged into the avatar's body, along the spear clashing with the death energy released by the jade-clear talisman on the demonized Haoshan's forehead. Two entirely opposing forces erupted within Haoyan. The demonized Haoyan let out his first true scream of anguish, and the left hand that was clutching the nine-tailed fox spasmed and loosened its grip. Lin Chen extended his right hand, and a wave of creation's azure energy caught the falling nine-tailed fox gently, placing her on the intact ground 100 zhang away. He did not turn his head, his voice reaching the nine-tailed fox's ears. Rest easy and nurture the child, you need not worry about the rest. The nine-tailed fox bit her lip, her eyes reddening, and nodded slightly. Lin Chen then turned to Neza, his tone flat. I leave him to you, keep attacking until he kneels. Neza's eyes lit up and a grin spread across his face. Master, I won't hold back. Before his words fell, the chaotic demonic energy within Neza erupted with a thunderous roar. A black gust of energy swept across the surrounding area as the wind and fire wheel beneath him ignited into a chaotic flame ring, and the demonic silk behind him unfurled, transforming into 100 zhang long dark red noose that wrapped around the severed arm of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar. The 10,000 zhang ancient demonic avatar materialized above Neza's head with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand gripping a shadowy fire-tipped spear. The wound on demonized Haoshan's chest had just healed a third when 6 fire-tipped spears simultaneously struck him. The first spear pierced through his left shoulder. The second spear drilled through his right rib. The third spear sheared off half of the heavenly crown. Boom. Neza's true form followed the avatar in kicking the Heavenly Emperor's avatar squarely in the face, sending the colossal body flying away from the skies of Chaoga. The avatar flew backward, crashing through the outer city wall of Chaoga, shattering 3 mountain peaks and creating a 10,000 zhang deep pit on the desolate plains a million miles away. Neza chased after him. He gave demonized Haoyan no chance to catch his breath, unleashing a storm of fire-tipped spears, each spear entwined with the remnants of heavenly fortune devoured by ancient demonic power, inflicting double wounds upon Haoyan. Is that all you've got? Neza flicked Haoshan's protective demonic light away with a spear. Weren't you quite capable at Chintang Pass? Where's the Fengshen list? Where's the Celestial River Army? Where are the 100,000 heavenly soldiers? In the hollow eyes of the demonized Haoyan, the black light of the jade-clear talisman flickered wildly, attempting to draw upon more sage essence to heal his injuries. But Neza would not grant him that time. The chaotic demon body erupted with full force, and the fire-tipped spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning, plunging down and driving the Heavenly Emperor's avatar deeper into the pit. Above the desolate plains, the nine-tailed fox forced herself to stand. One hand clutched her abdomen, while the other raised the imperial seal. Under the urging of the seal, the azure fortune transformed into hundreds of purple gold chains spanning millions of miles, accurately binding the limbs and waist of demonized Haoyan. Bind him, the nine-tailed fox commanded through gritted teeth, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. The purple gold chains tightened, restricting the movements of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar for 3 breaths. 3 breaths were sufficient. Neza had been waiting for this moment. He gripped his spear with both hands, channeling the chaotic demonic energy and the power of the ancient demonic avatar into the spear tip, forming a bottomless black sphere of light. This strike collects the interest from my master's child. The fire-tipped spear, imbued with the power to split the heavens, pierced through the chest of the Heavenly Emperor's avatar, swirling within it, accurately ensnared the jade-clear talisman embedded deep within Haoshan's forehead. Neza let out a ferocious roar, veins bulging in his arms, pulling the fire-tipped spear along with the talisman out. The jade-clear talisman intertwined with Haoshan's divine soul, and during the extraction, the demonized Haoyan let out a chilling howl that shook the heavens and the earth. Hiss! The talisman detached from his body. Without the support of the primordial essence from the Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Haoshan's 10,000 zhang avatar shrank to less than 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, as the purple gold armor shattered and fell away, revealing a withered, emaciated body. His eyes shifted from hollow to dazed, then from dazed to terrified. No. No. Neza stepped on his chest, forcing the once sovereign of the 3 realms deep into the earth. Kneel properly. Neza plunged the fire-tipped spear into the ground, the tip nearly an inch from Haoshan's neck. If you dare to touch my master's family again, it will be your head that gets crushed. In the distance, Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene of Neza trampling Haoyan beneath his feet from the ruins of Chaoga, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This kid is becoming more and more impressive. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, his peripheral vision caught an unexpected anomaly. The jade-clear talisman that Neza had extracted hung in midair, its surface suddenly erupting with a blinding white light, transforming into a streak of black flowing light that shot into the ground at a speed surpassing the laws of space. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. His chaotic divine demon eye tracked the trajectory of the black light, piercing through the crust, the magma, and the foundation of the great Shang dragon vein. The black light landed upon an ancient seal deep within the dragon vein. The seal cracked. A presence 10 times more terrifying than that of demonized Haoyan, and 100 times older than ancient great demons, surged forth from the fissure. Outside Chaoga City, the earth began to crack. The fissures spread from the desolate plains all the way to the base of the Chaoga City wall, with dark golden malevolence and a nauseating stench billowing from each crack. The ground beneath Neza's feet collapsed. He pulled Haoyan away and looked down into the depths of the fissure, his expression changing for the first time. Master, there's something waking up beneath the ground. Lin Chen did not respond. His divine demon, I had already seen the entity breaking free from its seal. A 10,000 zhang ferocious body covered in ancient dark golden scales, even older than chaotic black iron, opened a mouth capable of swallowing entire mountains, with ancient ferocious flames burning deep within flames that could incinerate the very laws. The foremost of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. Taodai. Time rewound by a quarter of an hour. In the depths of Kunlun Mountain at the core of the Yuqing Burning Immortals Great Array. Huff. Lin Chen stood amidst a sea of flames, exhaling deeply. The temperature here was absurdly high, with the very space being scorched and peeling off like fragile wall plaster, crumbling down in pieces. He glanced down at the hem of his Taoist robe, which had already burned away nearly half, revealing the skin beneath covered in dark red patterns. Tisk. Lin Chen pursed his lips, muttering to himself, that old dog Yunxiao really went all out this time. He brushed off the sparks clinging to him, speaking as casually as if he were strolling through his own backyard. But speaking of which, this formation, if not used for alchemy, could be perfect for simmering soup. The heat is just right. As soon as he finished speaking, the sacred flames around him seemed to comprehend the mockery and erupted violently. 81 sculpted dragon and phoenix, eaching heavenly pillars, suddenly blazed to life, their glaring purple gold light converging into a fire pillar several circles thicker than before, crashing down directly towards Lin Chen's forehead. Oh, getting impatient. Lin Chen chuckled unfazed as he raised his hand. He could feel the dark red god-slaying patterns in his palm resonating with the chaotic true fire within him. 2 forces which originally had no connection clashed within his meridians like 2 stubborn wild bulls wildly colliding against each other. Settle down, all of you. Lin Chen muttered to himself, forcefully compressing the 2 powers with his unreasonable cultivation of the primordial supreme golden immortal, merging them together. In the next moment, an unfamiliar flame quietly blossomed in his palm. It was gray with dark golden blood-like patterns flowing within. When it burned, there was no light or heat, yet the nearest eaching heavenly pillar unexpectedly split open. The chaotic god-slaying flame. Lin Chen looked at this freshly spawned little flame, nodding in satisfaction. Go ahead, it's time to feast. He casually pushed it forward. This thing didn't require any spells or techniques. The gray golden flame, upon touching the purple gold sacred fire, retreated in a frenzy, as if it had seen a ghost. But no matter how fast it retreated, it couldn't outpace the speed of being consumed. The chaotic god-slaying flame surged like a stream, finding its source flowing upstream along the path of the sacred fire, and in the blink of an eye it covered the first eaching heavenly pillar. The runes inscribed by the primordial heavenly venerable twisted and struggled on the pillar, eventually emitting a crisp sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Crack. The first pillar shattered. Lin Chen stepped forward as if taking a leisurely post-meal stroll. With each step, he took 1 or 2 pillars crumbled in response. The chaotic god-slaying flame required no further effort from him. It seemed to have a life of its own, consuming and growing on its own. With each eaching heavenly pillar that it devoured, the gray gold color deepened further. Lin Chen simply placed his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely forward. He walked in the middle, and the eaching heavenly pillars on either side collapsed one after another like a line of dominoes. The 10th pillar. The 30th. The 50th. I really want to know just how many treasures that old dog Yunxiao stuffed into this broken array. Lin Chen's tone was reminiscent of a landlord counting his grain store. What a pity, it's all mine now. As he reached the exit of the formation, the 81st pillar crumbled into a cloud of dust behind him. The Yuqing Burning Immortals Great Array, which once instilled fear in countless immortals and gods, was thoroughly burned clean by him from the inside. Lin Chen walked out from the devastated fire scene, casually changing into a brand new Taoist robe, completely unscathed, not even a single hair out of place. He looked up slowly, surveying his surroundings. The main gate of Yushu Palace had long been kicked down by him, leaving only some broken walls and ruins. Oh, isn't that Taoist Guangqing? Lin Chen's gaze landed on a spot not far away. Guangqingzi was completely embedded in the mountain wall, motionless, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. What is this one doing paying me a New Year's visit in advance? Lin Chen shook his head. What a pity no red envelopes prepared. As for the remaining disciples of the Chan sect, each one was either kneeling or slumped over, not daring to lift their heads towards him. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with this group of minor characters. He strolled into the ruins of the main hall, heading straight to the meditation mat, where the primordial heavenly venerable usually sat. The mat was empty, with only the powder of the jade tablet he had just crushed. No one home, huh? Lin Chen sighed with a hint of regret. He extended his right hand, fingers spread and pressed down in the center of the meditation mat. An invisible force of law, like a heated branding iron, was deeply engraved into the interior of the mat. This brand could not be erased by anyone, as long as their cultivation was not at the level of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Anyone who dared to sit on it would have their foundation shattered into a pile of debris. Forget it, I'll leave you a little souvenir. Lin Chen clapped his hands, withdrew his palm, and turned to walk outside the hall. He stood on the already ruined white jade plaza at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, looking up at the sky. Yunxiao listened closely. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths aided by the might of the Realm Master. I've dismantled your old nest. The hidden cards you kept, I've consumed them. If you want to take revenge, don't dawdle. The 10,000 Immortals array am waiting for you to activate it. Just as Lin Chen was about to tear open the space to leave, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Emergency alert. Ancient beast awakening disturbance detected in the direction of Chaoga, energy level exceeding the peak of Quasi-Saint. Warning: this beast is deeply causally bound to the fate of the Jia sect. Forcibly killing it will result in over 30% damage to the Jia sect's foundational fortune. The foot that Lin Chen had just lifted halted in midair. Moi. He raised an eyebrow. Ancient beast. And it's tied to the Jia sect's fortune. What a joke. He immediately activated his chaotic divine demon eye, his gaze piercing through the layers of space between Kunlun and Chaoga. His gaze traveled downwards, penetrating the crust and magma, finally landing on a seal deep within the Great Shang Dragon vein. That seal was slowly fracturing. The materials of the seal were made of chaotic black iron mixed with the essence of the heavens and earth, crafted with great effort and high standards. However, what caused Lin Chen's expression to change was not the seal itself. It was the familiar Dao patterns on the surface of the seal. That overwhelming sword intent, decisive in killing, coupled with a hint of arrogance, as if proclaiming, I am the strongest in the world, he had only seen in one place. Tongtian Patriarch. These Dao patterns. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. They are the work of my uncle master, the Tongtian Patriarch. He carefully examined the internal structure of the seal, his expression growing even more peculiar. The laws of this seal were not meant to suppress. It resembled a colossal feeder continuously extracting earth energy and human willpower from the Yunxiao dragon vein to nourish the slumbering giant within the seal. This isn't suppression. Lin Chen's gaze was as deep as an unfathomable cold pool. This is feeding a pig. His nominal uncle master, the sect leader of the Jia sect, Tongtian Patriarch, had never once mentioned this matter to him. Under the foundation of the Jia sect's fortune, a mysterious ancient beast was being nurtured. Interesting. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Truly interesting. My own uncle master plays more tricks than anyone else. He no longer lingered, swiped his hand in front of him, tearing open a rift in space, and stepped through. Behind him, in the ruins of Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi, embedded in the wall, finally slid down, collapsing like a puddle of mud amidst the rubble. His body was a bloody mess, and in the remnants of his consciousness, only one thought remained. It's over. The backbone of the Chan sect had been forcefully broken in front of all the beings of the 3 realms. Outside Chaoga City, the earth was tearing apart. Fissures spread from the center of the wilderness in all directions, with dark, golden, baleful qi spewing from every crack. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered, and rivers flowed backward. Najah hovered in midair atop his wind fire wheels, holding the fire-tipped spear in his right hand, and dragging Hao Tian, whose cultivation had been mostly crippled, with his left. As he gazed at the ever-widening chasm below, his usual arrogance dimmed by 3 parts. Master's wife, retreat into Chaoga City first. The 9-tailed fox stood behind him, clutching her lower abdomen. Her purple gold dragon robe was stained with dried blood, and her face was pale as translucent jade. I cannot leave, she shook her head. The dragon vein is linked to the human emperor's jade seal. Once the seal shatters, Zayog's chi fortune barrier will collapse along with it. Before her words faded, a roar so deep it quivered, the very marrow of bones erupted from the fissure. The entire domain of Great Shang trembled under that single cry. Hundreds of leeway cracks appeared on the walls of Chaoga City. In panic, citizens flooded the streets, gazing up at the thickening dark, golden, baleful clouds on the horizon. It's here. Najah tossed Hao Tian aside and gripped his spear with both hands. The earth exploded. A massive dark golden claw emerged from the rift, its tips still clinging to fragments of an ancient seal. The claw braced against the ground, followed by a second claw, and then a body that blotted out the sky. A towering 30,000 Zhang ferocious form slowly crawled out from the depths, its entire body clad in dark golden scales older than any known material. Its 4 limbs were thick as mountain ranges, and a tail bristling with spikes swept across, leveling 3 peaks into flat ground. Last came the head. It had no eyes. Only a massive maw that occupied its entire face, with ancient crimson baleful flames burning deep within its gullet. Drool-like, baleful qi dripped between its teeth, each drop scorching 100 Zhang deep pit upon contact with the earth. The foremost of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Tao Tai. Quite a big fellow, Najah licked his lips. But what's the use of size? Just means more surface area to hit. He charged forward on his wind fire wheels, the fire-tipped spear trailing a tail of chaotic flame as he thrust at Tao Tai's belly. The spear tip struck the dark golden scales, sending sparks flying. The scales didn't budge. Najah's tiger mouth went numb, and the recoil blasted him 100 li away. Unbelievably tough. He steadied himself midair, activated the primordial heaven-devouring demonic art, flooded the spear with chaotic demonic baleful qi, and charged a second time. This time he didn't thrust, he smashed. 100,000 Zhang primordial demonic Dao Dharma aspect manifested its 6 arms swinging the fire-tipped spear simultaneously striking Tao Tai's spine with earth-splitting mountain-crushing force. Boom. 3 scales shattered. Tao Tai lowered its head, its eyeless face turning toward Najah. An invisible suction force erupted from its throat, drawing all matter within 100 radius. Air spiritual energy earth gravel toward that gaping mouth. Najah's chaotic true flame was sucked in. His demonic baleful chi was sucked in. Even the law imprints on his fire-tipped spear began to peel away under the pull. What the hell is this? Najah desperately urged his wind fire wheels backward, but the suction was too strong. His body slowly slid toward the maw. Presumptuous. The nine-tailed fox activated the human emperor's jade seal from afar. The vermilion bird chi fortune transformed into a wall of purple gold light blocking the space between Najah and Tao Tai. The light wall held for 2 breaths. Then it was torn to shreds by Tao Tai's suction,